Hello, welcome to our Mythology for Sleep podcast. When Nut the sky goddess and Geb the earth god fell deeply in love, Ra, who ruled over all creation, grew alarmed by their union and forbade Nut to give birth on any day of the year. It was not a gentle prohibition. Ra issued it as an absolute decree, binding and unbreakable, stretching across every day of the calendar. In those early times, the Egyptian year held 360 days, and each one of them belonged to Ra's dominion. Every sunrise, every noon, every evening falling into darkness, all of it was counted, named, and claimed. And on none of those days, Ra declared, would Nut be permitted to bring a child into the world. The reason, depending on which version of the story you follow, had something to do with a prophecy, a deep, unsettling knowledge that the children of Nut and Geb would one day surpass Ra himself in power and significance. Whether that was wisdom or fear is difficult to say. Perhaps it was both. Nut carried this sorrow quietly. She was already full of life, already holding within her the children who would change everything, and yet she could find no doorway through which to release them into the world. She moved across the sky as she always had, arching her great body from one horizon to the other. But something in her was waiting, patient and aching at the same time. It was Thoth who found the solution. Thoth was the god of wisdom and writing, of measurement and moon, a being who understood that knowledge was the most powerful thing in any world. He did not confront Ra or argue against the decree. Instead, he approached the moon and proposed a game. A contest of chance and calculation. The moon at that time held a kind of light it has since lost, a portion of its own radiance that could be won or surrendered. Thoth played against the moon carefully, steadily, in a game some ancient accounts describe as similar to drafts or a form of dice, and over the course of that contest, he won from the moon a small fraction of its light, not enough to diminish it greatly, but enough, when gathered together, to add 5 entirely new days to the year. These 5 days belonged to no month. They existed outside the calendar that Ra had locked down so firmly, floating free between the old year's end and the new year's beginning. Ra's decree had covered 360 days with precision, but these 5 days were something else entirely. They had not existed when he gave his order, and so his prohibition simply did not reach them. It was an elegant solution, the kind that Thoth was known for. He did not break Ra's rule. He found the space that the rule had never thought to cover. On each of those 5 days, one of Nut's children was born. The first was Osiris. He came into the world on the first of the 5 days, and something in the air changed when he arrived. According to the story, a voice rang out at the moment of his birth, a voice that said, the Lord of all things had come. Some ancient sources describe a great weeping at that moment, though what exactly wept and why has been interpreted in many different ways. What seems clear is that his arrival felt like a threshold being crossed, a new chapter beginning that could not be unwritten. Osiris came into the world luminous and ordered, a being whose very nature was oriented toward life and growth and the careful tending of things. He would become the god of fertility and the flooding Nile, of grain and cultivation, of everything that grows because the earth is generous and the water comes at its proper time. He was also, from the beginning, a being of deep authority. Not the sharp authority of a weapon, but the settled authority of something true. The second child was Horus the Elder, a figure distinct from the more famous Horus who would come later, though the two are sometimes woven together in the tradition, depending on the source. He was a sky god, a falcon, associated with the wide blue distances of the heavens. His presence in the sequence of births is worth noting, though the great arc of this particular story belongs most to his parents and his eventual counterpart. Isis arrived next. She was born with a stillness around her that was different from emptiness. It was the stillness of deep water, of something that held more below the surface than it showed above. She would become the goddess of magic and wisdom, a being of extraordinary knowledge who understood not only how the world worked, but how to work within it. The Egyptians loved Isis in a way that felt almost personal, almost close. She was not distant or decorative. She was present and purposeful, someone who acted when action was needed and who never stopped moving toward what mattered to her. Her magic was not merely a set of powers she possessed. It was woven into her understanding of things, into the way she read the world and knew what it needed. She loved deeply. She grieved fully. She persisted when everything in the world seemed to be working against her. From the moment she was born, she carried that quality, as if she had already decided what she was for and was simply waiting for the story to begin. Then came Set. His birth, in some tellings of the myth, was not gentle. He arrived in the world forcefully, tearing his way out rather than being delivered in the ordinary way, and that quality, that abruptness, that refusal to be contained, would follow him always. Set was the god of the desert and the storm, of things that push and scatter and refuse to be settled. He was not evil in the way a simple story might require a villain to be evil. He was necessary in the way that the desert is necessary, because a world without wildness is not a complete world. The Egyptians understood this. They held Set in their tradition with complexity, sometimes honoring him, sometimes fearing him, always acknowledging that he existed for a reason. His power was real, and it was vast, and it belonged to the parts of existence that cannot be tamed. He simply could not bear to be lesser than anything else, and that inability would cost him and everyone around him more than words can easily measure. Last came Nephthys, the fourth child, born on the 5th of the 5 new days. She is the quietest figure in this story, and perhaps the most underestimated. She was the goddess of the threshold, of mourning and the house of death, of the margins where one thing becomes another. Her name in Egyptian meant something close to Lady of the Temple Walls, or Mistress of the Enclosure, the boundary, the edge, the place where the inside meets the outside. She was married to Set, though the tradition is clear that her heart was never entirely his. She loved her sister Isis with a constancy that would be proven over and over again in the hardest moments of the story. She was not loud. She did not perform her devotion. She simply showed up every time and stayed. That is its own kind of power, and the Egyptians knew it. 4 children were born across 5 days, and the world that received them was already different for their presence. The year had grown to hold them. The calendar had been stretched, gently and cleverly, to make room for what was coming. Thoth had understood that the greatest story the Egyptian tradition would ever tell needed those 5 days to exist, and so he had found a way to create them. Whether or not the moon minded losing a little of its light to make that possible, it is impossible now to say. What is possible to say is that from the moment these 4 came into the world, everything in the Egyptian mythological universe was oriented differently, toward them, around them, because of them. Osiris brought order and abundance. Isis brought wisdom and a love that would not be stopped by death. Set brought chaos and the desert wind and the terrible energy of something that is never learned to be satisfied. And Nephthys stood at the edge of all of it, faithful and still. 4 children, 4 natures, and a world that was already tilting toward the story it was always meant to tell. When Osiris became king of Egypt, the people were living much as animals live, eating grass and roots, knowing nothing of harvests or bread or the rhythm of a life built around something greater than mere survival. He did not find a kingdom waiting for him. He found a people who had not yet become what they were capable of becoming. They gathered what the land offered, without asking anything more of it, and when the land offered little, they went hungry without understanding why. There were no fields, no granaries, no mills turning grain into flour and flour into bread. There was no wine pressed from grapes, no beer brewed from barley. People lived beside the Nile without truly understanding what the Nile was giving them every time it flooded and receded, leaving behind that deep, dark, enormously fertile silt along the banks. The river was generous. The people simply had not yet learned how to receive what it was offering. According to the ancient tradition, Osiris looked at all of this and felt something closer to tenderness than disappointment. He did not see a people who had failed. He saw a people who had never been shown, and so he began to show them. He taught them to read the rhythm of the Nile, to watch for the signs that the flood was coming, to prepare the banks, and then, when the waters pulled back, to break the soft earth and plant seeds into it. He showed them how grain grew up from that earth in long, swaying rows, and how to harvest it when it was ready, and how to store it so that it would last through the dry months. He taught them to grind the grain into flour between flat stones, and from that flour to make bread, which people could share with one another around a fire in a way that raw grass and bitter roots never quite allowed. He introduced the grapevine and taught people to press its fruit into wine. He taught the cultivation of barley and the slow art of brewing beer. These were not small things. Food and drink prepared with care and shared in community are among the ways that people become people, the ways that survival becomes something richer and more intentional than mere endurance. Osiris understood this, and he gave these arts to Egypt with the patience of someone who genuinely loved what he was doing. He also taught the people how to honor the gods, how to build shrines, how to make offerings, how to mark the sacred days with ceremony and song. In this tradition, worship was not separate from daily life. It was woven into the harvesting and the planting, into the flooding of the Nile and the recession of its waters, into the rising and setting of the sun. Osiris helped people see these rhythms as sacred rather than merely mechanical, and by doing so he gave the world a kind of meaning it had not had before. What the ancient stories emphasize, again and again, is that he accomplished all of this without force. He did not compel people to change. He did not rule through fear or through the threat of punishment. He carried with him a natural authority that seems, in the telling, to have come from something other than power, from a kind of goodness so evident and so quiet that people simply wanted to follow it. He loved music, and wherever he traveled, music went with him. He loved festivals, and he created occasions for celebration that brought people together in ways that made the community stronger simply by gathering it in one place and giving it something to rejoice over. The transformation he brought about was not instantaneous, and the ancient stories do acknowledge this. The people had to learn, over seasons and years, how to trust what Osiris was showing them. There were failures before there were successes, moments when the floods came at unexpected times, or when seeds refused to take hold in the soil. Yet Osiris remained patient, returning again and again to the same lessons, refining them, adapting them to what the land demanded. He seemed to understand something fundamental about how people learn, not through grand proclamations, but through the gentle repetition of example, through being shown again and again until the knowing becomes part of you. By the time he turned his attention to establishing rituals and ceremonies, the people were already changed. They had already tasted bread. They had already felt the satisfaction of a harvest they had helped to bring into being. This made them ready to understand why those acts might be sacred, why the rhythms of the Nile might deserve to be honored and celebrated. There is a quality to the descriptions of his reign that feels, even now, almost like a memory of somewhere you have never been but somehow recognize. A green valley, grain in long rows bending gently in the wind off the river, people sharing bread at the end of a day's work, the sound of music drifting from somewhere nearby. This is how the Egyptians remembered the time of Osiris, not as history exactly, but as a kind of golden dream of what the world could be when order and abundance and kindness all existed at once. It was into this life that Isis came, not as a consort who stood at a respectful distance from the work of ruling, but as a true partner in every sense of that word. She and Osiris had known each other before the world itself was fully formed. They had loved one another, some accounts say, even in the womb, curled together in the darkness beneath the arching body of Nut before they were ever born. By the time Osiris became king, Isis was already beside him, already thinking alongside him, already shaping the kingdom in ways that were wholly her own. She was not simply managing things while he was present. She was governing, bringing to the throne a different kind of intelligence than his, one that was precise and subtle and extraordinarily deep. Where Osiris moved through the world with warmth and a kind of natural ease, Isis moved through it with a quality of attention that missed almost nothing. She watched, she understood, she remembered, and she could do things with what she knew that few other beings in any tradition ever could. After a time, Osiris felt that the gifts he had given to Egypt should not remain only in Egypt. He gathered musicians and wise companions around him and set out to travel the world, carrying with him the knowledge of cultivation and ceremony, offering it to people in other lands the way he had offered it to the Egyptians, not by compulsion, but through demonstration, through music, through the simple evidence of what a life built around these practices looked and felt like. Some accounts suggest he traveled as far as Ethiopia, through Arabia, into the lands of Asia, wherever there were people who had not yet learned what the Nile Valley had learned. This journey took years, and through those years, Isis ruled Egypt. She did not rule it as a caretaker watching over something that belonged to someone else. She ruled it as a queen, with full authority and full engagement, and the kingdom did not suffer in Osiris's absence. If anything, it deepened under her care, because she brought to governance a kind of thoughtfulness that complemented everything Osiris had built. The laws she upheld were just. The decisions she made were considered. The people who came to her with grievances or questions left with answers that felt fair, and they trusted her in the way that people trust someone who they can tell is truly thinking about them, rather than merely performing the act of concern. There is something worth holding gently here. The image of the two of them together as a kind of whole thing, each carrying something the other did not. He gave warmth and abundance and the willingness to walk out into an unknown world and offer what he had freely. She gave precision and depth and the steady authority of someone who understood what holding a kingdom together actually required. Neither of them was complete without the other, and the kingdom reflected their completeness. It was not merely prosperous. It was good, in the old and serious sense of that word. The ancient Egyptians looked back on the time of Osiris the way people sometimes look back on the best years of their lives, with a kind of longing that is inseparable from gratitude, and with the quiet recognition that such times, once gone, leave a shape behind them that everything afterward is measured against. His reign was not a time of great conquest or dramatic upheaval. It was a time of bread and music and grain growing in long green rows along a river that flooded and receded in its season, as the god himself had taught people to understand and welcome and celebrate. He came back from his travels, eventually, and the kingdom received him the way a garden receives rain after a long dry stretch, with immediate and uncomplicated relief. And Isis was there, as she had always been, and the two of them resumed the life they had built together, the life that was made of everything they each brought to it. And Isis ruled at his side, or in his absence, with a wisdom and steadiness that made the kingdom feel, even to the gods, like something close to perfect. Set was never a simple villain, and the Egyptians who told his story understood that. He was the god of the desert and of storms, of the dry and violent places at the edges of the world, the places where the sand swallowed travelers whole and the heat turned the air into something that shimmered and deceived. He was disorder and chaos and the wild force that exists beyond the borders of cultivated things. But the Egyptians were careful thinkers when it came to their gods, and they knew that the world is not made only of order. The desert exists alongside the valley, the storm exists alongside the calm. Set existed alongside Osiris, and for a long time, that tension was simply the way things were. Two brothers, two natures, two necessary halves of something larger than either of them alone. There is an ancient and striking image from Egyptian tradition that reveals exactly how the Egyptians felt about Set. Each night, as Ra's solar bark made its passage through the darkness of the underworld, that long, terrifying journey between the setting of the sun and its rising, It was Set who stood at the prow of the vessel. It was Set who held back the great serpent Apep, the creature of absolute chaos, who waited in the deep each night to swallow the sun and end the world. Set was the only one powerful enough to do it. His ferocity, his violence, his capacity for destruction, these were the very things that kept the light alive. Without Set, Ra could not have completed his journey. Without Set, there would have been no morning. This was not a small thing, and the Egyptians did not forget it. In certain traditions, particularly in the earliest periods of Egyptian belief, Set was a god of considerable honor, worshipped with genuine devotion, associated with the Red Land and the strength of the pharaoh in battle. He was not something to be dismissed, and yet there is something in the nature of a god like Set, a god of storms, a god of the uncontrolled and the ungovernable, that does not sit easily beside a god like Osiris. Osiris was green and growing, the grain rising from the earth, the river flooding in its season, abundance and law, and the comfort of knowing that tomorrow would look like today. He was everything that Set was not. Where Osiris brought things together, Set scattered them. Where Osiris taught people to build and plant and trust one another, Set was the wind that unmade careful work. These two forces had existed alongside each other since birth, and for a time, that was enough. But as the reign of Osiris lengthened, something in Set began to shift. The fame of Osiris spread in the way that warmth spreads, slowly, without announcement, until it has reached every corner of a room. People loved him, not merely because he was their king, and not merely because he had given them grain and wine and the knowledge of how to live in community with one another, but because he was genuinely kind in a way that gods were not always kind. He moved through the world with patience and a quality of attention that made people feel, when he stood before them, that they were being truly seen. He was generous with his time and his wisdom, unhurried, never ruling through fear. And Isis stood beside him, or ruled in his absence, with an intelligence and a grace that only deepened the admiration that the land felt for the two of them together. Set watched this. He watched the crowds that gathered, the songs that were sung, the love that followed his brother like sunlight follows the morning. He watched, and he said nothing, and the watching itself was perhaps the most dangerous part. There is a particular quality to envy that grows in silence. It does not announce itself. It does not argue. It simply accumulates. Each day of Osiris's joy was another day of Set's quiet festering. Each new territory that came to love his brother was another reminder of everything that Set was not and could never be. A god of storms does not inspire the kind of love that Osiris inspired. A god of the desert does not draw crowds with flowers in their hands. It is worth saying clearly that Set did not lack for power. His strength was real and immense. His domain was vast. The whole of the desert, the full force of the storm, the great chaotic dark at the edge of creation. He was not overlooked or powerless. He was, by any measure, one of the great gods of Egypt. But power is not the same as love, and Set knew the difference. He felt the difference in every celebration held in his brother's name, in every hymn sung to the king of the green and living land. What Set had was not what Set wanted, and what Set wanted was exactly what his brother possessed. The Egyptians sometimes depicted Set with the head of a creature that has never been quite identified, an animal with a long, curved snout and tall, squared ears, an animal that doesn't quite match anything that actually lives. Scholars have speculated about what it might be, and no one has ever fully agreed. There is something fitting about that. Set was a god who did not entirely fit, who could not be neatly categorized, who existed at the margins of the natural world, the way that disorder always exists at the margins of order. He was real, and he was necessary, and he was deeply, quietly unhappy in a way that had been building for a very long time. The story he was part of would become one of the great cautionary lessons of the Egyptian tradition, not about evil exactly, but about what happens when a necessary force turns against its own nature and reaches for something it was never meant to hold. Set was not simply a monster. He was a god who contained everything that exists beyond the edges of what is safe and cultivated, and who could not make peace with the fact that the world loved his brother more. That distinction mattered to the Egyptians. They wanted their listeners to understand exactly what kind of thing was coming, not senseless cruelty, but something almost comprehensible, and therefore more troubling. But understanding what Set was did nothing to slow what Set was about to do. Set did not come at his brother with a weapon. He came with an invitation, with torchlight and music and the smell of roasting meat drifting out across the warm Egyptian evening. That was far more dangerous than anything with a blade. He had spent a great deal of time on this plan, more time perhaps than he had ever spent on anything, and when the night finally arrived, everything was exactly as he had intended it to be. The hall was full of people who laughed easily and drank deeply. Osiris sat among them the way he always did, unhurried and at ease. The kind of man who made every room feel a little more settled simply by being in it. Set had chosen his conspirators carefully, 72 of them, according to the account passed down through the tradition. Each of them knew their role. None of them showed anything on their faces that evening that would have given the plan away. They ate and they drank and they laughed like everyone else. Osiris had no reason to think the night was anything other than what it appeared to be, a feast, a celebration, a gathering of people who loved him well. The hall was lit with oil lamps that gave the walls a deep amber warmth. The food was abundant in the way that food always seemed to be during the reign of Osiris, when the fields gave generously and there was always enough to go around. He had built that abundance, taught the people to coax it from the soil. Now they feasted because of what he had made possible. He did not know, sitting there among the laughter and the firelight, that this was the last meal he would ever eat as a living king. At some point during the evening, Set gave a signal, and his servants brought in the chest. It entered the room and immediately drew every eye in the hall. This was because it was a remarkable thing, a casket of the finest cedar, inlaid with ivory and ebony and gold, decorated with carvings so intricate and precise that people leaned in from their cushions just to see it better. It had taken skilled craftsmen a long time to build. Set had made certain they built it to a very particular set of measurements, ones taken secretly and with great care. He had studied his brother's height and the width of his shoulders and the length of his limbs. The chest had been shaped around those numbers, the way a mold is shaped around the object it was made to hold. No one in the room knew this. They saw only something extraordinarily beautiful. They admired it the way people admire beautiful things, openly, appreciatively, with a kind of uncomplicated pleasure. Set smiled at their reactions and told them that whoever could lie inside the chest and fit it perfectly would receive it as a gift. It was a gracious offer, the sort of generous gesture that a powerful man might make at a feast to delight his guests. Everyone in the room took it in that spirit. One by one they rose and took their turns. Some were too tall, their feet pressing against the far end before their shoulders had settled. Others were too broad or too narrow. The chest sat oddly around them, leaving gaps of air on either side. Each time they climbed out and laughed at the poor fit. Set laughed too and urged the next person to try. The servants refilled the cups and the evening continued, warm and easy and full of the particular pleasure that comes from a gathering where everything is going well. And then Osiris, perhaps curious, perhaps simply willing to play along with the game his brother had invented, rose from his place and walked to the chest and lay down inside it. He fit perfectly. Of course he did. The chest had been made for him and for no one else. Shaped to his body with a precision that left no room for doubt. For one moment he lay there, looking up at the ceiling of the hall and perhaps feeling the smoothness of the cedar at his shoulders and the strange quietness that descends when a person lies flat and still. And then the lid came down. Set's conspirators moved quickly, the way people move when they have rehearsed something many times, without hesitation, without a word spoken, each person knowing exactly where to be and what to do. The lid was fastened with bolts. Then molten lead was poured along every seam, sealing the chest completely. It airtight and watertight and utterly impossible to open from within. The room must have changed in that instant, not all at once, but rapidly, the laughter dying away in stages as people understood what was happening. What had already happened, what could not be undone. Some accounts say Osiris suffocated inside the sealed chest before it ever reached the water. Others leave that detail unspoken and simply let the sealing of the lid stand as the end of things. That in its own way is more difficult to sit with. Set and his men carried the chest out of the hall and through the darkness to the bank of the Nile, where the river moved in its slow and indifferent way through the night. They set the chest on the water and it floated. This was because cedar is buoyant and the lead had sealed it so completely that nothing could get in or out. The river accepted it without ceremony, the way the river accepts everything, without judgment, without pause, simply carrying what is placed upon it in the direction the water flows. The current took the chest north, toward the delta, toward the sea, away from the hall where the lamps still burned, and the evening that had promised so much had become something else entirely. The conspirators watched it go. Set watched it go, and when it had disappeared into the darkness, they went back inside. The night continued, and somewhere downstream the chest moved quietly on. The Nile carried Osiris away in the darkness, and the great king was gone. When Isis learned what had been done to her husband, she did not collapse. She stood very still for a long moment, the way a person stands when the world has just shifted beneath them and the body has not yet decided what to do next. The news came to her the way bad news often travels, in fragments, in whispers, in the faces of people who could not quite meet her eyes. And then, when the full shape of it had settled over her, she did something that those who told her story remembered for thousands of years. She reached up and cut a lock of her hair, letting it fall to the ground at her feet. She changed her clothes for those of mourning, and then she walked out the door and began moving. This is the part of Isis that people sometimes misunderstand. Her grief was not small. It was enormous. The kind of grief that belongs to someone who has lost not only the person they loved most in the world, but the very order that person represented. Osiris had been the green and growing heart of Egypt, and without him, the land itself felt changed, heavier, as though the soil had learned what happened and had gone quiet in response. Isis felt all of that. She carried it with her every step she took. But grief, for Isis, was never a thing that stopped her. It was a thing that moved her forward, like a current beneath still water, invisible from above, but pulling steadily in one direction. She set out on foot, alone, moving through a world that had become strange to her almost overnight. The palace where she and Osiris had ruled together felt hollow now, its rooms too large, its corridors too silent. She did not stay long. There was nothing for her to do there except feel the absence of him in every corner, and she had decided, quietly, with the kind of precision that defined everything she did, that the most useful thing she could do with her grief was to let it carry her toward him. She asked everyone she encountered, farmers resting at the edge of their fields, women carrying water from the river, fishermen mending their nets in the early morning light before the heat of the day settled in. Had they seen anything on the water? Had anything strange passed by in the night? A chest, beautifully made, sealed shut. Had it floated past? Most of the people she spoke to shook their heads slowly, their eyes wide and uncertain, not entirely sure who this woman in mourning clothes was, or why her questions made the air around them feel so thick. It was children, in the end, who told her something useful. This detail survived in the ancient tradition for a reason. The Egyptians understood children to exist in a particular kind of openness to the divine, not because they were innocent in any simple sense, but because they had not yet learned to look away from what the world was showing them. Adults developed habits of not seeing. Children had not yet formed those habits. They noticed things. And so it was a small group of children playing near the water's edge who had seen the chest pass by, who could describe which direction the current had carried it, who pointed downstream without hesitation, while the adults around them had seen nothing at all. Isis listened to them with the same careful attention she gave to everyone. She thanked them and continued walking. The marshes she moved through in the days that followed were not easy places to travel. The delta region of Egypt, where the Nile fans out into a wide and tangled web of channels and wetlands before finally reaching the sea, was a world of its own. Low and green and dense with papyrus reeds taller than a person, the air thick with the sound of birds and insects, the ground soft and uncertain underfoot. She walked through all of it. She moved between towns that sat on small islands of higher ground, crossing shallow channels where she could, asking her questions at every doorstep and every dock. The chest had been on the water. Water went somewhere. She would follow it until she found where. The strangeness of her situation pressed against her constantly during those days. She was a goddess, one of the most powerful beings in the world, and yet there was nothing she could do with that power to simply reach across the distance and bring Osiris back to her. Magic, for all its depth and reach, could not replace the need to find him first. She had to do this the slow way, the human way, one step after another, one question after another, the world yielding its answers a little at a time. She did not eat much. She slept when she had to, curled in the shelter of the reeds, and then rose before the light had fully come and kept moving. The mourning clothes she wore marked her wherever she went, and people gave her a kind of quiet deference, unsure what to make of a woman of obvious bearing who was searching the marshes alone with that particular expression on her face. Not frantic, not broken, but absolutely fixed on something they could not see. What she felt for Osiris was not the soft, comfortable feeling that the word love sometimes conjures. It was not tender in any simple way. It was fierce, and it was precise, the way a hawk is precise when it has spotted something below and is already moving toward it. She knew exactly what she had lost. She knew exactly what she was looking for. And that knowledge, sharp and clear even inside the grief, was what kept her moving when a lesser kind of love might have turned back. Along the way, she heard other things. People had noticed disturbances on the water on the night in question. A strange weight passing through, they said. Not a boat, not anything natural. Something sealed and silent moving against the current for a while before the current took it. Each piece of information was small, but she held all of it together in her mind with the meticulous care of someone assembling something broken, fitting each fragment against the others until the shape of the whole became clearer. The world around her seemed to know, in its way, that something was wrong. The reeds bent in directions the wind wasn't blowing. The birds went quiet at odd moments. Even the river itself, which had always felt like a living presence to the people of Egypt, seemed to move with a different quality during those days, heavier, more deliberate, as though it too was carrying something it did not know how to put down. Isis moved through all of it. She spoke to the women who gathered at the wells in the early morning. She spoke to the priests at the small riverside shrines who kept watch over the water in the name of various gods. She spoke to the traders who moved goods up and down the channels by reed boat, asking if they had passed anything unusual, seen anything floating that shouldn't have been there. None of them could give her the answer she needed, but each of them gave her something, even if it was only the confirmation that the chest had continued moving east, toward the coast. She did not allow herself to think too far ahead. The search was its own task, complete in itself, and she gave it her full attention. There would be time later, there would have to be time later, for everything else. For now, there was only the question and the walking and the particular quality of her grief, which was not sorrow so much as purpose, not helplessness, but the most driven and exacting kind of love. She kept her hair cut short at the temple, the way a mourning woman was supposed to, and she kept her clothes simple and dark, and she kept walking. The delta gave way at its edges to something that began to feel less like home. The landscape shifted. The quality of the air shifted. The river was still present, but thinner now, its branches more widely spaced, the land between them drier and stranger. Someone, somewhere had seen something, and Isis would not stop walking until she found them. The chest did not stop at the Egyptian shore. The waters of the Nile carried it north and out into the open sea, where it drifted with the current. Moving slowly and steadily, as if guided by some quiet intention neither living nor dead could yet name, it travelled across the water in the dark. After some time, no ancient source records exactly how long, it came to rest on a beach at the foot of the Phoenician coast, near the city of Byblos. The shore there was lined with trees. The air smelled of salt and warm wood and something faintly sweet. It was a peaceful place, though the thing the sea had brought there was anything but peaceful in what it meant for the world. According to the myth, a tamarisk tree stood near the place where the chest came to shore. The tree, sensing what lay before it, began to grow. It grew with unusual speed and unusual purpose, its roots curling toward the chest and its trunk rising around it, drawing the coffin slowly inward, the way water draws everything eventually toward its center. The tree did not swallow the chest out of malice. There is no cruelty in this part of the story, only a kind of tenderness the natural world sometimes shows towards sacred things it does not fully understand. By the time the tree had finished growing, the chest was entirely enclosed within its trunk, held there in the heartwood, invisible to anyone who might pass by. The tamarisk was enormous and fragrant. People who came near it noticed that its bark gave off a scent so lovely it seemed almost out of place in the ordinary air. This fragrance had a quality that defied explanation. Those who encountered it reported feeling a sudden lightness in their limbs, a clarity of mind that had not been there before. Animals were drawn to it. Birds nested in its branches, though they abandoned them when the winter came, as if understanding that this tree existed outside the ordinary cycle of seasons. The wood itself had a peculiar appearance. The grains spiraled in patterns that seemed too deliberate to be natural, too purposeful to be random. Craftsmen who would later examine it spoke of finding their hands guided as they worked, as though the wood knew what shape it wanted to become. Some said the tree hummed on certain nights, a low sound that could be felt in the bones more than heard with the ears. Others insisted they had seen the wood glow faintly from within when no light source was near. These stories accumulated over time, becoming part of the landscape of Byblos itself, whispered about in the markets and told to children before sleep. The king of Byblos, whose name in some versions of the story is Malkander, heard about this remarkable tree and had it cut down and brought to his palace, where it was trimmed and shaped and set in place as a pillar. It stood in the great hall, holding up the roof, and the king was pleased with it. He had no way of knowing what the pillar held inside itself. He had no way of knowing that he was resting his palace on a god. Isis arrived at Byblos the way she arrived everywhere during those long weeks of searching, on foot, travel-worn, wearing the plain clothes of a woman in mourning, with a grief she kept just beneath the surface of her composure because she could not afford to let it overwhelm her. She had followed the trail of the chest to the sea. From there, she had followed something harder to name, an instinct, or perhaps simply the knowledge that love has a direction. If you walk long enough in that direction, you will eventually find what you are looking for. She came to the well outside the city, and she sat down beside it to rest. She was not a queen here. She was not, as far as anyone could see, anything more than a tired woman sitting quietly in the shade. The journey had taken its toll on her in ways that had nothing to do with distance. Each day she had passed through villages and valleys where no one knew what she had lost. She had crossed terrain that had no memory of Osiris, landscape that did not mourn him as Egypt mourned him. This had been its own kind of suffering, to carry her grief into places where it meant nothing, where it could not be witnessed or acknowledged or understood. The physical exhaustion was almost welcome by comparison. It gave her body something to do while her mind remained fixed on a single point, a single purpose. She did not eat much during those weeks. She barely slept, but she continued moving because movement itself was a kind of prayer, a kind of refusal. Every step she took was a rejection of the finality that others had accepted. Every breath was an argument against loss. The handmaidens of the queen came to the well to draw water, as they did every day. Isis greeted them gently. She spoke to them with a warmth that was easy and natural. She braided their hair with her fingers, and as she worked, she breathed on them. Her breath carried something in it, a fragrance, a kind of brightness that clung to their skin and their clothes, and that they could not explain when they returned to the palace. The queen noticed it immediately. She asked where they had been. They told her about the woman by the well. The queen sent them back to bring her inside. This is often how the myth describes it, not as a grand entrance, not as a goddess announcing herself, but as a stranger being invited in because she smelled of something that belonged to another world, and someone was curious enough to want to know what it was. The queen's name, in the version recorded by the Greek writer Plutarch, was Astarte. She received Isis with kindness. Isis was given a place in the household and, in time, was asked to serve as nursemaid to the queen's youngest child, a small infant boy. She accepted without hesitation. There is something quietly extraordinary about this part of the story, a goddess who had been wandering for weeks, carrying the weight of her husband's murder and the enormity of her grief. Sitting down each evening in a foreign palace to tend to another woman's baby, washing him and singing to him and holding him in the firelight. She loved this child genuinely, the way she loved everything genuinely. She wanted to give him something in return for the shelter this household had given her, and so she decided, in her quiet way, to make him immortal. The queen's household was large and complex, full of servants and retainers and attendants, but Isis quickly became indispensable to it. The queen found herself relying on this strange woman for counsel on matters that had nothing to do with the child. At meals, Isis would sit at a remove, as was appropriate, but her presence seemed to ease tensions. Those who had been quarrelling would find themselves reconciled. Those who had been worried would suddenly see a path forward. The king himself began to notice her, not in any inappropriate way, but as one notices a piece of art in one's house that one had previously overlooked and suddenly sees as essential. He asked the queen where she had found such a remarkable woman. The queen said simply that she had appeared, as if she had been waiting at the well for the exact moment when she would be needed. There was no answer that felt adequate beyond that. Each night, after the rest of the palace had grown still, Isis held the infant over the fire and let the flames move through him, burning away the parts of him that were mortal and temporary, the parts that could age and break and die. She transformed herself into a swallow in those moments, circling the pillar, that great tamarisk pillar at the center of the hall, making soft sounds in the dark, the sound of a bird that knows where it is going and cannot rest until it gets there. The child did not cry. He slept peacefully through the fire. Each night he was a little more than he had been the night before. This went on for some time. The child was thriving in ways that no one could account for. But then one night the queen followed the sound of the bird and came into the hall and saw what was happening, and she screamed. It was not a scream of understanding. It was the scream of a mother who looks at her child and sees something she was not prepared to see. Love and terror came through her at the same moment, and she couldn't stop herself. The scream broke the working of the ritual. The child fell back into his ordinary mortality. Isis, startled, the transformation undone, stood in the firelight in her own form. That was not the form of an ordinary woman, and had never truly been. She was taller than she had appeared. The air around her was different. The queen fell back against the wall and could not speak. Isis looked at her for a long moment with something that was not quite anger and not quite sorrow, a kind of patience that had been stretched very thin and was holding on by very little. She told the queen who she was. She told her what she had been looking for, and how long she had been looking, and what was inside the pillar. There are versions of the story in which the queen weeps, and other versions in which she simply steps aside, too overwhelmed to do anything else. Either way, the outcome is the same. The king was called, the pillar was given. Workmen came and carefully split the wood, extracting the chest from inside the trunk, the way you might extract something precious from deep within the earth. Slowly, with great care, with an awareness that what you are handling is not ordinary. Isis wrapped the chest in linen and held it close. The Egyptians who told this story understood that she was doing what she had been doing since the moment she learned her husband was gone. That was simply refusing to accept that he was beyond her reach. She pressed her face against the wood of the pillar and wept. For a moment, the grief of a goddess filled that foreign palace from floor to ceiling. Isis had almost made it home. She had carried the chest the entire way from Byblos, across the open water, through the salt wind, past the delta's outermost reaches where the Nile begins to spread itself thin across the land before surrendering to the sea. She had not set it down. She had not rested in any meaningful way. The chest travelled with her as if it were a part of her own body, something she could not put down without losing a piece of herself along with it. When she finally reached the marshes of the delta, those low green, half-drowned places where the reeds grew taller than a person and the water never quite decided whether to be river or land, she hid the chest there among the grasses, tucked into a quiet place where the papyrus closed around it like a curtain drawn against the world. She needed time. She needed, in some versions of this story, to find her son Horus, who had been hidden away from Set's reach, or in other tellings, she needed to do what had to be done before she could think about anything else. The marshes were one of the few places in Egypt where something could remain hidden. The delta was a world of shadows and standing water, of birds that called out across the reeds in sounds that carried strangely in the humid air. It was not a peaceful place exactly, but it was a place that kept secrets well, and Isis trusted it to keep this one. She pressed her hand to the lid of the chest one last time before she left. Whatever grief lived in that gesture, she did not allow it to slow her. She turned and walked away into the reeds, and the marsh closed behind her as if she had never been there at all. The days that followed were days of waiting in their own particular way. The delta was not a place where news travelled quickly. Messages moved along the river and along the roads that ran between the great cities. But the marshes themselves existed in a kind of temporal suspension, cut off from the ordered rhythms of the valley. Isis moved through the settlements that fringed the wetlands, gathering what she could from those who recognized her, or feared her, or both. She performed small acts of magic when she encountered suffering. A child with a fever, a laborer bitten by a serpent, not as a matter of grand design, but as a practice of her nature. She was a goddess who had always been drawn to repair, to restoration, to the work of making broken things whole. The stories do not tell us exactly how long she waited before she returned to the place where she had hidden the chest, or what she intended to do when she found it. But they are clear on this. She was not hiding from Set out of fear, exactly. She was waiting for knowledge, for the right moment, for the pieces of a plan to assemble themselves in her mind the way a weaver assembles threads into a pattern. She knew Set would search for her. She knew he would search for the chest. The question was not whether he would find what she had done, but what she would do once he revealed himself by searching. Set found the chest on a night when the moon was full. He had been hunting in the marshes. He loved the dark hours, the desert's cousin in the delta's wet silence, and he moved through the reeds with a hunter's particular kind of patience, alert to every shift in the water and every press of wind through the grass. What he saw when the moonlight fell across it was unmistakable. He recognized it at once. The chest he had made, the chest he had filled and sealed and cast into the Nile, the chest that was supposed to have carried his brother beyond all recovering. Here it was, hidden badly, dragged back to Egypt by his sister and left among the reeds as if it might be safe from him. The rage that moved through him in that moment was not the cold, deliberate fury of someone who plans. It was something rawer than that, something closer to the desert storms he was made of, sudden, total, and without limit. He tore the body of Osiris into 14 pieces. Some ancient sources say 42, one for each of the provinces of Egypt, though the number 14 appears most often in the older accounts. He scattered the pieces across the land, down the length of the river, from the delta to the deep south, into the deserts on either side, into places that were far from one another and separated by days of travel. He was not merely destroying what remained of Osiris, he was making sure there was no remaining. He was making sure Isis could not do again whatever she had already done once. When he was finished, he walked away from the marshes into the dark, and the moon watched everything without comment. The scattering of the pieces was an act of profound calculation disguised as rage. Set understood, in his way, what his sister was capable of. Magic of the kind Isis possessed did not work well across distance and fragmentation. To restore what was broken, one needed to know where the broken things were. One needed to be able to gather them, to hold them, to speak them back into form. By spreading the pieces from Memphis to Aswan, from the green fields of Lower Egypt to the stone-cut temples of the south, Set was not simply destroying his brother a second time. He was making the very idea of restoration seem impossible. He was transforming his sister's grief into a practical problem without solution. Or so he believed. Isis learned what had happened, and again she did not break. There is something almost architectural about the way she absorbs grief. Each blow lands. She takes it fully, and then she continues. She cut reeds from the bank of the delta and bent them into a small boat, the kind Egyptians had been building from papyrus for longer than any surviving record can say. The boat was simple and low, shaped to move through shallow water, through the narrow channels between the reed beds, through the slow-moving arms of the Nile that wound through farmland and desert edge alike. She was not going to travel in state. She was going to travel everywhere. And she was not going to travel alone, because before she set out, her sister Nephthys came to her. Nephthys was Set's wife, which made her position in this story one of the more quietly extraordinary things about it. She was bound by marriage to the man who had done all of this. She lived in his house. She bore his name in the arrangement of divine households, and none of that changed what she felt for her sister, or what she understood about what Set had done. She came to Isis not with explanation or apology for what her husband had caused, but with simple presence. She arrived, and she stayed. The bond between the two of them predated everything else. They had been born in the same 5 days that Thoth had won from the moon, had come into the world within hours of each other, and had grown up alongside Osiris and Set in the full knowledge that they were part of a family shaped for enormous consequence. Nephthys had always been the quieter goddess, the one associated with the edges of things, dusk rather than night, the border of the desert rather than the desert itself, the threshold rather than the room. She was not Isis's equal in magic or in renown, and the stories never pretend otherwise. But she was steady in a way that mattered deeply here, and she understood grief in its most patient form. She had her own complicated mourning to carry, because some versions of the myth hold that Osiris was, in a moment of confusion or darkness, the father of her son Anubis, which made her relationship to this loss more layered than it appeared on the surface. Whatever she felt, she set it down beside her love for her sister, and she got into the papyrus boat. The two of them pushed out from the bank together, the reeds parting around the small vessel, the water closing dark and still behind them. Egypt lay before them in all its length and breadth, the black soil of the river valley, the pale limestone cliffs, the distant line of sand where cultivation ended and desert began. Somewhere in all of that, scattered across a distance that would have taken an ordinary traveller months to cover, were the pieces of the king. Together, the two sisters moved through Egypt like the tide, patient, thorough, and unwilling to leave anything behind. There is something deeply human in what Isis did next, even though she was a goddess. She did not call upon armies or summon storms or demand that the world stop and mourn with her. She simply began. With her sister Nephthys beside her and a small papyrus boat beneath her feet, she moved out into the wide body of Egypt and started looking, methodically, carefully, the way a person searches for something precious they are terrified they will not find. Set had scattered the pieces of Osiris across the full length of the land, some accounts saying 14 pieces in all, spread from the marshes of the delta in the north to the distant reaches of Upper Egypt in the south. The scale of it was almost incomprehensible, and yet Isis did not seem to measure the work against her grief and find it impossible. She simply measured it against her love and found it necessary. The two sisters moved through the reeds and the sand, through river towns and open desert, and wherever the people they passed looked at them with recognition or sorrow, they asked their quiet questions and kept moving. Nephthys had a quality that ancient Egyptians described as belonging to the margins of things. She was the goddess of the threshold, of what lies at the edge of the known. She could find what was hidden in the way that someone familiar with shadows knows exactly where the light does not reach. This made her an essential companion for a search that was, by its nature, a search through what had been broken and concealed. The two of them together were more than sisters offering comfort to each other. They were the precise combination of gifts the moment required. Isis with her ferocious knowledge and her magic, Nephthys with her quiet and unerring sense of what lay just out of sight. The search itself became a sacred act of navigation, moving not simply across the geography of Egypt, but through the layers of darkness and disorder that Set's violence had created. Isis traveled with a purpose that transcended mourning. She was performing an act of restoration that would reshape the very meaning of death and renewal for her entire civilization. The river itself seemed to recognize what she was doing. Ancient sources suggest that the waters parted where her boat moved, that animals emerged from the marshes to guide her, that dreams came to priests in distant temples telling them where to look. Whether these interventions were literal or metaphorical, they reflected a truth about her search. It was not a solitary act of desperation, but a calling that resonated across the living world. As word of what Isis was doing spread throughout the land, the people of Egypt understood that something unprecedented was unfolding. A god had been destroyed, scattered into pieces, and yet the divine order was not simply accepting this destruction, it was moving to reverse it. This was not the work of a moment, but a journey that would require weeks, perhaps months of traveling to the farthest corners of the realm. Isis moved with a steadiness that suggested she already knew, in some deep part of her nature, that this search would not end in failure. Her magic was not the dramatic, showy kind that summoned lightning or called forth plagues. It was the magic of presence, of persistence, of knowing how to speak to a grieving land and ask it to yield what it held. One by one, the pieces came back to them. The ancient sources do not always agree on every detail of where each piece was found, and different temple traditions across Egypt would later hold their own sacred claims about which part of Osiris rested in their particular ground. This was not simple pride or competition. It reflected something genuine about how the Egyptians understood the myth, that the search of Isis was not a story that happened once in a distant past and then ended, but a story that had left its marks permanently across the physical landscape of their world. Abydos became one of the most important sacred sites in all of Egypt, associated so closely with Osiris that it was considered his primary resting place, the city where his head or his entire body, depending on the tradition, had been recovered and buried. But there were temples and shrines along the Nile that held their own portion of the divine body, each one a site where something real had happened, where the goddess had knelt down in the soil and gathered what Set had tried to destroy. When the priests of these temples performed their rituals, when ordinary people made their pilgrimages to leave offerings and say their prayers, they were participating in the ongoing restoration that Isis had begun. Her search had never entirely finished. It had simply become the devotional life of an entire civilization. 13 pieces, the most widely told version of the story says, were recovered this way. 13 pieces brought back with care and laid together, wrapped in linen, held with her hands and her words and her will. The 14th piece, the phallus of Osiris, had been taken by a fish from the waters of the Nile. Some ancient sources name the fish as an oxyrhynchus, a species with a long narrow snout that was considered unclean and was avoided as food in certain regions of Egypt, precisely because of its association with this moment in the myth. Other sources describe the creature differently: a Nile perch in some tellings, something closer to a crab in others. The ancient world was not consistent on this point, and that inconsistency itself is worth noticing, because it suggests how widely and how variously the story was told across centuries and across different communities along the river. What all the versions agree on is the consequence: that piece could not be retrieved. And so Isis made a new one, fashioning it from gold with her own hands, and through her magic she gave it the power it needed to serve its purpose in the resurrection that was still to come. There is a stillness at the center of this part of the myth that is easy to miss if you move through it too quickly. Isis was not simply collecting, she was restoring. Each time she found a piece of her husband, she wrapped it with her hands. She spoke over it with her voice. She held it with a precision and a tenderness that the ancient Egyptians associated with the care given to the dead, a care they took enormously seriously, because they understood that what was done to the body mattered for what came after. In some ways, the search itself was the first act of embalming, the first sacred preparation of a body for the life beyond this one. What she was doing had never been done before, and she was doing it without a guide, without a tradition to follow, working from the deepest part of what she knew. The land received her work. The places where a piece of Osiris was found became sites of power, places where the boundary between the living and the dead felt thinner than elsewhere, where the presence of the god could be felt in the soil itself. Pilgrims would travel to these places for thousands of years. Priests would guard them. Temples would be built over them and rebuilt again when the old stones wore away. The worship of Osiris spread along the Nile, the way the Nile itself spread, not all at once, but steadily, reaching into every part of the land, touching every community that lived along its banks. And the reason for that was this search, because Isis had moved through all of Egypt looking for what she had lost. Every part of Egypt had a claim on the god she loved. Each place they found him became holy ground, and Egypt itself became, in a way, the body of Osiris. What Isis did next had never been done before. She and Nephthys had gathered the pieces of Osiris with tremendous care, working through the length and breadth of Egypt with a patience that seemed to exist outside of ordinary time. And now, at last, the body of the great king lay before them, reassembled, still, cold in the way that things are cold when the warmth of life has left them entirely. Isis looked at her husband and understood that gathering him had only been the first part of what she needed to do. The harder work was still ahead of her. She needed to bring him back, or as much of him as she could reach, across the vast and silent distance that had opened between the living and the dead. She called for Thoth, and Thoth came. He was the god of writing and wisdom, of measurement and the moon. He had been present at the edges of this story for a long time, lending his careful intelligence wherever it was most needed. He arrived carrying the knowledge that no other god possessed in quite the same way, the precise words, spoken in precisely the right order, that could coax life back into something from which it had departed. These were not simple incantations. The Egyptians understood that language itself was a kind of force, that words shaped reality as surely as hands shaped clay, that a god who truly commanded language could do things with it that went well beyond ordinary understanding. Thoth was that god. He brought his spells and his steadiness, and he placed both at the service of Isis without hesitation. Anubis came as well. He was the jackal-headed god who governed the passage between life and death. Who knew the roads of the underworld the way a shepherd knows the paths of his own hills? In some versions of this story, he was the son of Osiris and Nephthys, born of a union that Nephthys had kept quiet for reasons of her own. And if that account is true, then what he did that night carried the particular weight of a son tending to his father. Whatever the relationship between them, Anubis brought his hands to the work. Those hands were skilled in ways that no living person had yet learned to replicate. He was the one who had made this journey himself, who understood what the body needed to become in order to preserve the soul through whatever lay ahead. He began to wrap the body of Osiris in linen, binding each part with care, sealing what had been broken and scattered back into its proper form. This was the first embalming. This was the moment, according to Egyptian belief, when the practice was born, not invented by human hands through trial and experimentation, but performed first by gods, for a god, in a moment of love and grief that was larger than anything the world had yet witnessed. Every linen-wrapped body that would ever be laid to rest in an Egyptian tomb was following the pattern that Anubis established here with Osiris. Every soul that would ever pass through the gates of the underworld would be walking a road that Osiris had already walked. The ritual that would come to define Egyptian civilization across 3,000 years of history began in this quiet, difficult moment, with two sisters and two gods working together in the dark. When the wrapping was complete, when Thoth had spoken the words that needed to be spoken and Anubis had done what needed to be done, Isis stepped forward. She had always been gifted with transformations. She could shift her form as easily as water changes shape to match whatever holds it, and now she became a kite, a bird of prey with wide wings and a sharp, piercing cry that could carry across enormous distances. She spread those wings over the body of her husband and began to beat them, slowly and deliberately, fanning a warmth down over the linen wrappings. Down through the spells Thoth had laid, like invisible stitching across every part of the restored body. The ancient texts describe her hovering above him, the wind of her wings moving over him like breath. The image is one of the most enduring in all of Egyptian mythology, a goddess in the shape of a bird, suspended above the body of the man she loved, drawing him back from wherever the dead go when they go. And something answered her. Something in Osiris stirred. He did not return the way he had left, not fully, not in the same form. The Egyptians were not storytellers who traded in simple reversals or tidy restorations. What came back to Osiris was life, but a different kind of life than he had known before. In some versions of the story, he woke only briefly, long enough to know where he was, long enough for Isis to conceive the child who would be born as Horus, the son who would carry the work forward that Osiris himself could no longer finish. In other versions, the revival is described as more sustained, but even then, Osiris is changed. He is not the same king who had taught people to grow grain and build communities and honor the gods through festival and song. He is something else now. He is the first of the dead, the one who crossed over and was brought back, who in being brought back became the lord of every crossing that would follow. He could not remain in the world of the living. That world had its king in Osiris once, and now it would need to find another. The dead world, the Duat, the vast and intricate realm beneath the earth that the Egyptians understood to be as structured and as real as the land above it. That world had been waiting for someone to govern it with the same fairness and steadiness that Osiris had brought to everything he touched in life. He descended into it, and it became his kingdom, and he became its judge. This transformation, from living king to lord of the dead, gave Egyptian funerary practice its emotional and spiritual center. When embalmers prepared a body for burial, they were not simply preserving flesh, they were enacting the myth of Osiris. The priests attending it were Isis and Nephthys and Anubis and Thoth, performing again what had been performed that first time. The wrappings, the oils, the prayers, the careful arrangement of amulets between the layers of linen, All of it repeated and honored the original act. To be mummified was to be made ready for the same journey Osiris had already taken. To pass through the gates of the underworld was to follow the road he had walked first. The spells that Thoth had spoken over the body of Osiris became, over centuries, the collected wisdom that Egyptians placed in tombs alongside the dead, the texts painted on coffin lids, inscribed on papyrus scrolls, carved into the walls of burial chambers. What scholars now call the Book of the Dead is, at its heart, a set of instructions for navigating the underworld that Osiris opened. It is a record of what Thoth knew, passed down and elaborated upon by generations of priests who understood that the journey their dead were taking was the same journey Osiris had taken, that the words which had helped him could help them too. Nephthys stayed close through all of it. Her sister had asked nothing of her, and she had given everything. Her presence, her grief, her voice joined to Isis's in the lamentations that ancient Egyptian texts preserve in fragments, two sisters calling out to a beloved dead, asking him to return to them. The bond between the sisters does not dissolve when the immediate crisis ends. It becomes part of the structure of the story, woven into the ritual, woven into the theology, as permanent as anything in the tradition. Isis held her husband one last time before the world arranged itself into its new order. She understood, with the full weight of a goddess who knew more than any other being about the nature of magic and love and loss, that what had been restored to her was not exactly what had been taken. He was different now, and so was she. The world they had shared together as king and queen of the living was behind them both. What lay ahead was a different kind of partnership. She on earth, raising the child who would one day reclaim what had been stolen. Osiris in the deep, presiding over the dead with the same patience he had always brought to everything. In dying and being made whole again, Osiris had become something the world had not yet had a name for, the lord of every death that would ever come after. The marshes of Chemis were not a beautiful place. They were green and low and full of insects, the air thick with the smell of standing water and mud. The reeds grew so densely in some places that the sky above them narrowed to a pale strip of light, and the ground beneath was more water than earth, shifting underfoot with every step. It was not the kind of place a goddess might be expected to choose for shelter, and yet Isis had chosen it deliberately, because it was exactly the kind of place that Set would not think to look. She had come here after the resurrection, or what had passed for resurrection, carrying within her the child that Osiris had fathered before death had fully claimed him. The ancient texts describe her pregnancy as a sacred mystery, the result of her transformation into a kite, and the breath of life she had breathed back into her husband during those dark and careful rituals. However the child had come to be, he was coming, and Isis understood with the clarity that grief and love together can produce that Set would destroy him the moment he learned of his existence. A son of Osiris was a claimant to the throne, and Set had gone to great lengths to ensure that no such claim would ever be made. So she hid. She, who had wandered the coasts of Phoenicia and walked into the palace of a foreign king and spoken with the composure of someone who had never known fear, she hid herself in the low, wet dark of the delta marshes and waited for her son to be born. The scorpion goddess Selkut, according to one of the older surviving accounts of this story, sent 7 scorpions to guard Isis during this time. They accompanied her through the reeds, moving close to the ground, watchful and silent in the way that only creatures without warmth can be. Their names, preserved in ancient Egyptian texts known today as the Metinic stele, were spoken as a kind of spell: Tefen, Bifen, Mestet, Mestatef, Petet, Thetet, and Matet, 7 small guardians for a goddess who could not afford to be found. They moved ahead of her when she walked, and they gathered at the entrance of whatever shelter she managed to find at night, keeping vigil in the way that animals sometimes do around those they have been given to protect. One evening, according to the story, Isis came to the house of a wealthy noblewoman and asked for shelter. The woman looked at her, a stranger, travel-worn, heavily pregnant, surrounded by scorpions, and refused. She shut her door. This was not a small thing in ancient Egypt, where hospitality to strangers was understood as something close to a moral obligation. Isis moved on without anger, finding shelter instead in the small home of a poor fisherwoman who had nothing to spare but shared it anyway. That night, one of the scorpions, Tephan, the largest of the 7, crept back to the noblewoman's house. Whether this was Tephan's own decision or some consequence set in motion by the act of turning away a goddess in need, the old texts do not entirely clarify. The scorpion slipped beneath the door, and before the night was over, it had stung the woman's young child. The child fell into the kind of stillness that looked like death. The woman ran through the town crying out, but there was no one who could help her. Isis heard her, and here the story reveals something essential about who Isis was. Not simply a goddess of power and magic, but a goddess whose compassion was large enough to extend even to someone who had just refused her shelter. She went to the child. She placed her hands on the small body, and she spoke the words that she knew, the names of every poison, the secret language that magic requires of those who use it truly. She called to Ra and to the great order of things, naming each scorpion and each venom by name, and the poison withdrew. The child recovered. The noblewoman, according to the story, gave everything she had to the fisherwoman in gratitude and in shame. Isis asked for nothing. She returned to the reeds. Horus was born in Chemis, in that damp and whispering place, and from the first days of his life, Isis kept him hidden beneath the cover of the papyrus thickets. She nursed him and watched over him with the particular alertness of someone who understands exactly how fragile the thing they love most truly is. Set had allies everywhere, and she was alone in a way that even the 7 scorpions could not entirely remedy. She was a goddess, yes, but a goddess without a throne, without an army, without the open power she might have wielded in another life. What she had was knowledge and love and an absolute refusal to give up. There came a day, and this episode appears in the ancient magical texts as one of the most important stories attached to Isis, when she returned to the child and found him lying motionless in the reeds. He was not sleeping. His small body was rigid, and his face had gone pale in a way that had nothing peaceful about it. A scorpion had stung him while she was away, and the venom had moved through him with a speed that terrified her. She cried out. The sound that left her was not the controlled grief of the rituals or the composed mourning of the search. It was raw and immediate, the sound of a mother confronting the possibility that she had come this far only to lose everything in a single unguarded moment. Her sister Nephthys came to her, and the people of the surrounding marshes gathered, but no one among them had the power to undo what the scorpion had done. Horus lay in the reeds and did not stir. Isis turned her face to the sky and called out to Ra. Ra was travelling, as he always travelled, in his solar bark across the arc of the sky. The texts describe this moment with a particular gravity. The bark stopped. The sun itself paused in the sky, holding still above the marsh while Ra heard the cry of Isis rising from below. Whatever obligations governed the movement of the sun, they yielded to the sound of that voice. Ra sent Thoth down from the bark. Thoth, who carried all the words of magic that had ever been spoken, or could ever be spoken, came down to where Isis knelt in the reeds beside her son. He brought with him the spells specific to scorpion venom, the ancient formulas that predated almost everything else, and he spoke them over the child. The poison, responding to a language older and more authoritative than its own nature, withdrew. Colour came back. Warmth came back. Horus breathed. The bark moved on. The sun continued its crossing, and Thoth returned to his place among the gods, leaving behind a mother sitting in the mud of a marsh with her living son in her arms. There is a reason that this episode, along with the others like it, was preserved for thousands of years, copied onto limestone stelae and spoken over sick children by Egyptian healers. The story was understood to have practical power. If Isis herself had faced this terror and found the words to defeat it, then those same words, spoken in the right way with the right intention, might protect any child from any venom. The boundary between myth and medicine was not a firm one in ancient Egypt. The story of Horus in the marshes was a healing story in the most literal sense. It was recited as a cure, but it was also something else. It was a portrait of what Isis had become by this point in the long story of her life. She had assembled a god from scattered pieces. She had crossed into a foreign land and moved through a royal palace in disguise. She had performed magic that had never been performed before. And now she was crouching in the marshes with scorpions at the threshold, nursing an infant god who would one day reclaim his father's throne, healing strangers who had refused her shelter, calling the sun to a halt with the force of her grief. She was not simply a grieving wife anymore, if she ever had been only that. She was something the ancient Egyptians described with a word that translated roughly as the Great One, a title that acknowledged not rank exactly, but a kind of impossible fullness, a power that had no clear outer edge. Horus survived, as Isis always seemed to find a way to make sure he would, and the two of them waited in the reeds for the day when the child would be old enough to stand. The fight for Egypt's throne was not settled on a battlefield. It was settled, or rather, it was endlessly argued, appealed, reversed, argued again, before a divine tribunal of gods who could not agree, whose deliberations stretched across 80 years, whose proceedings were recorded in an ancient Egyptian text known today as the Contendings of Horus and Set. It is one of the most complete mythological narratives to survive from ancient Egypt. It reads like nothing else in the tradition, part legal drama, part cosmic farce, part testament to the stubbornness of a young god who had every reason to give up and never once considered doing so. When Horus came forward to claim the throne of his father Osiris, he did not come as a warrior making demands. He came as a petitioner, presenting his case before the Ennead, the council of the great gods, and asking, in the most formal and orderly way imaginable, for what was rightfully his. His argument was straightforward. He was the son of Osiris. His father had been king. The kingship belonged to him by every measure of law and lineage the gods recognized. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of writing and wisdom who served as scribe to the divine court, recorded his claim and found it sound. Many of the assembled gods agreed. The logic was plain enough. But Ra, the sun god who presided over the tribunal, was not persuaded. Ra looked at Horus, young, untested, and then looked at Set, who had already proven himself in the nightly battle against the chaos serpent Apep, and Ra hesitated. He found reasons to delay. He questioned whether Horus was ready. He suggested, in ways that frustrated the other gods, that Set's power and experience might serve Egypt better than Horus's claim to inheritance. The tribunal divided. The deliberations stretched on, and Set, who was nothing if not patient when patience served him, waited and maneuvered and pressed every advantage the court's indecision gave him. The composition of the tribunal itself became increasingly complex as the case advanced. The Ennead included not only Ra and Thoth, but also Shu, god of air and dryness, Geb, god of the earth, Isis, mother of Horus, and others whose allegiances shifted with the arguments and whose pride was often at stake in the proceedings. Isis, in particular, was a formidable presence in the courtroom. She had brought Osiris back from the dead once before, through sheer will and magical knowledge. She had protected Horus in the marshes, while Set hunted for him. She understood power and precedent in ways that went far beyond mere inheritance. When she spoke in defense of her son, the other gods listened. Set, for his part, brought his own arguments with cunning and force. He was not simply a usurper. He had genuine claims to competence. He had maintained order in the cosmos during the night hours when Ra descended through the underworld. He had fought Apep countless times and emerged victorious. In Set's telling, The throne was not merely a birthright to be handed to whoever was born to it. It was a responsibility that demanded the strongest possible hand, the most capable god who could defend Egypt and the cosmic order against the endless threats that surrounded them. The proceedings grew strange in the way that only ancient myth can. Set proposed that the two claimants settle the matter through contests. The court, perhaps weary of argument, perhaps curious, agreed. One of the most peculiar of these contests involved boats. Set declared that both he and Horus should build vessels of stone and race them across the water. Whoever won would prove himself the stronger and more worthy king. Set went to a mountain and cut its very peak free, carving it into the shape of a great ship. He set it upon the river. Horus understood what Set had not fully considered. A boat made of solid stone does not float, and so Horus built a wooden vessel, carefully and precisely shaped, then covered every plank of it in a smooth coating of white plaster so that it gleamed on the water like polished granite. When both boats were launched, Set's mountain peak ship sank almost immediately, dragging itself down into the river with a heaviness that settled the question of stone boats once and for all. Horus's vessel moved across the water easily. Set, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, transformed himself into a hippopotamus and drove his great bulk into the hull of Horus's boat, splitting it apart from below. The contest ended without resolution. The tribunal reconvened. Thoth recorded what had happened. Ra deliberated. The 80 years continued. There followed other contests equally strange and equally inconclusive. At one point, Horus and Set were instructed to transform themselves into hippopotamuses and remain underwater for 3 months without surfacing to breathe. The gods placed a wager on who would emerge first, reasoning that the one who could survive longer in such conditions would demonstrate superior divine power and worthiness to rule. Both gods managed the feat without drowning, though the contest itself caused considerable disruption to the river and considerable alarm to the creatures living in its depths. At another point, they were made to compete in a throwing contest, hurling great stone blocks to demonstrate their strength. Set's blocks flew farther, but the judges ruled that the contest was flawed because Set had used his full divine power, while Horus had restrained himself out of respect for the tribunal. Horus suggested they might instead transform themselves into rival gods and see who could leap higher or run faster, but this proposal was rejected as likely to cause further damage to the cosmic order. The contests multiplied. The tribunal grew weary. And still, no clear victor emerged in any of them, a situation that seemed to suit Set perfectly, since indecision and delay worked in his favor just as surely as any victory could have. It was during this same long conflict that Set attempted something darker, something that the ancient text describes with a frankness that is startling even across the distance of thousands of years. Set came to Horus while the young god slept and attempted to sexually assault him, intending through this act to humiliate him before the tribunal, in the thinking of the time. A man who had been overpowered in such a way could be seen as diminished, as less fit to rule. But Horus was not entirely asleep. He caught what was happening with his hands, and in doing so, he collected what Set had released. He brought this immediately to his mother Isis, who listened to what her son told her with the particular quality of attention she brought to every problem, completely focused, already thinking several steps ahead. She instructed Horus to go to the river and wash his hands thoroughly, and he did. Then Isis went to the garden where Set spent his mornings. She found the lettuce plants that Set was accustomed to eating each day. She spread what Horus had collected across those leaves. Set came to the garden in the ordinary way of his mornings, ate the lettuce as he always did, knew nothing of what had just happened. When the tribunal next convened, Set stood before the assembled gods and made his claim boldly, that he had dominated Horus, that this proved his superior strength, that the kingship should follow accordingly. The gods turned to consider this, and then Thoth, moving carefully and deliberately as he always did, asked that the seed of Set be summoned to speak from wherever it currently resided. The call went out, and the answer came not from Horus, but from inside Set himself, from the lettuce he had eaten in his garden that morning. That meant that what Set had claimed as a demonstration of his power had, through the quiet intervention of Isis, become the opposite entirely. The tribunal reacted with astonishment. Thoth recorded, Ra deliberated, and Set stood there in the great hall of the gods and absorbed what had just been done to him. How completely, how elegantly, how irreversibly he had been turned around by someone who had not even been present in the room. The revelation about the lettuce sent shockwaves through the divine assembly. Some of the gods laughed outright. Others exchanged significant glances. Nephthys, Set's own wife, looked away in apparent shame at what her husband had attempted and how thoroughly his plan had been subverted. Isis, for her part, sat with the calm demeanor of someone who had known exactly how events would unfold. She had not relied on force or direct confrontation. She had understood that in a world governed by order and precedent, by law and proper procedure, the most effective victory was one that turned an opponent's own strength into his weakness. Isis had used knowledge and strategy. The contrast could not have been starker, and the gods understood immediately what it suggested about who was truly fit to be the power behind the throne, guiding the next king. But the court still did not rule. Ra continued to resist the obvious conclusion. Some of the gods grew so exasperated with the delays that they wrote a letter to Osiris himself. In the underworld, asking for his opinion, Osiris's reply when it came was not gentle. He reminded the tribunal that he was the one who sent up the barley and the wheat that fed the gods. He noted that the underworld was well stocked with demons who had no particular reason to stay where they were, that the living world might find itself considerably less pleasant if justice was not served. The letter reportedly made an impression. Even Ra, who had been finding reasons to stall for decades, could not easily dismiss a reminder from the Lord of the Dead that certain arrangements depended on his continued goodwill. The tribunal shifted. The deliberations moved at last toward a conclusion. Ra seemed to arrive at some internal resolution, though whether it came from the force of Osiris's words or from the sheer weight of evidence accumulated over 80 years remained unclear. The gods who had supported Horus from the beginning grew more vocal in their advocacy. Even those who had wavered came to see that continued delay would accomplish nothing but further disorder. The legal precedents, the test results, the revelation about Set's attempted assault, all of it accumulated into a case so overwhelming that it could no longer be ignored or re-argued away. Through all of it, Horus had kept returning. When rulings went against him, he appealed. When contests were declared inconclusive, he agreed to the next one. When the tribunal seemed to forget that he existed, Thoth reminded them, setting the arguments down in careful script. Sure, nothing was lost or glossed over in the long record of the case. There is something almost quiet about the way the ancient text presents Horus across those 80 years. Not raging, not despairing, simply present and persistent. A young god who understood that his cause was just, and that the court would eventually have to acknowledge what everyone already knew. And through all of it, the rulings and reversals, the strange contests, the decades of divine bureaucracy, Horus simply refused to stop. Isis did not wait on the edges of the conflict while her son fought his uncle. She moved through the contendings the way she moved through everything, with intention, with intelligence, and with a kind of patient ferocity that the other gods found difficult to predict. The tribunal had been deliberating for 80 years by some accounts, and in that time Isis had not stood quietly by. She understood something that Horus, in his youth and his fury, had not yet learned to understand, that the most powerful weapon available to her was not a spear or a storm, but the truth, carefully placed where her enemy would stumble over it himself. There came a moment in those long proceedings when Set had grown bold enough, and the tribunal distracted enough, that Isis decided to act outside the formal hearing entirely. She transformed herself, changed her face, her bearing, her clothing, into that of a beautiful young widow, a woman in mourning, carrying herself with the kind of sorrow that invites sympathy from strangers. She made her way to the island where Set had retreated to rest, and she found him there, and she approached him as a woman who needed help. The story she told him was simple and carefully constructed. She said she was a widow whose husband had died and left behind a son, a boy still young, and that a stranger had come and stolen her husband's cattle and driven her son from his own inheritance, leaving the boy with nothing that was rightfully his. She asked Set what she should do, and Set, hearing the story as a story about someone else entirely, felt the injustice of it with no difficulty at all. He said the stranger was wrong. He said the son should have what belonged to his father. He said it plainly, without hesitation, and with the full weight of his own authority behind the words. She had built the trap from his own sense of justice, and he had walked into it speaking. When Isis allowed her disguise to fall away, when Set understood what had just happened, the damage was already done. Thoth, who served throughout these proceedings as something between a scribe and a conscience, recorded what Set had said. The tribunal could not simply set aside a statement Set had made freely and in good faith, even if that faith had been misplaced. He had, in his own words, condemned what he was doing to Horus. The case moved forward again. Isis had not raised her voice or called upon any spell of great magnitude. She had simply listened to what Set valued and handed it back to him in a shape he didn't recognize until it was too late. However, the contendings did not move in a straight line, and the role Isis played in them was not always easy, even for those who loved her. There came a different moment, recorded in ancient texts, though interpreted differently depending on the source, when the conflict had shifted from the tribunal to something closer to open battle, and Horus had Set at his mercy, pinned and helpless on the ground. Isis raised her harpoon to strike Set down and end the struggle where it stood, but she hesitated. Set called out to her, called her by her name, called her his sister, reminded her of what they were to one another before any of this had begun. And Isis, who was many things, was also a woman who had grown up alongside this god, who shared blood and origin with him, and she could not bring herself to deliver the killing blow. She released him. She let him go. What followed was one of the most startling moments in the entire myth. Horus turned on his mother with a rage she had not expected from him. The texts describe what he did next in ways that are difficult to read easily. He struck her, and in the most dramatic version of the account, he cut off her head. It is a violent image and an unexpected one, and different ancient sources handle it with different degrees of directness. What the contendings of Horus and Set, the papyrus that preserved this story in its most complete surviving form, tells us is that Thoth responded by replacing what had been taken from Isis, fashioning her a new head in the form of a cow. This is one of the oldest explanations offered within the mythological tradition itself for why Isis came to be depicted wearing cow horns, or carrying the horns and sun disk that became among her most recognizable features. Whether later priests and scholars found this account entirely comfortable is another matter. Some versions softened it, and some sources say only that Horus took her crown rather than something more terrible. The tradition was never perfectly uniform in how it told this episode, and it is worth sitting with that uncertainty rather than smoothing it away. What the episode reveals, however one reads it, is not simply that Horus was capable of great anger. It reveals something more layered about Isis. She had made a choice that her son experienced as a betrayal, and perhaps it was, in the narrowest strategic sense. She had let Set escape when the opportunity to end everything was directly in her hands. But Isis had always operated with a longer view of things than those around her. She understood what Set was within the order of creation, even as she understood what he had done to her husband and what he continued to do to her son. Whether her mercy in that moment was wisdom or sorrow, or something she herself could not have fully named, the ancient story does not say. It leaves her standing in that strange place between grief and forgiveness, which is perhaps the most honest place the myth could have put her. She remained through everything, through the reversals of the tribunal, through her son's fury, through the decades of waiting, the most formidable presence in the entire conflict. Not because she shouted or struck or overwhelmed anyone with raw power, though she had that power and used it when she needed to, but because she thought more carefully than anyone else involved, and she felt more deeply than any strategy could account for. And those two things together made her something the other gods could not simply outmaneuver or ignore. She was not simply a grieving wife or a protecting mother. She was the cleverest being in the story, and everyone, including her own son, was beginning to understand that. In the end, it was Osiris himself who broke the deadlock. The tribunal had been deliberating for what the ancient texts suggest was the better part of 80 years, an almost incomprehensible span of time, even for gods, and still no final ruling had been handed down. Ra leaned towards Set. The other judges wavered. Horus had presented his case with patience and consistency, and Isis had done everything in her considerable power to support him. But the court continued to postpone and reconsider and argue among itself in the way that courts sometimes do when the powerful are reluctant to reach a verdict that will inconvenience them. The prolonged nature of the tribunal itself speaks to something fundamental about how the ancient Egyptians conceived of divine justice. These were not quick decisions handed down from on high. Rather, they involved careful deliberation, the weighing of evidence, and genuine disagreement among those with power. The gods had convened in what the sources describe as a formal assembly, with designated roles and protocols. Each divine judge brought their own perspective, informed by their particular domains and interests. Ra commanded great respect, but even his influence had limits when other powerful gods disagreed so fundamentally. Osiris, ruling quietly in the land of the dead, had been watching. According to the ancient account preserved in what scholars sometimes call the contendings of Horus and Set, the letter he sent was not gentle. It reminded the gods of something they might have preferred not to think about directly, that the grain growing along the Nile, the food that sustained the living and even the divine, grew because Osiris had once taught humanity how to cultivate it. The abundance of Egypt, everything that fed the gods themselves when offerings were laid upon their altars, flowed ultimately from him. And beyond that, he noted, the underworld was not an empty or a peaceful place. It was full of beings far older and darker than anything that walked the earth under the sun, and those beings answered to him. The suggestion was quiet but unmistakable. Justice had been delayed long enough, and the Lord of the Dead was not entirely without influence over what happened next. The tone of Osiris's intervention was characteristic of his authority. He did not rant or threaten wildly. Instead, he presented a logical argument grounded in the fundamental realities of Egyptian civilization. The grain that grew along the Nile banks was not merely a commodity, but the very foundation of Egyptian prosperity. The gods understood what he was saying, without needing him to be explicit. The tribunal received the letter, and after some additional deliberation, there was apparently a moment when one of the gods suggested that Osiris's threats should be dismissed. They ruled in favor of Horus. Set was summoned before the court. What happened to him after that varies depending on which version of the tradition you follow, and it is worth acknowledging that the Egyptians themselves told this part of the story in more than one way. In some accounts, Set was not destroyed or exiled in any permanent sense. He was given other domains, other purposes. The sky and its storms remained his. The crashing of thunder across desert distances belonged to him. And every night, as Ra's solar bark moved through the dangerous hours of darkness, it was Set who stood at the prow and fought the great serpent Apep, the force of annihilation that tried each night to swallow the sun entire. The Egyptians understood, in their characteristically nuanced way, that a being of Set's particular power could not simply be discarded. Chaos needed to be held somewhere, by someone strong enough to carry it. And Set, whatever else he was, had always been strong enough for that. The decision to crown Horus was also a recognition of the principle of legitimacy itself. A son had the right to inherit his father's throne. This was not merely Egyptian law, but what the gods themselves had acknowledged as the proper order. By ruling for Horus, the tribunal was affirming something far larger than this particular case. They were establishing that succession, inheritance, and the continuity of the divine order itself mattered more than the personal ambitions of even the most powerful gods. Horus was brought forward and crowned. The ceremony, as the ancient sources present it, was not loud or triumphant in the way that victories sometimes are. There was something settling about it rather than celebrating, a world finding its way back into an arrangement that should have been in place all along. The white crown and the red crown were placed together on his head. The gods who had spent decades arguing over the matter now acknowledged him as the rightful king of the living world, the heir of Osiris, the one whose eye had been injured and healed and injured again through a long and exhausting contest, and who had stood his ground without ever quite losing his composure entirely. Thoth, who had advocated for him faithfully throughout the proceedings, recorded the ruling in the careful, precise hand he always used. Isis stood at the edges of all of this and watched. She had spent more of herself on this outcome than anyone else in the story. She had searched for the body of her husband, reassembled him, mourned him, hidden in the marshes with a newborn child, disguised herself, outwitted Set with a parable he had walked into of his own accord, and carried the weight of a goddess who loved deeply and lost badly and refused to accept either the loss or its consequences as the final word on the matter. She did not need to be at the center of the crowning ceremony to understand what it meant. Her son was king. Her husband was where he needed to be. The long argument was over. The significance of what Isis had accomplished extended beyond her own family. Her actions had set a precedent that would resonate through generations. The goddess had used her intelligence, her courage, and her refusal to accept injustice as permanent. She had not destroyed her enemy. Instead, through the mechanisms of law and divine judgment, she had ensured that rightful order was restored. For a civilization that valued both cosmic order and divine precedent, her example would become a model of what it meant to act with purpose in a world governed by fate. Osiris remained in the Duat, the realm below the world, and that was not a diminishment. It was, in the understanding of the Egyptians, the appropriate order of things. He had passed through death and been made whole again, not in the way he had been before, but in a way that was, perhaps, more complete. The living world had Horus, the dead had Osiris, and the love that had set everything in motion, the love of a wife who would not accept her husband's erasure, who would cross a foreign shore asking strangers for help, who would beat her wings in the darkness over a still body and refuse to stop, was still present in the world, woven into its structure the way the Nile was woven into the land of Egypt. You could not separate one from the other. The world was, at last, arranged the way it was always meant to be, Osiris in the deep, Horus on the throne, and the Nile running between them like a thread connecting what was lost to what remained. In the world below the world, in the place the Egyptians called the Duat, Osiris sat upon a throne at the far end of a great hall. He was wrapped in white linen the way a mummy is wrapped, his body still and composed, a crook and a flail crossed over his chest. His skin, in most depictions, was the deep green of growing things, or the rich black of the Nile's fertile silt, colours that meant life returning from the earth, even here in the kingdom of the dead. His crown rose tall above him, adorned with ostrich feathers. He said very little. He did not need to. The hall in which he sat was enormous, and it had a name, the Hall of Two Truths. It was the place every soul who had ever died in Egypt was said to pass through before anything else could happen to them. There was no bypassing it, no alternate route, no shortcut born of status or wealth. A farmer from a small village along the Nile and the pharaoh himself were equal at this threshold. What mattered here was not how much land a person had owned or what title they had carried in life. What mattered was what was inside them, quite literally. The ceremony that took place in this hall was called the weighing of the heart, and the Egyptians described it with a care and precision that suggests it was among the most serious things they believed. When a soul arrived, the god Anubis was there to meet them. Anubis, jackal-headed and darkly solemn, was the guardian of the dead and the overseer of embalming. It was said that he had assisted in the preparation of Osiris's own body, and so he understood this work better than anyone. He would take the heart of the deceased, the heart being understood as the seat of a person's memory, conscience, and true self, the organ that remembered every choice ever made, and he would set it carefully on one side of a golden scale. On the other side of the scale rested a single feather. It was the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth, cosmic order, and balance. Maat herself was sometimes present in the hall, or sometimes represented only by her feather, white and weightless. Everything in Egyptian life, the flooding of the Nile at the right time, the rising of the sun, the orderly succession of kings, was understood as an expression of Maat, a heart that had lived in accordance with that order, a heart that had been honest and generous and just, would be light. It would balance the feather, or rise above it, and the soul would be free to continue. Before the scale was even consulted, though, the soul had to speak. Standing before 42 divine assessors, each one presiding over a particular kind of wrongdoing, the deceased would recite what scholars sometimes call the negative confession, a long declaration of what they had not done in life. They had not stolen, they had not told lies, they had not caused suffering to others or desecrated sacred things, they had not cheated on measures of grain. The list was detailed and specific, reflecting the texture of ordinary Egyptian life, the small daily choices that collectively made up a character. Each denial was addressed to a different assessor, each of whom held authority over that particular failing. Thoth stood nearby, reed and palette in hand, ready to write down everything. He was the god of writing, knowledge, and divine record-keeping, and in this hall his function was essential. Whatever happened to the soul, it would be accurately recorded, without error and without favor. He watched the scales, he watched the soul. He wrote, if the heart proved lighter than the feather of Maat, or equal to it, Thoth recorded the favorable result, and the soul was declared true of voice, a phrase the Egyptians used almost as a title of honor, and which they often wrote beside the names of the honored dead. Osiris would receive the soul into his kingdom, and a new existence would begin. But if the heart was heavy, if it had been weighed down by cruelty or dishonesty, or a life lived in opposition to Maat, then something else waited nearby. Ammit crouched beside the scales, patient and terrible. She was a composite creature, assembled from the most dangerous animals the Egyptians knew, the forequarters of a lion, the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, and the head and jaws of a crocodile. She was not a goddess exactly, she was more of a consequence, a force that existed to consume what could not be redeemed. When a heart failed the scale, Ammit devoured it, and the soul ceased to exist in any form. There was no punishment after that, no suffering, simply an ending, a second death more final than the first. This was, in the Egyptian understanding, the most frightening outcome possible. To be eaten by Ammit was to be unmade entirely, to leave no trace, to be remembered by no one in any realm. It was extinction in the deepest sense the Egyptians could imagine. And so the prayers and preparations they made before death, the spells and instructions gathered in what we now call the Book of the Dead, were largely aimed at a single purpose: arriving in that hall with a heart light enough to survive the scale. For the souls who passed, what waited beyond the judgment was something the Egyptians described with a kind of quiet, contented longing. They called it the Field of Reeds, or Aru, and they imagined it as Egypt at its most itself. The Nile flowed there in its proper season. The grain grew tall along its banks. The light was soft and the air was warm, and the work of planting and harvesting continued, not as labor exactly, but as the satisfying rhythm of a life that made sense. A person might find the family members who had died before them. They might tend a garden or sail on the river. Everything that had been good about life continued there, but without the uncertainty, without the grief, without the things that wore a person down. Osiris presided over all of it, the judgment and the paradise alike. He was a king who had himself known death, who had been torn apart and put back together, and who had passed through the darkness that every soul arriving in his hall had also just passed through. That, perhaps, was the quiet comfort at the center of the belief. He was not a god who judged from a place of untouched power. He knew what it was to be mortal or close to it. He knew what it meant to lose everything and to be found again by love. He understood the weight of a heart, and he held that understanding as carefully as he held his crook and flail. For the Egyptians, death was not the end of the story. It was simply the moment when you finally got to meet Osiris. Over time, Isis became something that very few gods of any tradition ever managed to become. She outgrew her own story. The myth of Osiris and Horus gave her shape and purpose, but she eventually stepped beyond it, moving into the wider world as something larger than any single narrative could contain. Other gods remained tied to the land or people that first imagined them. Isis did not. She traveled in the way that ideas travel, slowly, carried in the minds of merchants and sailors and soldiers, until she was no longer only Egyptian, but belonged, in some sense, to everyone who had ever needed her. Within Egypt itself, her titles had always been numerous. She was called the Lady of Magic, the Mistress of the House of Life, she who knows 10,000 things, and in some of the older hymns, simply the Great One. She was addressed as the Mother of the Gods and the Daughter of the Gods in the same breath, which might seem contradictory until you understand that the Egyptians were describing something true about her nature. She was woven into the fabric of divinity itself, present at every level of it. Her symbol was the throne, which appears on her head in countless statues and temple carvings, and which gives her very name its meaning. She was, in the most literal sense, the seat of power. Not the king himself, but the thing that made kingship possible. Every pharaoh who ever sat upon the throne of Egypt sat, in the symbolic understanding of that culture, in her lap. Her connection to magic was unlike that of any other deity. Magic in ancient Egypt was not quite what the modern mind imagines when it hears the word. It was called Heka, and it was understood to be a fundamental force of the universe, older than the gods themselves, present in the very first moment of creation, woven into language and breath and intention. Isis was the master of Heka. She was not given this power so much as she had claimed it, through study and effort, and a willingness to pursue what she needed regardless of the difficulty. And nowhere is that more clearly illustrated than in the story of how she came to know the secret name of Ra. Ra, the sun god, was the most powerful of all the gods. But he was also very old, and as the old sometimes do, he had begun to drool in his age, and drops of his saliva fell from his lips as he moved across the sky in his solar bark. Isis, who perceived the subtleties of the natural world with a comprehension that eluded most mortals, noticed this. She gathered the earth where his saliva had touched it, and from that earth, mixed with her own breath and magic and intention, she fashioned a serpent. It was not a serpent born of nature, but a creature of pure spell, and she set it in Ra's path. When the sun god walked where she had placed it, the serpent bit him. The pain that spread through Ra was unlike anything he had felt before. He cried out to the other gods, and they gathered around him in confusion and concern. But none of them could cure what had happened, because what Isis had made was not a natural venom. It was something she alone understood. She came to him gently. She asked what was wrong, and he described the burning that moved through him like fire through dry grass. She said that she could help him, but that to do so she would need his true name, not the names he was called by in prayers and hymns, but the name that held his actual being inside it. the name he had given himself in the first moment of existence. Ra resisted. He recited his many names, the one who causes the sun to rise, the one who ripples light across the water, the maker of the day. But she was patient, and the venom continued to burn, and eventually he spoke his true name into her heart rather than her ears, which is how the ancient Egyptians understood the exchange. In that way, no one else could hear it. It passed between them privately and completely, and in possessing it, Isis possessed something no other being in the world held. She healed him then, as she had promised she would, and Ra recovered, but the knowledge never left her. The story has sometimes been read as a tale of cunning or manipulation, but the Egyptians who told it did not seem to mean it that way. What they were expressing was something they genuinely believed about Isis, that she was more committed to the pursuit of knowledge and power than anyone else, and that she would do what was necessary to obtain what the world needed her to have. She did not want Ra's name as a trophy. She wanted it because absolute magical power, in the hands of someone with her sense of justice and her love, was useful to the world. She used what she learned not to dominate, but to heal, to protect, to restore. The story of Ra's name leads directly into every spell she cast over her husband's body and every word she spoke to save her son. As Egypt's borders shifted over centuries and cultures began to press against one another along the Mediterranean coast, the figure of Isis traveled with Egyptian merchants, with the movement of ideas, with the quiet spread of devotion from one person to another across long distances. By the time of the Ptolemaic period, the centuries following Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt, her temples were being built in Greece and along the coasts of the Aegean. Sailors, who have always had good reason to seek powerful protection, were among her most devoted followers. She was given the title Stella Maris in some later traditions, Star of the Sea, and was prayed to by people in boats who had no Egyptian blood and had perhaps never stood on Egyptian soil. The Romans eventually carried her further still. Her temple in Rome was one of the most visited in the city. She was worshipped in Pompeii and Herculaneum. The excavations there uncovered shrines to her that had been buried under volcanic ash since the 1st century. Her rites spread into Spain and Germany and Gaul, and there is some evidence that devotion to her reached as far as Britain during the Roman occupation, which would have placed her worshippers at the very northwestern edge of the ancient world. For a goddess born in the imagination of people who lived along the Nile, that is a remarkable distance to travel. Part of what made her so portable was the breadth of what she represented. She was a wife and a mother, which connected her to nearly every person who ever lived. She was a healer, which connected her to suffering. She was a magician, which connected her to the hope that things beyond human control could somehow be managed. She was a goddess of the dead, in the sense that she had passed through death alongside Osiris and returned, carrying knowledge of it. And she was a goddess of protection in a very specific, watchful, maternal sense. The kind of protection that does not simply surround you from a distance, but bends over you carefully, as she bent over her husband and her child, and refuses to stop working on your behalf. Her image, the woman with the throne crown, or later with the disk of the moon between two cow horns, nursing the infant Horus on her lap, spread through the Mediterranean world and influenced the way later peoples imagined their own divine figures. Scholars have noted the visual and spiritual similarities between Isis nursing Horus and later Christian images of the Madonna and Child, though the connection is one of cultural inheritance and artistic tradition rather than direct copying. The image of a divine mother holding her infant son was already ancient and widely beloved by the time Christianity began to spread, and Isis had carried that image across most of the known world. She was the only goddess in the ancient world whose worship traveled that far, touched that many people, and never stopped finding new worshippers who recognized something in her face. What the Egyptians loved most about this story was not the resurrection, or the magic, or even the eventual triumph of Horus. What they loved, what kept them returning to it across thousands of years, carving it into temple walls and whispering it over the bodies of their dead, was something quieter than any of those things. It was the image of Isis walking through marshes, walking along foreign shores, sitting down at the edge of a well in a country that was not her own, and asking strangers whether they had noticed anything unusual passing by. There is something in that image that does not require any explanation. This was because most people, at some point in their lives, have understood what it means to search for something they are not sure they will find. The Egyptians did not tell this story to comfort themselves with the idea that love always wins. They told it because they understood that love, at its deepest, is not a feeling that waits for good conditions. It moves. It keeps moving even when the odds are very poor and the path is very long and the thing being searched for has been broken into pieces and scattered across an entire country. Isis did not search for Osiris because she was certain she would succeed. She searched because she could not imagine doing anything else. And that, the Egyptians seemed to believe, was the truest thing that could be said about any love worth the name. This understanding ran deeper than sentiment. It spoke to something the Egyptians recognized in their own experiences of loss and longing. When someone you loved was taken from you, the choice was not whether to feel the pain. That was automatic, involuntary as breathing. The choice was whether to remain still in that pain or to move through it. Isis chose to move, and in doing so, she modeled something that was not about winning or triumph at all. It was about the dignity of refusal, the refusal to abandon someone, even when abandonment would have been easier, even when the person you were searching for could no longer be held in the same way. It is worth pausing for a moment on what this story actually contains. When you set aside the grand mythological architecture and look at the smaller details, Isis, a goddess of enormous power, a being who knew the secret name of Ra, who could command scorpions and stop the sun, spent years of her existence doing something very ordinary. That was grieving and searching and refusing to give up. She sat beside a well. She braided the hair of a queen's handmaidens. She wandered through papyrus marshes with her sister at her side. Over every shadow and parting, every curtain of reeds. And when she finally found what she was looking for, she knelt beside it on the ground, and she wept. Not because she had lost, but because she had found him, and finding him did not mean she could keep him. Osiris came back changed. He could not remain in the world of the living. He was, after his resurrection, already something other than what he had been when they stood together as king and queen of Egypt, with the grain growing around them and the Nile doing exactly what it was supposed to do. Their reunion was real, it was brief, and it produced Horus, who would carry the story forward into its next chapter. But Osiris went down into the Duat. Isis remained above, and the river continued to run between them. The Egyptians understood that this was not a tragedy. It was simply the shape that love takes when it passes through loss and comes out the other side still intact. This transformation of love, from possession to presence, from holding to letting go, was perhaps the deepest magic in the entire story. It required no secret names and no spells written in darkness. It required only the willingness to continue. Osiris became the Lord of the Dead. Every soul who made that journey passed through a realm he had shaped with his own transformation. Isis became the mother of the rightful king. Everything she had done to preserve her husband, every careful step, every spell, every mile of searching became the foundation for how the Egyptians understood the passage from life to death and back again. She is the one who made it possible, not through power alone, but through the kind of persistent, unhurried devotion that does not stop at nightfall and does not stop at the border and does not stop when the answer is difficult. This was what made her story different from other myths of loss and restoration. In many traditions, love is portrayed as something that conquers, something that defeats death and darkness through its superior force. But Isis did not conquer. She accepted. She adapted. She learned to love her husband in a form that could not remain beside her. On evenings when the Nile flooded and the water rose dark and heavy across the fields, the stars came out slowly above the palm trees. The Egyptians sometimes said that the river's rising was caused by the tears of Isis, that she was still mourning, still searching, still feeling everything she had felt the moment she learned her husband was gone. They did not imagine her grief as something that had ended. They imagined it as something that had become part of the world, woven into the water and the seasons, present every year in the flooding that brought life to the soil. Her love was not a private thing. It had become, over time, the same thing as the river itself, patient, seasonal, necessary, and very old. And somewhere above the river, in the shape of a bird crossing the dark water, the most devoted heart in any myth anyone has ever told was still looking, still flying, still refusing to leave him behind. Hello, and welcome to a journey through ancient Egypt. In this part, we explore the mysteries and secrets of one of the most profound and enigmatic deities of the Egyptian pantheon, Thoth, the god of the moon, magic, and secret knowledge. In the quiet hours before sleep, it is a comfort to sit with stories that remind us that there are deeper layers to existence than what we see in the daylight. Throughout the night, ancient peoples looked up at the moon and saw something more than just a celestial body. They saw intention, they saw order, they saw a being of profound wisdom guiding the stars and seasons. Tonight, we will learn about Thoth and the extraordinary role he played in shaping the cosmos and the knowledge of human civilization. Before we begin the story itself, take a moment to settle into where you are right now. Feel the support beneath you, whether it is a bed, a pillow, or solid ground. There is nowhere you need to be other than here. Let your shoulders relax and allow your mind to drift toward a place of calm curiosity. The stories we tell on long nights like this one are meant not just to entertain, but to soothe and nourish. As you listen to the story of Thoth, you may find yourself thinking about the nature of knowledge, the power of language, and the mystery that surrounds us all. Or you may simply find yourself drifting into a peaceful state of mind, carried along by the rhythm of these ancient tales. There is no right or wrong way to experience this story. Simply listen and let the narrative unfold around you like a gentle current. The ancient Egyptians understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world, that knowledge is sacred, that words have power, and that the recording of truth is one of the most important responsibilities a being can hold. Thoth embodied all of these ideas. He was a god unlike many others, and his influence extended into every corner of Egyptian life and belief. He was revered by scribes and priests, certainly, but also by ordinary people who sought his wisdom and blessing for their daily lives. For thousands of years, from the earliest dynasties through the last temples built by Greek rulers living in Egypt, Thoth remained a constant presence in the spiritual imagination of the Egyptian people. His name in the ancient language was Jehuti, which meant he who is like the ibis, though he was known by many names across different regions and time periods. In different eras, different aspects of his nature were emphasized, but his essential character remained consistent across all of these variations and interpretations. He was always the keeper of knowledge, the guardian of wisdom, the god who understood the deep laws that govern reality. Let us now journey back to the very beginning, to a time before time as we understand it, and discover the mysterious origins of the god who would become the keeper of all wisdom. Close your eyes as you listen, and imagine yourself drifting back through the ages, through layers of history and myth, to that primordial moment when consciousness first stirred in the void. In the beginning, before the world took its familiar shape, there was chaos and water. The ancient Egyptians called this primordial chaos the Nun, an ocean of possibility from which all things would eventually emerge. It was in this watery void that the first stirrings of creation began. Different regions of Egypt told different stories about how Thoth came into being, and each version reveals something profound about how the ancient people understood wisdom, language, and divine origin. Some of these versions contradicted each other, and yet the Egyptians held them all as true simultaneously, understanding that divine reality was complex enough to contain multiple truths. In some tellings, Thoth was not born in the traditional sense at all. Rather, he created himself. According to this account, Thoth spoke himself into existence at the very beginning of time. He sat upon a lotus flower that rose from the primordial waters of the Nun, and through the power of his own voice and will, he brought himself into being. There was no mother who birthed him and no father who sired him. He simply was, emerging from nothing through his own knowledge and intention. This made him a god unlike any other. Most deities had origins tied to other divine beings or cosmic forces. Thoth was his own origin point, which placed him in a category reserved only for the most ancient and powerful creator gods. His name, when pronounced in the Egyptian language, meant something like, "he who balances," and this balance began with him balancing himself into existence from nothingness. The Egyptians understood that to be self-created was to possess a power that rivaled the greatest cosmic forces. It meant that you were not dependent on anyone else for your existence. You were complete and whole and needed nothing external to sustain your being. For a god to achieve this state, he had to possess perfect knowledge and perfect will. Another version of Thoth's birth tells us that he was not self-created, but rather emerged from the mind or the lips of Ra, the great sun god. In this tradition, Thoth came into being as Ra's conscious intention made manifest. The great sun god spoke, and from his words came Thoth, fully formed and wise from the moment of his emergence. This too made Thoth unique, for while many gods were born of parents, few were born directly from the word of Ra himself. The significance of being born from Ra's speech could not be overstated. Ra's word was creative power. When Ra spoke, reality listened and obeyed. For Thoth to be born from that speech meant he shared in Ra's creative essence. When Thoth came into being this way, he was sometimes called the god without a mother, which emphasized his unusual origin. He did not require the creative partnership of two parents. He sprang forth complete and knowing from the divine will of the supreme solar deity. Some accounts suggest that Thoth was born from Ra's forehead or his eye, locations of divine sight and understanding. This placement only reinforced his association with wisdom and clarity of vision. The forehead was where thought originated. The eye was where the light of consciousness fell upon the world. To be born from either was to be intimately connected with perception and knowledge. In yet another tradition, Thoth was the child of both Horus and Set, two gods who represented opposing cosmic forces. Horus embodied order and righteousness, while Set represented chaos and destruction. For Thoth to be born of both suggested that he could understand and mediate between opposing forces. His role as a god of balance and equilibrium made perfect sense if he was literally born from the tension between order and chaos. This version emphasized that true wisdom requires understanding both sides of any conflict, both the light and the shadow, both creation and destruction. A god who came from only order or only chaos might be powerful, but would be limited in perspective. Thoth, arising from both, could see the whole picture. Regardless of which version we accept, the traditions agree on one crucial point. Thoth emerged into consciousness as a being of extraordinary knowledge and power. He did not have to learn to be wise. He was wisdom itself from the moment of his birth. The lotus flower, upon which he sat in some versions of the story, held its own significance. The lotus was sacred to the ancient Egyptians because it bloomed from muddy water, representing the emergence of beauty and order from murky chaos. That Thoth came into being while sitting on a lotus emphasized that his existence itself was an act of ordering the chaos of creation. He brought clarity where there had been none. He brought meaning where there had been formless potential. The lotus was also associated with daily rebirth and renewal. Each night it closed and retreated into itself. Each dawn it opened again. This cycle of closing and opening mirrored the cycle of the moon that Thoth would govern, and it also represented the eternal pattern of death and rebirth that shaped all of Egyptian spiritual understanding. In the different Egyptian dynasties, different regions preferred different versions of Thoth's origin story. Some emphasized his self-creation through the power of language and will. Others preferred to see him as the direct emanation of Ra's consciousness. Still others incorporated him into the complex family relationships of the broader pantheon. The city of Hermopolis, which was particularly devoted to Thoth, had its own account of his origins that emphasized his self-creation and his role as a cosmic balancer. Other temples and cities might emphasize his relationship to Ra or to the other gods. What mattered most was not whether any single version was literally true, but rather what each version communicated about Thoth's essential nature. He was a god of mind and language. He was a god of cosmic order and balance. He was a god who existed before many others and whose understanding encompassed the deepest mysteries of creation itself. The scribes who maintained religious texts carefully preserved all these different versions side by side. They did not try to harmonize them or choose between them. They accepted that divine reality was multifaceted and that each version offered a different angle of approach to the truth of Thoth's being. This was true spiritual sophistication, the understanding that the infinite could not be contained in a single story or a single version of events. When the ancient Egyptians told stories about Thoth's birth, they were really telling stories about how consciousness and knowledge came into the world. They were telling themselves that order, language, and wisdom were not accidents, but fundamental forces present from the very beginning of existence. They were saying that the universe was not created by chance, but by intelligence. They were asserting that meaning was woven into the fabric of creation from its very first moment. In Thoth's multiple births, all versions leading to the same conclusion, they found reassurance that knowledge and wisdom were cosmic principles, as basic and necessary as the air and water that sustained life. Now, when we think of Thoth, we often picture him as the ibis, the distinctive wading bird with its long curved beak, moving gracefully through the marshes and wetlands. Or we see him in his other sacred form, the baboon, a heavy-maned creature sitting with quiet intelligence and contemplation. These two animals were not chosen randomly as Thoth's representations. Every detail carried meaning and connected directly to what the ancient Egyptians understood about wisdom and divine function. The ibis, with its elegant S-shaped neck and its characteristic curved beak, held symbolic resonance with lunar imagery. That curved beak resembled the crescent moon, and the moon was Thoth's domain. It curved inward, introspective, like the closing phase of the lunar cycle that precedes the new moon. The ibis was a wading bird, comfortable in water, moving with precision and purpose through wetlands and shallow waters. To the Egyptian mind, the ibis represented careful observation and intellectual contemplation. When an ibis moved through shallow water, hunting for fish, it did so with deliberate grace. It was not hurried or careless. Every movement had intention. This quality, this marriage of grace and purposeful movement, reflected how the ancient people imagined Thoth moved through the cosmos, observing carefully, recording faithfully, never missing a detail of importance. The ibis's long beak could probe into hidden places, reaching where other birds could not. This too was symbolic of Thoth's ability to penetrate into mysteries and uncover hidden knowledge. A beak so suited to searching and discovering seemed almost like a divine instrument, perfectly designed for the task of gathering wisdom. When Thoth took the form of an ibis, he was not merely adopting the shape of a bird. He was embodying a particular way of moving through the world, a particular mode of understanding and gathering knowledge. The grace of the ibis's movement suggested that wisdom came not from violent striving, but from patient, graceful observation. The ibis appeared in Egyptian art with remarkable consistency, always recognizable by its curved beak and its slender, elegant form. When depicted on temple walls or in papyrus illustrations, the ibis often appeared in the act of writing or recording or standing near the sun god Ra, bearing witness to his journey. The baboon, Thoth's other sacred animal form, carried different but equally profound symbolic weight. Baboons were present throughout Egypt and were observed carefully by the ancient people. They were intelligent creatures, capable of complex social behaviors and apparent problem-solving. They were strong and confident animals, yet they also seemed contemplative. An adult male baboon, with its heavy mane and powerful build, exuded authority and wisdom. Unlike the graceful ibis, the baboon suggested strength, stability, and grounded wisdom. The baboons that were associated with Thoth were often depicted in a seated position, their paws resting upon their knees, a posture that suggested calm meditation and internal reflection. This was not a form for action, but for contemplation. The baboon form suggested a Thoth who was present, still, observing, absorbing knowledge through quiet attention. When Thoth appeared as a baboon, his head was often topped with a headdress or crown, displaying both the full moon and the crescent moon. This made explicit the connection between the baboon form and Thoth's role as a lunar deity. The full circle of the full moon represented completion and wholeness, while the crescent represented the new moon and the mysteries of emergence and becoming. The double image of both phases together suggested Thoth's mastery over all phases of the lunar cycle and all states of consciousness that corresponded to them. Both the ibis and the baboon were considered so sacred to Thoth that they received ritual veneration throughout Egypt. Priests and private citizens would bring offerings to temples dedicated to Thoth, and they would also mummify these sacred animals as votive offerings. This was a form of prayer expressed not through words but through action and devotion. Archaeologists excavating near ancient centers of Thoth worship, particularly near the city of Hermopolis, which was called Khmunu in the ancient Egyptian language, have discovered vast cemeteries containing millions upon millions of mummified birds and baboons. Some of these burial sites contained so many mummified animals that they covered entire hillsides. These were not animals that had died by chance. They had been deliberately caught, mummified with great care and respect, and placed in sacred burial sites. Each one represented an individual act of devotion, a prayer to Thoth, or a request for his wisdom and guidance. A person might commission the mummification of an ibis as a thanks offering after a difficult situation was resolved, or before attempting something that required wisdom and careful planning. The sheer volume of these mummified animals testifies to how deeply Thoth was venerated and how central he was to the religious practice of ordinary Egyptians, not just the elite priests. This was not just an elite religion practiced in temples by priests. This was a religion that touched the lives of common people who sought Thoth's wisdom and support for their daily lives. When a person brought a mummified ibis or baboon to the temple, they were participating in a sacred transaction with Thoth. They were acknowledging his presence and his power. They were entering into a covenant of mutual respect with the God who understood all things. The humble worshipper would approach the altar and place the precious mummified animal there, speaking words of prayer or petition. Thoth, it was believed, would receive this offering and be aware of the sincerity and devotion that had brought this person to the temple. In return, Thoth might grant wisdom, clarity of mind, or assistance in navigating the mysteries that life presented. This was not a transaction involving payment for services. It was a relationship of respect and mutual obligation. The worshipper honored Thoth, and Thoth honored the worshipper by offering his attention and his wisdom. The visual appearance of Thoth in Egyptian art remained consistent across centuries, another indication of how central and unchanging his essential characteristics were. Whether depicted as an ibis, a baboon, or in human form with an ibis head, Thoth was always associated with certain visual markers. The crescent moon, or the full lunar disk, appeared on his head or in his presence. Writing implements, particularly the scribe's palette and brushes, often appeared near him. Sometimes he was shown holding scales or other instruments of measurement. Sometimes he was depicted holding an ankh, the symbol of eternal life, or the sacred eye symbol that represented wholeness and divine sight. These visual associations reinforced his multiple roles and domains. The ancient Egyptians were visually sophisticated in how they communicated divine concepts through art and sculpture. Every element of how a god was depicted conveyed layers of meaning and could be read by those trained in such visual language. A single image of Thoth could communicate his lunar nature, his role as a recorder, his connection to justice, and his mastery of the sacred knowledge all at once. Thoth's various iconographic elements work together to tell his story without words. The combination of lunar imagery, scribal tools, and symbols of balance told viewers that this was a god of knowledge, time, order, and record-keeping. The scales referenced his role in the weighing of hearts during the judgment of the dead. The ankh referenced his connection to eternal life and cosmic continuity. The eye referenced his all-seeing nature and his role as witness. The scribe's tools referenced his invention of writing and his ongoing role as recorder of all things. The fact that he could appear in human form, as an ibis, or as a baboon suggested his versatility and his ability to move between different realms and modes of being. He was not limited to a single form or a single way of existing in the world. He could be swift like the ibis, steady like the baboon, or walk upright like a human. Each form gave him access to different ways of knowing and different dimensions of existence. The beginning of creation itself involved Thoth in the most fundamental way. According to the most ancient Egyptian accounts, when Thoth laid the cosmic egg while in his ibis form, he was not merely creating a container for existence. He was performing an act equivalent to the first word of creation. In many traditions of creation mythology around the world, creation begins with a word or a sound. The creator speaks reality into existence. In the Egyptian tradition, this creative power of language was embodied in Thoth. He spoke, and the word became substance. He created the cosmic egg, and from that egg all existence emerged. This egg was not like the eggs we know from ordinary birds. It was the primordial egg containing all potential, all possibility, all matter and energy that would eventually become the universe as we know it. The egg was perfect and complete in itself, containing everything that would ever be. Some accounts suggest that Thoth hatched this egg through an act of sheer will, while others describe it as containing itself the power of self-emergence. The mechanics of creation varied in different tellings, but the essential truth remained, that Thoth, through language or will or knowledge or some combination of all three, brought forth existence from non-existence. When the egg opened, creation spilled forth like light breaking through darkness. The first gods emerged from that opening, each one finding their place in the newly structured cosmos. These were not gods who existed before and were merely revealed by the opening. They were born from the egg itself, emerging from its substance. The first lands rose from the waters as dryness separated from wetness. What had been one became two. What had been undifferentiated became differentiated. The sun began its eternal journey across the sky, beginning its daily birth and death cycle. Light separated from darkness in the most fundamental way, not just in the sense of day and night, but in the sense that illumination separated from mystery, knowledge from ignorance. Order began to distinguish itself from chaos. The nun did not disappear. It was not destroyed or cast aside. Rather, it took on boundaries and structure. It became contained within the creation that emerged from it, like the ocean becomes contained within the glass of the shoreline. What had been formless potential became specific reality. The infinite became finite and particular. The eternal became temporal. This was not a loss for the nun. This was its fulfillment, its actualization, its flowering into full being. This cosmic egg symbolized the moment when the infinite potential of the nun, the primordial waters of chaos, began to take form and shape. It represented the pregnant moment before differentiation, when everything exists but nothing has yet been distinguished from anything else. When Thoth laid that egg, he was drawing the first distinction, making the first separation, speaking the first word of language that would allow all other words and all other distinctions to follow. Thoth's role in laying this egg made him a creator god on a level equivalent to the greatest cosmic powers. He was not merely administrating creation or managing its details. He was present at the very moment when existence itself came into being, and he was the active agent through which that coming into being occurred. Without Thoth's egg, there would be no universe. Without his creative act, all would remain in the undifferentiated state of the nun, pregnant with possibility. When the ancient Egyptians said that Thoth created himself through the power of language, they were also saying that he possessed the most fundamental creative power in the universe. Language itself was creation. The ability to speak, to differentiate, to name things and distinguish them from each other was the ability to create. The creation accounts involving Thoth emphasize an idea that was absolutely central to Egyptian philosophy, that speech and language are not merely descriptive tools, they are creative forces. When you speak a true thing, you bring it into being. When you name something, you acknowledge its reality and grant it power. This was not understood as metaphor by the ancient Egyptians. It was understood as literal truth about how the universe functioned. The ancient Egyptians had a concept they called Heka, which we often translate as magic, but it is really better understood as the underlying natural laws that govern reality. These were not supernatural forces operating outside of nature. They were simply how reality worked at its deepest levels. Thoth understood Heka more completely than any other being. He understood that words, properly spoken and properly understood, could align human intention with these natural forces. He was the master of the language that created. In sitting upon the lotus flower in the primordial waters, Thoth was simultaneously the observer of creation and the participant in it. He was not outside of the process watching it happen from a safe distance. He was within it, shaping it through his will and his words. He was so close to creation that he could not be separated from it. The lotus flower itself carried additional symbolic weight. It was a plant that emerged from muddy water and bloomed into beauty. Its cycle of opening at dawn and closing at dusk mirrored the daily cycle of the sun. Its appearance in the story of Thoth's emergence suggested that true order and beauty naturally emerge from apparent chaos when the right conditions are present. Mud becomes soil, water becomes life-giving. The lotus rises anyway, regardless of its surroundings, because it carries within itself the imperative to bloom. Thoth, sitting on the lotus, was the consciousness that recognized and facilitated this process of emergence. He was the intelligence that said, "Let there be order," and order came into being. His very presence on the lotus was a statement that consciousness and order could exist in the midst of primordial chaos. They were not enemies to chaos. They were part of the same process, the same unfolding. Chaos was the potential, and consciousness and order were the actualization of that potential. In the oldest Egyptian texts, particularly the pyramid texts and the coffin texts that were inscribed on tomb walls to guide the dead in the afterlife, Thoth is sometimes described as having spoken the words of power that brought creation forth. These were not just any words. They were the sacred language of creation, the language that the gods themselves used when they needed to shape reality. This language, according to Egyptian belief, was not arbitrary. It was not something that human beings had invented. It came from the gods, and Thoth was either its creator or its supreme master, depending on the version of the story one consulted. The language itself had power. The syllables themselves were shaped forces. To speak them correctly, with full understanding of their meaning and power, was to direct the flows of Heka in precise ways. To speak them carelessly or with insufficient understanding could create chaos and disorder. This understanding explains why writing was considered so sacred by the Egyptians and why scribes occupied such high positions in society. They were not merely record keepers. They were practitioners of a sacred technology of power. His position as scribe of the gods emerged naturally from his role in creation and his mastery of language. As the god who had spoken reality into existence, Thoth became the keeper of what had been spoken. He became the recorder of all that happened afterward. If creation was his first act of divine scribing, then maintaining the record of creation was his eternal responsibility. This was not a task assigned to him by someone else. It was his natural vocation, flowing from his essential nature, standing beside Ra on the solar bark as the sun god made his nightly journey through the sky. Thoth served as a witness and recorder of cosmic events. The solar bark was not a merely physical vessel, it was the boat that carried the sun and the divine consciousness through the heavens. Every night, Ra journeyed through the underworld, passing through various gates and confronting various entities. Thoth stood at Ra's side throughout this journey, recording what occurred, maintaining the memory of these sacred events. He saw everything that the sun god saw. He understood everything the sun god understood. He carried all of that knowledge in his heart and mind and wrote it down in his sacred records. His titles in the Egyptian language emphasized his role as keeper of records and keeper of knowledge. He was called the Scribe of the Gods, a title that reflected his responsibility to record divine decisions and actions. He was called the Lord of the Divine Body, an epithet that acknowledged his central role in maintaining the cohesion and identity of the divine realm. The divine body could only remain unified if its actions and intentions were recorded and remembered. He was called the Voice of Ra, which meant that he articulated and gave form to the sun god's will. Ra thought and understood, but Thoth gave expression to those thoughts. He was the means by which Ra's understanding became manifest in the world. He was called the heart and tongue of Ra, a more intimate metaphor, suggesting that he was inseparable from Ra's consciousness and expression. Without Thoth's tongue, Ra could not speak. Without Thoth's heart, Ra's actions would lack wisdom and compassion. These titles were not merely honorific decorations. They described specific functions that Thoth performed within the cosmic order. They were job descriptions written in poetic language. As the recorder, he ensured that nothing was forgotten. As the voice, he ensured that divine intention could manifest in the world. As the heart, he ensured that there was compassion and wisdom behind divine action. As the keeper of memory, he maintained continuity across time. Without Thoth standing beside Ra, chaos would gradually erode the cosmic order. The gods' deeds would be forgotten. Lies could replace truth. The fabric holding creation together would fray and eventually unravel. There would be no way to know what had truly happened, and without that knowledge, how could appropriate judgment be rendered? How could consequences be assigned? How could order be maintained? Thoth's responsibility as scribe was not a secondary role. It was fundamental to the continuation of existence itself. The ancient Egyptians understood that knowledge and memory were not luxuries or add-ons to existence. They were absolutely necessary to the maintenance of reality. A god who recorded and preserved was perhaps more essential than a god who merely wielded power or commanded forces. Power without memory and recording is ultimately chaotic and unstable. It is the recording, the witnessing, the bearing of testimony that transforms power into something sustainable and meaningful. The endless flow of events could otherwise become an endless chaos of experiences, each one forgotten as the next one arrived. Only through recording and remembering did events gain significance. Only through being written down did they become part of something larger than themselves, something that mattered beyond the moment in which they occurred. This was the profound understanding that shaped the entire Egyptian approach to knowledge, writing, and the sacred role of scribes in society. When a scribe sat down with papyrus and pen, they were not just capturing information. They were preserving the cosmos itself, maintaining the threads that held creation together, standing with Thoth in his eternal work of recording and bearing witness to all that was and would be. In this way, Thoth's presence in the world was not limited to temples or to the nighttime sky. He was present whenever someone decided that something mattered enough to be recorded. He was present in the careful attention of the scribe. He was present in the ritual acts of priests who marked sacred time. He was present in the choices that individuals made about what deserved to be remembered and what could be allowed to fade. The scribes of ancient Egypt understood that they were not merely copying texts or creating records for administrative purposes. They were participating in something sacred. They were holding space for knowledge to persist. They were standing guard against the entropy that would otherwise consume all events and leave nothing but silence. This understanding gave the role of scribe tremendous dignity in Egyptian society. A good scribe was not a mere functionary. A good scribe was a guardian of cosmic order, a participant in Thoth's eternal work. The scribal profession was highly respected precisely because of this theological understanding. Young men who showed aptitude for learning to read and write were often sent to scribal schools, sometimes at temples or sometimes in the houses of important officials. These schools were rigorous and the training was long. A student scribe would spend years learning the thousands of hieroglyphic symbols, understanding their phonetic values and their meanings. They would memorize the different forms of each symbol, learning how the same sign could be written slightly differently depending on context. They would study the relationships between symbols, understanding which ones could be combined and how they modified each other's meanings. This was not simple memorization. It required understanding a complex system of relationships and logic. The students would also learn to make papyrus from the papyrus plant, cutting and treating the reeds until they became a smooth surface suitable for writing. This was skilled work that required patience and practice. The quality of the papyrus affected how well the writing would look and how long it would survive. Some papyrus was made roughly, suitable for everyday documents. Other papyrus was made with extreme care, creating a surface so smooth and fine that it was suitable only for the most important texts. A student scribe would learn to judge the quality of papyrus and to choose the appropriate material for different purposes. They would learn to prepare the ink, grinding and mixing pigments to create the dark black fluid that would hold their words. The ink had to be the right consistency, thick enough to show clearly on papyrus, but liquid enough to flow from the brush. Getting the mixture right required experience and sensitivity to subtle variations. They would learn to hold the brush properly, to move it with control and precision, to create letters that were beautiful and legible. The brush was usually made from the stem of a water plant that had been frayed at one end to create a finer edge. Holding it at the right angle, applying the right amount of pressure, drawing each line with the right speed and confidence. All of this took months of practice. A scribe would spend hours each day just practicing individual letters and simple phrases until the movements became automatic and his hand could create the symbols without conscious thought. This training was not just technical, it was spiritual. Every aspect of becoming a scribe was meant to attune the student to the sacred nature of the work they would do. The masters who taught the students would often recite poetry and proverbs about the dignity of the scribal profession. They would remind their students that they were entering into a noble tradition that stretched back to the beginning of civilization, when Thoth himself first gave the gift of writing to humanity. Students were taught to meditate on the meaning of what they wrote, not just to copy mechanically, but to understand the concepts they were transcribing. When a young man completed his training and took his first position as a scribe, he was entering into a covenant. He was agreeing to become a vessel for Thoth's wisdom and recording. He was dedicating himself to the principle that knowledge and memory mattered, that they were worth protecting and preserving. The scribe's toolkit, the palette, the brushes, the papyrus, the ink, were sacred objects, treated with reverence and care. A scribe would often carry his palette as a symbol of his identity and his profession. The palette itself, with its indentations for holding different colors of ink, was sometimes carved in the shape of a cartouche, the oval that surrounded the names of pharaohs. This was not accident. It showed that the scribe's work was intimately connected to the preservation of royal power and the continuity of the kingdom. The god Thoth, in his role as scribe of the gods, was the patron and teacher of all earthly scribes. When a scribe began his day, he might offer a prayer to Thoth, asking for wisdom and clarity. When a scribe struggled with a difficult passage or could not quite capture the meaning of a complex idea in his writing, he might pause and meditate on Thoth, seeking to align himself with the god's infinite knowledge. The great scribes of Egypt, the men who created the most important texts and who served as advisors to pharaohs, were understood to be channels through which Thoth's wisdom could flow into the world. They were not creating knowledge through their own efforts. They were translating knowledge that already existed in the divine realm into forms that earthly minds could understand and preserve. This theological framework meant that accuracy in writing was not merely a practical matter. It was a sacred obligation. To copy a text incorrectly was not just to make a mistake, it was to distort cosmic truth. To fail to preserve a record that should have been preserved was to participate in the forces of chaos and forgetting. The scribes took this responsibility seriously. They developed conventions and standards for how texts should be written. They created multiple copies of important texts and stored them in different locations to ensure that even if one copy was lost or damaged, the knowledge would not vanish. They trained their apprentices carefully, insisting on precision and attention to detail. They understood that they were not working for themselves or for the immediate benefit of their employers. They were working for all future generations, preserving knowledge that would be needed long after they were gone. The invention of writing itself was understood by the ancient Egyptians as one of the greatest gifts ever bestowed by a god on humanity. Writing did not exist before Thoth created it. Before that transformative moment, human knowledge was transmitted only through spoken words. A person could tell a story to another person, and that person could tell it to someone else, but with each retelling, details would be lost or changed. Important information could be forgotten within a generation or two. The accumulated wisdom of a society had to be held in memory, in the minds of people who were trained specifically to remember. This placed tremendous limits on how much knowledge a society could preserve and accumulate. When Thoth gave writing to the world, he was giving human beings the ability to transcend the limitations of memory. He was giving them the ability to make knowledge persistent, to ensure that what was learned in one generation could be available to the next. This was not a small thing. This was transformative. This was the kind of gift that changed the course of human civilization. The ancient Egyptians recognized this and honored Thoth for it. They understood that writing made possible the accumulation of knowledge that led to advances in medicine, in mathematics, in engineering, in all the sciences. They understood that without writing, a society would have to rediscover fundamental truths over and over again, never able to build on the foundation laid by previous generations. The specific form of writing that Thoth invented was the Egyptian hieroglyphic system, which the Egyptians themselves called Medu-Neter, the words of the gods. This was a supremely elegant and sophisticated writing system. Unlike alphabets, which represent only sounds, the hieroglyphic system combined phonetic elements with logograms, symbols that represented entire words or concepts. A single hieroglyphic text could be read on multiple levels. On the surface level, it was a sequence of sounds, words arranged in the order you would speak them. But at a deeper level, the images themselves conveyed meaning. A symbol of an eye represented not just the sound of the word for eye, but could represent the concept of sight, of understanding, of divine vision. A symbol of a lotus flower represented not just the plant, but represented emergence from chaos, rebirth, and spiritual awakening. A symbol of a heart represented not just that organ, but represented emotion, intention, will, and the seat of consciousness. This multivalent symbolism meant that a hieroglyphic text was always richer and more complex than a simple alphabetic text could be. A single glance at a hieroglyphic inscription could convey layers of meaning that would require many pages of alphabetic text to communicate. The Egyptians understood the value of this. They were not looking for the simplest or most efficient way to write. They were looking for the most elegant and the most sacred way to capture and preserve truth. The invention of writing was not, according to Egyptian mythology, a simple or straightforward gift. There was some resistance to it. The sun god Ra, according to one version of the story, was concerned about what writing would do to human beings. Ra feared that if people could read and write, they would become less reliant on their own memories. They would become lazy, depending on written documents instead of cultivating their own mental capacities. Ra thought that by creating writing, Thoth might be weakening humanity rather than strengthening it. This conversation between Thoth and Ra reveals something profound about how the ancient Egyptians thought about knowledge and learning. It was not a conversation that concluded with Ra simply being wrong and Thoth being right. Rather, it represented a genuine tension. There was truth in Ra's concern. Writing did change how human beings related to knowledge. It did allow people to rely on external memory rather than cultivating internal memory. But writing also made possible forms of knowledge and complexity that were not possible before. The Egyptians understood that every great gift came with both benefits and risks. Writing was no different. It was a tremendous tool, but it had to be used wisely. It had to be protected and guarded, not given to everyone indiscriminately. This is why, in the Egyptian understanding, writing was given not to all humanity, but specifically to scribes, to people who had been trained to use this power responsibly. The scribes who received the gift of writing understood it as a sacred trust. They were not meant to use writing for selfish purposes or to spread falsehoods. They were meant to be vessels through which truth could be preserved and transmitted. The training that scribes received was designed to prepare them for this responsibility. Young scribes learned not just the mechanics of writing, but the ethics of the scribe. They learned that certain subjects were sacred and must be written with particular care and respect. They learned that some knowledge was dangerous if transmitted to the uninitialized and must be guarded carefully. They learned to revere language and to understand the power inherent in words. They learned to be precise and accurate, never allowing personal bias or error to corrupt the record. The scribal tradition that developed in Egypt was one of the most rigorous and carefully maintained traditions in the ancient world. Scripts were standardized so that texts could be read across time and space without confusion. Spelling conventions were carefully established and maintained. The format of documents, how margins should be arranged, how text should be laid out on the page, was standardized as well. All of this standardization served a purpose. It ensured that written knowledge could persist reliably across generations. It ensured that the records could be read and understood centuries, or even millennia later. It ensured that the sacred responsibility of preserving truth through writing could be fulfilled faithfully. The god Thoth was believed to take an active interest in the work of scribes. He was thought to observe the careful work of those who honored the tradition and to reward them. Scribes who were particularly talented or who showed special dedication might experience moments of inspiration that they attributed directly to Thoth. They might find that words came to them that perfectly captured a complex idea, or that they suddenly understood the deeper meaning of a text they were copying. They attributed these moments to Thoth touching their mind or their heart, granting them a moment of divine insight. Conversely, scribes who were careless or who allowed personal ambition to corrupt their work might find themselves plagued by difficulties. Their hands would shake when they tried to write important texts. They would make uncharacteristic errors. Ink would spill and ruin pages. These too were understood as signs of Thoth's displeasure, reminders that the work of the scribe was sacred and must not be treated carelessly. The relationship between Thoth and the scribes of Egypt was understood to be reciprocal. Thoth had given the gift of writing, but in return he expected the scribes to maintain high standards, to preserve knowledge faithfully, and to understand themselves as participants in his cosmic work of recording and maintaining order. When we think about the invention of writing in our modern time, we often focus on its practical benefits, how it allowed information to be shared and preserved, how it made possible the development of complex societies. But the ancient Egyptians understood something deeper about writing. They understood it as a kind of magic. Writing was magic in the sense that it allowed the absent to become present. A person who had died centuries ago could still speak through the words they had written. A god who dwelt in a realm invisible to human eyes could communicate directly with human beings through written texts. The power of writing went beyond mere information transfer. It was a technology of presence and power. When you wrote something, you created a kind of permanence. You fixed something that had been fluid and ephemeral, a thought, a feeling, an idea, into a solid and lasting form. This was a kind of miraculous transformation. It was turning the invisible and immaterial into something visible and material. It was turning time itself inside out, allowing what had happened in the past to continue to exist in the present and to influence the future. This was magic in the truest sense, and Thoth was understood to be the master of this magic. He had created it, and he understood it in all its depths and complexities. The hieroglyphic writing system that Thoth created was not merely a practical invention. It was a work of art and a spiritual technology. Each symbol was crafted to be beautiful as well as functional. The act of writing was not merely a practical task, but a kind of meditation and prayer. When a scribe sat down to copy a religious text or to create a new document, they were engaging in a sacred ritual. Every stroke of the brush was significant. Every choice about how to arrange the symbols on the page mattered. A scribe might spend hours on a single page, perfecting it until it was as close to perfect as human hands could make it. This was not inefficiency. This was honoring the sacred nature of the work. The most important texts, the religious texts that would be placed in tombs or displayed in temples, might take months or even years to complete, because the work was done with such care and dedication. These texts were not meant to be read quickly. They were meant to be meditated upon, studied carefully, sometimes read aloud in ritual contexts. The beauty of the writing itself was part of the spiritual experience of engaging with the text. It showed respect for the words and for the God whom the words honored. It demonstrated that knowledge was precious and worthy of the finest human effort and skill. As we move forward in our exploration of Thoth, we should hold in our minds this image of the ancient scribe, sitting by lamplight or in the golden sunshine, carefully moving his brush across papyrus, creating letters that would last for centuries. This scribe is not merely recording information. He is participating in the cosmic work of Thoth. He is translating divine knowledge into human language. He is maintaining the connections between the earthly realm and the divine realm through the sacred act of writing. He is ensuring that truth persists despite the forces of time and entropy that work to destroy all things. This humble scribe, in his careful and dedicated work, is as much a priest as the man performing rituals in the temple. He is as much a participant in the maintenance of cosmic order as Ra is when he journeys across the sky. The ancient Egyptians understood the sacredness of this work, and they honored those who did it. In their understanding of writing and its origins, we can see their deep philosophical conviction that knowledge and memory are not luxuries or optional additions to existence. They are fundamental to the continuation of life itself. Without memory, without record, without the careful preservation of what has been learned, human beings would be adrift, cut off from their own past, and unable to build toward a future. Thoth's gift of writing was thus not merely a technological advance. It was a gift of continuity, of connection, of consciousness itself extended across time. Now, as we consider Thoth in his other great domain, we must turn our attention to the sky and to the cycles that govern all earthly life. The moon rises and sets with the same regularity as the sun, and the ancient Egyptians observed these cycles with careful attention. They noticed that the moon changed its shape through a predictable sequence. It waxed from a thin crescent to a full round disk, and then waned back to nothing before beginning again. This cycle took approximately 29.5 days, and it was the basis for the month in the Egyptian calendar. The Egyptians tracked these lunar cycles, not out of mere curiosity, but because the cycles of the moon were intimately connected to the rhythms of life. Women's bodies followed a cycle similar to the moon's, creating a connection between the cycles of the cosmos and the cycles of human reproduction. The flooding of the Nile River, which was essential to Egyptian agriculture and indeed to the survival of the entire civilization, could be predicted by tracking the stars and the moon. Farmers needed to know when the river would rise so they could prepare their fields, and when it would recede so they could plant their crops. The patterns of animal behavior, when creatures migrated, when they bred, when they were most active, followed patterns that corresponded to the lunar cycles. Fishermen knew that certain kinds of fish were more active during particular phases of the moon. Hunters knew that their prey would behave differently depending on the illumination provided by the lunar cycle. The night sky itself, with its changing face from night to night, was a kind of calendar written in the heavens. The moon could be read like a text, if one had the knowledge to interpret it. To read this calendar required careful observation and understanding, sometimes across many years. Patterns that took months to become apparent only became clear when one had tracked them across a full year or multiple years. The ancient Egyptians conducted this observation with patience and precision, passing the knowledge from generation to generation. And the god who understood these cycles better than any other, who had created them and continued to govern them, was Thoth. Thoth's dominion over the moon was not incidental to his character. It was central to who and what he was. In many depictions, he wore the crescent moon on his forehead or his head. In some images, he was shown with the full moon on one side of his face and the crescent on the other, showing his mastery over all phases of the lunar cycle. The association between Thoth and the moon was so natural and so obvious that it made itself felt in his very nature. Just as the moon was cool and reflective, illuminating the darkness of night with borrowed light from the sun, Thoth was cool and reflective, rational and wise. Just as the moon was constant and reliable, following its eternal cycles with unwavering precision, Thoth was constant and reliable, forever recording and remembering, forever maintaining order. Just as the moon was hidden for part of its cycle, the new moon when it is completely invisible, Thoth was a deity of hidden knowledge and mysteries. He was comfortable in darkness and shadow. He understood that not all knowledge should be available to all people, that some mysteries should remain mysterious. Just as the moon governed the tides, pulling on the vast oceans and controlling their rhythms, Thoth governed knowledge and memory, pulling all things toward coherence and order. The role of Thoth as the god of the moon meant that he was responsible for measuring and maintaining time. The lunar calendar that he created was the primary calendar used in ancient Egypt for religious purposes. Different calendars served different functions in Egyptian society. There was a civil calendar based on the solar year of 365 days, which was used for administrative purposes. But the lunar calendar, which was more irregular and required careful observation to maintain, was used for religious purposes. The festivals and sacred rituals of the Egyptian religion were scheduled according to the lunar calendar. The beginning of each month was marked by the appearance of the new moon. The full moon marked the middle of the month. The end of the month was marked by the disappearance of the moon before its rebirth. These divisions gave structure to time, providing natural markers for sacred observation. The priests who maintained the temples were responsible for tracking the lunar cycles and informing the people when festivals should take place. But ultimate responsibility for maintaining the calendar and ensuring that it remained accurate belonged to Thoth. He was the keeper of time itself. The creation of the lunar calendar itself was attributed to Thoth through a famous myth that demonstrated both his cleverness and his willingness to challenge cosmic authority when the situation demanded it. According to the story, the original year had only 360 days. This was because Ra, the sun god, in his infinite power, had decreed that the sky goddess Nut would never be able to give birth on any day of the year. Ra was jealous of Nut and wanted to prevent her from bearing children. He feared that if Nut gave birth to children, they might grow to challenge his authority or usurp his power, so he placed this absolute prohibition on her. The curse seemed impossible to overcome. How could anyone find a loophole in the word of Ra himself, the most powerful god in the cosmos? But Thoth, through his cleverness and his understanding of the deeper laws that governed reality, found a way around it. He recognized that the prohibition applied only to days that existed within the regular year. If days could be created that existed outside the year, outside Ra's jurisdiction in a sense, then births could occur on those days without violating the letter of Ra's curse. The solution was elegant, precisely because it did not directly contradict Ra. It worked around him through superior understanding of the cosmic laws. Thoth challenged the moon god Khonsu to a game of Senet, an ancient Egyptian board game that was extremely popular and that involved both skill and luck. The game was played on a board with 30 squares, and players moved pieces according to the throw of casting sticks or knuckle bones. The game was deceptively simple in its rules but complex in its strategy. A skilled player could often overcome bad luck through careful planning. Thoth was renowned for his skill at Senet. He was not just clever in abstract matters, but practical in his intelligence. He could engage with human pastimes and entertainments and excel in them. Khonsu, the moon god, was also skilled at the game, but Thoth proved to be even more skilled. Through superior play and strategy, Thoth won, and as his prize for victory, he won portions of the moon's light itself, that substance that gave the moon its illumination. With this light that he had won through the game, Thoth performed an extraordinary act. He took that light and transformed it into 5 entire days. These were not ordinary days that belonged to the calendar year. These were days that existed in a space outside the regular 360-day year, in a kind of twilight zone between one year and the next. On these 5 epigomenal days, as they came to be called, the sky goddess Nut was able to give birth to her children. Osiris, the god of the afterlife and resurrection. Isis, the great mother goddess. Set, the god of chaos and disorder. Nephthys, the guardian of the dead. And Horus, the falcon god of the sky. Each of these deities was born on one of the 5 extra days, and each would go on to play crucial roles in Egyptian mythology and religion. These 5 additional days made possible the birth of some of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon. Without Thoth's intervention, without his clever solution to what seemed like an impossible situation, these gods would never have come into existence, and the entire Egyptian cosmos would have been fundamentally different. The other gods might not have existed. The cycles of nature that governed Egyptian life would have been disrupted or absent entirely. The framework through which the Egyptians understood the universe, the stories they told about divine power and cosmic order, all of this depended on the existence of these 5 gods. And all of that, in turn, depended on Thoth's cleverness and his willingness to challenge even Ra when the situation demanded it. This myth illustrates several important aspects of Thoth's character and role. It shows his cleverness and his intelligence. Unlike gods who might rely on brute force or command authority, Thoth solved the problem through wit and strategic thinking. It shows his willingness to challenge even Ra, the supreme sun god, when the situation demanded it. Thoth was not a god who accepted unjust laws without question. He recognized that Ra's curse on Nut was unfair, and he acted to circumvent it. It shows his mastery of the games and contests that humans enjoyed, suggesting that his wisdom extended into all realms of human experience and culture. The game of Senet was not a frivolous pursuit. It was a game that embodied principles of luck and strategy, and by mastering it, Thoth demonstrated his understanding of how forces beyond human control and human choice interacted. Most importantly, it shows Thoth's role in enabling the birth and continuation of the gods themselves. His intervention made possible the existence of deities who would shape all subsequent Egyptian mythology. His mastery of time and the calendar was not merely a technical matter, it was a cosmic power that affected the very structure of existence. The 5 epigomenal days that Thoth created remained sacred throughout Egyptian history. They were considered unlucky days in some contexts, days when it was not advisable to undertake important business or to begin new ventures. In other contexts, they were considered sacred days to be honored and observed through ritual and devotion. Births that occurred on these days were thought to carry special significance. People born on the epigomenal days were considered to be touched by Thoth's power and wisdom in a special way. The existence of these 5 days outside the regular calendar showed that time itself could be manipulated and reshaped by those with sufficient knowledge and power. It showed that the laws governing reality were not as absolute as they might appear. There was always a way around them for those clever enough to find it. The calendar itself, the entire system of dividing time into months and years, was thus a gift from Thoth that was woven into the very fabric of Egyptian religion and culture. Every time an Egyptian observed a religious festival, they were following a schedule that Thoth had created. Every time they tracked the passage of the moon through its phases, they were participating in a cosmic cycle that Thoth governed. His dominion over time gave him a kind of power that extended into every moment of human experience. Thoth was not a god who could be approached only in temples or through formal ritual. He was a god who could be encountered in the simple act of looking up at the night sky and seeing the moon in its various phases. He was a god who could be encountered in the moment of tracking when a festival should take place, or understanding when an important event occurred in relation to other events. His presence was woven into the very texture of time itself. The priests who served in the temples of Egypt understood this deep truth about Thoth and time. They understood that maintaining the calendar was not merely a practical necessity, but a sacred responsibility. The calendar was not just a convenient tool for organizing daily life. It was a reflection of cosmic order itself. When the calendar was maintained accurately, when festivals were celebrated on their proper days, it meant that human civilization was aligned with the movements of the heavens. It meant that the activities of humans on earth were synchronized with the activities of the gods in the divine realm. When the calendar fell into error or confusion, it was believed that this synchronization would be lost. Chaos would begin to encroach on order. The forces of darkness and disorder would gain strength. So the careful maintenance of the calendar was understood to be essential to maintaining the entire cosmos. Thoth, as the god who had created the calendar and who governed the cycles upon which it was based, was thus understood to be performing cosmic work every moment of every day. His attention to time and to the proper ordering of days and months and years was as crucial as Ra's journey across the sky or Osiris's governance of the underworld. Different gods controlled different aspects of existence, but Thoth's control over time and knowledge was arguably the most fundamental of all, because without time and without knowledge, nothing else could exist or be understood. Yet time alone did not exhaust Thoth's domains. The calendar that he maintained was only the most visible expression of his power. Beneath the orderly progression of days and months lay something far more subtle and far more profound. Thoth was not merely a god who kept track of moments as they passed. He was a god who understood the deep laws that governed existence itself. He understood the patterns and principles that made creation possible. He understood magic. In the Egyptian worldview, magic was not something exotic or rare or opposed to the natural order. Magic was the natural order itself, understood at its deepest level. Magic was the underlying principle that made everything work. When a seed grew into a plant, that was magic. The transformation of one form into another through forces that could not be seen but could be observed in their effects. When a person healed from a wound, that was magic, the body's ability to restore itself to wholeness. When a person dreamed and then woke up, having experienced an entire world of events in the sleep of a few hours, that was magic, the mind's ability to create complete realities from within itself. Magic was everywhere in the Egyptian understanding of the world. It was not supernatural. It was the nature of the supernatural, and the natural as one unified reality. The ancient Egyptians did not see a sharp dividing line between the material and the spiritual, between the visible and the invisible. These were not separate realms. They were aspects of the same cosmos, continuously interacting and interpenetrating each other. Magic was what happened when these different levels of reality touched and influenced each other. Thoth understood magic in a way that no other deity did. He understood it because he had invented it. According to the ancient beliefs, Thoth was the creator of all the magical arts. He had discovered the principles and formulated them into systematic practices. He had created the spells and incantations that allowed human beings and gods to access and direct magical forces. His knowledge of magic was absolute and comprehensive. It extended to every possible manifestation of magical power, from the simplest cantrip that might heal a minor wound, to the most elaborate ritual that could influence the course of events across nations and generations. The spells that Thoth had created were formulated in language. This was not coincidental. Language itself was the fundamental magical tool. Words had power because they shaped reality. When something was named, it came into being in a new way. When a name was forgotten, the thing itself began to fade from existence. This is why the ancient Egyptians placed such importance on preserving names. This is why the desecration of a name, scratching it out from inscriptions or denying someone's name, was considered one of the worst possible crimes. It was not merely symbolic, it was magical. It had actual consequences in the spiritual realm. The person whose name was erased would cease to exist in the afterlife. They would be annihilated. Thoth's mastery of language and his mastery of magic were one and the same thing. Because he had created language, he understood it completely. He understood the secret names of things. He understood the true names of the gods, the names that expressed their deepest natures. He understood the words of power that could command the forces of nature. He understood the incantations that could open doors between the visible and invisible worlds. He understood the spells that could heal, and the spells that could curse, and the spells that could bind, and the spells that could release. All of these knowledge he possessed. All of these powers he could access. A spell was never merely a string of random words. Each word had to be chosen with perfect precision. Each syllable had to be pronounced with exact attention to its phonetic qualities. The vibration of the sounds themselves was part of the magic. When a priest intoned a healing spell, the sounds themselves had power to affect the body of the sick person. The words would resonate with the spiritual essence of the disease, disrupting it and allowing the body to restore itself to health. The timing of the words also mattered. Some spells required that the words be spoken at particular times, at dawn or at midnight, during the full moon or the new moon, at specific moments in the ritual calendar. The spatial arrangement also mattered. The priest might stand at a particular location facing a particular direction, with the patient positioned in a specific way relative to the priest and to the temple space. Everything was coordinated and intentional. Priests who devoted their lives to the practice of magic saw themselves as followers of Thoth, even if they worshipped other gods as their primary deities. Every magician in ancient Egypt understood that their power ultimately derived from Thoth. Every spell they performed was, in a sense, a performance of something that Thoth had already performed. Every magical effect they achieved was a small manifestation of the magical power that Thoth wielded continuously. The magician was not creating something new when he performed a spell. He was accessing and directing something that already existed. The underlying magical structure of reality. When a magician successfully healed a wound that should have been fatal, he was not overriding the laws of nature. He was understanding those laws more deeply than an ordinary person and working in alignment with them. When a magician used a spell to bind a harmful spirit and prevent it from causing further damage, he was not engaging in combat against cosmic forces. He was recognizing the principles that govern spiritual entities and manipulating those principles to achieve a desired outcome. The magician operated always within the cosmic law, using knowledge of that law to accomplish his purposes. This understanding of magic gave it a different character than it might have in cultures that saw magic as transgressive or opposed to the natural order. In Egypt, magic was not something that one did against the grain of reality. It was something one did in alignment with the deepest principles of reality. The magician who knew the true names and the proper words was simply using the mechanism of creation that Thoth had built into existence. He was using the tools that Thoth had provided. He was following the instructions that Thoth had given. Yet magic was not something to be taken lightly or practiced casually. The knowledge of magic was dangerous knowledge. If one did not understand it properly, if one used it without proper preparation or proper intentions, it could rebound on the person who attempted it. The power contained in the magical words was real power. It had to be treated with respect. The priests who taught magic to their apprentices were very careful to warn them about the dangers. They taught that magic must only be used for proper purposes, to maintain the order of the cosmos, to heal, to protect, to serve the gods and maintain their prerogatives. Magic used for selfish purposes or destructive purposes would inevitably bring harm to the magician. This is where Thoth's role as judge of the dead became relevant to his role as master of magic. When someone died and their heart was weighed against the feather of truth, one of the things being judged was how they had used knowledge and power during their life. A magician who had used their knowledge to harm others or to disrupt the cosmic order would find their heart heavier than the feather, and they would face punishment or annihilation. A magician who had used their knowledge properly would be rewarded with eternal life and peace in the afterlife. The knowledge of magic was so powerful and so dangerous that it could not be left in the hands of just anyone. This is why magic was restricted to the priesthood and to those who had been specifically trained in its proper use. A priest who served in a temple would spend years in training before being allowed to perform magical rituals. The training involved not just learning the words of power and the procedures of the spells, it involved spiritual preparation. The would-be magician had to develop a certain kind of character and a certain level of spiritual development. He had to learn to be disciplined, to be focused, to be pure in his intentions. He had to learn to meditate and to enter into states of consciousness where he could perceive the invisible realms and communicate with the gods and spirits who inhabited them. The training also involved learning the history and the philosophy of magic. The apprentice would learn how magic had been practiced in ancient times and what had happened to magicians who had used it improperly. He would learn the cosmological framework that made magic possible. He would come to understand that magic was not a tool for imposing one's will on the universe, but rather a method for aligning oneself with the will of the gods and the principles of cosmic order. Once this understanding was achieved, the apprentice could be trusted to practice magic responsibly. Thoth himself was understood to teach magic, at least to those who were worthy of learning from him. A magician who had studied for many years and who had developed real skill and understanding might experience a moment when it seemed that Thoth had visited him in a vision or a dream. In this encounter, Thoth would teach him a new spell or reveal some hidden principle of magic that would allow him to work at a higher level. These encounters were understood to be real experiences, not mere imagination. They were moments when Thoth, in his role as teacher and guide of magicians, made direct contact with the magician and transmitted knowledge that could not be learned any other way. The magic that Thoth had created was understood to be eternal and unchanging. The spells and rituals that had been effective thousands of years ago were just as effective now. This is why the priests of Egypt placed such importance on preserving the exact forms of the ancient rituals. They would not modify the spells, or update them, or make them more efficient according to modern sensibilities. They performed them exactly as they had been performed in ancient times, using the exact same words in the exact same sequence. This was not rigidity or unthinking tradition. It was a recognition that certain forms of knowledge transcended time. These were not human inventions that could be improved upon. They were divine gifts that had to be preserved in their original form. The existence of magic, and Thoth's mastery over it, gave him a kind of power that was different from the power of other gods. Ra's power was mighty and obvious. He drove the sun across the sky, and his light made life possible on earth. Osiris's power was profound but comprehensible. He ruled over death and the underworld. But Thoth's power was subtler and deeper. It was the power that made the exercise of all other powers possible. It was the power that allowed things to be named and thus to exist. It was the power that allowed communication and knowledge to persist across time. It was the power that allowed one level of reality to influence another level. In a sense, Thoth's power was more fundamental than the power of any other god, and the knowledge of magic was the visible expression of this fundamental power. But there was knowledge of magic that went even deeper than the common spells and incantations that the priests practiced. There was knowledge of magic that was so profound and so dangerous that it was kept hidden from the world. This knowledge was contained in books, and the greatest and most famous of all these books was the legendary Book of Thoth. The Book of Thoth existed in Egyptian consciousness as a mythical repository of ultimate knowledge. It was spoken of with awe and fear in equal measure. No one knew exactly where it was, but everyone knew that it existed somewhere, guarded carefully and kept hidden from the casual seeker. The book was understood to contain nothing less than the secrets of the universe. It held knowledge of the true names of the gods and the secret rituals that could compel them. It held knowledge of alchemy and the transformation of base materials into precious metals. It held knowledge of medicine and the healing of every disease that could afflict the human body. It held knowledge of astronomy and the movements of the stars and planets. It held knowledge of the structure of the underworld and the paths that the dead must travel to reach the realm of eternal peace. According to the ancient historian Manetho, Thoth had written not just one book, but 42 sacred books. These texts covered all fields of knowledge and all domains of sacred practice. Some of them dealt with practical matters like medicine and engineering. Others dealt with ritual and religious practice. Others dealt with the deepest mysteries of existence and the nature of the gods. Together, these 42 books represented the complete body of divine wisdom. They were the totality of everything that could be known about the universe and about how to live properly within it. 6 of the books were said to deal with medicine and the treatment of diseases. 4 dealt with priestly rituals and the proper performance of temple ceremonies. 3 contained astronomical knowledge, explaining the movements of stars and planets and the meaning of the constellations. Others dealt with ethics and proper conduct, magic and spellcraft, alchemy and transformation, mathematics and geometry, agriculture and the care of the land, and the history of the gods and the creation of the world. Each book was understood to be a complete teaching on its subject, so profound and complete that studying a single book could take years. These sacred books were not ordinary texts that one could simply pick up and read. They were carefully guarded in the temples, stored in special libraries that were accessible only to the highest priests. Access to these texts was a privilege that had to be earned through decades of study and spiritual development. A person might spend their entire life serving a temple and still not be permitted to read the most sacred of the books. The knowledge was restricted not because the priests wanted to hoard it out of selfishness, but because reading these texts without proper preparation was understood to be dangerous. The knowledge contained in them could harm or even destroy a person who was not ready for it. The most sacred texts were often kept in sealed chambers, deep within the temple complexes, places where few people were ever permitted to go. The library might be located in an underground chamber, protected by thick walls of stone, accessed only through passages that were themselves secret. The texts themselves were often stored in special containers, chests made of sacred wood, sometimes carved with protective spells. Some texts were kept wrapped in white linen, the linen itself treated with sacred unguents and marked with hieroglyphic warnings. Do not read unless authorized. The reader takes responsibility for their own spiritual safety. The very storage of these texts was an act of reverence and a form of magical protection. By keeping the texts in a sanctified space, guarded by prayers and protective spells, the priests were ensuring not just that the texts would not be lost or damaged, but that they would retain their spiritual potency. The physical form of the Book of Thoth varied in different descriptions, but the most common account described it as a papyrus scroll of extraordinary dimensions and beauty. The writing on it was said to be in a special form of hieroglyphics that was different from ordinary Egyptian writing. These were not just the standard sacred glyphs that appeared in temple inscriptions. These were symbols that operated on multiple levels simultaneously. A person who could read them properly would understand layer upon layer of meaning with each symbol. The information would convey itself not just at an intellectual level, but at a spiritual and intuitive level as well. A single page of the Book of Thoth could contain information that would take months to fully comprehend. The contents of the book were described in many ways in ancient texts. Some sources said that it contained the words of creation, the actual divine language that Thoth had spoken at the moment of creation, the syllables and sounds that had brought the universe into being. If someone could learn these words and speak them with perfect understanding and perfect intention, they could theoretically command the forces of creation itself. They could reshape reality. This was the ultimate power that the book supposedly contained. Other sources described the book differently. They said it contained astronomical tables that allowed one to predict the movements of stars and planets with perfect accuracy, not just for years into the future, but for thousands of years. It contained medical formulas that could cure any disease or remedy any injury, no matter how severe. It contained alchemical procedures that could transform lead into gold, not merely the physical transformation of one metal into another, but the spiritual transformation of the crude and unrefined into the pure and precious. It contained liturgies and incantations that gave the person who spoke them authority over demons and spirits and gods. The mystery of the Book of Thoth was that no one was entirely sure what it contained, or even if the accounts of it being a physical object were literally true. Perhaps the Book of Thoth was not a single manuscript, but rather represented the entire body of sacred knowledge that had been preserved and transmitted through the priesthood. Perhaps it was a metaphor for the cosmic knowledge that Thoth possessed, and that he transmitted piecemeal through divine revelation. Different ancient texts seem to have different understandings of what the book was and what it contained. What was consistent across all the accounts was the sense that the Book of Thoth represented something of ultimate importance. It was the key to understanding the universe. It was the source of all wisdom and all power. It was the manual that explained how creation worked and how one could align oneself with the forces that governed reality. To read the book with understanding would be to gain wisdom approaching the wisdom of Thoth himself. It would elevate a person spiritually. It would grant them real power over the forces of nature and the course of events. Yet this power came with a price. According to legend, anyone who attempted to read the Book of Thoth without proper preparation, without the spiritual development and the priestly authorization to do so, would face terrible consequences. There were stories of people who had sought the book out of greed or simple curiosity and had found it or had been granted access to it. Some of these seekers had gone mad upon reading it. Their minds had been unable to process the information. The knowledge had been too much and they had lost their sanity. Others had suffered physical afflictions and had eventually died. Some had been struck by curses and had faced misfortune in every aspect of their lives. One account told of a scholar who had been granted brief access to a single page of the Book of Thoth by a sympathetic priest. The scholar read the page carefully, trying to absorb every detail, but when he finished, he found himself in a state of profound confusion. The knowledge he had absorbed seemed to contradict everything he had previously understood about the world. For months afterward, he could barely function. His mind was caught between two different understandings of reality, unable to reconcile them. He finally recovered, but only after years of guidance from the priests who had first given him access to the text. They had to help him integrate the new knowledge gradually, bit by bit, in a way that allowed his understanding to evolve without fragmenting. Another story told of a magician who had stolen a portion of the Book of Thoth and attempted to copy it. As he worked, he found that his hand began to shake. The letters he wrote became increasingly illegible. His eyes began to blur, and he could no longer see clearly enough to continue the work. The more he tried to force himself to continue, the worse the afflictions became. Eventually, he had to abandon the project. Some said that Thoth himself had afflicted him, preventing him from transmitting knowledge that he did not have the authority to share. The book, it seemed, was protected. Those who approached it improperly would find that it had been guarded by powers beyond the merely physical. The dangers of the Book of Thoth reflected a broader Egyptian belief about knowledge itself. Knowledge was sacred, but it was also dangerous. Not all knowledge was appropriate for all people at all times. Some knowledge could only be safely accessed if one had been properly prepared. Some knowledge could only be safely transmitted if one understood how to transmit it. The wrong knowledge given to the wrong person at the wrong time could cause serious harm. This is where the concept of the keeper of secret knowledge became essential. The priesthood of ancient Egypt understood themselves as guardians of sacred information. They were not keeping knowledge hidden out of a desire to maintain power, though power certainly followed from having access to knowledge. Rather, they were keeping knowledge hidden out of a genuine concern for the welfare of those who did not have access to it. Knowledge that was revealed prematurely or carelessly could harm people. Knowledge that was protected and revealed only in the proper context and to properly prepared people could transform people spiritually and lead them toward truth and enlightenment. This understanding placed an enormous responsibility on those who served as keepers of knowledge. The priests who guarded the sacred texts in the temple libraries understood that their role was crucial. They were maintaining the continuity of civilization. They were ensuring that knowledge would not be lost or corrupted. They were standing guard against ignorance and chaos. They were participating directly in Thoth's work of maintaining order and preventing entropy from overwhelming creation. The criteria for being granted access to the sacred knowledge were strict and carefully maintained. A person might study for 20 years and still not be ready. The determination of readiness was not made by a simple test or examination. It was a judgment about the person's character, their spiritual development, their understanding of the responsibility that came with knowledge, their loyalty to the gods, and to the proper order of things. A priest who served as guardian of the texts might watch a promising young student for decades, observing not just their intellectual progress, but their emotional and spiritual maturation. Was this young person capable of handling difficult knowledge? Would they use it responsibly? Would they guard it properly? Only when the guardian was confident in the answers to these questions would the student be allowed to begin reading the more restricted texts. The spiritual preparation that preceded access to restricted knowledge sometimes involved fasting and meditation. A student who was about to be granted access to a powerful text might be asked to fast for several days, eating only bread and water. During this fast, they would spend hours in meditation within the temple, sitting in the cool darkness and centering their mind on the divine. They might perform ritual purifications, washing themselves with sacred water infused with herbs. They might spend time in prayer, asking the gods to prepare them for the knowledge they were about to receive. By the time they actually opened the text, their mind and body would have been brought into a particular state, calm, focused, receptive, spiritually attuned. The revelation of knowledge was itself a ritual. The priest who granted access to a sacred text would often accompany the revelation with teaching and meditation. He would prepare the students spiritually for what they were about to read. He would warn them of dangers. He would place the knowledge in context, explaining how it related to other knowledge and how it served the purposes of the gods and the maintenance of cosmic order. He would make clear the responsibility that came with the knowledge. In some cases, the priest and student would spend hours in discussion before the text was actually revealed, the priest asking questions to assess the student's readiness, and the student asking questions to understand why this particular knowledge was important. The priest might tell stories of how this knowledge had been used in the past, stories of priests who had used it wisely and priests who had failed in their responsibility. Once the student was granted access and had read the text, they became bound by an oath to keep the knowledge secret, except when it was proper to share it with other authorized people. This oath was not merely a legal commitment. It was a sacred vow made in the presence of the gods and the spirits of the temple. To break the oath would be to invite divine punishment. The guarding of sacred knowledge created a hierarchy within the priesthood. Some priests were trusted with more knowledge than others. The highest-ranking priests, the ones who served directly in the most sacred temples and who had been through the most extensive training, were the ones who had access to the most restricted texts. Information flowed from these exalted individuals to the next tier of priests, and from there to the next tier in a carefully controlled way. Not every priest needed to know everything. Each person was given the knowledge that they needed for their particular role and responsibility. A priest who served as an attendant in a temple and performed routine daily rituals might never have access to the deepest texts, but he would have knowledge sufficient for his role. A priest who served as a healer in the temple would have access to medical texts appropriate to his practice. A priest who served as an advisor to the pharaoh would have access to texts dealing with governance and statecraft. But only the highest initiates, those who had spent decades in training and spiritual development, would have access to texts dealing with the very nature of creation and the powers of the gods. This hierarchical structure was not seen as unfair or oppressive. It was seen as necessary and proper. The belief was that this is how knowledge must flow if it is to remain pure and uncorrupted. If sacred texts were made available to anyone without restriction, they would inevitably be misused. They would be used to gain personal advantage. They would be used to gain power over others. They would be corrupted by greed and ambition. The restricted access to knowledge was a way of ensuring that knowledge would be used properly, in service to the cosmic order rather than in service to personal gain. This system of restricting access to knowledge was connected to Thoth's role as judge of the dead. The knowledge that a person had accumulated during their life, and more importantly, the use to which they had put that knowledge, would be examined at the moment of judgment. A person who had access to sacred knowledge and who had used it rightly would be rewarded. A person who had misused knowledge, who had allowed pride or ambition or greed to corrupt their use of knowledge, would be punished. The access to knowledge came with responsibility. The more knowledge one had, the greater that responsibility became. In this way, Thoth's several roles, as god of magic, as creator of the sacred texts, as judge of knowledge at the moment of death, all fit together into a coherent whole. Thoth was not just a god who recorded and preserved knowledge. He was a god who understood the proper distribution and use of knowledge. He understood how knowledge must flow through society in a structured way in order to maintain the integrity of both the knowledge and the people who possessed it. He understood that knowledge, like magic, was powerful and needed to be handled with care. He understood that the true test of a person's character was not merely what they knew, but how they used what they knew. The ability to keep a secret, to guard knowledge that had been entrusted to one's care, to transmit it only to those who were worthy. These were markers of spiritual development and moral strength. Thoth examined these qualities in the heart of a person when they came before him after death. A person who had been trusted with knowledge and had kept that trust would find themselves in a position of honor in the afterlife. The entire system of religious practice in ancient Egypt was, in a sense, built on the foundation of Thoth's understanding of knowledge and magic and order. Every ritual that was performed was a ritual that preserved something of Thoth's original knowledge and made it manifest in the world. Every text that was copied and preserved was a continuation of Thoth's work of preventing knowledge from being lost. Every priest who guarded a secret and transmitted it to a properly prepared student was doing the work of Thoth. Every decision to share knowledge only with those who were ready for it was an echo of Thoth's own wisdom about how knowledge should move through the world. In this way, Thoth's presence extended beyond the temples and the libraries and the night sky. He was present in the careful judgment of those who decided who was worthy of knowledge. He was present in the discipline of those who kept secrets. He was present in the courage of those who chose to use knowledge responsibly, even when using it irresponsibly might have brought greater personal gain. Thoth's influence was woven into the very fabric of Egyptian civilization, present in every act of transmission and preservation that kept the ancient wisdom alive. The work of preservation and transmission extended, naturally, to Thoth's other essential role. If he was the keeper of knowledge, he was also the keeper of justice. The two roles were deeply connected. Justice, as the ancient Egyptians understood it, was not separate from knowledge. You could not judge fairly if you did not understand the truth. You could not discern what was right and what was wrong without access to the deepest principles of reality. This is why Thoth served not just as the god of wisdom and magic, but as the ultimate judge and mediator between competing claims and competing desires. Thoth understood balance in a way that few others could. He was often described as the god who balanced the scales. This was not merely metaphorical. In his role as judge of souls and arbiter of cosmic disputes, he literally held the power to weigh things against each other and determine which was heavier, which mattered more, which should prevail. When conflicts arose among the gods, when one deity made claims against another, when the cosmic order seemed to be threatened by the ambitions and conflicts of divine beings, it was Thoth who would be called upon to mediate. He could be trusted because he had no stake in the outcome. He was not aligned with any particular faction among the gods. He served the cosmic order itself, not the interests of any individual deity. In the underworld, after a person had died and their soul had journeyed through the dangerous passages of the afterlife, they would eventually arrive at a destination that ancient Egyptians called the duat. The duat was not a place of punishment in the way that modern religions might conceive of hell. It was rather a place of testing and evaluation. It was a place where the truth about a person's life would be revealed. For it was in the duat that the ceremony of the weighing of the heart took place, and this ceremony was overseen by Thoth. The ancient Egyptians believed that the heart was the seat of intelligence and the center of a person's moral character. The heart contained within it the record of everything a person had done during their life. Every good deed that a person had performed was recorded in their heart. Every harmful thing that a person had done was also recorded there. The heart knew the truth about the person. It could not lie. It could not be deceived. It could not pretend to be better or worse than it actually was. When a soul arrived at the Hall of Maat, they would be taken before a great tribunal of divine judges. At the center of this tribunal was a vast scale, a balance of enormous proportions. On one side of this scale was placed the heart of the deceased person. It was a metaphysical heart, not a physical organ, but it was nonetheless real and weighty. On the other side of the scale was placed a single feather. This was the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and cosmic order. It was an extraordinarily light feather, nearly weightless, and yet it represented the entire weight of truth in the cosmos. Thoth stood beside this great scale, watching carefully as the heart was placed upon it. He held a tablet or stylus in his hands, and he was prepared to record the outcome. His role was to ensure that the weighing was done fairly and correctly. He was the scribe and the mediator in this most important ceremony. He would observe the scale as it balanced and tipped. He would watch to see whether the heart was lighter than the feather or heavier than the feather. If the heart of the deceased was lighter than the feather, this meant that the person had lived a good life. They had followed Maat. They had told the truth. They had acted with integrity and kindness. They had fulfilled their duties and responsibilities. Their heart contained no heavy burden of wrongdoing. Such a person would be allowed to proceed to the field of reeds, the Egyptian concept of paradise. They would enjoy eternal peace and happiness. They would be reunited with loved ones who had gone before them. They would live forever in peace. But if the heart of the deceased was heavier than the feather, this meant that the person had lived a life of wrongdoing. They had lied and deceived. They had harmed others. They had violated Ma'at. They had acted from selfish motives and had not fulfilled their responsibilities. Such a person could not be allowed to continue into the afterlife with the same status as those who had lived well. A creature waited nearby in the hall of Ma'at, a fearsome beast called Amit, whose name meant the devourer. Amit was part crocodile, part lion, and part hippopotamus. She embodied the destructive forces of chaos and entropy. If the heart was found to be too heavy with wrongdoing, Amit would consume it. The person would be annihilated. They would cease to exist, not just in the afterlife, but in every sense. Their name would be forgotten. They would vanish completely from existence. Thoth's role in this ceremony was crucial. He was not merely an observer. He was the one who ensured that the process was fair and accurate. He was the one who recorded the outcome. He would note down on his tablet the result of the weighing. He would document whether the person had passed or failed the test. This documentation was essential because the judgment was permanent. Once Thoth had recorded it, the outcome could not be changed or disputed. The person's fate was sealed. For this reason, Thoth's integrity and his knowledge of truth were absolutely essential. If Thoth made an error, or if he were corrupted, the entire system of justice would be compromised. But Thoth's impartiality was legendary. He was known throughout the cosmos as a judge who could not be swayed, who could not be bribed, who could not be manipulated by fear or flattery. He cared only about truth. He cared only about justice. When he weighed a heart against the feather of Ma'at, he was doing so with perfect accuracy. There could be no appeals. There could be no special pleading. The heart either was lighter than the feather, or it was not. The weighing of the heart ceremony embodied the Egyptian belief that one's life was important, that one's actions mattered, that there were consequences to how a person lived. A person could not simply dismiss their wrongdoings. They could not pretend that their harmful actions had no weight or consequence. At the moment of death, all of that would be revealed. All of that would be weighed, and Thoth would record it. The ceremony was understood not as punishment, but as truth-telling. The scale did not judge. It measured. It revealed what was actually there within the heart. The feather of Ma'at was not an arbitrary standard. It represented the actual weight of truth and cosmic order. If a heart was heavier than this standard, it meant that the heart carried a burden of wrongdoing. The imbalance was real, not metaphorical. This meant that Thoth was not just a god of wisdom and knowledge in an abstract sense. He was a god who was intimately involved in the most important moment of a person's existence. He was present at the threshold between life and death. He saw each person not as they appeared in the world, but as they truly were in their deepest being. He saw through all pretense and deception. He knew the truth about everyone. The ancient Egyptians understood that Thoth's presence in the hall of Ma'at was what made true justice possible. Without a judge who was perfectly impartial, perfectly knowledgeable, and perfectly honest, the entire system could not function. But with Thoth standing there, watching and recording everything, documenting the truth about every soul that came before him, they could trust that the judgment was fair and true. This trust in Thoth's integrity was perhaps the greatest gift that the ancient Egyptians gave to themselves and to their civilization. The Hall of Ma'at itself was described in ancient texts as a place of extraordinary beauty and solemnity. It was a place where the air itself seemed to shimmer with divine presence. The walls were adorned with sacred symbols and hieroglyphic inscriptions. The floor was smooth and polished to a mirror shine. At one end of the hall stood the great scale where the weighing took place. At the other end, seated in a place of honor, was Osiris, the lord of the afterlife and the god of resurrection and renewal. Osiris presided over the proceedings in the Hall of Ma'at, but he did not make the actual judgments himself. His role was to oversee and to ensure that cosmic order was maintained. When Thoth presented the result of the weighing, Osiris would acknowledge it and pronounce the consequences. If the heart had been lighter than the feather, Osiris would greet the person with words of welcome and would guide them toward the field of reeds. If the heart had been heavier, Osiris would pronounce the judgment of annihilation, and Ammit would act. Around the hall stood the other divine judges, the 42 assessors who were sometimes mentioned in the Egyptian texts. These judges represented different aspects of divine judgment and different domains of law and ethics. Some represented particular virtues that the deceased should have practiced during their life. Others represented specific laws and codes of conduct that the deceased should have followed. Together, they formed a complete tribunal, covering every aspect of justice and morality. But it was Thoth who held the most important position in this tribunal. He was the one who actually performed the weighing. He was the one who recorded the result. Without Thoth, there would be no way to verify that the judgment had been carried out fairly. Thoth was the guarantor of the integrity of the entire system. The ceremony of the weighing of the heart took place not once but countless times. Every time a person died and their soul traveled to the duat, this ceremony was repeated. For thousands of years, since the beginning of Egyptian civilization, Thoth had been performing this task. He had weighed countless hearts. He had seen the truth about millions of people. He had recorded the fate of every soul that had passed through the Hall of Ma'at. This meant that Thoth possessed a knowledge that was unique in the cosmos. He knew the moral truth about every human being who had ever lived. He knew who had lived well and who had lived poorly. He knew who had practiced Ma'at and who had violated it. He had seen the consequences of human actions played out in the afterlife. He understood, more deeply than any other being, what true justice really meant and what moral truth really consisted of. His role as judge of the dead meant that Thoth was not merely an abstract god of wisdom and knowledge. He was a god who was actively involved in the workings of the cosmos. He was not distant and removed from human affairs. He was present at the most important moments. He saw the truth about human beings. He implemented justice. He ensured that the cosmic order was maintained. For the ancient Egyptians, knowing that Thoth stood in the Hall of Ma'at, ready to weigh their hearts when they died, was both comforting and sobering. It was comforting because it meant that their actions would be fairly judged. It meant that if they lived well and followed Ma'at, they would be rewarded with eternal peace. It was sobering because it meant that they could not escape the consequences of their actions. They could not fool Thoth or deceive him. They could not hide the truth about their own hearts. One day, when they died, their hearts would be weighed, and the truth would be known. This reality profoundly shaped Egyptian ethics and Egyptian morality. People tried to live good lives not just because it was pleasant or profitable to do so, but because they understood that their actions had cosmic significance. They understood that Thoth was watching, not in a punitive sense, but in a truth-telling sense. Thoth saw the reality of what they were doing. He would record it. And one day, in the Hall of Ma'at, that record would be consulted. The ancient Egyptians also believed that Thoth could intervene in the affairs of the living world as well as the dead. In the myth of Osiris, Thoth played a crucial role in events that affected the gods and the human world. When Osiris was murdered by his brother Set, his body was scattered in pieces across Egypt. His devoted wife Isis gathered these pieces together, trying to restore her beloved husband. But she could not do this alone. Thoth came to her aid. With his knowledge of magic and his power to heal, Thoth helped to restore Osiris to life. He healed the wounds that had been inflicted. He used his understanding of the sacred mysteries to bring the god back from the dead, at least temporarily, long enough for Osiris and Isis to conceive their son Horus. This act of restoration by Thoth demonstrated that his wisdom and his power extended to the greatest challenges that the cosmos faced, when death itself seemed to have won, when chaos seemed to be overwhelming order. Thoth could use his knowledge and his magic to restore what had been broken. He could heal even the gods. The restoration of Osiris was not a simple process. It required knowledge that only Thoth possessed. It required understanding the deeper structure of divine being, the way that a god could be taken apart and reassembled. It required knowledge of the sacred words and incantations that could command the forces of transformation. Thoth alone possessed this knowledge. Thoth alone could do what needed to be done. This demonstrated that Thoth's role as judge and scribe was not separate from his role as healer and restorer. All of these functions flowed from the same source, his understanding of the true nature of reality and his ability to work within that reality's fundamental principles. Thoth also played a role in the protection of Horus, the young son of Osiris and Isis. When Horus was young, he was wounded in a battle with his uncle Set. Set had struck him in the eye, and Horus was left blind and in pain. Thoth used his healing power to restore Horus's eye. He made it whole again. He gave Horus back his sight. This act was remembered in Egyptian mythology and was celebrated in rituals. The eye of Horus, called the Wedjat eye, became one of the most important sacred symbols in Egypt, representing healing and wholeness and the restoration of cosmic order. These stories of Thoth's interventions demonstrated that he was not merely a passive recorder of events. He was an active force in maintaining and restoring the cosmic order. He was a healer. He was a protector. He was a force for good in the universe. Yet despite the crucial importance of his role, Thoth remained a mysterious figure in many ways. He was not as frequently worshipped in temples as Ra or Osiris. He did not have the same dramatic stories of romance and adventure that were told about other gods. He was not depicted in art as a great warrior, or as a beautiful youth, or as a compassionate mother. His depictions were usually more austere, more intellectual. He was shown holding his stylus and tablet, or holding the lunar disk, or holding the feather of Ma'at. He was shown in the act of recording, of measuring, of judging, of facilitating the operation of cosmic law. This austere quality perhaps made Thoth less approachable to many worshippers. But for those who valued wisdom, for those who were dedicated to truth, for those who understood the importance of justice and order, Thoth was a god of profound importance. He was the god who could be trusted absolutely. He was the god who knew everything. He was the god who ensured that truth prevailed. The eternal wisdom that Thoth embodied was a wisdom that transcended time. It was a wisdom that had been present since the very beginning of creation. Some versions of the Egyptian creation myth suggested that Thoth had existed before Ra himself, that he had been present at the moment when the universe came into being, and that he had recorded the very first moments of creation. Other versions suggested that Thoth and Ra had come into existence simultaneously, that they were complementary forces, that neither could exist without the other. In either case, Thoth's wisdom was understood to be ancient and unchanging. The knowledge that he possessed was knowledge that could not become obsolete. The truths that he had discovered at the beginning of time were still true at the present moment, and would still be true in the distant future. This is why the sacred texts that were attributed to him were considered to be eternally valid. This is why the spells and rituals that he had created could be performed with the same effectiveness thousands of years after they had first been discovered. They were based on principles that were eternal. To understand this is to understand something fundamental about how the ancient Egyptians viewed knowledge. They did not believe in progress in the modern sense, where each generation supersedes the wisdom of the generation before it. They believed instead that the deepest truths had been known from the beginning of time. The task of each generation was not to discover new truths, but to preserve and properly transmit the ancient truths that had been revealed at the beginning of creation. Thoth was the guardian of these eternal truths. He was the one who had enshrined them in his sacred books. He was the one who ensured that they would be preserved properly and transmitted to those who were worthy of receiving them. Thoth's wisdom was also practical. It was not merely abstract or theoretical. It was knowledge that could be applied to actual situations and actual problems. A healer could use the medical knowledge attributed to Thoth to cure diseases. A scribe could use the knowledge of writing and language to communicate effectively and to preserve information. A magician could use the spells and incantations that Thoth had created to accomplish real effects in the physical world. A judge or administrator could use the principles of justice and order that Thoth represented to make fair decisions and to maintain proper governance. This practical quality made Thoth's wisdom accessible to all levels of society. The highest priests could study the deepest mysteries and contemplate the most abstract principles of cosmic order. The common scribes and magicians and healers could use the practical applications of Thoth's wisdom to do their work. The ordinary people could benefit from the results of that wisdom as embodied in the institutions and practices of Egyptian civilization. A farmer who could not read could still benefit from the agricultural knowledge that priests had derived from Thoth's teachings. They could benefit from the calendars that had been created through Thoth's understanding of celestial cycles. A sick person could be healed through medicines that had been developed using Thoth's medical knowledge, even if they never knew the name of Thoth or understood the principles behind the healing. This universality of Thoth's influence made him unique among the gods. Most gods were honored through specific cults and specific temples, by people who had chosen to become their devotees. But Thoth's influence extended to everyone, whether they explicitly worshipped him or not. Thoth's eternal wisdom was also a wisdom about balance and equilibrium. He understood that extreme positions were generally unstable. That knowledge needed to be balanced with proper restraint. That power needed to be balanced with responsibility. That day and night, life and death, chaos and order, were all necessary parts of a functioning cosmos. Neither could be eliminated. Neither should dominate completely. Instead, they should exist in dynamic balance, with each limiting and tempering the excesses of the other. This principle of balance extended to Thoth's understanding of human life and human morality. A person should pursue knowledge, but not at the expense of ethical development. A person should seek power and success, but not through deception or harm to others. A person should enjoy the pleasures of life, but not become enslaved to desire and appetite. Balance was the key to virtue. Excess in any direction was a danger. The ancient Egyptians understood that Thoth embodied this principle of balance. He was neither extremely harsh nor extremely lenient. He was neither a god of pure intellect nor a god of pure emotion. He combined rational understanding with compassion. He combined perfect honesty about human wrongdoing with willingness to guide and teach. He was the balancer of forces, the maintainer of equilibrium, the one who ensured that the cosmic order remained stable. This quality made Thoth a god who could be approached by people from all walks of life. The ambitious young scribe who wanted to become great could look to Thoth as a model of how to achieve greatness through mastery of knowledge and language. The healer who wanted to relieve suffering could look to Thoth as a model of how to use knowledge for the benefit of others. The judge or official who wanted to rule fairly could look to Thoth as a model of impartial justice. The ordinary person who wanted to live an ethical life could look to Thoth's principles and try to embody them in their own conduct. The mystery of Thoth lay in the fact that despite his extraordinary importance and despite his vast knowledge and power, he remained somewhat unknowable. One could study his roles and his attributes and his mythology, but one could never fully comprehend him. This was partly because Thoth represented principles that were themselves infinite and inexhaustible. Truth and knowledge and justice and wisdom were not finite things that could be completely understood and contained. They were vast domains that would always contain hidden depths and mysteries. It was also partly because Thoth's nature was fundamentally different from the nature of other gods. Other gods were embodiments of natural forces or human qualities. Ra was the sun. Osiris was fertility and death and resurrection. Isis was magic and maternal love. But Thoth was something else. He was the embodiment of consciousness itself, of the capacity to know and to record and to judge. He was the divine intellect, the cosmic mind. The other gods could be approached through emotion and through prayer. One could appeal to Isis's maternal compassion. One could appeal to Ra's power and majesty. One could appeal to Osiris's understanding of resurrection and renewal. But Thoth was different. He could only be approached through truth and through the cultivation of wisdom. One could not manipulate Thoth through emotional appeal. One could not bribe him or threaten him or seduce him. The only way to connect with Thoth was to pursue truth honestly and to try to develop wisdom in oneself. This made Thoth a god for those who valued intellectual development above all else, for those who were willing to dedicate themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. This made Thoth simultaneously the most important of all the gods and the least understood. Every other god depended on Thoth's capacity to record and remember. Every god needed Thoth's wisdom and judgment. Every god participated in cosmic events, but it was Thoth who ensured that those events were documented, that they were part of the ongoing story of creation and cosmos. Without Thoth, the other gods might accomplish great things, but there would be no record of those accomplishments. The universe might function according to divine law, but there would be no being to ensure that the law was understood and properly applied. This enduring mystery of Thoth's nature was part of what made him so fascinating to the ancient Egyptians. He was a god who repaid contemplation. The more one thought about him, the more one considered his roles and his significance, the deeper one's understanding could become. Yet there would always be another layer of mystery waiting to be discovered. Thoth was not a god who revealed all of his secrets at once. He was a god who invited the dedicated seeker to continue learning throughout their entire life. Even the greatest scholars and the highest priests acknowledged that they had barely scratched the surface of Thoth's wisdom. The books attributed to him seemed to expand in meaning the more one studied them. A particular passage that had seemed clear on first reading would reveal new depths of significance upon rereading. A ritual that had been performed the same way for generations would suddenly yield new understanding to someone who approached it with fresh insight and genuine seeking. Thoth rewarded the sincere seeker. He opened doors to those who knocked earnestly on the gates of his wisdom. But he did not offer his deepest mysteries to the casual or the indifferent. He demanded dedication and respect and genuine commitment to the pursuit of truth. The ancient Egyptians lived their lives in the shadow of Thoth's presence. They wrote because Thoth had invented writing. They pursued knowledge because Thoth valued knowledge. They tried to act with integrity because they understood that Thoth would one day weigh their hearts and know the truth about them. They created institutions and structures and practices that embodied Thoth's principles of order and justice and proper knowledge distribution. In countless ways, large and small, Thoth's influence shaped Egyptian civilization and Egyptian consciousness. Every time a scribe dipped his brush into ink, he was performing an act that was ultimately connected to Thoth. Every time someone learned to read, they were participating in the gift that Thoth had given to humanity. Every time someone used knowledge to solve a problem or help another person, they were using an ability that came ultimately from Thoth. Every time someone strived to tell the truth or to act with justice, they were following the path that Thoth had illuminated. His presence was woven into the fabric of ordinary life, as thoroughly as it was woven into the grand temples and the cosmic mysteries. And so we come to the ending of our time with this remarkable God, this keeper of mysteries, this judge of souls and guardian of truth. Thoth remains to this day one of the most enigmatic and most influential deities of the ancient world, a god whose influence extends far beyond the centuries in which he was actively worshipped. His legacy extends far beyond ancient Egypt. The concept of Thoth merged with the Greek god Hermes in later centuries, and through this merging, Thoth's ideas and principles were transmitted to the Mediterranean world and eventually to Western civilization. The notion that wisdom and knowledge are the most precious of all human possessions, that truth is fundamental to justice, that the recording and preservation of information is essential to civilization, that language and writing are sacred gifts that elevate human beings above mere animals, that power without wisdom is dangerous and should be constrained by law and ethics. These are all principles that can be traced back to the figure of Thoth. The books that Thoth was said to have written became legendary throughout the ancient world. People sought them for centuries. Magic traditions continued to speak of the Book of Thoth as a source of ultimate knowledge. Even in modern times, people continue to seek this legendary book, drawn by the possibility that it contains answers to the deepest questions about how the universe works. Whether such a physical book ever existed or not, the concept of the Book of Thoth represents the idea that there are truths that can be discovered and written down, that knowledge can be preserved and transmitted, that the universe operates according to principles that can be understood. Thoth invites us still to seek wisdom, to value truth, to understand the sacred nature of language and writing, to recognize the importance of keeping accurate records, to use our knowledge responsibly, and to remember that our actions have consequences that will be recorded and weighed. In an age of information and distraction, when truth seems increasingly difficult to discern, and when knowledge is so vast that no individual can master it, Thoth's example remains relevant and instructive. He shows us that wisdom consists not just in accumulating information, but in understanding the principles that organize that information into coherence and meaning. He shows us that knowledge must be approached with reverence and respect. He shows us that truth matters. He shows us that justice depends on accurate knowledge and impartial judgment. The story of Thoth is the story of the power of knowledge, of the importance of truth, of the sacred nature of language and writing, and of the eternal vigilance that is necessary to maintain cosmic order and human civilization. It is a story that has resonated for thousands of years and continues to resonate today. In the quiet of the night, under the light of the moon that Thoth governs, we can still sense his presence. We can still hear the whisper of the feather of Ma'at being placed on the scale. We can still imagine him, stylus in hand, recording the truth about our lives. And we can still choose, as the ancient Egyptians chose, to live in such a way that our hearts, when weighed against the feather, will be found to be in balance. For now, we will follow the story of Horus and Set, two gods locked in an eternal struggle for control of the throne of Egypt, a conflict that encompasses betrayal, resurrection, and the fundamental balance between order and chaos. But before we begin this grand and ancient tale, let us first take a moment to prepare ourselves for the journey ahead. The story we are about to explore is one that shaped how an entire civilization understood power, legitimacy, and the very nature of cosmic order. It is a tale that has echoed through centuries, preserved in papyri and temple walls, whispered by priests and remembered by pharaohs. And tonight, you will hear it as the ancients themselves might have imagined it, a story meant to be received in a state of calm reflection, as darkness falls and the day finally releases you from its demands. Before we venture into this mythological landscape, I would like to invite you to settle more deeply into the place where you are right now. If you have not already done so, please close your eyes and allow your body to feel the support of whatever surface you are resting upon. Whether you are lying in bed, resting on a couch, or seated comfortably in a chair, notice how that surface holds you. Notice the points of contact between your body and the ground beneath you, your head, your shoulders, your back, your legs, your arms. All of these parts of you are being supported right now, held gently by whatever you are resting upon. There is nothing you need to do in this moment except to be here and to listen. You might be wondering if you will fall asleep, or you might be hoping that you will. Whatever unfolds is exactly what should unfold. Your job is simply to remain present with the sound of my voice and the unfolding of this ancient story. As you lie there or sit there, begin to notice your breathing. You need not change it or control it in any way. Simply notice the natural rhythm of breath moving in and out of your body. In through your nose, out through your mouth, or perhaps both in and both out, whatever feels most natural to you. With each exhale, imagine that your body is becoming heavier, sinking more deeply into the surface beneath you. Your shoulders are growing heavy, your arms are becoming heavier, the weight of your legs is pressing into whatever you are resting upon, and that is a good and comfortable feeling. There is no need to hold anything up. There is no need to carry anything. You are simply here, breathing, being supported, growing more and more comfortable with each passing moment. As you continue to breathe, I want you to imagine a warm golden light beginning to gather somewhere deep within your chest, right at the center of your body. This light is soft and gentle, and it carries with it a sense of warmth and safety, like being wrapped in a blanket on a cool evening, or like the feeling of sunlight on your skin during a peaceful afternoon. With each breath in, this light grows slightly brighter, becoming more present, more real. With each breath out, it expands outward, filling your chest, your shoulders, moving down your arms and into your hands. Feel this warmth moving through you, relaxing every muscle it touches, easing away any tension you have been carrying throughout your day. This golden light continues to expand, moving down through your torso, into your abdomen, your hips. It moves down your legs, all the way to your toes, touching every cell of your body with its gentle warmth. Every part of your body is now bathed in this warm, gentle glow. You are entirely supported, entirely relaxed, and entirely safe in this moment. There is nothing else you need to attend to, nowhere else you need to be. You are here, and this is enough. You are exactly where you need to be. Now, as you rest in this state of complete calm and safety, imagine that this golden light is carrying you on a journey. You begin to drift backward through time, moving through centuries and millennia, leaving behind the modern world and traveling deeper and deeper into the ancient past. You drift over vast deserts of golden sand, over the great river that flows through the heart of Egypt, over temples and monuments that stand eternal against the passage of time. As you continue to drift, the landscape shifts and changes. You find yourself in a time before time itself, in the mythological age when gods walked the earth and divine conflicts shaped the very nature of reality. The light that surrounds you grows even warmer, even more welcoming, as if you are approaching something sacred, something that has been waiting for you across the centuries. You are approaching a story. You are approaching Egypt itself, not the Egypt of maps and history, but the Egypt of myth and mystery. The Egypt where gods ruled and where the struggle between order and chaos was not merely philosophical, but was the very foundation upon which all existence rested. And you are here to witness it, to be part of it, to understand it in a way that your waking mind might never quite grasp. The golden light begins to settle around you like a blanket, like the starlight that falls upon the Egyptian desert on a clear night. Your breathing has become slow and deep and natural. Your body is entirely at peace. You are ready now to receive this story, this ancient tale that has survived the ages. You are ready to meet Horus and Set, to understand their struggle, and to see in their conflict the eternal dance between creation and destruction, between order and the forces that would unmake it. In the time before memory, when the world was still new and divine beings had only recently taken their places in the cosmic order, there was a god named Osiris. Osiris was not just any god. He was the god of the afterlife, of resurrection, of the annual flooding of the Nile that brought fertility and life to the land. He was the god of agriculture and rebirth, the principle by which what dies can return to life, by which winter becomes spring, by which the seed breaks open in the dark earth to grow toward the sun. Osiris was a god beloved by the people of Egypt because he represented something fundamental to their existence. He was married to Isis, a goddess of extraordinary power and wisdom. Isis was the goddess of magic, of motherhood, of the home and family. She was revered for her intelligence, her cunning, and her absolute devotion to those she loved. Together, Osiris and Isis ruled a kingdom that was at peace. The land flourished under their governance in ways that seemed almost miraculous. The Nile flooded at the proper times, bringing rich black soil to the fields, its waters neither too abundant nor too scarce, but precisely measured as if by divine hand. The people prospered. Children were born healthy and strong. Crops grew tall and abundant, filling granaries beyond capacity. Herds multiplied. Trade flourished between neighboring lands. The gods themselves seemed to favor the order that Osiris and Isis had created. It was a time of harmony, a time when the cosmos seemed to be in perfect balance, when the invisible forces that governed existence seemed to work in coordination rather than conflict. The sun rose and set on schedule. The seasons turned in their proper order. Even the stars seemed to shine more brightly, as if responding to the happiness and peace that reigned below. But this peace, like all things in the universe, was not meant to last forever. Perfect balance cannot be maintained indefinitely, for the universe itself tends toward change and transformation. There was another god, one who had always lived in the shadows of his brother's glory. His name was Set, and he was the god of chaos, of storms, of the desert, of everything wild and unpredictable in the natural world. Set was powerful, perhaps as powerful as Osiris himself, but his power was of a different kind. Where Osiris brought order and growth, Set brought discord and destruction. Where Osiris was loved and revered, Set was feared and held at arm's length, respected for his strength but not embraced for his nature. Set embodied the forces that could undo civilization in an instant, the floods that came too strong, the droughts that lasted too long, the sandstorms that could blind a man, the unpredictability of existence itself. Set had watched his brother rule for ages, and with each passing season, with each successful harvest and each prosperous year, resentment grew in his heart like a poison seeping into water. He had participated in creation. He had fought in the ancient battles against the forces of chaos when the world was still being established. He had sacrificed and labored, and yet it was Osiris who received the accolades, Osiris who was worshipped with devotion and love, Osiris whose every word was treasured. Set wanted the throne. He wanted the power. He wanted to be acknowledged as supreme, not merely tolerated as a necessary but unpleasant part of the natural world. He wanted to be loved the way his brother was loved. The jealousy that consumed Set was not a small thing. It was not a passing emotion. It was a deep, burning rage that festered within him, growing stronger with every day that passed, feeding on his resentment like a fire feeds on wood. Set began to plot in secret. He gathered followers to his cause, creatures drawn to him by their own nature, those who were drawn to chaos, to the thrill of transgression, to the power of destruction. He assembled a conspiracy. He waited for the moment when the gods of order would be least vigilant, when the natural cycles of existence would create an opening for his act of rebellion. And then, in an act of unparalleled treachery, Set murdered his own brother. It was not a quick death. It was not mercy. It was a killing meant to be thorough and final. Set did not merely end Osiris's life. Set dismembered the body of Osiris, cutting it into many pieces with terrible violence, and then scattering the remains across the land of Egypt with deliberate cruelty. He scattered the pieces far from one another, placing them in locations spread across the entire kingdom, hoping that without a complete body, Osiris would be unable to continue beyond death, unable to reach the afterlife that he himself ruled over. In the Egyptian understanding of death and the afterlife, the body was essential to the continuation of existence. The body needed to be whole and preserved for the soul to continue its journey, for the essence of the person to persist beyond the grave and exist in the afterlife. By scattering Osiris, by destroying the integrity of his physical form, Set believed he had not merely killed his brother. He had tried to erase him entirely, to prevent him from existing in any meaningful way beyond death. But Set had not counted on Isis. He had not truly understood the depth of her power or the absolute intensity of her love and determination. When Isis learned of what had happened to her husband, her grief was immeasurable, but her sorrow quickly transformed into purpose. She did not collapse into mourning. She did not surrender to despair. Instead, she rose up with a will that seemed to move mountains. Isis began a quest that would carry her across all of Egypt. She traveled from one end of the kingdom to the other, following rumors and leads, searching with relentless determination for the scattered pieces of her beloved husband. The god of the desert winds helped her, blowing dust clouds that revealed hidden locations. The gods of the water aided her, guiding fish and currents to lead her toward places where pieces of Osiris had been concealed. The creatures of the earth seemed to conspire in her favor. A jackal appeared to show her a path. Vultures circled overhead, their keen eyes spotting what human sight could not. The very landscape of Egypt seemed to shift and change to assist her, as if the land itself mourned its fallen god and wished to help restore him. Piece by piece, fragment by fragment, Isis collected the remains of Osiris. She found his head in one location, carefully preserved and hidden. She discovered his torso in another place entirely, buried beneath centuries of sand. She recovered his arms and legs from yet another region. She found his heart, the seat of intelligence and will, that essential part that made Osiris who he was. She located his spine and ribs, each bone precious, each piece essential to the whole. She found parts scattered from the far north of Egypt to the deepest south, pieces that Set had deliberately placed in distant locations, believing that their separation would prevent any resurrection. The search was not easy or quick. It required Isis to venture into dangerous places, to navigate treacherous terrain, to face down the creatures and spirits that guarded certain locations. She had to use her magic to overcome obstacles. She had to use her cunning to trick those who would stop her. She had to use her divine authority to command the respect of those who might have refused her passage. And yet, through all of this, she never wavered. Every moment that passed, every hardship she encountered, only strengthened her resolve. There is one piece that the legends tell did not survive in its original form, the phallus of Osiris, the symbol of his creative power and fertility, was cast into the river and swallowed by a fish while Osiris was being dismembered. Set had destroyed it deliberately, knowing what it meant, knowing that it represented the power to create and perpetuate life. This missing piece troubled Isis greatly, and she mourned for it as she mourned for all the other parts of her beloved. But she was not a goddess to be defeated by such obstacles, not a woman who would allow loss to prevent her from acting. Using her mastery of magic, using knowledge that few possessed and that she had learned from the most ancient sources, Isis fashioned a replacement. She crafted a golden substitute, a phallus made of precious metal that gleamed like the sun itself, that would restore what had been lost and allow for the possibility of new life to spring forth. When she had gathered all the pieces, when she had assembled the body of her beloved husband, Isis called upon all the magic she possessed. Her voice filled the air with incantations, with the sacred words that held power over death and life itself. She wrapped the body with cloth of linen, speaking ancient words of power, words that she had learned in times long forgotten, words that had been whispered to her by the very oldest of the gods. She anointed the body with oils and unguents, each one chosen for its particular property and meaning. She placed amulets at strategic points along the body, symbols of protection and rebirth and restoration. She performed rituals that no mortal had ever witnessed, rituals that seemed to make the very air hum with divine energy. And then, through means that seem impossible, but which the ancients accepted without question, through the sheer force of her will and the power of her love, Isis managed to bring Osiris back to life for a brief moment. It was as if the boundaries between life and death, between the world above and the underworld below, became permeable under her touch. The god opened his eyes. He drew breath. He spoke her name. It was not a permanent resurrection. Osiris could not remain in the land of the living. His place was determined, his destiny set. He was meant for a different fate, meant to rule the realm of the dead rather than the land above, to preside over the afterlife and judge the souls of the departed. But in that moment, in that space between death and the underworld, in that liminal place where the normal laws of existence did not quite apply, Osiris and Isis came together. In that moment, the god and goddess, separated by death yet united by love, created something new. They created a child. From their union, new life emerged. That child was Horus. Horus was born into a world of danger. His father was dead, at least to the world above. His uncle ruled the land, claiming the throne that should have been Osiris's, the throne that rightfully belonged to Osiris's son. Set was a god of tremendous power, and he was not a god who would easily relinquish what he had taken. Isis knew that her son would need time to grow, to develop the strength and the cunning that would be necessary if he were ever to reclaim what was his by right. She knew also that Set would be looking for her, searching for any trace of a child who might someday threaten his rule. Set had made it clear through his servants and through his actions that no child of Osiris would be allowed to live if he could find them. So Isis made a decision, one that would shape the course of ages to come. She would hide her son. She would raise him in secret, in a place where Set would never think to look, in a place where the young god could grow in safety and in peace, protected by magic and by the absolute devotion of his mother. She would give up her position among the gods, her comfort, her easy life, all of it to ensure that her child had the chance to live, to grow, and eventually to reclaim what was rightfully his. Horus was born in the marshes of the Nile Delta, in the swamps and reed beds where few travelers ventured. It was a place of danger and mystery, a place where the boundaries between the natural world and the divine seemed thinner than elsewhere. The waters moved in ways that seemed alive, conscious, responding to the presence of a goddess and a divine child. The reeds grew so densely in places that light could barely penetrate to the water below. The sounds of the marshes were constant, the calls of water birds, the splash of fish, the rustle of papyrus plants in the wind, all of it creating a symphony of natural sound. But it was also a place of concealment, a place where a goddess and her child could hide from the gaze of a jealous and vengeful god. It was isolated, far from the centers of power and knowledge where Set would be expected to look for them. Isis wove protection spells around herself and her son, magic so powerful that Set's senses could not penetrate it. She drew upon knowledge that predated the establishment of the current cosmic order. She used words of power that she had learned from the most ancient sources. She created magical barriers that would blur the vision of anyone who might try to see them from a distance. She created a bubble of safety in the midst of the marshes, a hidden sanctuary where mother and child could exist away from the reach of Set's wrath. To any who passed nearby, the location would simply seem empty, unremarkable, a part of the marsh like any other. To the godly senses of Set, even if they somehow managed to search in this direction, the location would be invisible, shrouded in illusions and protective magic. The years passed slowly in this hidden place. Horus grew from an infant to a young child, from a young child toward manhood. His mother taught him everything she knew. She taught him about the nature of power and the nature of order. She told him stories of his father, of Osiris's greatness, of his goodness, of his right to rule. She spoke to him of justice and of legitimate authority, of the difference between a ruler who brings order to his land and one who brings only chaos. She told him of the fields of grain that Osiris had protected, of the harvests that had flourished under his reign, of the people who had prospered and multiplied. She told him of the afterlife that Osiris now ruled, of the souls that he guided with wisdom and compassion. But Isis also taught her son something else, something equally important. She taught him that the world was not always just. She taught him that sometimes one must fight for what is right, that sometimes one must use cunning and intelligence to overcome a more powerful enemy. She taught him magic, the same arts that had allowed her to resurrect his father, the same power that kept them hidden from Set's searching gaze. She taught him to be quick and clever, to understand that strength of arms is not always the only form of strength that matters in the world. She taught him that deception, when used in service of justice, could be as valid as honesty. She taught him that his opponent, Set, relied on brute force and the terror of his unpredictability, and that these could be disadvantages if one knew how to exploit them. Horus learned quickly. He was a god, and gods learn far faster than mortals do. As he grew, his power grew with him. His connection to the sky grew stronger with each passing season. It was said that he could take the form of a falcon, that he could see from vast heights, that nothing escaped his gaze when he was searching for it. His right eye came to represent the sun, brilliant and all-seeing, capable of perceiving truth and detail that no other sense could detect. His left eye represented the moon, pale and watchful in the darkness, seeing the hidden things that only appear under the veil of night. To look upon Horus was to see two cosmic forces united in one divine being, a god who could witness both the visible and the hidden aspects of existence. His education was not merely spiritual or intellectual. His mother also trained his body, teaching him discipline and control. She taught him the martial arts that had been passed down through the divine realms. She showed him how to fight with weapons and without them, how to read an opponent's movements and anticipate their actions. She made him swim in the marsh waters until his muscles grew strong and his lungs could hold breath for impossible lengths of time. She made him run through the reeds and plants until he could move with perfect silence and grace. But Horus did not grow up in isolation. His mother, Isis, had allies. There were other gods who had loved Osiris, who believed in the justice of Horus's claim to the throne. There were gods who had come to despise Set's rule, who saw in him only the embodiment of chaos and disorder, who longed for the return of Osiris's order and peace. These allies visited the hidden sanctuary in the marshes whenever they could do so without alerting Set to their movements. They brought gifts and offerings. They brought news of the world beyond. They told Horus stories of the world that lay beyond his hiding place, stories meant to prepare him for the day when he would have to leave this sanctuary and confront the one who had murdered his father. One of these visitors was Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, a being of tremendous intelligence and knowledge who understood the deeper mysteries of existence. Thoth took an interest in the young Horus, seeing in him the potential for greatness. Thoth taught him about the principles that govern the universe, about the cosmic order that transcended the simple dichotomy of power and weakness. Another visitor was Hathor, the goddess of love and fertility, who served as a kind of surrogate aunt to the hidden child, bringing comfort and affection to both mother and son. Hathor would sit with the young god and tell him stories of beauty and wonder, reminding him that there were many kinds of power in the universe, that love and compassion were forces just as real as strength. There was also Sekhmet, the fierce goddess of war, whose very presence seemed to make the air crackle with energy. Sekhmet taught Horus the martial skills he would need if he was ever to face Set in combat, techniques that went beyond mere strength to include discipline, timing, and the understanding of an opponent's vulnerabilities. These gods and others formed a network of protection around Horus and Isis, a web of support that kept them safe while also preparing Horus for the conflict that was to come. They brought the young god into their confidence as much as an immortal could, telling him of the celestial councils where his fate was discussed, of the divisions among the gods that his emergence would eventually have to resolve. Horus's childhood was not entirely free from danger, however. Set had spies and servants throughout the land, creatures devoted to his will and compensated with power and freedom from his wrath. He had placed curse after curse upon the marshes, hoping that one might somehow penetrate the protective magic that Isis maintained. He sent agents into those swamps to search for any trace of the child he had heard whispers about. Some of these searchers were immortal servants of Set, demons and minor deities bound to his service. Others were mortal men who had been promised terrible power if they could deliver the boy to their master. There were times when Isis had to fight off Set's servants in terrible battles, her power against their numbers, her determination against their orders. She would stand between the approaching danger and her son, magic flowing from her like water from a burst dam, protecting the child at any cost. There were times when young Horus himself had to defend his sanctuary, using magic that he barely understood, calling upon forces that seemed to flow through him naturally, as if his very blood contained divine power. He learned through these encounters that he was different from the mortals who served Set, that he possessed capabilities that no amount of training could fully explain. He learned that when danger approached and his mother called upon him, something ancient and powerful would awaken within him, something that knew how to act even when his conscious mind was uncertain. And yet, as Horus grew older, as he moved from childhood toward young adulthood, Isis knew that the time for hiding was drawing to a close. The boy was becoming a man. The hidden god was ripening into a god of power and presence. His form was becoming more fully divine. His power was becoming more evident with each passing day. Soon he would be ready. Soon the time would come for him to leave the marshes, to leave behind his hidden childhood, and to step into the world where his father's murderer sat upon a stolen throne. Isis prepared him for this transition as best she could. She told him stories of his legitimacy, of his right to rule. She reminded him again and again that the throne of Egypt was not Set's to hold, that it belonged to the bloodline of Osiris, to the son who had been born in secret, but who carried in his veins the very essence of cosmic order. She told him that when he emerged from his hiding place, there would be others ready to support him, gods and mortal allies who believed in the justice of his cause. She told him of the people of Egypt, how they remembered Osiris with love and longing, how they suffered under Set's rule, how they would welcome a true king, a legitimate heir who could restore order and peace. And as Horus listened to his mother, as he understood more and more the magnitude of what he was meant to become, something shifted within him. The fear of his childhood began to fade. The uncertainty gave way to clarity. He was Horus. He was the son of Osiris. He was the rightful king of Egypt. And one day, perhaps soon, he would emerge from the marshes and claim what was his. The time of hiding would end, and the time of reckoning would begin. The day came at last when Isis knew the time had arrived. She felt it in the way her son moved through the marshes now, with purpose and confidence rather than the caution of youth. She saw it in his eyes, which had grown to contain depths that seemed to encompass the sky itself. His form had become fully divine, no longer resembling a mortal in any significant way, his body radiating power that made the very air around him shimmer with energy. The protective spells that had hidden him all these years had served their purpose. They had allowed him to grow in peace, to develop his power without the interference of his enemy. But they could not contain him anymore. He had outgrown the marshes the way a bird outgrows the nest that once sheltered it. It was time for him to leave. Isis gathered her son before they made any move toward the wider world. She took him to the deepest, most sacred part of their hidden sanctuary, a place where even the reeds seemed to whisper with ancient knowledge. Here, in the stillness and solitude, she performed one final ceremony, one last blessing that she would bestow upon him before he stepped out into the world to claim his throne. She spoke to him in a voice that carried layers of meaning, each word weighted with the power of ages. She told him that his enemies would not simply surrender to him because he had a rightful claim. Set had grown comfortable on the throne. Set had built alliances, gathered followers, established himself as the de facto ruler of the land. The people, over the years, had learned to accept his rule as inevitable, though they did not love him the way they had loved Osiris. Horus would face resistance. He would face those who stood to lose their power and position if he were to succeed. He would face Set's anger and Set's strength, for Set was a god of tremendous power, and he would not yield easily. But Isis also told her son something that balanced these warnings with hope. She told him that the people of Egypt remembered Osiris. The memory of his goodness had not faded, even in the years of Set's rule. The harvests had never been quite as abundant as they were under Osiris. The Nile's flooding had never been quite as predictable or gentle. There was something missing from the land, something that people felt in their bones, something that made them long for a return to the old ways, to the time before Set took the throne. When Horus emerged and claimed his birthright, there would be those ready to support him. There would be gods who had been waiting for this moment, holding fast to their faith in the justice of his cause. There would be mortals who would remember their true king and rise up to support his claim. She told him that the most important thing he could do was to make his claim known, to step out of hiding and declare himself as the rightful heir to the throne of Egypt. This act of emergence, this refusal to remain hidden any longer, would be a kind of rebellion in itself. It would be a challenge to the order that Set had established, a statement that the time of hiding was over and the time of reckoning had begun. Finally, she blessed him with a touch to his forehead, a gesture that transferred some of her own power into him, some of her knowledge and her strength. The blessing glowed with a faint golden light that seemed to settle into his very being, becoming part of him, a gift from mother to son that would strengthen him in the trials to come. And then it was time. There was no dramatic farewell, no long goodbye. Horus embraced his mother, and she held him close, knowing that although he would not be gone from the world entirely, he would not be able to remain with her in the marshes. The sanctuary that had protected them would soon become a place of memory rather than habitation. When he left, she would seal it away, hiding it so completely that even Set's most determined servants would never find it. She would remain, in a sense, always in that place, but Horus would be out in the world, facing his destiny. Horus left the marshes on a morning when the sky seemed to hold its breath. The reeds parted before him, as if the land itself was opening a way for him to depart. The water, which had been his home and his training ground, seemed to bid him farewell, the ripples on its surface creating patterns that looked almost like hands releasing him toward his future. As he walked, Horus felt the weight of his destiny settling upon his shoulders, not as a burden, but as something inevitable, something that had always been meant to be. The divine essence within him seemed to reach outward, touching the land around him, and he could feel the response of the natural world. The birds of the marshes gathered in the trees to watch him pass. The fish in the water turned to follow his shadow. Even the reeds seemed to bow in a gesture of respect and farewell. His journey away from the marshes took him across landscapes he had only heard about in stories told by visiting gods. He traveled through regions where the Nile spread wide and the banks were lush with vegetation, where farmers worked the black soil and harvested grain. He walked through areas where the desert began to encroach, where the sand grew hotter and less forgiving. He made his way toward the great temples where the gods were honored, where divine knowledge was kept in sacred libraries, where the true nature of the cosmos was studied and understood. He made his way first toward the places where he knew he would find allies. The god Thoth, who had taught him so much during his childhood years, was waiting in his sacred hall of knowledge. The wise god, with his ibis head and his rolls of papyrus containing the secrets of creation, greeted him with recognition and respect, acknowledging in his presence the force that Horus had become. Thoth could see in the young god the potential that they had all glimpsed in him years ago, now fully realized and radiating outward. Thoth embraced Horus as a teacher might embrace a student who has graduated beyond what could be taught in books and scrolls. The god of wisdom could sense the changes that had occurred in Horus during his years of hiding. The young god had not merely grown in power, but in understanding. He had integrated the teachings that had been given to him into his very being. He had learned not just the facts about Ma'at and Isfet, but had come to embody the principles themselves. From Thoth, Horus learned of the political landscape that had developed in his absence. He learned which of the gods had remained loyal to Osiris's memory, which ones had been swayed by Set's promises of power, which ones maintained a careful neutrality, hoping to support the winning side regardless of who that might be. He learned that there was already a growing body of mortals who whispered of the hidden sun, who had heard rumors and legends of a young god being raised in secret, destined to reclaim the throne. Some of these whispers had reached even Set's ears, making the god of chaos nervous, though he had not known how to act upon such vague rumors. Horus also sought out Hathor, the gentle goddess who had brought him comfort in his childhood. She wept when she saw him, tears of joy streaming down her face at the sight of the god he had become. She embraced him with a love that transcended the boundaries of divine hierarchy, and she promised him her support and the support of her followers. She told him that there were many who would rally to his cause, many who longed for the restoration of Osiris's order. With these alliances confirmed, with his position strengthened by the knowledge of who would stand with him, Horus made his way toward the seat of power in Egypt. He did not go with fanfare or with an army. He simply walked into the world as a god walks, with a presence that was undeniable but not overtly hostile. He made his way to the throne room where Set held court. The meeting between Horus and Set after so many years was fraught with tension from the very first moment. Set was shocked at Horus's emergence, though perhaps not entirely surprised. The god of chaos had sensed for some time that something was shifting in the cosmic order, that the balance he had imposed was beginning to feel unstable. But to see the young god standing before him, to perceive the power radiating from Horus, to understand that this was no mortal threat but a divine challenger of the highest order, this shook Set deeply. Horus made his claim simply and directly. He was the son of Osiris. He was the rightful heir to the throne of Egypt. He had been hidden in the marshes all these years, raised by his mother Isis, protected and trained and prepared for this moment. The time had come for him to reclaim what was his by right of birth and by the justice of Ma'at. Set's response was laughter, a terrible sound like thunder echoing across empty desert wastes. He laughed at the presumption of this young god, at the audacity of Horus to think that a claim born of birth alone would be enough to unseat a god who had ruled for so long. Set declared that he would never willingly surrender the throne. If Horus wanted the crown, he would have to take it by force, and Set was confident that in any conflict, his power would prevail. But before violence could erupt, before the conflict could escalate into outright warfare that would tear the cosmos apart, the other gods intervened. The Ennead, the council of 9 gods who governed the cosmos, called for both claimants to present their cases before them. The principle of Ma'at demanded that justice be served, that the legitimate claims be heard and weighed, that the order of the cosmos be determined through proper procedures rather than through violence alone. This was, in some ways, the truest reflection of what the conflict between Horus and Set really meant. It was not simply a battle for power. It was a battle for the very principle of order versus chaos, for the idea that the cosmos could be governed by law and justice rather than by the mere whim of the strongest. So Horus and Set were brought before the divine court. The council chamber was a place of extraordinary beauty and power. The walls seemed to be made of light itself, yet they stood solid and eternal. The floor was inscribed with symbols of divine knowledge that predated human civilization. At the far end of the chamber, 9 thrones rose up, each one occupied by a god of tremendous power and ancient lineage. There was Shu, the god of air and dryness, who had been present at the creation of the world. There was Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and rain. There was Geb, the god of the earth, whose very being was the foundation upon which all things rested. There was Nut, the goddess of the sky, her body arching over all existence. There was Osiris himself, in spirit if not in body, for his presence was felt even in his absence, represented by the sacred symbols and objects that honored him in the chamber. There was Isis, Horus's mother, her face filled with love and concern as she watched her son step forward. There was Set, represented by his own presence, dark and volatile and furious. And there, at the center of it all, was Ra, the sun god, the oldest and most powerful among them, the one whose judgment would ultimately hold the most weight. Ra, the creator, the preserver, the one who journeyed across the sky each day, bringing light and life to all things. Ra, who understood better than any other god the true nature of cosmic order and why it had to be maintained. The proceedings began with Horus making his case, and they would continue for what seemed like an eternity, but was, in fact, the unfolding of divine time, time that could stretch a moment into what seemed like years or compress centuries into an instant. And there, in front of all the gods, the real contest for the throne was about to begin. The first challenge that the Ennead set before the two contenders was a test of legitimacy. Horus was asked to prove his identity, to demonstrate that he truly was the son of Osiris and Isis. This was not as simple as it might seem. Many could claim descent from important gods. The universe was full of minor deities and demigods who had such ancestry. What made Horus different was the manner of his conception, the circumstances of his birth, the very nature of his existence. Horus stepped forward into the center of the chamber, and as he did, the light seemed to gather around him, as if the very essence of order itself was responding to his presence. His voice, when he began to speak, carried with it the weight of divine authority tempered with humility. He spoke of his father's death at Set's hands, of the treachery that had been committed, of the dismemberment and scattering of the body across the land of Egypt. He spoke with passion, but not with anger. He spoke with conviction, but not with arrogance. He described how his mother Isis, driven by love and determination, had undertaken a quest that took her across all of Egypt, gathering the scattered pieces of her beloved husband, using magic that had not been seen before or since to restore what had been broken. He spoke of the brief moment when his father had been brought back to life, of the conception that had occurred in that space between death and the world below, the birth that had created him, Horus, as the continuation of Osiris's line. He described his life in the marshes, hidden from the world, protected by magic that had shielded him from all detection. He spoke of his education, of the teachings he had received from the greatest gods in existence, of the training that had prepared him not just to rule, but to understand what it meant to be a true king, a king who served Ma'at, who understood his role as the maintainer of cosmic order. And as Horus spoke, the chamber seemed to fill with light. The symbols inscribed on the floor began to glow more brightly. The walls seemed to resonate with the truth of his words. The gods listened, and as Horus spoke, they sensed the truth in his words. There was a resonance to his claim that could not be denied. He was Osiris's son in a way that transcended simple biology. He was the continuation of Osiris's legacy, the embodiment of his father's principles, the instrument through which Osiris's order could be restored to the land. Set, when his turn came, made his argument based on the principle of strength. He had seized the throne through force, he argued, and he had held it through strength and cunning. In the world of the gods, the strongest ruled. That was the natural order. Horus might claim to be the son of Osiris, but what did that matter if he lacked the power to enforce his claim? Set demanded that they settle the matter through contests of strength, tests that would prove once and for all who was the true ruler of Egypt. The Ennead considered both arguments. The council was divided. Some among them believed that legitimacy of birth was paramount, that the order of the cosmos demanded the restoration of Osiris's line, and therefore the reign of Horus. Others believed that Set's argument had merit, that the strongest should rule, that Horus needed to prove himself more than merely through his bloodline. To settle this disagreement, they proposed a series of contests. Horus and Set would compete in various challenges, and the winners of these contests would be taken as evidence of who was most fit to rule. Horus accepted the challenge without hesitation. He was confident, but not arrogantly so. He knew that Set was powerful, perhaps more powerful in some ways than he was. But he had other advantages. He had trained for this his entire life. He had been taught by some of the greatest gods in existence. He had his mother's support and the support of others who believed in the justice of his cause. And most importantly, he represented Ma'at, the principle of truth and order. In a contest where the gods themselves were judging, that might be the deciding factor. The first of the contests was announced. Set and Horus would race each other in boats, competing to see who could navigate a treacherous section of the Nile first. But there was a twist. The boats had to be made of stone. This seemed an odd stipulation at first, until it became clear that Set intended to make the contest impossible for himself to lose. Stone boats would sink in the water. They were not meant to float. They were objects of density and weight, fundamentally opposed to the buoyancy required to traverse water. This was a test not of seamanship, but of something else entirely, something that transcended the simple application of strength to a physical problem. Set provided himself with a stone boat, genuinely carved from solid rock, each block fitted together with perfect precision. The boat was beautiful in its way, a testament to the god's power and artistry. He seemed confident, standing beside his creation with a dark smile on his face, as if he believed that the power of his will alone would allow him to complete the race, that his divine essence would somehow overcome the fundamental nature of stone and water. Perhaps he truly believed that chaos, when wielded by a powerful enough being, could overturn the laws that governed physical reality. Horus, on the other hand, approached the challenge differently. Rather than attempting to overcome the laws of nature through sheer force, he worked with them, understanding them, using them to his advantage. He crafted a boat that appeared to be made of stone, complete with realistic details and proper weight, textured to feel like granite when touched, with shadow and pattern that made it indistinguishable from the real thing at any distance. But the boat was actually constructed from wood painted to resemble the stone with such skill that even the gods had to look twice. The appearance was absolutely perfect. No one looking at it without touching it could tell the difference between Horus's creation and a genuine stone vessel. When the race began, the two boats were launched into the water at the same moment. For an instant, there was hope in Set's eyes, a moment where it seemed as though perhaps his will and his power might indeed prove strong enough to overcome the laws of nature. But that moment passed quickly. As Set's boat touched the water, it began to sink. The stone, despite being divine stone, despite being carved by a god, still followed the laws that governed all physical reality. It was too dense, too heavy, and the water offered no support for such weight. Set's boat sank deeper and deeper into the river, and the god found himself plunged into water, his magnificent form submerged beneath the surface. He thrashed and fought, his power manifesting in the water as turbulent waves and violent currents. Eventually, through sheer determination and strength, Set managed to reach the other shore, dragging himself out of the water, his dark form dripping, his expression a mixture of rage and confusion at how such a thing could have happened. He had not been defeated through superior power. He had been defeated by the simple, immutable laws of nature. Horus's boat, meanwhile, floated beautifully from the moment it touched the water. The wood, disguised so perfectly as stone, responded to the water's buoyancy with grace and ease. Horus paddled his vessel with smooth, confident strokes, cutting through the water as though gliding through air. His boat moved swiftly but without haste, with the kind of effortless mastery that comes from understanding your tools and your environment perfectly. He reached the far shore and stepped out of his boat onto the sand, not even breathless, not even particularly taxed by the exertion. He crossed the finish line easily, victorious without ever relying on magic or divine power to overcome the laws of nature. Instead, he had used intelligence, cunning, and a fundamental understanding of how the world actually worked rather than how one might wish it to work. When Set emerged from the water, drenched and furious, he realized that he had been defeated, not through superior strength, but through superior wit. This infuriated him more than any physical defeat might have. He accused Horus of cheating, of using trickery to win an unfair victory. But the gods of the Ennead simply nodded. In their view, the contest had been decided fairly. The laws of nature had been respected. Horus had found a way within those laws to achieve victory. This was precisely the kind of thinking that was needed to maintain Ma'at, the order of the cosmos. Set's approach, relying on the assumption that his power alone could overcome any obstacle, was more reflective of Isfet, the chaos that threatened to unmake the world. It was a triumph for Horus, his first official victory in the contests that the gods had ordained. The people of Egypt, who had gathered to witness the races from a distance, began to whisper among themselves with growing excitement. Perhaps there was hope for the restoration of the old order. Perhaps this young god truly did represent a change that was not only possible, but necessary. A return to the days when the Nile flowed with abundance and the harvests overflowed with grain. Word spread quickly through the land, traveling on the wind like seeds that would eventually take root and grow into something substantial. In villages and cities, in temples and market squares, people began to speak of Horus, the hidden king who had emerged to claim what was rightfully his. Set, however, was not ready to concede. He stood dripping wet before the assembled gods, his dark eyes flashing with fury and wounded pride. He demanded more contests, more opportunities to prove his superiority, insisting that a single race decided by a trick of construction was not a true measure of divine fitness to rule. The Ennead, seeing wisdom in allowing both claimants to demonstrate their abilities across multiple domains, agreed to his request. If Horus was to be recognized as the rightful king, he would need to prove himself in multiple ways, not just in one clever victory born of ingenuity rather than strength. And Set, despite his defeat in the boat race, still possessed considerable power and skill. There was no guarantee that Horus would triumph in every contest. The journey toward the throne was far from over. The challenges that followed tested different aspects of strength and capability. There were wrestling matches in which the two gods grappled with each other, their divine forms shifting and adapting, testing not just physical strength, but also endurance and strategy. There were contests of magical power where they each attempted to demonstrate their control over the forces of the universe. There were trials of wisdom where the gods posed riddles and questions that required not just knowledge, but understanding. Through all of these, Horus performed remarkably well. In the wrestling matches, Horus found that while Set possessed great raw power, the god of chaos fought with less discipline and control. Set relied on his strength, expecting it to overcome all obstacles. But Horus had learned from his mother and from Sekhmet, the goddess of war, how to use an opponent's strength against them. When Set threw his weight forward, Horus found ways to redirect that momentum. When Set attempted to overpower him with brute force, Horus sought the weak points and angles where strength mattered less than technique. More than once, Horus managed to pin Set to the ground, holding the god of chaos helpless beneath him, while the other gods watched. In the contests of magical power, too, Horus demonstrated an understanding of the fundamental forces that governed existence. Set wielded power more explosively, his magic manifesting as storms and chaos and destructive force. But Horus had learned from his mother, Isis, the greatest magical practitioner in all the pantheon. His magic was more subtle, but no less powerful. He could bend the very fabric of reality in ways that Set could not counter. He could create order and harmony where Set brought only discord. The wisdom contests were perhaps most telling. When the gods asked questions about the nature of Ma'at, about the principles that governed a just ruler, about the balance that needed to be maintained between different forces, Horus answered with clarity and insight. Set's answers, by contrast, often revealed a fundamental misunderstanding of these principles. He spoke of power as the ultimate arbiter, of strength as the only thing that mattered, of the right to rule as flowing from the ability to dominate. The Ennead, listening to these exchanges, began to understand more fully the difference between the two claimants. Horus represented not just a return to Osiris's rule, but a return to a fundamentally sound understanding of how the cosmos should be ordered. As the contests continued, Set's frustration grew. He had expected to easily overpower this young god, to prove through sheer strength that the throne belonged to him. Instead, he found himself facing defeat after defeat. The humiliation burned in him like fire, and his patience began to wear thin. The contests that the Ennead had established to determine the rightful king were beginning to look less like a fair assessment of both claimants, and more like a systematic validation of Horus's claims. Set began to hint at darker tactics. He spoke of ways to challenge Horus that went beyond simple contests of strength or magic. He suggested trials that would test not the god's abilities, but his character, his will, his fundamental nature. Some of these suggestions were met with disapproval by the Ennead, who recognized that Set was growing desperate and might be willing to resort to underhanded means to salvage his position. The tension during this period became almost unbearable. The gods themselves were divided. Some had thrown their support clearly behind Horus, impressed by his victories and his character. Others remained loyal to Set out of old alliances or self-interest. Still others tried to maintain a neutral stance, waiting to see how events would unfold. The divine court became a place of intrigue and hidden agendas, where not every conversation happened in the open, and not every alliance was immediately obvious. Horus himself remained calm through all of this turmoil. He understood that Set's growing desperation was actually a sign that his own position was strengthening. Each victory brought him closer to the throne. Each defeat that Set suffered made it less likely that the god of chaos would be able to maintain his grip on power. Horus knew that he had right on his side, that he represented the restoration of proper order, that the people and many of the gods supported his claim. He did not need to become aggressive or impatient. Time was working in his favor. But Set was a god of chaos, and chaos by its very nature does not wait patiently for outcomes to unfold naturally over time. Set was accustomed to forcing events, to making things happen through sheer will and violence, to imposing his will upon the world, regardless of consequences. The prospect of losing the throne, of being deposed by a young god who had emerged from hiding only recently, was becoming increasingly intolerable to him. The very idea of it filled him with a rage that could barely be contained. It was this combination of desperation and impatience that drove Set to attempt something that would change the entire nature of the conflict. In violation of the agreements that had been made between the claimants, in violation of the rules that governed the contests, Set attempted to use methods that went far beyond the scope of what had been agreed upon. He began to plot, not just to win the contests, but to eliminate Horus entirely, to remove his rival from the board altogether, in a way that would make the conflict moot. The story of these attempts, these dark and terrible deeds that Set would perpetrate in his desperation, would form the basis of the next phase of the conflict. A phase in which the fundamental principles of order and chaos would clash not in contests overseen by the Ennead, but in battles fought across the landscape of Egypt itself. The conflict was about to escalate from a series of competitions to a genuine struggle for supremacy, one that would test not just the power of the two gods, but the very fabric of the cosmos itself. The moment had come when the Ennead realized that the conflict between Horus and Set could not be resolved through casual observation alone. The gods of the Divine Council understood that if they did not establish some formal framework for resolving this dispute, the entire cosmos risked being torn apart by the struggle between these two deities. The conflict was no longer merely a family matter. It had become a threat to the stability of existence itself. The very foundations of reality were beginning to show signs of stress from the power that these two gods wielded as they postured and threatened one another. Ra, the sun god, called a formal assembly. His voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of ages and the authority of the one who had witnessed the creation of the world itself. He announced that Horus and Set would be brought before the full council, and that a series of formal trials would be established to determine who was the rightful heir to the throne of Egypt. These would not be casual contests, not simple demonstrations of strength where the winner could be determined by a single display of power. They would be binding trials, overseen by the greatest gods in existence, with results that would determine the fate of the cosmos itself. Each trial would be designed to test different aspects of what it meant to be a ruler, different facets of what made a god worthy of sitting upon the throne. The trials would proceed according to established principles of justice that had been in place since the very beginning of creation. Each contestant would be given equal opportunity to demonstrate their fitness to rule. The contests would test different aspects of divine capability, from physical strength to magical power to strategic intelligence. The outcome would be binding. Whichever god proved himself most capable of maintaining Ma'at, the cosmic order that held all existence together, would be declared the rightful ruler of Egypt. The other would have to accept this judgment and step aside, no matter how much pride or power they might possess. This was the way of the universe. This was how justice was supposed to be served. When the Ennead made this announcement, Horus received the news with calm acceptance that surprised no one who had been following the story of his emergence from hiding. He had been expecting something like this, and he was confident in his ability to prove his worth through legitimate competition and demonstration of ability. He had spent his entire life preparing for this moment, whether he had known it consciously or not. Every teaching he had received from the great gods, every trial he had endured in the marshes where he grew up, every bit of knowledge he had gained from Thoth and Sekhmet and all the other deities who had taken an interest in him and in the restoration of order, all pointed toward this confrontation. He was ready to face whatever challenges the Ennead might devise. He felt the rightness of this path in his very essence, in the way his divine nature resonated with the principle of Ma'at that he had been taught to embody and maintain. Set's reaction was different, so different that observers would have been blind not to notice the sharp contrast between the two gods' responses. The god of chaos was infuriated by the notion that his rule could be questioned, let alone challenged in such a formal and binding way, before the full council of gods. He saw the trials as an insult to his power, an implicit suggestion that his strength alone might not be sufficient to maintain his position. The more he thought about it, the more he burned with resentment at the idea that he might have to earn his throne through competition rather than maintain it through the power he had already demonstrated so effectively. It felt to him like a betrayal, like the gods were suddenly deciding that the old ways of ruling, the ways that had served him so well, were no longer acceptable. But Set also understood, in the parts of his divine consciousness that still functioned with clarity, that he could not refuse to participate. The Ennead had spoken. To defy their decision would be to place himself in direct opposition to the very gods who governed existence. Even Set, powerful as he was, could not survive such a confrontation alone. He would have to participate in the trials, but that did not mean he would participate fairly or with honor. That did not mean he would accept defeat gracefully if it came to that. Set began to contemplate ways to gain advantage in the trials that lay ahead. He considered alliances with other gods, favors that might be called in, tactics that might be employed to undermine Horus's performance in the contests. He thought about ways to twist the rules that the Ennead had established, to find loopholes and exploits that would allow him to victory, even if victory came through deception rather than legitimate superiority. The more he thought about these possibilities, the more his anger crystallized into something cold and calculated. The first trial that the Ennead arranged was designed to test physical strength and endurance. The gods decreed that Horus and Set would engage in a series of wrestling matches, contests that would demonstrate not just raw power, but also technique, strategy, and the ability to maintain control under intense pressure. Wrestling in the divine realm was not like wrestling among mortals. The participants transformed their bodies, shifted their forms, and channeled their divine essence through physical combat. It was a battle that tested the very core of what a god was capable of. Gods who wrestled could increase their size and strength at will, could harden their bodies like stone or make them fluid as water, could call upon their divine natures to enhance their physical capabilities in ways that transcended normal reality. When the wrestling matches began, the other gods gathered to watch from a distance that allowed them to observe without interfering. The sight of two divine beings engaged in combat was something that even the immortal pantheon did not witness frequently. There was a solemnity to it, a recognition that what was about to unfold would determine the course of ages to come. Horus and Set circled each other in the arena that the Ennead had created, a space that existed outside of normal reality, a place where the natural laws could be suspended to allow for the full display of divine power without risking damage to the mortal world that existed below. Set made the first move, lunging forward with tremendous force that was almost too fast to follow with the eye. His body seemed to expand with power as he did so, muscles rippling with energy that made the very air around him shimmer and distort with the intensity of the divine force contained within his form. He expected to overwhelm Horus immediately, to pin the younger god to the ground, and demonstrate right at the beginning that Set's strength was simply superior, that this contest was destined to end in Set's favor. But Horus did not meet Set's force with equal force. Instead, he stepped aside with fluid grace, using Set's own momentum against him in a way that revealed both knowledge and experience. The technique that Horus employed had been taught to him by Sekhmet, the goddess of war, during the many hours they had spent together discussing the nature of combat and power. Sekhmet had shown him that the most effective way to defeat an opponent who relied on raw strength was to understand the fundamental principles of leverage and balance, to understand that brute force could be deflected and redirected if one understood the geometry of power. By stepping to the side at precisely the right moment, by allowing Set's forward momentum to carry him past the point of control, Horus was able to redirect that power in a way that suited his purposes rather than Set's. Set found himself flying past Horus, his forward motion carrying him across the arena. Set tumbled forward, surprised and confused by the unexpected reversal. He recovered quickly, his divine nature allowing him to right himself and come at Horus again without any loss of power or presence. This time, he tried a different approach, attempting to wrap his arms around Horus from behind, to use his greater bulk and strength to crush the younger god into submission. The move was powerful, and for a moment it seemed that Set might have found a way to control the match. But again, Horus found a way to escape, turning within Set's grip with a movement that seemed to use the god's own strength to aid in the escape, using his more agile form to slip free from the crushing embrace. The wrestling match continued in this way for what seemed like hours, though time in the divine realm operated differently than it did in the mortal world. Set would attack with tremendous power and fury, channeling his divine essence into each movement, each grab, each attempt to bring Horus down. Horus would meet each attack, not with equal power, but with superior strategy and technique, using the teachings he had received to turn the match according to his will. More than once, Horus managed to pin Set to the ground, holding the god of chaos beneath him while the council watched in silence. Each time, Set fought his way free, refusing to acknowledge defeat, refusing to submit to what he saw as a younger god's presumption. The matches went on, one after another, and in nearly every one, the pattern repeated itself. Set would rely on raw strength, and Horus would overcome that strength through understanding. But the spectacle of Horus repeatedly getting Set into positions of disadvantage was not lost on the watching gods. They could see that Horus had something that Set did not possess in equal measure: control. Horus understood how to maintain his composure under pressure, how to think strategically even in the midst of physical combat, how to use his opponent's strength against them rather than trying to match it directly. The gods of the Ennead watched all of this unfold with careful attention and growing realization. This was the first real test, and already it was revealing significant truths about the two contenders. Thoth nodded with approval at each display of strategic thinking by Horus. Sekhmet, the goddess of war, recognized her own teachings reflected in Horus's techniques. Even Hathor, watching from the side, felt satisfaction at seeing the young god whom she had comforted in his youth, now demonstrating his full potential. When the wrestling matches finally concluded, it was because the Ennead decided that neither god had decisively defeated the other, and continuing the contest would be pointless and merely prolong what was already becoming clear. But the impression that had been created was unmistakable. Horus had demonstrated superior tactical ability and control, even if Set had demonstrated superior raw power. The council members exchanged meaningful glances, and subtle nods of recognition passed between them. The trials were beginning to paint a picture of who was truly fit to rule, and that picture was not necessarily favorable to the god of chaos. The next trial was more unusual than the wrestling matches had been. The Ennead decreed that Horus and Set would engage in a contest that would test their ability to adapt and respond to unexpected circumstances. The gods arranged for the two deities to be placed in a hunt, a primal contest where strategy and instinct would be tested as much as strength. Both Horus and Set would be required to hunt a massive hippopotamus that had been magically enhanced with supernatural durability and power by the Council of Gods. The hippopotamus would not be an ordinary creature that could be brought down by a mere display of strength. It would be formidable, dangerous, intelligent, and designed to present a genuine challenge even to a god. It would have the durability to withstand divine strikes. It would have the agility to evade powerful attacks. It would have instincts that had been honed and enhanced by magic to make it a worthy opponent. On the morning of the hunt, Horus and Set were taken to the banks of the Nile, to a section of the river where the water ran wide and deep, and where the reeds grew tall enough that a mortal standing among them would be completely hidden from view. The banks were lush with vegetation, and the smell of water and living things hung heavy in the air. The hippopotamus was waiting for them in this place, a creature of immense size and surprising agility despite its bulk. Its hide was thick and greyish-brown, textured and scarred by countless conflicts. Its hide was impervious to most weapons. Its teeth were like tusks of stone, yellowed and massive. Its eyes, set high on its head, held an intelligence that transcended normal animal awareness. Its roar, when it called out across the water, echoed across the banks like thunder announcing the arrival of a storm of terrible magnitude. Set approached the hunt with confidence bordering on arrogance. He believed that his strength would simply overwhelm the creature, that he could subdue it through force of will and power alone. The god of chaos did not consider the possibility of failure. He had faced many opponents in his long existence, and he had overcome them all through the application of his tremendous divine power. Why should this hippopotamus be any different? He charged at the creature with his characteristic disregard for strategy or planning, his form shifting and growing larger as he moved, expecting that his divine fury would be enough to bring the beast down quickly. The hippopotamus, however, was not impressed by Set's display of power. The creature was ancient and wise in its way, enhanced by magic that allowed it to understand threats and respond appropriately. It moved with surprising swiftness and grace despite its bulk, diving beneath the surface of the water to escape Set's initial assault. The god's hands closed on empty air and water. When Set waded into the murky river after it, the hippopotamus attacked with coordinated intelligence that shocked the god of chaos. The creature came up from beneath the water, its massive mouth open, its powerful jaws capable of crushing stone. It moved in ways that Set could not follow, darting through the water with unexpected agility, launching attacks from directions that Set could not anticipate. Set found himself struggling against the hippopotamus in a way that he rarely struggled against anything. His divine power was significant, But the creature was designed to be resistant to that power. Every strike that Set delivered seemed to glance off the hippopotamus's hide without causing significant harm. Every attempt to grab the creature resulted in it slipping away between his fingers. The hunt became a grueling battle of endurance, with Set becoming increasingly frustrated as he realized that simple strength was not going to be sufficient to bring the beast down. He found himself chasing the hippopotamus through the water and across the banks, growing more and more angry as the creature seemed to toy with him, leading him through reed beds and across shallow places where the god's larger size became a disadvantage rather than an asset. Horus, watching from a distance, approached the hunt differently from the very beginning. Rather than wading directly into the water to confront the creature, Horus studied the hippopotamus's movements with the kind of focused attention he had learned from Thoth, the god of wisdom. He observed how the creature responded to different stimuli, what strategies it employed when threatened, where its weaknesses might lie. He noted how the hippopotamus used the water's depth to its advantage, how it relied on sudden movements and directional changes to confuse its opponents. He paid attention to the pattern of the creature's behavior, the rhythm of its attacks, the way it breathed between assaults. Once he had developed a comprehensive understanding of the beast's behavior, Horus began to implement a plan that showed the kind of thinking that had served him well in the boat trial that was yet to come. He did not try to overpower the hippopotamus, which would be foolish given the creature's design. Instead, he maneuvered it with patience and precision, guided it, positioned it in ways that played to his advantages rather than the creature's strengths. He used the terrain, the water, the vegetation, everything available to him to control the encounter without expending unnecessary effort. He understood that in a test of endurance, the god who was most efficient with his power would prevail. When the hippopotamus charged at Horus in one of its attacks, the god used the creature's momentum to guide it toward a shallow bank where the hippopotamus could not move as freely, where its bulk became more of an impediment than an asset. When the beast tried to escape into deeper water, to reset the encounter on more favorable terms, Horus positioned himself with perfect precision to cut off that avenue, forcing the hippopotamus to confront him in a location of Horus's choosing, not the creature's. Gradually, through a combination of strategy, agility, and a fundamental understanding of the environment and the creature's nature, Horus was able to subdue the beast. The hippopotamus found itself cornered, exhausted by the effort of trying to overcome a god who refused to meet its strength with equal strength. The creature, exhausted and outmaneuvered by tactics that left it no room to employ its own advantages, finally conceded the hunt. It retreated to a quiet corner of the river, moving slowly now, no longer willing to engage with Horus. The god of the sky stood victorious, not even breathing hard, not because he had the most power, but because he had demonstrated the most intelligence in how to employ his abilities effectively. He had won without bloodshed, without exhaustion, through understanding. Set, still struggling with the hippopotamus in another part of the river, watched as Horus completed his hunt and walked back toward the assembled gods. The realization that Horus had finished before him, using less time and seemingly less effort, filled Set with a bitter rage that burned like fire in his chest. Set finally resorted to using overwhelming magical force to subdue the creature, drawing power from the deepest recesses of his divine nature, forcing the hippopotamus into submission through sheer overwhelming display of power. The victory was complete, but felt hollow and unsatisfying. Everyone had seen the difference in approach between the two gods. Horus had used wisdom and strategy. Set had used brute force and escalating power. The Ennead noted the results of the hunt with careful attention and significant interest. Here again, Horus had demonstrated something essential that Set lacked: the ability to think through a problem before acting, to observe before attacking, to use intelligence as a tool that was as valuable as divine power, and perhaps more valuable. The pattern was becoming increasingly clear to everyone watching. Horus was the more rounded, more complete god. He possessed not just power, but the wisdom and strategy to employ that power effectively in service of his goals. The final trial that the Ennead arranged was perhaps the most decisive and the most revealing of all. The gods decreed that Horus and Set would build boats and race them along a treacherous section of the Nile that had been selected for its difficulty and danger. The boats had to be constructed from stone. This specification was crucial because stone does not float. In water, stone sinks. It is the fundamental nature of stone to be heavy, dense, and to resist the buoyancy that allows objects to traverse water. This was not a constraint that could be overcome through simple application of power. This was a constraint that required something more. When the gods announced this constraint, there was a moment of genuine confusion and consternation among the watching deities. Stone boats? How could anyone race a stone boat when stone by its very nature would sink? Stone boats would sink immediately upon contact with the water. This was not a test of boating skill, but a test of something else entirely, something more fundamental. The specifications seemed designed to make the race impossible for anyone to complete in the traditional sense, or at least to force the contestants to find a way to overcome what seemed like an insurmountable obstacle to success. Set interpreted the trial as a challenge to his power and his will. The god of chaos believed that if he simply had enough determination and enough divine essence, he could overcome the fundamental nature of stone itself. He would create a boat from solid stone, and through the sheer force of his will, through the application of his considerable divine power, he would make it float in the water against all natural law. It was the kind of thinking that characterized Set's approach to every challenge he had ever faced. If the laws of nature stood in his way, he would simply impose his will upon those laws and force them to bend to his requirements. The universe would conform to his desires, not the other way around. Set went to a quarry where stone of the highest quality was mined, stone that was flawless and beautiful. He selected a massive boulder, selecting it with care, understanding that the quality of the stone would matter in his attempt to overcome its fundamental nature. Using his divine strength, he carved it into the shape of a boat with such precision and dedication that the resulting vessel was a marvel of craftsmanship. Every surface was smooth and perfectly proportioned. The bow of the boat was elegant and sharp, designed to cut through water with minimal resistance. The stern was balanced and beautiful to look upon. The interior was hollowed out just enough to allow someone to sit within it safely. The sides were perfectly curved. It was, by any standard of workmanship, a magnificent creation, a testament to Set's ability to create things of great beauty and precision. But it was made of stone, real, solid, heavy stone, nothing but stone. When Set launched this boat into the Nile, expecting that his divine will would keep it afloat, it sank almost immediately, dropping like a stone, which is precisely what it was. The god found himself plunged into the cold water, struggling against the natural laws that govern the physical world. He thrashed about, his rage at the situation causing waves to churn violently around him, the water boiling with the force of his anger. He fought his way to the shore, his divine power allowing him to survive the submersion without harm. But his boat remained at the bottom of the river, useless and immobile, sitting on the riverbed like any other stone object would. His creation, his beautiful creation born of his will and his strength, was now just another rock in the river. Horus approached the problem differently from the very beginning. He understood something fundamental that Set had not grasped, something that went to the heart of what wisdom truly meant. The point of the trial was not to overcome the laws of nature through force of will, but to work within those laws to find a solution. The laws of nature were not enemies to be defeated. They were constants to be understood and used. Horus went to a forest where the finest and strongest trees grew, trees that were old and healthy and had been shaped by wind and weather into perfect specimens. He selected wood from these trees with careful consideration, choosing only the best materials. He carved the wood into the shape of a boat, taking great care to make it beautiful and functional. His craftsmanship was as excellent as Set's had been, but guided by a different philosophy. Once he had created his vessel, once he was satisfied with its shape and its balance, Horus began the final phase of his work. He painted the exterior of the wooden boat with such skill and precision that the boat appeared to be made entirely of stone. From a distance, it was indistinguishable from a real stone boat. The painting was so perfect, so realistic in every detail, so carefully executed, that anyone looking at it without touching it would believe they were seeing actual stone. Horus had applied his divine understanding of art and craft to create an illusion that was perfect in every detail. The color matched stone exactly. The texture appeared to be stone. Even the seeming weight of the boat, in the way it sat in the water, suggested stone, though of course this suggestion was merely visual. But beneath that painted surface, the boat was constructed from wood. It was light enough to float. It had buoyancy and balance. It had the properties that allowed it to traverse water. When Horus launched his deceptive boat into the water, it floated effortlessly, moving on the surface like a living thing. The god paddled his vessel down the river with smooth, confident strokes that showed complete control and understanding of his craft. The boat moved swiftly through the water, responsive to his guidance, stable and reliable in its movement. When the races were supposed to begin, when both gods and their boats were positioned at the starting point, Set's stone boat was at the bottom of the river, where it would remain, and Horus's boat floated on the surface, ready to move. Horus simply climbed into his vessel and paddled to the finish line. He completed the race easily, his deceptive boat moving swiftly and smoothly through the water, while Set stood on the shore, his form dripping water, his face dark with fury and humiliation. The god of chaos had been defeated not through superior force, but through superior understanding. The other gods watched this spectacle with complete fascination and interest. What had happened here was profoundly significant. Horus had not used divine power to overcome the fundamental laws of nature. Instead, he had worked with those laws, understanding them deeply, respecting them, and using that understanding to achieve his goal. Set, by contrast, had attempted to impose his will upon reality, to force the world to conform to his desires regardless of the natural order of things. And in doing so, he had failed completely. This trial was the most revealing yet of the fundamental difference between the two gods. It showed that Horus possessed something that went beyond mere power or strength. Horus possessed true wisdom. He possessed the ability to understand how the world actually worked, rather than how one might wish it to work through force. He could adapt to circumstances, find creative solutions that worked with reality rather than against it, and achieve his goals through intelligence as much as through divine ability. This was what it meant to be fit to rule, what it meant to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order. The Ennead observed all of this carefully, their expressions reflecting understanding and confirmation of what they had been beginning to suspect from the beginning of the trials. They were beginning to understand that Horus was not just claiming the throne through the accident of his birth, through the accident of being Osiris's son and the rightful heir. He was demonstrating, through these 3 trials, that he was genuinely the more fit of the 2 gods to rule the land of Egypt and maintain the cosmic order. He represented not just divine power but divine wisdom. He embodied not just strength, but the judgment necessary to employ strength appropriately and in service of order and justice. The trials had shown clearly that wisdom without power was insufficient, but power without wisdom was dangerous. Horus possessed both, in balance, in harmony, in the way that a true king should possess them. Set, watching Horus cross the finish line in his deceptive boat, watching the younger god complete the race easily, while Set's stone boat remained at the bottom of the river, where it would stay forever, felt something shift within him at a fundamental level. The realization that he might actually lose this contest, that he might be forced to relinquish the throne that he had taken through violence and treachery to this younger god who represented everything Set opposed, became undeniable to him. The possibility of his defeat had transformed from an abstract notion into a concrete and immediate reality. And that realization filled him with a desperate, consuming rage, unlike anything he had experienced before. A rage that burned in his divine form like fire, burning away at the very fabric of his being. The god of chaos was beginning to understand that he might not be able to win this conflict through legitimate means, through fair competition in the trials that the Ennead had established. The trials had been designed to test fitness to rule, and Horus had proven himself superior in every way. Set could feel the consensus of the divine council shifting against him with every completed trial. And Set, who had never accepted defeat gracefully, who had never submitted to what he perceived as injustice, was beginning to consider what it might mean if he could not win through strength and cunning, through the traditional means by which a god might maintain power. The god of chaos was beginning to understand that he might not be able to win this conflict through legitimate means, through fair competition in the trials that the Ennead had established. The trials had been designed to test fitness to rule, and Horus had proven himself superior in every way. Set could feel the consensus of the divine council shifting against him with every completed trial. And Set, who had never accepted defeat gracefully, who had never submitted to what he perceived as injustice, was beginning to consider what it might mean if he could not win through strength and cunning, through the traditional means by which a god might maintain power. It was in that moment of desperation, that moment when Set's back was against the wall and he could see no way forward through legitimate competition, that the god of chaos began to contemplate methods that lay outside the bounds of what the Ennead had sanctioned. Set withdrew from the divine council and disappeared into the desert places that were his domain. He spent time alone, brooding over his circumstances, feeling the weight of impending defeat settling upon him like a heavy stone that he could not move. The rage that had always been a fundamental part of his nature grew darker, more twisted, more desperate. He thought about Osiris, about the ease with which he had been able to murder his brother and take the throne. He thought about how long he had ruled, how secure his power had seemed before Horus emerged from hiding to challenge him. He thought about the unfairness of it all, how the younger god had been given advantages that Set had not possessed, how Horus had been taught by the greatest gods in existence, while Set had to rely on his own strength and cunning. These thoughts spiraled through Set's consciousness, feeding his anger, reinforcing his conviction that the rules of the Ennead's trials were somehow fundamentally biased against him. It was during this dark meditation that Set made a decision. He would not accept the judgment of the divine council. He would not accept that Horus was more fit to rule, and if he could not win through legitimate competition, then he would find other means to achieve his goals. Set began to formulate a plan, a scheme so audacious and so morally questionable that even the god of chaos recognized its questionable nature. He would attempt to undermine Horus not through direct confrontation, but through deception and treachery. He would try to convince the other gods that Horus's victory in the trials had been achieved through illegitimate means, that the younger god had cheated and should therefore be disqualified. He would sow discord among the divine council, suggest that there were hidden alliances and secret agreements that had tilted the trials in Horus's favor. Set began to spread rumors among the lesser gods and the divine servants of the Ennead. He suggested that Thoth, the god of wisdom who had taught Horus so much, had deliberately provided instruction that would unfairly advantage the younger god in the trials. He whispered that the contest framework itself had been designed by Horus's supporters to favor his style of thinking and competition. He hinted that promises of reward had been made to certain members of the Ennead in exchange for their support of Horus's claim. These rumors were mostly fabrications, distortions of the truth, twisted until they barely resembled reality. Some contained kernels of legitimate observation that Set had exaggerated and misrepresented. Others were pure invention, designed specifically to create confusion and doubt among those who would listen. The god of chaos also began to take more direct action. He appeared to various members of the Ennead in different forms and guises, sometimes as a trusted advisor, sometimes as a concerned observer who only wanted what was best for Egypt. He made arguments about why Set was the more qualified ruler, why his long experience on the throne was more valuable than Horus's youth and inexperience. He suggested that allowing Horus to rule would create instability and chaos, which was ironic given that Set himself represented chaos. He offered incentives and rewards to those gods who might be swayed to his position, suggesting that if they supported him, he would grant them power and influence in his new regime. He threatened those who seemed likely to support Horus, implying that there would be consequences for their disloyalty. Among all these deceptions and manipulations, Set's most audacious move was to attempt to discredit Horus directly. He approached the younger god with false claims of friendship and reconciliation. Set suggested that the trials had been exhausting for both of them, that perhaps they should consider a settlement that would be acceptable to both parties. He proposed that they could share rule of Egypt, with Horus controlling Lower Egypt and Set retaining control of Upper Egypt, splitting the land between them, as it had been in ancient times before unification. The offer was tempting on the surface, a way to avoid continued conflict and end the dispute that had been going on for so long. But Horus recognized the proposal for what it was: another deception, another attempt by Set to avoid losing everything. Horus refused the offer with calm certainty. He understood that Set's acceptance of shared rule would only be temporary, a pause in the conflict to allow the god of chaos to regroup and plan a new assault. Horus knew that Set would never truly accept a diminished position, would never stop plotting to regain full control of the throne. The younger god explained to Set that the trials had been designed by the Ennead to determine who was truly fit to rule all of Egypt, and that the trials had been completed fairly. Horus stated that he was prepared to accept the judgment of the Divine Council and assume his position as rightful ruler. Set's proposal was rejected, and the god of chaos was forced to accept that his attempt at deception had failed. But Set was far from finished with his schemes. The god of chaos began to consider a different approach, one that involved not just deception, but outright violation of the rules that the Ennead had established. Set realized that if he could not win through legitimate means, and if his attempts at deception were failing to sway the Divine Council, then perhaps he needed to resort to something more drastic. He began to contemplate methods of preventing the final judgment from being rendered at all. If the Ennead could not complete their deliberations, if he could create enough chaos and disturbance in the divine realm, perhaps the conflict could be prolonged indefinitely. Perhaps in the chaos, Set might find an opportunity to seize control again. Set's desperation grew with each passing day that brought him closer to the final judgment. He realized that the Ennead was preparing to render their final judgment, that very soon the Divine Council would announce that Horus was the rightful ruler of Egypt, and Set's time in power would be ended forever. The god of chaos knew that once that judgment was rendered, it would be difficult to overturn, no matter what he did afterward. The judgment of the Ennead carried weight that could not easily be challenged or dismissed, for the council represented the highest authority in the cosmos. He had to act before the judgment was announced. He had to find some way to prevent it or to discredit it before it became official. Every moment that passed seemed to bring his doom closer, and the weight of impending defeat pressed down upon him with increasing force. In his desperation, Set began to consider the unthinkable. He thought about attempting to directly challenge the authority of the Ennead itself. He contemplated whether he might be able to use his chaotic power to disrupt the Divine Council, to prevent them from gathering, to create such turmoil in the realms of the gods that the normal processes of judgment could not function. But Set also recognized that such an action would place him in direct opposition to virtually every god in existence. It would be a rebellion not just against Horus, but against the entire structure of divine authority. Even Set, powerful as he was, could not survive such a confrontation for long. Set found himself trapped between impossible choices. He could not win through legitimate competition. because Horus had proven himself superior. He could not win through deception because the Ennead was committed to fair judgment. He could not win through direct challenge because he lacked the power to overcome the combined might of the divine council. The realization that he truly was defeated, that there was no path forward that would result in him retaining the throne, began to sink into Set's consciousness. The god of chaos felt something shifting within him, a recognition that his time had come to an end. The trials had revealed that Horus was more fit to rule, and no amount of deception or desperation could change that fundamental truth. But Set's pride would not allow him to surrender gracefully. The god of chaos made one final attempt at deception, one last scheme born from desperation and the refusal to accept defeat. He would not present himself before the Ennead to hear their final judgment. Instead, he would declare that the entire process was invalid, that the trials had been rigged from the beginning, that Horus's victory had been achieved through unfair means. He would refuse to acknowledge the council's authority to render judgment on his case. Set would proclaim that he was still the rightful ruler of Egypt, and that all who opposed him were acting against the natural order established by his own rule. It was a gamble, a final desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of power through sheer force of will and refusal to accept reality. But Set made this declaration knowing that it would likely fail, knowing that the Ennead would not tolerate such blatant defiance of their authority. As the final day of judgment approached, as the moment when the Ennead would render their binding decision grew closer, Set withdrew into the deepest parts of the desert, into places where the other gods rarely ventured. He waited there, his rage building, his power gathering, preparing himself for whatever came next. He knew that his time was ending. He knew that soon he would have to face the reality of his defeat. But until that moment came, until the Ennead officially declared him unfit to rule, Set refused to surrender. The god of chaos still possessed his will. And as long as those things remained, Set would not accept that his reign had come to an end. The council of the Ennead gathered in their sacred place, the chamber where the most important decisions affecting the cosmos were made. This was not a chamber that existed in any location that could be reached by traveling through the normal world. This was a space that existed outside of normal reality, a place where the fundamental laws of physics and logic did not necessarily apply in the same way they did in the mortal realm, or even in the ordinary divine realms. The chamber itself was vast and ancient, its walls covered in inscriptions that recorded every major decision that had ever been made by the divine council. Some of those inscriptions went back to the very creation of the world itself. The inscriptions were written in a language so old that even some of the gods had difficulty reading them, a language that predated the current age and reached back to times when the cosmos was still being formed. Ra sat in his traditional place of honor, the position that belonged to the sun god as the most powerful and ancient of the current divine regime. His eyes were steady and thoughtful as he gazed at the assembled council members. When Ra spoke, even to say nothing, his presence commanded attention and respect. His body seemed to glow with an inner light that came from being the sun itself, from journeying every single day across the sky and every night through the underworld, never stopping, never resting, maintaining the cycle that kept existence itself functioning. The other gods and goddesses took their places in a careful arrangement that reflected the hierarchy and relationships within the divine pantheon. Thoth, the god of wisdom, sat with his instruments of writing at hand, ready to record whatever judgment the council would render. His eyes, which had witnessed countless ages pass, moved carefully from speaker to speaker as the deliberation continued. Sekhmet, the goddess of war, stood with her arms crossed, her expression grave and serious, her leonine features showing the strength and ferocity of the warrior goddess. Hathor, the goddess of love and beauty, sat with a thoughtful look on her face, her calm presence a counterbalance to Sekhmet's intensity. Nut, the goddess of the sky, reclined in her usual position, her body representing the vast expanse of the heavens. Geb, the god of the earth, held his position with calm authority, his presence grounding and stable. Ptah, the creator god, sat in quiet contemplation, his creative power visible in the careful way he observed everything. Aten, the disk of the sun, provided light for the chamber in a way that made everything visible, yet also seemed to humble everyone who stood beneath it. The assembled gods had spent considerable time in deliberation over the course of many days. They had reviewed the results of all the trials in meticulous detail. They had discussed the implications of each contest, analyzing not just who had won, but how they had achieved victory, what that victory revealed about their character and fitness to rule. They had examined the evidence of both competence and deception, of both legitimate skill and questionable methods. They had called upon Osiris himself, sending messages to the underworld to ask the murdered god whose throne was in question, who he believed should rule Egypt. Osiris had responded from his place in the afterlife, confirming that Horus was his true son and the rightful heir to his throne. The overwhelming consensus of the council was that Horus had demonstrated himself to be the more fit of the two gods to rule Egypt. He had shown wisdom, strategic thinking, the ability to understand complex problems and solve them creatively. He had shown that he could maintain his composure under pressure and make good decisions in challenging circumstances. He had shown that his power was balanced by intelligence and restraint, which were essential qualities for a just ruler. More than that, Horus had shown that he understood what it meant to serve something larger than himself, to work in service to Ma'at rather than in opposition to it. Set's rule, by contrast, had been characterized by violence, unpredictability, and a fundamental disregard for the principles of Ma'at that held the cosmos together. During Set's time on the throne, there had been significant disruptions to the normal order of things. Crops had failed more frequently than they should. The inundation of the Nile had been less reliable. Natural disasters had occurred with greater frequency. These were not coincidences, according to the council's understanding. These were consequences of having a ruler who did not truly respect or understand the principles of cosmic order. Set had ruled through force and fear, not through wisdom and justice. The people of Egypt had suffered under his regime, and the land itself seemed to suffer as well. The final judgment, when it came, was rendered by Ra himself, his voice carrying the weight of supreme authority and the accumulated wisdom of ages. Ra stated that the council had examined the trials carefully and had observed that Horus had demonstrated superior fitness to rule in virtually every category. The younger god had shown greater wisdom, better judgment, more effective use of power, and a fundamental commitment to the principles of Ma'at. Therefore, the council had decided that Horus would be declared the rightful and legitimate ruler of Egypt. Horus would take his place upon the throne that had belonged to his father Osiris before Set's violent usurpation. Ra then addressed the question of Set's fate. The council recognized that Set possessed considerable power and that he remained an important force within the cosmos. The god of chaos could not simply be eliminated or exiled from existence, for chaos itself was a natural part of the cosmic balance. Rather than destroy or completely remove Set from the divine order, the council decided upon a different solution. Set would be given a new role, a new responsibility that would utilize his power and his nature, but would place him in service to the larger cosmic order rather than in opposition to it. Ra announced that Set would become the guardian of the prow of the sun god's sacred bark, the divine boat that carried the sun across the sky during the day and through the underworld during the night. This was not a position of honor in the traditional sense, not a position of supreme rulership over the land, but it was a position of significant importance and responsibility. Each night, the sun god had to journey through the underworld, through the realm of the dead, to be reborn each morning. Along this journey, the sun god was threatened by Apophis, the great serpent of chaos who sought to swallow the sun and plunge the cosmos into eternal darkness. It was Set's job, in this new role, to fight Apophis, to keep the chaos serpent at bay, to ensure that the sun god could safely complete his journey and be reborn at dawn. The irony of this decision was not lost on anyone in the divine council. Set, the god of chaos, was being assigned the responsibility of fighting chaos in its most primal and dangerous form. Chaos had not been eliminated from the cosmos, but it had been given a role to play. The chaotic energy that Set represented would no longer be directed toward undermining the cosmic order. Instead, it would be directed toward protecting the cosmic order from the threat of absolute chaos. Set would have to learn to work in service to something larger than his own power and ambition. When Ra announced this judgment, the council fell silent for a moment, absorbing the significance of what had been decided. Horus, when he heard his name announced as the rightful ruler, felt a deep sense of vindication and peace settle over him. The trials had been completed. His fitness to rule had been confirmed by the highest authority in existence. The burden of proving his legitimacy, which he had carried since emerging from hiding so long ago, was finally lifted from his shoulders. Set, watching from his distant location in the desert, heard the judgment spoken by Ra through the divine networks that connected all the gods. The god of chaos felt the finality of the decision settle upon him like a weight that he could not escape. The trials were over. The judgment had been rendered, and it had gone against him in every way that mattered. Set's reign had come to an end. His claim to the throne had been rejected by the entire divine council. His argument that he was fit to rule had been found lacking in every significant measure. The god of chaos had a choice before him. He could accept this judgment gracefully, acknowledge his defeat, and move forward with the new role that the council had assigned him. Or he could continue to resist, continue to rail against what had been decided, continue to try to undermine Horus's rule and reclaim the throne through whatever means remained available to him. Set's pride, his fundamental unwillingness to accept that he was not the supreme power, made acceptance seem impossible. But Set also recognized that continued resistance would only lead to his isolation from the rest of the divine order. If he defied the Ennead's judgment, he would be opposed not just by Horus, but by the entire pantheon of gods. In the end, Set chose a path between complete acceptance and complete rebellion, a path that would allow him to maintain some dignity even as he acknowledged defeat. The god of chaos would assume the role that had been assigned to him by the divine council. He would take his place at the prow of Ra's bark and fight against Apophis each night as the sun journeyed through the darkness. But Set would do so with bitterness in his heart, with resentment at what he perceived as his unfair treatment, with anger at Horus for proving himself superior in the trials. Set would fulfill his duties, but he would never truly accept that the judgment was just. He would never truly believe that Horus deserved to rule more than he did. The god of chaos would endure, but he would endure in a state of perpetual dissatisfaction, forever convinced that he had been wronged by forces beyond his control. The coronation of Horus took place in the great temple at Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, where pharaohs had been crowned for generations. The ceremony was attended by gods and goddesses from throughout the divine realm. Even those who had supported Set came to witness the formal declaration that Horus was now the legitimate ruler of Egypt, the living embodiment of divine kingship, the god responsible for maintaining Mat in the land of the Nile. The people of Egypt, having heard the news of Horus's victory, celebrated with festivals and sacrifices that lasted for days and nights. The younger god's ascension to the throne was seen as a restoration of proper order, a return to justice and fairness after a long period of chaos and uncertainty. Priests in the temples performed rituals that had not been performed in many years, ceremonies that honored the rightful king and celebrated the restoration of divine order. When Horus placed the crowns upon his head, the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt united in one symbol of unified rule. A profound transformation seemed to ripple through the cosmos. The sky itself seemed to grow brighter, as if the heavens themselves were acknowledging the restoration of proper governance. The Nile's waters seemed to run clearer, the mud that the river carried beginning to deposit itself in the fields in just the right quantities and at just the right times to ensure abundant harvests. The winds that had been unpredictable and harsh during Set's reign began to settle into more regular and predictable patterns, becoming the kind of winds that farmers could plan around and merchants could trust to carry their ships to their destinations. These changes were not mere coincidence or poetic exaggeration. They were the result of having a ruler who truly understood and was committed to maintaining the principles of Ma'at. The cosmic order, having been restored to its proper state, began to function as it was meant to function, like a great mechanism that had been damaged and was now being repaired piece by piece. Horus proved to be a just and capable ruler, confirming in his actions the promise he had shown during the trials. He governed with the wisdom that he had demonstrated against the hippopotamus and in the boat race, making decisions that took into account the needs of both the gods and the people of Egypt. He did not rule through fear as Set had ruled, nor through the kind of arbitrary power that made people uncertain about what would happen next. Instead, he ruled through respect and understanding, establishing laws and guidelines that people could rely on and trust. He worked with the other gods to ensure that the cosmos remained in balance and that chaos was kept in its proper place, neither eliminated entirely nor allowed to run wild. He honored his father Osiris, whose death and resurrection had set all of these events in motion, making sure that Osiris's memory was preserved and his contributions to the cosmos were never forgotten. He maintained a close relationship with his mother Isis, the goddess of magic, who had protected him and fought for him throughout his struggle with Set, showing her the respect and gratitude that she deserved for her steadfast support and love. As time passed and Horus's reign continued through countless seasons and years, the people of Egypt grew to understand that their new king was genuinely committed to their welfare and to the maintenance of order and justice in the land. Horus became the ideal model for all the pharaohs who would rule Egypt in the centuries and millennia to come. Every pharaoh who sat upon the throne of Egypt did so as a living embodiment of Horus, as the god's earthly representative responsible for maintaining Ma'at. The pharaohs understood that their rule was not absolute and unlimited, but rather that it was a sacred trust, a responsibility to serve the people and maintain the cosmic order. The myth of Horus's victory over Set became a fundamental part of Egyptian religious understanding, a reminder that order must ultimately triumph over chaos, that wisdom must ultimately prevail over brute force, that a just ruler chosen for fitness to rule is superior to a ruler chosen through violence and treachery. The struggle between Horus and Set was not just a story about gods competing for a throne, though it was certainly that as well. It was a fundamental statement about the nature of the cosmos and the principles that governed existence. It was a statement that order is more fundamental than chaos, that wisdom is more valuable than strength, that justice is more powerful than force. It was a story about what it meant to be fit to rule, about the qualities that made a leader worthy of authority. And it was a story about how even when chaos and disorder seem to triumph temporarily, when darkness seems to overcome light and injustice seems to triumph over fairness, the cosmic forces will ultimately act to restore order and establish justice. The universe itself, the ancient Egyptians believed, was built in such a way as to favor order over chaos in the end, to support wisdom over brute strength, to ultimately validate the principle of Ma'at. Set, for his part, fulfilled the role that had been assigned to him by the Ennead, taking his place at the prow of Ra's sacred bark and fighting against Apophis each night as the sun journeyed through the underworld. The god of chaos found purpose in this new role, even if it was not the role he would have chosen for himself. In fighting Apophis, Set was paradoxically serving the cause of order, protecting the cosmos from the ultimate chaos that Apophis represented. The god of chaos had become, in a sense, the protector against chaos, a fitting resolution to the conflict between himself and Horus. This was not a victory for Set, nor was it a complete defeat. Rather, it was a resolution that recognized that chaos, while dangerous and needing to be controlled, also had a role to play in the functioning of the cosmos. As you drift deeper into sleep, letting the weight of this story settle upon you like a gentle blanket, you might reflect on what this ancient myth teaches us about leadership and justice. The Egyptians understood that a true ruler must possess not just power, but wisdom, not just strength, but justice, not just ambition, but commitment to something larger than themselves. They understood that order is not created by force alone, but by making choices that respect the natural balance of things. They understood that chaos, while necessary as a force in the cosmos, must always be controlled and directed toward constructive purposes rather than allowed to run wild. These principles, which the ancient Egyptians encoded in their myths and stories, remain relevant even today, offering wisdom to those willing to listen to what the old stories have to teach us about the nature of power and the meaning of true authority. In the depths of sleep, the wisdom of the ancients whispers to us, reminding us that fairness and justice, patience and wisdom are forces more powerful than any display of strength could ever be. The land of ancient Egypt, where our story takes place, was unlike any other region in the world. To the people who lived there, this narrow strip of land along the Nile River was not simply their home. It was the entire world that mattered, the center of all existence. Beyond the lush green valley where the river flowed lay vast deserts, endless stretches of sand and rock that seemed to go on forever. The ancient Egyptians viewed these deserts with a mixture of fear and respect. The desert was dangerous, unpredictable, a place of death and chaos. But the Nile itself, the river that flowed through the middle of their land, brought life. Every year it would flood, and the flood would deposit rich black soil across the fields. The people learned to depend on this cycle, to plan their agricultural seasons around it, to understand that their survival depended on this gift from the gods. The civilization that developed along the Nile River was one of the most remarkable the world has ever seen. The Egyptians built great cities, temples that reached toward the heavens, monuments that have survived thousands of years. They developed a complex understanding of the cosmos, of the gods and goddesses who controlled different aspects of existence, of the eternal struggle between order and chaos that they believed defined the universe itself. They called this order Ma'at, and it was the most important concept in their worldview. Ma'at represented truth, justice, balance, harmony, and cosmic order. When Ma'at existed, the world functioned properly. When it was absent or threatened, chaos and destruction followed. The Egyptians believed that the cosmos was not a place of permanent stability. Rather, it was a place where order had to be constantly defended, constantly maintained through action and ritual and prayer. This understanding made their mythology rich and complex. The gods were not distant beings who had created the world and then left it alone. Instead, they were actively engaged in the world every single day, working to maintain Ma'at, fighting against the forces that would destroy it. This is the context in which we must understand the story of Ra and Apophis. Their nightly battle is not presented as a past event that happened once and was over. It is an eternal, recurring event, a cycle that began at the beginning of time and continues every single night. Without this nightly victory, the ancient Egyptians believed, the sun would not rise the next morning. The world would descend into eternal darkness and chaos. The god Ra stood at the very center of Egyptian religious belief and practice. He was the sun god, the creator of all life, the god who brought light and warmth to the world each day. But Ra was far more than simply the physical sun that the Egyptians could see in the sky. He was a principle, a force, an embodiment of everything good and orderly in the cosmos. Ra represented light itself, not just the light of the sun, but the light of knowledge, of truth, of understanding. He brought warmth that allowed crops to grow, that allowed the animals and people of Egypt to survive. Without Ra, there would be no life. The entire world depended on him for its continued existence. The Egyptians understood Ra through multiple forms and manifestations. At different times of day, he took on different aspects and different names. In the early morning, he appeared as a young scarab beetle, representing renewal and the vigor of youth. As he traveled across the sky during the day, He was the powerful adult Ra, at the height of his strength and power, ruling over all creation from his seat in the heavens. And as evening approached, he became an older deity, beginning his journey toward the underworld, growing weaker as the sun descended toward the horizon. These different forms of Ra were not understood as different gods, but as different aspects of the same eternal being, constantly cycling through different stages of existence. Ra's role in Egyptian cosmology was absolutely central. He was not one god among many. He was the god upon whom all other gods depended, the deity who sustained the entire cosmos through his actions. The pharaohs themselves claimed to be the sons of Ra, deriving their authority and their power from their relationship to this great solar god. The people of Egypt built temples dedicated to Ra, offered prayers and sacrifices to him, and oriented much of their understanding of life and death around his cosmic journey. Every morning, when they saw the sunrise, they were witnessing visible evidence of Ra's power, of his triumph over the darkness, of the success of the cosmic order. In the temples and homes of ancient Egypt, people would speak Ra's name with reverence. They understood that without Ra, nothing could exist. The crops that fed them would not grow. The animals that they hunted for food would not survive. They themselves would not be able to see, to move, to live. Ra was not simply important to Egyptian life. Ra was the very foundation upon which life itself rested. To dishonor Ra was to invite catastrophe. To please Ra was to ensure prosperity, health, and the continuation of the world as it should be. Different cities in Egypt had their own particular relationships with Ra. In some places, Ra was merged with other gods, creating new divine forms with combined attributes and powers. In Heliopolis, one of Egypt's greatest religious centers, Ra was understood as the head of the entire pantheon, ruling over all other gods and goddesses. The creation itself was attributed to Ra, who brought order out of the primordial chaos at the beginning of time. Every aspect of Egyptian religion ultimately traced back to Ra and his cosmic activities. The forms of Ra were not merely symbolic representations, though they certainly had symbolic importance. The Egyptians understood them as actual manifestations of the god, different aspects of his being at different times. The young scarab of the morning represented potential, renewal, and hope. The adult Ra of midday represented power, strength, and mastery. The elderly Ra of evening represented wisdom gained through experience, but also vulnerability and the approach of danger. And the hidden Ra of the deepest night represented mystery, danger, and the struggle with forces that mortals could not fully comprehend. The daily journey of Ra across the sky was something the ancient Egyptians could observe with their own eyes. Each morning, the sun appeared in the eastern horizon. Throughout the day, it moved slowly across the blue sky, reaching its highest point at noon, then beginning its descent toward the western horizon. As the sun moved, it brought light and heat to the land, allowing life to flourish. The Egyptians developed an intricate understanding of this journey, mapping it into 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of darkness. They understood Ra as actively traveling, as moving through space, not simply existing as a static object in the sky. In fact, Ra's journey was understood as far more than a simple physical movement. It was a spiritual and magical journey as well, one that connected him to every part of creation. As Ra traveled across the sky, his light touched everything below. The crops that grew in the fields received his warmth and energy. The animals that roamed the land depended on the light he provided to hunt and survive. The people in their homes and villages and temples benefited from his presence. But Ra's journey also had moral dimensions. His light illuminated truth and exposed falsehood. His warmth represented the blessing of the gods upon those who lived righteously. His absence meant danger, darkness, and the threat of chaos. The 12 hours of daylight were understood as 12 stages, or hours of Ra's journey across the sky. Each hour represented a different phase of the journey, with different spiritual and magical significance. During the first hours of morning, Ra was young and vigorous, beginning his great work of bringing light and order to the world. As he approached noon, his power increased, reaching its peak. The sun at noon was the most powerful manifestation of Ra, the time when his influence was strongest, when his light was most intense, when his presence was most keenly felt throughout all of Egypt. But as Ra continued his journey past noon, the balance began to shift. He was no longer ascending toward greater power. Instead, he was beginning his descent. He grew older with each passing hour. His power, which had been increasing all morning, now began to diminish. The shadows cast by objects on the ground grew longer as the sun moved lower in the sky. The intensity of his light began to decrease. The heat that had been building throughout the day began to fade. And all the while, Ra was approaching the western horizon, approaching the moment when he would have to leave the world of the living and enter the world of the dead. The animals knew this. As Ra descended toward the west, they began to prepare themselves for the coming darkness. The birds returned to their roosts. The creatures that hunted during the day prepared to give way to the creatures of the night. The people in the fields began to gather their tools and their harvests and prepare to return to their homes. Ra's daily journey was not a journey he could rest from. Every single day, he had to make this same journey again. There was no vacation from his work, no day of rest, no reprieve from the constant demands of maintaining the cosmic order. Every single day he rose in the east. Every single day he traveled across the sky. Every single day he descended in the west. And every single night he embarked on the even more dangerous journey through the underworld. This was his eternal role, his purpose, his burden, and his glory. But what happened when the sun set? This was the question that drove much of Egyptian mythology and theology. The Egyptians understood that the sun did not simply disappear when it went below the horizon. Instead, Ra embarked on a different kind of journey, a perilous voyage through the underworld, the realm of the dead, traveling through darkness and danger throughout the night, so that he could emerge again in the east at dawn. This nightly journey was not understood as automatic or guaranteed. It required effort, strength, protection, and divine power. Ra faced real dangers during this journey, real enemies who sought to prevent him from completing his voyage and bringing about the dawn. At sunset, everything changed. The golden light that had illuminated the sky all day began to fade. The temperature dropped as the warmth of the sun diminished. The sky transformed from blue to orange, red, pink, and finally to deep purple and black as darkness fell. The Egyptians understood this transition not merely as a natural phenomenon, but as a sacred and dangerous transformation. Ra's power, which had been at its height at noon, now diminished with each passing hour. The sun god was aging, weakening, preparing to enter a realm where his power would be greatly reduced. The warm daylight world gave way to a dark, cold, hostile underworld, where chaos and danger waited. The transition from day to night was like a death, and just as the dead had to navigate the perilous underworld, so too did Ra have to navigate it each night. But unlike the dead, who made this journey only once, Ra had to make this journey every single night for all eternity. The underworld that Ra entered at sunset was called the Duat in ancient Egyptian mythology. The Duat was not a place like the surface world that the living inhabited. It was a supernatural realm, existing beneath the earth, a place of absolute darkness except for the light that Ra brought with him in his solar bark. The Duat was filled with strange creatures, demonic beings, lakes of fire, hostile spirits, and other dangers that would instantly kill or destroy any ordinary being who entered. The Duat was the realm of death, the place where the deceased souls of the dead were believed to journey after death. To enter the Duat was to enter a realm of profound danger and transformation. The ancient Egyptians had developed elaborate descriptions of the Duat, mapping it into different regions and chambers, each with its own particular dangers and characteristics. These descriptions were recorded in sacred texts like the Amduat, the Book of Gates, and the Book of the Dead. These texts served as maps and guides, not just for the sun god, but also for any soul of the deceased who might need to navigate this treacherous realm. To know the names of power, to speak the correct magical formulas, to understand the layout and the dangers of the duat. These were matters of spiritual and physical survival. The duat was connected to the world of the living by certain sacred places and passages. The sun god could descend into the duat only at specific points, and he could emerge from it only at other specific points. His route was fixed, determined by cosmic law and ancient tradition. He could not deviate from this path. He could not choose a different route. Night after night, he traveled the same perilous path through the same dangerous places, encountering the same enemies and obstacles that awaited him. At sunset, Ra underwent his own transformation. He left behind the great golden bark, the boat of millions of years, known as the Manjet, which he had used to travel across the sky during the day. This daytime bark was glorious and majestic, a vessel of pure light and power. It was constructed from the finest materials and decorated with precious metals and jewels. It represented Ra's dominion, his authority, his strength, but it could not travel through the dark underworld. Instead, Ra boarded a different vessel, a smaller, more vulnerable bark called the Mesektet, which was designed to navigate the waters and dangers of the underworld. The transition from one boat to another represented a profound change in Ra's circumstances. Where he had been powerful and in control during the day, now he was vulnerable and dependent on others for protection. Where the daylight sky had been his realm to command, the underworld was a hostile and strange place, filled with dangers beyond his full control. The Mesektet was a very different kind of vessel from the Manjet. It was smaller, built not to shine brightly, but to navigate through darkness. It was designed to move silently and carefully through the underworld waters, avoiding detection by those who would harm it. The Mesektet represented vulnerability, the need for protection, the submission of even the mightiest god to the dangers of the realm he must travel through. As Ra boarded the Mesektet at sunset, he was acknowledging the change in his power and his circumstances. He was preparing himself for danger, for struggle, for the possibility of defeat. The crew that would man the Mesektet was already prepared and waiting. These were not ordinary sailors. They were divine beings themselves, gods and goddesses with special powers and purposes. They knew the dangerous route through the underworld. They knew the magical formulas that would protect the sun god. They knew how to handle the boat in treacherous waters. They knew how to defend against attacks from hostile entities. Without this divine crew, Ra would be completely helpless in the underworld. And as the sun descended below the western horizon and disappeared from view, the entire world understood that something profound had happened. The light that had illuminated everything was gone. The warmth that had sustained life was diminished. The cosmic struggle was entering its most dangerous phase. In the temples, the priests increased their prayers and their rituals. In their homes, the people offered their own prayers and hopes. And beneath the earth, in the darkness of the duat, the sun god was beginning his nightly journey through dangers that mortals could scarcely imagine. As the sun sank lower toward the horizon, the colors in the sky grew more and more intense. The blue faded away, replaced by oranges and reds and yellows that seemed to set the sky itself ablaze. For a few precious moments, the world was bathed in a golden light that was neither day nor night, a liminal space between two very different realms. The Egyptians understood this twilight hour as a sacred time, a moment of transition when the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead grew thin. The temperature dropped as the warmth of the sun faded away. The birds that had been singing throughout the day fell silent, returning to their roosts to prepare for the darkness ahead. The animals that had been active during the heat of the day began to seek shelter. The air itself seemed to change. becoming cooler, heavier, laden with a sense of anticipation and danger. The sun god's daily journey had been immense. Since dawn, Ra had traveled across the entire sky, moving from east to west, bringing light and life and warmth to all the lands below. For the people of Egypt, Ra's presence had meant warmth, light to see by, the possibility of work and activity and living. Crops grew because of Ra's warmth. Animals could forage and hunt because of the light he provided. Humans could see each other, could conduct business, could build and create and live their lives. Everything that lived depended on Ra's daily presence. Now, as the sun approached the western horizon, the day was coming to an end. The farmers set down their tools. The merchants closed their stalls. Families gathered inside their homes as the light began to fail. Children asked their parents where the sun was going. The priests prepared themselves for the nighttime rituals that would protect the sun god during his perilous journey through the darkness. Everyone knew that the sun was about to disappear, and everyone knew that without the rituals and prayers and the protection of the gods, the sun might not return. But there was also a sense of gratitude and relief. Ra had made it through another day. He had not been defeated. The balance had been maintained. The crops would continue to grow. The animals would survive. The people would survive. The cosmic order, Ma'at, would continue to exist. And perhaps tomorrow, the sun would rise again, as it had risen countless times before. This was the hope that sustained the Egyptians through each night. And then came the moment when the sun finally touched the western horizon and began to slip below it. For the ancient Egyptians, this was not simply the end of the day. It was a cosmic event of profound significance. The sun was sinking into the body of Nut, the sky goddess, or into the mouth of the Duat itself, depending on which tradition one followed. The world was losing its light. Darkness was coming, and with darkness came danger, uncertainty, and the threat of chaos. Yet the Egyptians also had faith. They had seen this happen every single day for their entire lives. Every single evening, the sun set. And yet, every single morning, it rose again. This cycle was the foundation upon which their entire understanding of the cosmos rested. The transition at sunset was also understood as a death of sorts. During the day, Ra had been alive, active, moving, ruling. As evening fell, Ra was entering a realm of death and danger. His power diminished with each passing moment. He grew older and weaker. The light he had brought with him faded. By the time he reached the Duat, he would be at his weakest, having lost the strength that had sustained him during the day. And it was at this moment of maximum weakness, in the darkness of the deepest part of the underworld, that he would face his greatest enemy. In the temple, the priests gathered to begin the evening rituals. They knew what was about to happen. They had performed these rituals countless times before, passing the knowledge from generation to generation, preserving the ancient traditions that their ancestors had established at the very beginning of Egyptian civilization. These rituals were not optional. They were absolutely necessary. Without the protection and the prayers and the magical formulas that the priests would speak, the sun god would be defenseless in the underworld. The last rays of sunlight faded from the sky. The sun disappeared below the western horizon, and darkness began to fall. The stars began to appear in the sky, one by one, growing brighter as the last traces of daylight vanished. The Egyptians understood these stars as representations of the souls of the deceased, watching over the living world from the heavens. And now they seemed to be watching particularly intently, as if they knew what was about to happen below, as if they were bearing witness to the cosmic struggle that was about to unfold in the depths of the underworld. The entire world seemed to hold its breath. The day was gone. The night was beginning. And somewhere in the depths of the Duat, the sun god was about to face an enemy of unimaginable power and malice, an enemy that had been waiting for him, hunting for him, eager to destroy him and plunge the world into eternal darkness. For thousands of years, this same cycle had repeated. Every single day, Ra made his journey across the sky. Every single night, he made his perilous voyage through the underworld. Every single morning, he emerged victorious from the darkness to bring about the dawn. The ancient Egyptians did not view this as something that could be taken for granted. They understood it as a constant struggle, an eternal battle between light and darkness, between order and chaos, between life and death. And they knew that they had a role to play in this cosmic drama. Their prayers, their rituals, their offerings, these were not abstract religious practices. These were contributions to the great cosmic struggle. When the priests gathered in the temple and spoke the sacred names of power, they were helping Ra. When the people offered prayers to the gods, they were strengthening the forces of Ma'at. When they lived according to the principles of truth and justice, they were maintaining the balance of the universe. Without the support of the people, the gods would struggle more. The battle against chaos would be harder to win. And now, as we have journeyed through these scenes of ancient Egypt, as we have come to understand the landscape and the beliefs and the great cosmic cycle that governed all life, we are ready to move deeper into the story. We are ready to accompany Ra on his journey. We are ready to witness the threats and dangers that await him in the underworld. We are ready to see the forces that have assembled to protect him. And we are ready to meet the great serpent himself, the enemy that Ra must face, night after night, without rest, without the possibility of final victory or ultimate defeat. As the darkness deepens and the stars emerge in the night sky, the cosmic drama has already begun. Ra is now in the realm below, in the Duat, where his enemies are waiting. The ancient Egyptians understood that while they slept in their homes, the sun god was in mortal danger. Their entire world, everything they cared about, everything they depended on for survival, was at stake in the nightly battle that was unfolding beneath the earth. And yet there was nothing they could do directly. They could only pray, only trust, only hope that Ra and his divine protectors would be strong enough to ensure the dawn. This understanding created a profound spiritual reality for the ancient Egyptians. They lived with the knowledge that the world was fragile, that cosmic order had to be constantly defended, that without vigilance and prayer and proper behavior, chaos could triumph and the sun might not rise. This was not paranoia or superstition to them. This was reality, as real and as true as the ground beneath their feet. The sun's rising each morning was proof that the cosmic battle had been won, at least for one more day. In the temples, as night deepened, the priests would continue their rituals. They would speak words of power that had been preserved for thousands of years. They would make offerings to the gods who protected Ra. They would perform ceremonies designed to support the sun god in his nightly struggle. The incense would burn, filling the temple with sacred smoke. The oil lamps would flicker, creating shadows that seemed to move with their own life. And the priests, speaking in voices that had become almost meditative through repetition and tradition, would call out to the heavens and to the depths below, sending their prayers and their power to assist the sun god in his battle. And all across Egypt, in homes and villages, ordinary people would lie down to sleep, trusting in the gods and in the ancient traditions that had sustained their civilization for generations. Mothers would hold their children close, assuring them that the gods would protect them through the night. The darkness outside would seem vast and mysterious, full of unknown dangers. But the people had faith. They had seen the sun rise countless mornings. They believed it would rise again. And in the quiet of the night, in the peaceful darkness, they would rest, secure in the knowledge that cosmic forces far greater than themselves were working to ensure their survival. But for now, as the sun disappears below the horizon and the darkness grows complete, let yourself settle more deeply into rest. Let the ancient Egyptian night carry you gently towards sleep. Feel the cool air settling around you. Feel the comfort of your surroundings holding you safe. You are watching this ancient drama unfold, but you are safe here in the darkness. You are not in danger. You are simply a witness, a listener, a dreamer following the eternal story of Ra and Apophis. Let yourself relax. Let yourself drift. The night is long, and there is much more to come. And as you rest, know that you are being held by the same cosmic forces that held and sustained the ancient Egyptians. You are safe. You are cared for. And when morning comes, you will see the proof of it in the sunrise that brings a new day. And so as the world settles into darkness, Ra prepares for his most perilous journey. The sun god stands at the edge of a great transition, a threshold between two very different realms. The golden light that has sustained him all day is fading away, becoming weaker with each passing moment. The warmth that has fed the world is cooling. And now comes the moment when Ra must leave behind everything he has known since dawn and step into a realm governed by entirely different rules, a place where his power is diminished and his enemies grow stronger. The transition from day to night is not instantaneous. There is a moment suspended between the two, a twilight hour when the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead grows thin. In this liminal space, Ra undergoes his transformation. He sheds the golden light that has blazed across the sky. He releases the intense warmth that has nourished all life. He becomes something different, something more vulnerable, something more dependent on the protection of others. The sun god who commanded the sky all day long now must bow to the geography and the dangers of the underworld. He is still himself, still Ra, still a god of immense power, but his power has changed form. The authority he wielded so openly during daylight must now be hidden, protected, defended against enemies who have been waiting for exactly this moment. As the sun disappears completely below the western horizon, Ra boards the Mesektet, his night bark. This vessel is smaller than the gleaming manjet that carried him across the sky, less ornate, less glorious to behold. But it is designed for a very different purpose. The Mesektet is built to navigate the dark waters that flow beneath the earth, those strange underground rivers and lakes that exist in the realm of the dead. The bark is constructed in such a way that it can pass through narrow channels and caverns without becoming caught or trapped. Its form is sleeker than its daytime counterpart, more like a knife slicing through water than a great ceremonial vessel. And yet, despite its smaller size, despite its simpler construction, the Mesektet is no less important to the cosmos than the golden manjet. Without this vessel, Ra would be completely lost in the darkness. Without this bark, there would be no guarantee of dawn. The crew of the Mesektet gathers as the sun sinks lower and lower. These are not ordinary sailors. They are divine beings chosen specifically for their roles in this nightly journey. Each has been selected because of particular abilities and powers suited to navigating the underworld and protecting the sun god from the dangers that await. Some of these divine crew members are goddesses of the hours, each representing one of the 12 hours of the night. Others are protective deities with specific powers against the demons and obstacles that inhabit the duat. The pilot of the Mesektet must know every passage, every turn, every chamber of the underworld, must be able to navigate by means other than sight because sight is nearly useless in such darkness. The crew members who will defend Ra must be strong and fearless, weapons ready, magical knowledge keepers. They gather on the bark with a sense of solemn purpose. They know what is coming. They have done this before, night after night, for as long as Ra has existed, and they will do it again tonight. As Ra takes his place on the Mesektet, the underworld itself seems to sense his coming. The duat, the Egyptian underworld, is a strange and terrible place. It is not simply underground in the physical sense, though it exists beneath the surface of the earth. It is more like another dimension, another realm that intersects with the living world, but operates according to different laws. The duat is where the dead go after death, where the souls of the deceased journey through various chambers and regions, facing judgment and transformation. It is a place of both danger and possibility, a realm where the normal rules of life do not apply. Ra stands on the deck of his night bark, gazing out into the darkness that surrounds him. He has done this countless times before, on countless nights stretching back through the ages. Yet each time feels somehow new, somehow startling in its unfamiliarity. The transition from the blazing certainty of daylight to this absolute darkness is a shock to his divine senses. During the day, Ra knows exactly where he is, knows the boundaries of the sky, understands the limits of his domain. But here in the duat, the boundaries are fluid and uncertain. The geography shifts and changes. What appears to be a solid shore might actually be a phantom or an illusion created by the underworld's strange nature. What seems like empty space might suddenly reveal hidden obstacles. Ra must trust not in his own perceptions, but in the knowledge and guidance of those who travel with him. The appearance of the duat is difficult for the living to fully imagine. There are no stars in the sky of the underworld, because there is no sky at all. The darkness is complete, absolute, a darkness so profound that it seems to have weight and substance. It is a darkness that does not simply hide things, but seems to actively obscure them, to make them unreachable and unknowable. Yet despite this overwhelming darkness, the duat is not empty or featureless. Throughout the underworld are lakes and rivers, some of them filled with water that is cold and heavy and seems to resist being moved, others with fire that burns with an eerie red glow that provides the only light in that dark realm. These lakes of fire are not meant to warm. They are obstacles, hazards, places where the unwary can become trapped and consumed. The shores of these waters are populated by demons and hostile spirits, creatures that feed on the chaos of the underworld and have no love for gods or living things. These demons are not separate from the duat itself. Rather, they seem to be manifestations of the underworld's very nature, expressions of its hostility toward any being who does not belong there. The geography of the duat is complex and labyrinthine, filled with chambers and passages that twist back on themselves. There are mountains made of stone and shadow, barriers that must be navigated or magically passed through. There are corridors that stretch for impossible distances, passages that seem to loop back on themselves. The whole underworld was understood by the ancient Egyptians as divided into 12 regions or hours, with each hour representing one of the 12 hours of the night. Ra must pass through each region in sequence, must navigate each hour's particular dangers and challenges, must move ever onward toward the eastern horizon, where the dawn and rebirth await. The crew of the Mesektet knows this route as well as Ra himself, though in a different way. Where Ra's knowledge is instinctive, divine, rooted in his very nature as the sun god, the crew's knowledge is hard-won and carefully preserved. It has been passed down through countless generations of divine beings, recorded in sacred texts and ritual knowledge. Thoth, the god of wisdom, carries much of this knowledge. He knows the names of power that must be spoken, the magical formulas that can weaken demons and open blocked passages. The goddesses of the hours know their particular regions intimately, understand the specific threats and obstacles that appear in their sections of the underworld. Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice, brings with her the principle of order itself, her very presence a counterforce to the chaos that permeates the duat. And Seth, the god of storms and chaos, stands ready at the bow of the Mesektet, spear in hand, prepared to confront whatever enemy might rise up against Ra. As the bark begins its journey downward, deeper and deeper into the underworld, the darkness grows more absolute with each passing moment. The last rays of the sun that filtered down from the surface fade away completely. The crew lights magical lamps that provide a pale and flickering illumination, just enough to see the waters immediately around the bark, but ahead and behind all is shadow. The air itself feels different here, heavier, colder, laden with ancient dampness and the strange atmosphere of the underworld. It is the kind of air that the living do not breathe, the kind of place that mortals are never meant to enter while still alive. And yet Ra must journey through this realm night after night, his divine nature allowing him to exist here while retaining his essential self. The Mesektet begins to move through the dark waters, pulled along by the crew's efforts. The bark glides across the surface silently, cutting through water that seems both liquid and somehow less substantial than ordinary water. There is no wind in the underworld, no natural currents to aid the journey. The crew must propel the bark through pure effort, through magical knowledge, through the sheer force of divine will. And as they begin their journey, Ra feels the weight of what lies ahead. Somewhere in these depths, somewhere in these dark passages and chambers, waits the thing he must face. Somewhere in this underworld dwells Apophis, the serpent of chaos, the creature that has been waiting through all the hours of daylight for the sun god to enter its realm. The crew presses onward, deeper and deeper into the duet. The bark passes through regions that have specific names and characteristics. Some are mere wastelands of shadow and stone. Others are populated by demons and hostile spirits that watch the bark pass with hunger and hatred in their eyes. Some regions are filled with the souls of the dead, spirits of those who lived before and now exist in this strange underworld existence. The crew has learned to move through these regions without drawing unwanted attention, to navigate the passageways in such a way as to avoid the worst threats. But they know that complete safety is impossible. Some encounters are unavoidable. Some dangers will simply have to be faced and overcome. As Ra settles into the rhythm of the journey, he becomes aware of a presence, a vast and waiting intelligence somewhere in the darkness ahead. The serpent knows he is coming. Apophis has always known when Ra would enter the underworld. The serpent has been waiting, watching, preparing. The great creature has spent the hours of daylight resting, conserving strength, healing any wounds from previous night's battles. And now, as Ra journeys downward, as the sun god moves deeper into the realm of darkness and danger, Apophis stirs. The serpent begins to move. The cosmic battle that sustains the entire world is about to begin. The 12 hours of night stretch before Ra like an impossible road. Each hour represents a region of the duat, each with its own character, its own dangers, its own particular challenges. The first hours of night are relatively less dangerous, though they still contain obstacles and hostile creatures that must be overcome or avoided. As the night progresses, however, the duat grows progressively darker, more dangerous, more filled with hostile forces. The middle hours of night, particularly the hours surrounding the 7th hour, are the most treacherous. The points where Ra's vulnerability is greatest and the forces of chaos are strongest. And then, if Ra survives the worst of it, the latter hours of night become progressively less threatening as he approaches the eastern horizon and the promise of dawn. Each hour of the night is represented by a goddess, a divine being who embodies the particular qualities and challenges of that hour. These goddesses are not passive observers. They actively guide the bark through their regions, using their knowledge and power to help navigate the dangers. The first hour's goddess helps with the initial descent, the psychological and spiritual shift from the realm of the living to the realm of the dead. By the time Ra enters the deeper hours, the goddesses who guide him are more warrior-like in nature, more prepared for combat and magical warfare. The goddesses of the later hours are gentler, more nurturing, helping to restore Ra's strength and prepare him for the final emergence into dawn. The journey through the 12 hours is a journey through different states of consciousness as much as it is a physical journey. In the early hours, Ra is still aware of the world above, still holds memory of daylight and the living world. He can almost feel the warmth of the sun on his face, can almost hear the sounds of life and activity in the fields and villages above. As he descends deeper, however, this awareness fades. The underworld becomes his entire reality. The memory of light grows distant and dreamlike. By the time he reaches the 7th hour, the darkest part of the night, Ra exists almost entirely in the underworld's logic and rules. Light and life seem like distant dreams, things that existed in another universe, stories told about a world he was not certain had ever been real. The darkness is so complete, the cold so absolute and penetrating, that it becomes almost impossible to remember that dawn will come, that the surface world exists at all. It is as if the world has always been this darkness, and the daylight was merely an illusion that has now been stripped away, revealing the true nature of existence. And through all of this, Ra continues onward, the crew propelling the Mesektet through passage after passage, chamber after chamber, region after region. The pace is neither fast nor slow. It is steady, relentless, predetermined. There is no rest, no pause, no opportunity to turn back. Ra must continue forward, must make progress through each hour, must advance ever closer to the moment when he will face his greatest enemy. The entire world depends on his completion of this journey. The entire cosmos hangs in the balance of what will happen in the darkness of the underworld. The duet itself seems almost alive, almost aware of the sun god's presence. The waters of the underworld ripple and shift without any apparent current. The shadows seem to move and writhe with their own purpose. Sounds echo through the darkness, strange calls and cries that come from creatures the crew can barely see. Sometimes the Mesektet passes through regions where thousands of souls seem to surround the bark, the dead pressing in with their own existence, their own needs, their own tragic histories. The crew maintains the integrity of the bark, keeps these souls at a distance, prevents them from overwhelming Ra. But it is exhausting work, and the crew feels the weight of it, feels the strain of maintaining order against the chaos that presses in from all sides. Ra sits at the center of the bark, no longer the active force he was during the day. During daylight, Ra controlled his own journey, drove the manjet himself across the sky, commanded the forces that obeyed him. But in the underworld, he is more passive, more dependent, more vulnerable. He still possesses his divine power, but it is muted, restricted by the nature of this realm. He relies on the knowledge and strength of his crew. He trusts in their ability to guide him through. And as the night deepens, as the bark continues its steady progress through the darkness, Ra begins to feel the approach of the moment he has been both anticipating and dreading. The seventh hour approaches. The moment of crisis draws near. And somewhere in the distance, hidden in the deepest darkness, Apophis waits. Now we must speak of this great serpent, this creature of chaos and destruction that has threatened Ra since the very beginning of time. Apophis is not like other gods or demons of the Egyptian cosmos. While demons are frightening and hostile, they are still understood as part of the created world. They exist within the cosmos, even though they oppose Ma'at and represent destructive forces. But Apophis is something different. The serpent represents chaos itself, not simply as a force within the cosmos, but as the fundamental antithesis to all order and creation. In the mythology of ancient Egypt, Apophis is understood as having existed from the very beginning, emerging at the moment of creation as the inverse of Ra's light. According to one version of the creation myth, when Ra first came into being, Apophis was born from his own tears, the shadow created by the sun god's brilliance. This is a profound image, suggesting that wherever there is light, there must be darkness. Wherever order exists, chaos necessarily exists as its opposite. Apophis did not emerge from evil intention, or from malice in any ordinary sense. Rather, the serpent is the necessary consequence of creation itself. To have a cosmos, to have order and light and life, inevitably means that there must also be the potential for chaos, darkness, and death. Apophis is that potential made manifest, that threat made conscious and active. The appearance of Apophis is described in the ancient texts with a mixture of precision and vagueness, as if the creature is so vast and terrible that words cannot fully capture its nature. According to some descriptions, Apophis is a serpent of impossible length, stretching the entire width of the Nile River, as wide and as long as the river itself. This comparison to the Nile is significant, for the Nile is the life-giving force of Egypt, the source of fertility and abundance. Apophis, in being compared to the Nile, is presented as a twisted inversion of life-giving force. Where the Nile brings water and abundance, Apophis brings destruction and drought. The serpent's head is sometimes described as being made of flint, the hardest stone known to the ancient Egyptians, a substance that cannot be broken by ordinary means. This head cannot be destroyed by normal weapons. It is impervious to damage in the way that ordinary creatures might be damaged. The serpent's scales are described as being too hard to pierce, and the creature's coils are so massive that they can ensnare entire boats and the bodies of water themselves. When Apophis moves, the underworld trembles. The creature's roar is said to be so loud and so terrible that it shakes the very foundations of the duat. Souls of the dead cower in fear at the sound. The demons and hostile creatures that normally threaten the bark flee at the serpent's approach. Even the waters themselves seem to react to Apophis's presence, becoming turbulent and dangerous. The creature's movement creates currents and whirlpools that threaten to capsize the Mesektet. The serpent can swallow the waters of the underworld, leaving the bark stranded on dry ground, unable to continue its journey. It can wrap its coils around obstacles and create barriers that must be magically overcome. Apophis is a creature of such vast proportions and such terrible power that it seems almost impossible that any force could stand against it. And yet there is something more to Apophis than mere physical power. The serpent possesses supernatural abilities that extend beyond its physical form. Chief among these is the power of hypnosis, a supernatural gaze that can overwhelm the will of even the mightiest gods. When Apophis looks upon a being with its hypnotic stare, that being becomes paralyzed, unable to act or think or resist. The creature's gaze can render even Ra unable to move, can freeze the crew of the Mesektet in place, can steal away the consciousness and agency of any being who falls under its influence. This hypnotic power makes Apophis more dangerous than any physical adversary could be. A creature might be defeated through strength and skill, but the hypnotic gaze threatens something deeper, threatens the very consciousness and will of the one who falls under its power. Apophis also possesses the ability to heal itself and to regenerate. Each night when Ra and his crew manage to wound the serpent, to strike it with spears and magical weapons, Apophis is injured. The creature bleeds and recoils from the pain. But as the long night continues, as the hours pass, Apophis heals itself. By the time the following night comes, the creature is whole again, unmarked by the battles of the previous night. This regenerative ability means that Apophis can never be permanently destroyed. The serpent cannot be worn down through accumulated damage. It cannot be exhausted. Each night it returns at full strength, ready to attack Ra again. This endless cycle of wounding and healing is one of the defining characteristics of the eternal struggle between Ra and Apophis. The origin of Apophis is understood in different ways across Egyptian mythology, and each version reveals something important about how the ancient Egyptians understood the relationship between light and darkness, order and chaos. In one tradition, the serpent was born from the jealousy and rage of Ra's own mother, suggesting that even divine mothers can harbor destructive emotions toward their children. In another, Apophis emerged spontaneously from the primordial waters of Nun, the chaos realm that existed before creation, suggesting that chaos is a fundamental element of existence, not something that was created or introduced later. In yet another version, the most poetic and philosophically profound, the serpent was born from Ra's own tears when the sun god failed to see his mother because his own brilliance blinded him. This version is particularly striking because it suggests that Apophis is born not from Ra's malice or weakness, but from a simple human-like limitation, Ra's inability to see everything, his own light blinding him to what is directly before him. All these versions share a common theme. Apophis is intimately connected to Ra, is in some sense a reflection of Ra, a necessary consequence of Ra's existence. Just as every light casts a shadow, Ra inevitably generated Apophis. The serpent is not an external threat that could have been avoided through better planning or greater wisdom. It is an inherent part of the structure of existence, woven into the very fabric of creation. The name Apophis, or Apep as it is written in Egyptian texts, means the great snake, or he who was spat out. This name carries connotations of the unwanted, the rejected, the thing that was expelled or vomited out of the creation. Apophis is the serpent that nobody wanted, the creature that everybody wishes did not exist. And yet it does exist, has always existed, will always exist. It cannot be wished away or ignored. It must be faced and struggled against, again and again, night after night, for all eternity. To understand Apophis is to understand something profound about Egyptian philosophy and worldview. The serpent is not evil in the way that modern humans might think of evil as a moral failing or a deliberate choice to do harm. Rather, Apophis represents the principle of chaos, the force of entropy and dissolution that exists as the necessary counterpart to order and creation. In Egyptian thought, these two principles, order and chaos, Ma'at and Isfet, are not personal enemies fighting a moral battle. Rather, they are cosmic principles that must exist in balance. Too much order would mean stagnation and death. Too much chaos would mean the annihilation of all that exists. The cosmos requires both, requires the struggle between them, requires that balance be constantly maintained through effort and vigilance. And this is where the danger of Apophis becomes truly apparent. While chaos is necessary as a principle, the serpent represents chaos that has become active and aggressive, chaos that threatens to overcome order entirely. Apophis is not content to exist in balance. The serpent actively seeks to destroy Ra, to prevent the sunrise, to plunge the world into eternal darkness. If Apophis were to succeed even once, if the serpent were to swallow Ra on even a single night, the entire cosmos would begin to unravel. The sun would not rise, the living world would be plunged into darkness and cold, plants would stop growing, animals would die, humans would cease to exist. The entire created world would begin to devolve back into the primordial chaos from which it had emerged. That is the threat that Apophis represents, and that is why Ra's nightly battle against the serpent is not simply a story or a myth, but a matter of cosmic survival. The reality of this threat has deep psychological and spiritual significance for the ancient Egyptians. They understood that chaos was not something that could be defeated once and for all, that order was not something they could take for granted. Instead, the universe required constant effort to maintain Ma'at, constant vigilance against Isfet. The priests performed their rituals every day, and especially every night, to support Ra in his struggle. The people lived their lives according to principles of truth and justice, not simply out of moral conviction, though that mattered, but because they understood that their personal adherence to Ma'at contributed to the cosmic struggle against chaos. When an Egyptian acted justly, when they told the truth, when they maintained order in their own lives, they were somehow supporting Ra in his battle against Apophis. When they acted chaotically, told lies, created disorder, they weakened the cosmic order and gave Apophis more power. This understanding creates a unique relationship between the human world and the cosmic struggle. The ancient Egyptians were not passive observers of the eternal battle between Ra and Apophis. They were participants in it, supporters of order and light, contributors to the triumph of Ma'at over Isfet. Every sunrise that occurred was not guaranteed by some law of physics or astronomy that operated independently of human action. Every sunrise was a victory, a triumph of order over chaos, evidence that the cosmic forces had won their nightly struggle. And every Egyptian who lived a just and ordered life, who told the truth, who maintained their home and their responsibilities with care, was in some sense playing a role in ensuring that the sun would rise again. The cosmic battle and the human struggle were not separate. They were one struggle taking place simultaneously at different scales. The great war between Ra and Apophis mirrored in countless smaller struggles throughout the living world as humans worked to maintain Ma'at in their own lives and in their communities. But now, as Ra journeys deeper into the duat, as the Mesektet carries him through the dark passages and chambers of the underworld, the true test approaches. The seventh hour is coming, the moment of greatest darkness and greatest danger. The serpent has been waiting. The crew knows what is coming. And Ra, though he cannot show fear or weakness to his companions, is aware that the struggle is about to begin in earnest. The nightly battle, that has sustained the world since the beginning of creation is about to unfold once more, and the fate of everything depends on Ra's strength and the power of those who stand with him against the serpent of chaos. As the Mesektet presses onward through the darkness, as Ra and his crew continue their steady progress through the underworld, the ancient Egyptians above ground lie in their beds and trust in their God. They cannot see what is happening in the depths below. They cannot witness the struggle that will determine whether the sun rises tomorrow. But they know it is happening. They know that this nightly drama is unfolding. And in the temples, the priests continue their rituals and their prayers, sending their support and their strength to Ra, ensuring, through their own actions, that the cosmic order remains intact. The battle between light and darkness is beginning. And as you listen to this ancient story, as you drift deeper and deeper towards sleep, know that this eternal struggle is happening even now, has happened every night since the beginning of time, and will continue every night into the future. The sun god never rests. He never surrenders. He faces his enemy again and again, and he always finds the strength to triumph. And because of that, because of Ra's eternal struggle and his constant victory, the sun rises every morning, the world remains intact, and all life continues. Your own sleep is made possible by this cosmic battle. As you rest tonight, Ra fights in the darkness so that you can be safe, so that the world can continue, so that light will come again. The ancient Egyptians understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. They understood that they were not separate from nature, not independent from the cosmos, not outside the grand cycles and rhythms that govern existence. They knew that their own actions and their own choices mattered, that living a life aligned with truth and order was not merely a personal virtue, but a cosmic necessity. In their understanding, when you went to bed at night and trusted in the gods to protect you, when you told the truth and maintained your responsibilities, when you cared for those around you and worked to maintain order in your own small corner of the world, you were supporting Ra in his struggle against Apophis. You were part of the cosmos maintaining itself, part of the eternal victory of light over darkness. Let yourself relax more deeply now. Feel the peace that comes from knowing that you are held within a cosmos that maintains itself, that fights for its own survival, that ensures order and light and life through eternal struggle and constant vigilance. The night is long, and the battle continues in the depths below. But you are safe here in your darkness, held in the embrace of ancient rhythms and cosmic forces far greater than yourself. The night protects you as you rest. The darkness around you is the same darkness that Ra descends into each night, the same darkness that he transforms and transcends in his journey toward dawn. And just as Ra will emerge victorious from the underworld, you too will emerge from this night into a new day, restored and renewed. Let the story continue as you drift toward sleep, toward rest, toward the deep peace that comes from knowing that you are part of something vast and eternal, that your own small life is woven into the great tapestry of existence, that even in darkness and challenge and struggle, there is meaning, there is purpose, there is the eternal promise of light returning. But now, in these hours as Ra journeys deeper and deeper into the underworld, the divine crew that surrounds him becomes the most important force in the cosmos. These are not ordinary beings pulled into Ra's service by chance or obligation. They are deities chosen specifically because they possess the skills, the courage, and the magical knowledge necessary to protect the sun god when he is at his most vulnerable. Each crew member understands their role completely. They have performed these duties countless times before, night after night across the ages, and they will perform them countless times again. Their dedication is absolute because they understand what is at stake. The world itself depends on their vigilance. Without these protectors, the cosmos would crumble. Without their courage and their commitment, the sun would never rise again. Seth stands at the very bow of the Mesektet, his powerful form silhouetted against the faint, magical light that barely illuminates the bark. He grips his spear tightly, his knuckles white with tension. His posture is one of absolute readiness, every muscle coiled and prepared for the violence that is coming. He is a god of impressive physical stature, his body shaped by countless battles fought across the ages, shaped by his role as the god of storms and chaos and the desert. His face is stern and serious, all levity stripped away by the gravity of the task that lies ahead. Unlike the other protective deities who will rely on magic and knowledge and strategy, Seth's role is fundamentally about physical confrontation. He is the warrior god, the god of storms and chaos, and he alone among all the deities carries an immunity to the hypnotic power of Apophis. This immunity is itself mysterious and remarkable. The ancient Egyptians understood that Seth's own chaotic nature somehow protected him from the serpent's supernatural influence. Where other gods could be paralyzed and rendered helpless by Apophis's gaze, Seth remains completely unaffected, able to act with full freedom and power. It is as if the chaos within Seth somehow cancels out and negates the chaotic influence of the serpent's supernatural power. This makes him invaluable, irreplaceable. Without Seth, Ra would have no defense against the hypnotic power, no warrior who could strike at the serpent while others were frozen in fear. Ra has known conflict with Seth in other myths and other times, has struggled against him, has even been opposed by him. But in this nightly battle, in this eternal conflict against Apophis, Seth is absolutely essential. The two gods stand together against a common enemy. Ra trusts Seth with his life, literally depends on the chaos god's strength and his immunity to understand the serpent's power. This unlikely partnership, this alliance between a sun god and a chaos god, is one of the most profound relationships in Egyptian mythology. It demonstrates something important about how the ancient Egyptians understood the universe. Not all chaos was destructive. Not all order was peaceful. Sometimes you needed the raw power of chaos directed toward a creative purpose. Sometimes you needed strength that was not restrained by conventional morality or gentle principles. Seth provided that. He was the sword arm of the sun god, the warrior who would do what needed to be done without hesitation. Thoth stands near the stern of the bark, his ibis-headed form distinctive and wise. The god of wisdom carries with him knowledge that has been accumulated across countless ages. He holds in his mind the sacred names of power, the magical formulas that can bind and weaken Apophis, the words of binding that the ancient priests would later write into funerary texts to help protect the dead in their own journey through the underworld. Thoth is the god of written language, of mathematics, of wisdom in all its forms. He invented writing so that knowledge could be preserved and passed down through generations. He is the keeper of secrets, the one who knows the true names of things, and in Egyptian magic and religion, knowing the true name of something was equivalent to having power over it. The true names of things were not arbitrary labels, but represented the essential nature of the thing itself. To speak a true name was to invoke the very essence of that thing, to call forth its fundamental character and power. Thoth's role in the battle against Apophis is to speak these sacred names and formulas at the precise moments when they will have the greatest effect, to use knowledge as a weapon against chaos. His voice is calm and measured, never hurried, never uncertain, always clear and precise. When he speaks a magical formula, the universe listens. The structure of reality itself responds to his words. The words of power that Thoth recites are not arbitrary syllables or random incantations. They are rooted in the deepest principles of creation and order. They carry within them the force of Ma'at itself, the power of truth and justice that stands opposed to Isfet and chaos. The formulas Thoth knows have been tested across countless nights, refined through experience and failure and hard-won victory. Each formula represents centuries of accumulated wisdom, generations of priests and magicians recording which words worked best against which manifestations of Apophis's power. Thoth knows that his words alone will not defeat Apophis. The serpent is too powerful, too fundamental, too rooted in the structure of chaos itself to be defeated by mere words, however powerful those words might be. But combined with Seth's physical attacks and the other protective measures, the words create a coordinated defense that has so far held the line every single night. Thoth understands his role clearly. He is not the warrior. He is not the healer or the protector. He is the one who knows, the one who remembers, the one who speaks. And his knowledge, expressed through the sacred formulas he recites, creates the magical framework within which the other gods can act effectively against the serpent. Ma'at moves along the deck of the bark with quiet dignity, her presence tangible and powerful. She is the principle of order itself, given divine form, the embodiment of truth and justice, and the correct ordering of all things. She is depicted sometimes with wings, sometimes with the feather of truth itself in her hair. She is beautiful and serene, but also absolute and unyielding. She cannot be bargained with or reasoned with or swayed by appeals or arguments. She simply is, a force of nature as inevitable as gravity, as fundamental as the rotation of the stars. Where there is Ma'at, there is balance and truth and the proper order of things. There is no ambiguity, no question about what is right and what is wrong. There is only clarity and order and the rightness of things arranged according to their proper nature. Apophis's entire existence is predicated on opposition to everything Ma'at represents. The serpent is the antithesis of order. It represents the dissolution of all structure, the return to primordial chaos, the unmade universe. It is the force that tears down and tears apart and renders chaotic what was once ordered. And yet Ma'at does not fight Apophis with weapons or spells in the traditional sense. Instead, her very presence creates a counterforce to the chaos that the serpent represents. It is as if the universe itself becomes slightly more ordered, slightly more stable, when Ma'at is present. The boundaries between things become slightly more solid. The laws of nature become slightly more fixed and reliable. The rules that govern creation assert themselves more forcefully when Ma'at is near. This is not dramatic or flashy. There are no bright lights or loud explosions when Ma'at acts, but it is profoundly effective. It is the difference between a world that might collapse at any moment and a world that maintains its integrity and structure. It is the difference between a cosmos that is stable enough for life to flourish and a cosmos that is dissolving back into primordial nothingness. Ma'at's role in the defense of Ra is perhaps the most fundamental of all. Without her, without the principle of order that she represents, all the spells and weapons and physical strength would eventually fail. But with Ma'at present, with order itself standing against chaos, the outcome becomes certain, at least in the long term. Order will prevail, because order is the foundation of creation. Chaos may attack, may wound, may threaten, but it cannot ultimately overcome the principle that brought the universe into being and continues to sustain it. Isis moves through the bark with the grace and power for which she is known throughout the Egyptian pantheon. She is a goddess of magic, of knowledge, of protection, and of motherhood. She is depicted with the horns of a cow and the disk of the sun between them, symbolizing her connection to the cycles of creation and renewal. Her role in the battle against Apophis combines all of these aspects of her nature. She uses her magical abilities to weave protective barriers around the bark, intricate spells woven from threads of pure magical force, barriers that will weaken the hypnotic power of the serpent's gaze, magic that can deflect or diminish the physical attacks that Apophis launches. She is also a healer, a protector, and her presence brings comfort to the crew, even in the face of the most terrible danger. There is something about Isis that makes even the most frightened being feel slightly less afraid, slightly more confident, slightly more capable of facing what comes. The ancient stories tell of how Isis once protected Ra from an enemy when he was at his most vulnerable, and she carries this protective role into every battle against Apophis. She understands what it means to protect someone you love in a moment of terrible danger. She has done it before. She has faced her own struggles and losses and has learned what it means to persist, to endure, to protect those who depend on you. Her devotion to Ra is absolute. She understands that the sun god is the foundation upon which all life rests, that every plant and animal and human depends on Ra to bring light and warmth and the possibility of existence. She will do everything in her power to ensure that Ra survives the night and emerges victorious. Sobek, the crocodile god, represents a different kind of strength entirely. While Seth is the warrior and the storm, Sobek embodies primal power and ferocity, the raw force of nature untempered by civilization or restraint. He is the creature of the waters, the hunter who waits with infinite patience and then strikes with terrible speed and force. His form in this moment is a massive crocodile, teeth like daggers, eyes like burning coals, body muscular and powerful. In the battles against Apophis, Sobek serves as an additional warrior beside Seth, ready to engage in direct physical combat with the serpent if necessary. His teeth and claws are weapons born of the natural world, strengthened by divine power, capable of tearing through flesh and scale and bone. He understands the waters through which the Mesektet travels in a way that other deities do not. He knows the hidden currents, the treacherous passages, the places where danger lurks. He can guide the bark away from the worst hazards if necessary, can warn the other crew members of dangers that are not yet visible, can use his knowledge of water and predation to anticipate where and how Apophis will attack. And there are others present as well, the goddesses of the hours, each one representing a particular hour of the night, and therefore understanding deeply the specific challenges and dangers of their region of the underworld. There is the goddess of the first hour, who understands the initial descent and the psychological transition from the realm of the living to the realm of the dead. There is the goddess of the seventh hour, who knows the deepest darkness and the point of maximum vulnerability. Each of these goddesses carries knowledge specific to her hour, knowledge that has been accumulated across countless nights, wisdom about what obstacles appear in her region, what demons threaten there, what magical formulas work best to overcome the challenges. They are not passive guides, but active protectors, each with specific magical knowledge and protective spells suited to their particular hour. These goddesses move through the night with purpose and determination, their knowledge making them invaluable to Ra's journey. They position themselves at key points along the bark, ready to act the moment their hour arrives, ready to deploy their specific knowledge and power at the precise moment when it will be most effective. Together, all of these deities create a unified defense, a coordinated effort to protect the sun god and ensure that he can continue his journey through the duat uninterrupted. They have trained together for countless nights. They know how to work with each other, how to anticipate each other's moves, how to support each other in the moments when one might be overwhelmed. They communicate through gestures and glances, through wordless understanding developed across countless nights of working together. They are not a random group of gods thrown together by circumstance. They are a team, a unit, an organized force arranged for a specific purpose. And that purpose is the protection of Ra and the continuation of creation itself. Ra feels the presence of all of these beings surrounding him. He senses their readiness, their focus, their absolute commitment to the struggle that is about to unfold. He is grateful for them, profoundly and completely grateful. Without them, without their strength and knowledge and courage, he would be completely alone in this journey, facing Apophis without aid or support. The sun god is mighty and powerful in his own right, possesses strength and knowledge and divine authority that is unmatched among most beings. But even Ra understands his own limitations. He understands that in the underworld, in the realm of death and darkness and chaos, his power is diminished. His connection to his source of strength is attenuated. He relies on his crew just as much as they rely on him. It is a relationship of mutual dependence, mutual trust, mutual commitment. He knows that they are afraid, though they do not show it. Fear is natural and necessary in the face of genuine danger. It heightens awareness and sharpens focus and prepares the body and spirit for violence and struggle. But none of them would abandon their posts, would shirk their responsibilities, would allow fear to paralyze them into inaction. They are gods, and they understand the weight of what rests on their shoulders. They understand that the entire world, every living being from the greatest kingdom to the smallest insect, depends on their success tonight. The responsibility is enormous, almost crushing in its weight, but they carry it. They have always carried it, night after night after night. They will continue to carry it for as long as the universe lasts. The Mesectet continues its journey through the darkening waters. The magical lights that illuminate the bark seem to burn dimmer now. Or perhaps it is simply that the darkness is growing stronger, pressing in from all sides with increasing force, pushing down on the vessel like a physical weight. The air itself seems to thicken, to become harder to move through, as if the very atmosphere of the underworld is becoming denser and more oppressive. The water below becomes choppier, more turbulent, waves breaking against the sides of the bark with increasing frequency and force. There is a restlessness to the underworld now, a sense that something is stirring, something is waking, something is preparing to attack. The very fabric of the duat seems to be responding to the presence of Apophis, responding to the serpent's awakening and movement through the darkness. The crew can feel it. Every god and goddess aboard the Mesectet is aware that they are approaching the moment of confrontation, the point in the night's journey where Apophis will emerge and the true battle will begin. The anticipation builds, the tension increases. The hours pass, and with each passing moment, the sense of impending conflict becomes more intense, more real, more unavoidable. There is no escape from what is coming. There is no alternative path that can be taken, no way to avoid the serpent. This confrontation is inevitable, built into the structure of the night itself. It will happen, and it will happen soon. Then, as the 6th hour passes into the 7th, the deepest hour, the moment of greatest darkness and greatest vulnerability, it happens. The instant of confrontation arrives, the moment that every being aboard the Mesectet has been anticipating and dreading in equal measure. The water around the bark begins to move with a purposefulness that is not natural, not like wind-driven waves or normal currents. There is intelligence in this movement, will, intention. The turbulence increases immediately and dramatically. The currents become chaotic and unpredictable, changing direction suddenly, creating opposing forces that threaten to tear the bark apart from different directions simultaneously. The vessel pitches and heaves, its crew members gripping whatever they can to maintain their footing. And then, with a violence that shakes the entire vessel, something massive rises from the depths. The water erupts upward in a fountain of white foam and spray. It breaks the surface of the water, not in one place but in several places simultaneously, coils of the serpent appearing and disappearing in the darkness, creating whirlpools and tidal waves that toss the bark like a toy in the hands of a child. The roar that accompanies this emergence is so loud, so overwhelming in its force, that it seems to shake the very foundations of the underworld itself. The sound reverberates through the duat, echoing off the chamber walls, bouncing through the passages and caverns. It is not just a sound, but almost a physical force, a wave of pure noise and power that bludgeons the ears and strikes at the heart of everyone who hears it. Apophis has come. The serpent is so vast that it is difficult for the human mind to comprehend its full size. The proportions are simply beyond the normal scale of things. The head emerges from the water, and it is as large as a house, as large as a building, possibly larger. The jaws open to impossible widths, a mouth so big that the entire bark could fit inside it with room to spare. The creature's eyes, when they open, glow with an ancient malevolence, with hunger and rage, and the fundamental desire to consume and destroy everything in existence. The eyes are ancient, older than mountains, older than oceans, older than the world itself. They are the eyes of chaos, looking upon order with contempt and hunger. The scales of the serpent catch what little light exists in the underworld, gleaming dully with a sickly luminescence. a phosphorescent glow that seems to come from within the scales themselves, rather than being reflected from any outside source. The creature's body is revealed gradually as it rises from the water. Coil after coil emerges, each one massive and muscular, thick as a tree trunk, long enough to wrap around mountains. The scales are armored and overlapping, each one as hard as flint, each one capable of deflecting weapons and spells. The creature's roar continues, echoing through the underworld with undiminished force. A sound that seems to bypass the ears entirely and strike directly at the heart, at the very soul of every being who hears it. It is a sound filled with ancient hunger and ancient rage, with the weight of eons of imprisonment, with the fury of a being that exists to destroy and has been thwarted again and again by the combined efforts of the gods. The sound fills every being on the bark with the primal fear of predator meeting prey, the ancient animal terror that comes from being in the presence of something vastly more powerful, vastly more dangerous, vastly more capable of death and destruction than you could ever be. Seth moves immediately to the bow, spear raised and ready, his body already assuming the combat stance he has perfected across countless nights of battle. The god's muscles tense, every part of his being focused on the serpent before him with absolute intensity. He has faced Apophis countless times before, has struck at the serpent with his spear night after night, has seen the creature's blood spill and the serpent's coils thrash in wounded rage. Yet the shock of the serpent's emergence, the raw power of its presence, never becomes routine or ordinary. It is always a moment of confrontation with something almost beyond comprehension, something that challenges even Seth's understanding of what power and strength mean. His jaw clenches as he prepares for the impact that is coming, for the moment when the serpent's hypnotic gaze will sweep across the bark. The hypnotic gaze of Apophis sweeps across the bark with terrible force, seeking to freeze the crew, to render them helpless and unable to act, to paralyze them with fear and force them into submission. The gaze is supernatural and overwhelming. Most of the crew members feel its influence wash over them like a wave, feel their limbs grow heavy and their will diminish. But Seth's eyes meet the serpent's gaze directly, unflinching, unafraid, and protected by whatever inherent quality of his chaotic nature grants him immunity to the serpent's supernatural influence. Where other gods might fall into a trance, Seth remains completely conscious and completely in control of his actions. Thoth begins to speak immediately, his ibis-headed form glowing slightly as he channels the magical power needed to speak the words of binding. His voice is steady and powerful, resonating through the bark and into the water itself. The words of binding pour forth, ancient formulas of power that have been used since the beginning of time to restrict and weaken the forces of chaos. The words are not spoken in the language of humans. They are spoken in the deeper language of creation itself, the language in which the universe was written into being, the fundamental language of reality itself. As Thoth speaks, the water around the serpent seems to thicken, to become more resistant to the creature's movement, to restrict the creature's movements and slow its advance. Apophis struggles violently against these magical constraints, coils thrashing in rage, attempting to break free from the binding words that hold it in place. The serpent roars, a sound of pure fury and frustration, and the struggle against the magical bonds seems to intensify. Isis's protective spells activate simultaneously, barriers of pure magical force surrounding the bark, shielding Ra from the hypnotic influence that the serpent continues to exert. The barriers are visible as shimmering fields of force, walls of pure magical energy that seem to bend light and refract it in strange ways. They are beautiful and terrible at the same time, a testament to Isis's power and skill. Mayat's presence strengthens these barriers, adding the force of order and structure to the magical defenses. Her very being seems to solidify the barriers, making them less permeable to the chaos that presses in from outside. The entire bark becomes a sanctuary of order in the midst of chaos, a place where the laws of creation still hold, where Mayat still governs, where the serpent's destructive power cannot penetrate completely. But Apophis is not easily stopped. The creature is far too powerful, far too determined, far too ancient and wise in the ways of chaos and destruction to be held back by such defenses for long. The creature wraps one of its massive coils around a rocky obstacle in the underworld, using it as leverage to pull itself closer to the bark with tremendous force. The water churns and foams with the serpent's movement, creating waves that crash against the sides of the vessel. The creature attempts to ensnare the vessel with its other coils, to crush it, to drag it down into the depths where Ra will be trapped and helpless, locked in the underworld forever, the sun unable to rise. Seth strikes with his spear at exactly the right moment, driving the weapon into the scaled hide of the serpent with all the force he can muster, channeling the full strength of his divine nature into the blow. The contact is violent, explosive, a collision between the god of chaos and the serpent of chaos. Sparks of divine energy burst forth from the impact, illuminating the darkness for a brief moment, a flash of light in the absolute blackness of the duat. The light is bright enough to hurt the eyes of those watching, bright enough to cast distinct shadows for a split second before darkness returns. Apophis recoils, wounded, blood flowing from where Seth's spear has pierced its body. The blood is not red like the blood of other creatures, but black and thick and steaming, carrying with it the essential substance of chaos itself. But the wound is not fatal. Apophis cannot be defeated with a single strike or even a single night's battle. The creature possesses regenerative abilities that are essentially infinite. The bleeding slows. The injury begins to heal as if by magic, the scales growing back and closing the wound. The serpent continues to attack, continues to press forward with undiminished fury, continues to seek to consume the bark and prevent Ra from reaching the eastern horizon. The battle intensifies with each passing moment. Multiple coils of the serpent surround the bark now, weaving and coiling around it, the water roiling and turbulent, waves breaking over the deck. The crew members fight with everything they possess, striking with weapons and speaking protective spells and working together to keep the serpent at bay. But they are aware, all of them, that they cannot defeat Apophis permanently. This is not a battle that will end in the serpent's complete destruction. They can only hope to hold the line, to protect Ra, to allow him to continue his journey toward dawn. The battle goes on, hour after hour, the serpent and the crew locked in a struggle that is as old as creation itself and will continue as long as the sun rises and sets. The outcome is not certain, even though every Egyptian who has ever lived knows that the sun always rises eventually. In the moment, in the depths of the duat, with the serpent pressing in from all sides and the crew desperate and exhausted, it is a genuine struggle, a real battle, where failure seems possible, where the stakes are the survival of the entire cosmos. Every night this happens. Every night since the beginning of time, this battle has been fought. And every night, through effort and courage and the coordination of divine powers, the forces of order have prevailed. But in each moment, the victory is not assured. Each night, the battle must be won again. The crew persists. Seth continues to strike, his spear finding vulnerable points in the serpent's massive body. Thoth continues to speak the words of binding, his voice never wavering, his knowledge never failing him. Isis weaves her protective spells tighter and tighter around the bark, layers of magical protection that grow stronger as the battle progresses. Mayart's presence continues to assert the principle of order, continues to insist that chaos will not prevail. Sobek moves along the deck, ready to strike at the serpent if it comes within reach, his primal strength a counterweight to the serpent's supernatural power. The goddesses of the hours call out their particular protective spells, each one adding their voice and their power to the collective effort. Ra sits at the center of the bark, aware of everything that is happening around him, aware of the danger and the struggle, aware of the power being expended on his behalf. He is not passive, not completely helpless. He continues to channel his divine power, continues to maintain his own magical defenses, continues to work in coordination with his crew. The sun god contributes what he can from his position, limited by the environment of the underworld, but still significant, still valuable. The entire crew functions as an integrated unit, each member playing their role, each member contributing what they can, all of them working toward the common goal of ensuring that Ra can continue his journey and that dawn will come. The serpent continues to attack, continues to hunger, continues to rage against the defenses. But with each passing moment, each passing hour, the battle becomes slightly more controlled, slightly more in the direction of order, rather than chaos. The serpent's attacks become slightly less coordinated, slightly less overwhelming. The defenses hold. The bark does not capsize. Ra continues to move forward through the underworld. The journey continues. Step by step, hour by hour, moment by moment, the Mesektet makes progress through the duat, moving ever closer to the eastern horizon where dawn waits. The battle will not end tonight. Apophis will not be defeated and cast into the depths forever. The serpent will continue to exist, will continue to threaten, will continue to hunt Ra through the underworld night after night into the endless future. But tonight, in this moment, the defense holds. Tonight, the forces of order prevail against the serpent's assault. Tonight, Ra will make it through the underworld and emerge on the other side as the sun. Tonight, the world will continue. Creation will survive another day. And tomorrow, the world will awaken to the sunrise. Proof that the battle was won. Evidence that order triumphed over chaos. Confirmation that the cycle continues and that life goes on. As the 7th hour finally passes into the 8th, something subtle but profound begins to shift within the duat. The crew has held the line. They have persisted through the height of Apophis's assault, through the moment when the serpent's power was at its greatest and the outcome seemed most uncertain. The waters that churned moments before with the violence of Apophis's attack begin to calm, just slightly, just enough to be noticed by those who are watching carefully. The serpent's movements become slightly less coordinated, slightly less assured. The attacks continue, but they are no longer the unstoppable force they were in the 7th hour when Apophis was at peak strength and Ra at peak vulnerability. The tide is turning. The crew senses it immediately, though no one speaks aloud. Their movements become more confident, less desperate. Seth's spear strikes with less urgency, but greater precision now that he understands the rhythm of the creature's attacks, understands where the serpent will move next, understands the patterns of assault that Apophis has repeated countless times across countless nights. Thoth's words of binding flow more smoothly, as if the universe itself is listening more intently, as if the structure of reality is becoming more receptive to the force of order now that the worst of the crisis has passed. The words begin to have tangible effects that are more visible, more pronounced. The water around the serpent seems to thicken more substantially. The coils of the creature become more sluggish, less capable of the rapid, devastating strikes that characterize the 7th hour battle. Isis's protective barriers glow brighter, as if powered by the realization that victory is possible, that the bark might actually survive this night. Mayat's presence seems to solidify further, her form becoming more distinct and powerful, less of an abstract principle and more of a tangible force asserting itself against the chaos. Sobek moves along the deck with renewed purpose, his crocodile form no longer merely defensive, but actively aggressive, looking for opportunities to strike at the serpent, to add physical damage to the magical assault. The goddesses of the hours continue their specific protective spells, but now there is hope in their voices, confidence in their magical formulations. They have fought this battle many times before, have survived countless nights of this struggle, and they know from experience that there are moments when the outcome shifts, moments when it becomes clear that order will prevail this night. The knowledge that they are approaching one of those crucial turning points spreads through the bark like warmth spreading through a cold body. Hour by hour, Ra's bark continues its journey through the underworld, moving with purpose and determination. The crew presses forward, pushing deeper into the duat, moving ever closer to the eastern horizon where the sun will be reborn. The journey through the underworld is measured in 12 hours, each hour governed by its own goddess, each hour presenting its own unique challenges and dangers. But those dangers are different from the overwhelming presence of Apophis himself. The demons and obstacles that exist in the various regions of the Duat are real and dangerous and require constant vigilance to overcome, but they are not on the scale of the Chaos Serpent. They are not fundamentally capable of ending creation. They are annoying and difficult and require careful navigation, but they are not the existential threat that Apophis represents. Apophis continues to attack, continues to rage and strike and attempt to pull the vessel down into the depths. But the serpent's regenerative powers, so formidable and so terrible earlier in the night, have limits. The constant wounding by Seth's spear, the endless assault by magical barriers and binding spells, the unrelenting pressure of Maat's presence, and the principle of order that she embodies, these things wear on the creature. Even as the serpent heals itself, drawing on reserves of chaotic energy to close wounds and restore damaged flesh, the rate of healing seems to slow. The serpent is not diminishing, cannot be permanently damaged, but it is being exhausted. It is being forced to expend vast amounts of energy simply defending itself and continuing to pursue the bark. Apophis is powerful enough to sustain this level of effort indefinitely, in theory, but the effort is visibly affecting the creature's ability to generate new attacks of the same magnitude as before. The 9th hour arrives. The goddess of the 9th hour steps forward to guide the bark through her region of the underworld. This hour brings its own specific challenges, its own particular dangers. There are lakes of fire in this region, bodies of burning water that seem to defy all natural law, that exist in a state of impossible combustion beneath the earth. The fire does not consume the water, nor does the water extinguish the flame. They coexist in a state of paradoxical stasis, a reminder of the strange and supernatural nature of the Duat, a realm that operates according to principles very different from the world of the living. The goddess knows the channels through this fiery landscape, knows where the water is safe and where it is deadly. She guides Ra's bark with steady precision, navigating around the lakes of fire, ensuring that the vessel does not venture into waters that would destroy it instantly. The heat radiating from the burning lakes is intense, nearly unbearable, but the bark and its crew are protected by powerful magic, by spells of cooling and shielding that were cast when the journey began, and that continue to provide protection throughout the night. In this hour, Apophis is noticeably absent. The serpent does not attack. Whether the creature is recovering from its wounds, gathering strength for a final assault, or simply choosing not to engage in this particular region of the underworld, the crew does not know and does not question. They are grateful for the respite, the absence of the serpent's presence, the lack of the constant pressure and threat of immediate destruction allows them to focus entirely on navigating the challenges that this hour presents. The goddess of the 9th hour works tirelessly, her voice clear and steady as she speaks the protective formulas specific to her region. The other crew members assist her, adjusting the course of the bark as needed, preparing for whatever comes next. The 9th hour passes into the 10th. The 10th hour brings different challenges, different obstacles, different demons that must be faced or avoided or overcome through magical means. There are figures in this hour of the underworld, beings that exist in a state between life and death, spirits that have not yet reached their final destinations, entities that are hungry and potentially dangerous. The goddess of the 10th hour is particularly skilled at managing these beings, at speaking to them in a language they understand, at making them understand that the solar bark is not prey, that Ra is not an appropriate target for attack. She wears the authority of the gods upon her, and her mere presence, her simple declaration that the bark will pass through unharmed, is enough to deter most of the spirits and entities that dwell in this region. Those who are too aggressive, too driven by hunger or rage, are dealt with through magical combat, through spells that bind and restrain, through words of power that assert the authority of Ma'at over all that exists in the underworld. None of these are Apophis himself. The great serpent has withdrawn, forced back into the depths by the coordinated defense of Ra's divine crew. The serpent will not be done attacking, will not simply allow Ra to reach the eastern horizon unopposed, but for now, at least, the bark has been temporarily freed from the immediate and overwhelming danger. The crew members allow themselves a moment to rest, to catch their breath, to acknowledge what they have endured and survived. They wipe sweat from their foreheads, if they are beings capable of sweating. They adjust their grips on their weapons and their magical implements. They look toward Ra and see the sun god sitting upright, aware, unbowed, still vitally present despite the ordeal of the night. Ra is tired, visibly tired in a way that even a god can be tired. But he is conscious and alert. He is not defeated. He is not broken. He remains the sun god, and his light, though diminished in this dark place, still burns within him, still provides the foundation of his being and his power. As the 10th hour passes into the 11th, a new awareness begins to spread through the bark. Everyone present understands what is happening, though no one needs to speak the words aloud. They are approaching the eastern horizon. The rebirth is coming. The journey through the underworld is nearing its end. The destination is no longer distant and theoretical, but approaching and imminent. Ra must still be protected, still be guided, still be defended against whatever final assault Apophis might mount before allowing the sun to emerge into the world above. The serpent will not allow Ra to simply walk out of the duat unopposed. Such a thing is not in the creature's nature. Apophis will fight to the last moment, will make one final desperate attempt to prevent the dawn, will throw everything remaining to it into one last assault on the solar bark. But the eastern horizon is visible now, not yet to the eyes perhaps, not yet as a physical phenomenon that could be seen with ordinary vision, but to the senses, to the perceptions of these ancient beings who understand the cycles of creation and rebirth far more deeply than ordinary mortals ever could. The light is there, just beyond the veil between the underworld and the world above. The light is waiting. The dawn is preparing to break. Every being aboard the Mesoktet can feel it. The darkness is not quite as absolute as it was. There is a quality to the darkness that is different, thinner, as if the light from the world above is beginning to seep down through the barriers that separate the underworld from the realm of the living. The change is subtle but unmistakable to those who are sensitive to it, who have made this journey countless times before and know what to look for. The cycle is approaching completion. The night is drawing to a close. The moment of rebirth and renewal is nearly at hand. Apophis makes one final assault, a last desperate attempt to prevent the rebirth, to trap Ra and the Mesoktet in the underworld for eternity. The serpent has gathered every remaining bit of strength and power, has collected all the resources available to it, and now launches a final all-encompassing attack designed to succeed where all the previous attacks have failed. The serpent rises from the depths one more time, coils erupting from the water with terrifying force, coils that wrap around the bark from multiple directions simultaneously, attempting to crush the vessel from all sides at once. The jaws open wide for a final attack that might still, at this final moment, succeed in devouring the sun god and preventing the dawn. The serpent's roar is louder than any sound that has preceded it, a howl of rage and desperation and the fury of a creature that knows it is running out of time. The sound reverberates through the underworld, echoing through caverns and passages, shaking the very foundations of the realm of the dead. But Seth is ready. The god of chaos and storms has been waiting for this moment throughout the entire night, knowing that Apophis would not give up without one final, terrible strike. Seth has conserved his strength, has paced himself, has always held something in reserve for exactly this moment. Seth plants his feet firmly on the deck of the bark, bracing himself against the violent motion of the vessel as it pitches and heaves under the impact of the serpent's coils. Seth raises his spear high and thrusts it directly into the serpent's open mouth, driving it downward with all the force he can muster, channeling every last bit of divine strength and power into this single strike. The spear passes through the roof of Apophis's mouth, through flesh and bone and sinew, and pierces deep into the creature's body. For a moment, everything seems to pause. The universe holds its breath. The battle reaches a point of absolute crisis, where the outcome is not yet determined, where victory and defeat hang in perfect balance. And then the serpent recoils violently, pulling back from the bark with a roar of pain and rage that seems to shake the entire underworld. Blood pours from the creature's mouth, black and steaming and carrying within it the essence of chaos itself. The serpent writhes and twists, attempting to free itself from the spear that has penetrated so deeply into its body. But Seth does not release his weapon. Instead, he holds firm, maintaining his grip, driving the spear deeper, refusing to let the creature escape. The struggle is violent and intense, a direct physical contest between Seth and Apophis, God against serpent, chaos directed toward order against chaos directed toward destruction. The crew takes this moment, this brief window of opportunity created by Seth's successful strike and the serpent's violent reaction, to accelerate the bark's movement. Everyone who can contribute does so, pulling at oars with desperate strength, channeling magical energy with absolute focus, working together with perfect coordination to propel the vessel faster through the darkened water toward the barrier that separates the underworld from the world above. The 11th hour passes into the 12th and final hour. The darkness is still complete, but it is different now, thinner somehow, as if the light beyond is beginning to penetrate and weaken the absolute blackness that has defined the underworld journey. The air itself seems to shift in quality and composition. The cold that has permeated everything throughout the night gives way to warmth, subtle but noticeable, spreading from the direction of the eastern horizon where the sun waits to be reborn. The waters beneath and around the bark begin to feel different, lighter, less oppressive, less weighted down by the burden of eternal darkness. Apophis makes one last attempt to prevent the bark's escape, one final desperate effort to snare the vessel and drag it back into the depths. But the serpent's strength is failing now. The accumulated wounds, the magical assault, the constant resistance from Mart and the principle of order, the expenditure of vast amounts of energy in the battle, all of these things have taken their toll. The serpent is still powerful, still dangerous, still a threat, but it is no longer the invincible force it was at the 7th hour when the battle reached its peak intensity. The serpent lashes out, but its movements are slightly slower, slightly less coordinated, slightly less capable of the devastation they could cause. The bark evades the attack, accelerating further, drawing closer and closer to the barrier that separates the realms. And then, in the space between moments, in the instant when night becomes day, the Mesektet breaks through the barrier between the underworld and the world above. The sun god rises from the depths, the darkness falls away, the absolute night is replaced by the soft light of approaching dawn, light that seems impossibly bright after the total darkness of the underworld journey. Ra transforms as he rises, his form changing from the weary traveller of the underworld to the powerful and vital sun deity of the daytime world. His skin seems to glow with renewed energy. His presence expands and strengthens as he returns to his proper realm, as he moves away from the realm of death and darkness and chaos, and back into the realm of life and light and order. The rays of the sun god extend outward, reaching across the horizon, beginning to illuminate the land below, beginning to push back the darkness that has covered the earth throughout the long night. The sun is reborn, the cycle continues, the dawn has come, the animals wake, the birds begin to sing their morning songs, greeting the sun as it appears on the horizon, celebrating the return of light and the survival of another night. The flowers turn their faces toward the source of warmth and light, opening their petals to receive the sun's energy, living their existence in the light that has been purchased through divine struggle. The people who have slept throughout the night begin to stir, gradually awakening from sleep, unaware of the titanic battle that has been fought on their behalf in the realm beneath the earth. The world that has been shrouded in darkness and fear and vulnerability throughout the long night begins to feel safe again. The shadows begin to recede, not fully disappearing, but becoming less threatening, less filled with the possibility of terrible danger. The sun is returning. Order has triumphed once more. Chaos has been driven back. The cycle continues. Life persists. Creation remains intact. Another day has been secured. Another moment of existence has been preserved. The Mesektet has reached the eastern horizon. Ra has completed his journey through the Duat, has navigated the 12 hours of darkness, has overcome every obstacle and demon, has survived every assault from Apophis, has persisted through the 7th hour when the outcome seemed most uncertain. The nightly battle with Apophis is over, at least for this night. The struggle will come again, but not yet. For now, the battle is finished, and victory has been achieved. The sun god now enters his daytime vessel, the Manjet, the boat of millions of years, a vessel of gleaming gold and brilliant light that blazes with the power of creation itself. This vessel will carry him across the sky from the eastern horizon to the western horizon, will show his face to the world, will bring light and warmth and the possibility of life to every living thing on the earth. The crew members of the nighttime vessel watch as Ra boards the daytime boat, watch their god transition from the realm of night and danger to the realm of day and relative safety. They see him take his position of power and authority in the Manjet. They see the sun god restored to his full strength and glory, visibly more powerful and vital than he was at the nadir of his underworld journey. And they know that they have done their duty. They have protected Ra. They have ensured that the sun would rise. They have maintained the cosmic order for one more day. Their vigilance has preserved creation. Their courage has secured the future. The Manjet begins to move, sailing across the sky from east to west, following the path that Ra has traversed since the beginning of time. Ra stands at the center of his vessel, his arms raised slightly, his gaze sweeping across the world below, seeing all, understanding all, responsible for all. His light touches the land, illuminating every corner, driving back the shadows that remain from the night. His warmth brings energy to those who receive it, provides the power and vitality that all living things require to continue their existence. His presence is the foundation of existence itself. Without Ra, without his daily journey across the sky that brings light and warmth to the world, without his nightly battle through the underworld that ensures that the sun will rise again, the world would not continue. The cycle would break, chaos would overcome order, darkness would consume everything. All that has been created would dissolve back into the primordial chaos from which it emerged. But tonight, that did not happen. Tonight, like every night since the beginning of time, the triumph was achieved. The sun rose again. The world continued. The cycle persisted. High above the earth, as the sun climbs higher in the sky, carrying warmth and light further and further across the land, reaching into corners that the darkness had occupied just moments before, the Duat remains quiet and dark. Apophis, driven back and wounded from the night's battle, sinks deeper into the chaos waters of the underworld. The serpent has retreated into the most ancient and remote regions of the realm of the dead, regions that exist in the deepest darkness, far removed from the barrier that separates the underworld from the world above. The serpent is not destroyed. The creature is not permanently defeated. The wounds will heal. The strength will return. The hunger will remain eternal. But for now it has been beaten back for another day. It has been forced to retreat. It has been made to yield to the superior force of the gods, united in their defense of creation and order. The serpent knows, with the ancient knowledge that comes from existing since the beginning of time, that night will come again. The sun will set. The daytime journey across the sky will end. Ra will grow weary as the day progresses. The light will fade. The darkness will begin to return. Tomorrow, When the sun completes its journey across the sky and begins its descent toward the western horizon, Ra will transform once more, will prepare once more to descend into the underworld. Once more, Ra will board the Mesektet, the nighttime vessel, the boat of darkness and danger. Once more, the crew will assemble, the protective deities taking their positions, preparing themselves for the struggle that is coming. Seth will take his place at the bow. Thoth will prepare the words of binding. Isis will ready her protective spells. Ma'at will assert her presence as the principle of order. Sobek will prepare for combat. The goddesses of the hours will stand ready in their positions. And once more, Apophis will rise. Once more, when Ra's bark enters the 7th hour, the moment of maximum vulnerability, the serpent will emerge from the depths with terrible force. Once more, the serpent will attempt to devour the sun god and prevent the dawn. Once more, Seth will drive his spear into the creature's side, piercing scales and bone and the essential substance of chaos itself. Once more, Thoth will speak the words of binding, words that carry the force of cosmic order. Once more, Isis will weave her protective spells, layers of magical defense that will shield Ra from the hypnotic power and the physical attacks of the chaos serpent. Once more, Ma'at will assert the principle of order against the force of chaos, insisting through her mere presence that order will triumph, that creation will continue, that the cosmos will not dissolve back into primordial nothingness. Once more, the battle will be fought with the same intensity and desperation as every battle before it. Once more, order will triumph. Once more, the sun will rise. This cycle has continued since the creation of the world. It will continue as long as the world exists. Every sunrise is proof of victory, tangible evidence that the battle was won in a realm that ordinary mortals cannot perceive. Every dawn is evidence that the battle was won. Every moment of daylight is a gift purchased through nightly struggle and cosmic combat, through the dedication and courage of gods who never rest, who never surrender, who never fail in their duty. The ancient Egyptians understood this deeply. They did not take the sunrise for granted as if it were some natural and inevitable occurrence. They did not assume that morning would come simply because morning had come before. They recognized that every dawn was the result of struggle, of courage, of the dedication of powerful beings fighting against the forces that would destroy everything. When they watched the sun rise, they were witnessing the victory of their gods. When they felt the warmth of the sun on their faces, they were receiving the gift of Ra's triumph. When they performed their rituals and offerings to the sun god, when they maintained the temples and spoke the prayers and made the sacrifices, they were expressing gratitude for the victory that had been achieved on their behalf during the night, in a realm they could not reach and a battle they could not fight themselves. They understood that their survival, the survival of their civilization, the continuation of life on Earth, all of these things depended on the success of Ra and his divine crew in their nightly battle against the chaos serpent. This is the meaning of the eternal struggle between Ra and Apophis. It is not merely a story of gods battling monsters, not simply a fantastic tale told to entertain or to explain natural phenomena. It is a profound truth about the nature of existence itself, a recognition that the universe operates according to principles far deeper than simple causality or natural law. Order and chaos are not locked in a temporary struggle that will eventually end with a permanent victor. Rather, they are eternal opponents, forever engaged in a struggle that will never conclude completely, that will never reach a final resolution. Chaos can never be entirely destroyed, can never be permanently eliminated, because chaos is part of the fundamental nature of existence, woven into the fabric of creation at the moment when the universe came into being. But it can be held back, it can be contained, it can be forced to accept limits and boundaries, it can be prevented from overwhelming and destroying order and creation. And this is what the gods do every single night, without fail, without rest, without the possibility of final victory or permanent peace, without the comfort of knowing that eventually the struggle will end. The sun continues its journey across the sky as the day wears on. The light spreads across the land, illuminating every place. The warmth touches everything within its reach, providing the energy necessary for life to continue, for growth to occur, for the world to function according to the principles that sustain it. The world knows day again. The world knows safety and growth, and the possibility of thriving, the possibility of creating and building and celebrating life. And beneath the surface, in the underworld that most mortals can never reach and barely comprehend, the eternal struggle continues in a different form. Apophis waits in the darkness, gathering strength, drawing energy from the chaos waters, preparing for tonight's battle when the sun will descend once more into the realm of the dead. The crew of the Mesoctet rests, but not in the sense of sleep or true relaxation. They are preparing, mentally and spiritually, for the journey that will come again when night falls. They are meditating on the patterns of battle, remembering the forms of attack that Apophis tends to use, refreshing their knowledge of the protective spells and formulas that they will need. And Ra, riding high in his daytime vessel, sees all that occurs in the world above, while knowing that when the sun sets, the cycle will begin again, the battle will come again, the struggle will continue again, identical in form to all the previous nights, utterly unique in the present moment. This is the way of the cosmos. This is the eternal truth that the ancient Egyptians knew and honored and acknowledged in their daily lives. Order and chaos are locked in an endless struggle that stretches across time without beginning and without end. Creation requires constant defense, constant vigilance, constant effort. Light requires constant resistance against darkness, constant assertion that order will triumph. Life itself depends on the willingness of powerful beings to face terrible dangers night after night, to stand against forces that would destroy everything, to persevere through struggle and fear and the genuine possibility of failure. Without this eternal vigilance and this nightly combat, there would be nothing. The world would not exist. The sun would not rise. Life would not continue. The victory of Ra is the victory of all life, the victory of all creation, the victory of the principle that brought the universe into being. Every morning, when the sun appears on the eastern horizon, painting the sky in colors of gold and red and orange, it is a miracle. It is a triumph. It is evidence of victory achieved in a realm beyond ordinary perception, through struggles that most mortals will never fully understand. The sun rising is not simply a natural occurrence, but a confirmation of the eternal order, proof that the cosmic laws continue to operate, evidence that the gods remain committed to their duties. But the ancient Egyptians understood this. They knew that their world depended on these nightly battles. They knew that the sun god and his crew fought for them, for all humanity, for all life on earth. They knew that the cycle would continue, that order would triumph, that the dawn would come, because it had always come before, and because the gods were powerful enough and committed enough to ensure that it would come again. And so they honored the gods, made their offerings, performed their rituals, and faced each new day with gratitude and a profound understanding of what that day represented. And so the cycle continues, as it has since the beginning of time, and as it will continue for as long as the world lasts. Ra will descend into the underworld. The serpent Apophis will rise from the depths. The battle will be fierce. The crew will fight with courage and dedication. Order will prevail. The sun will rise. The world will awaken to the light. And the moment of rest will come, the brief respite before the sun sets again, and the eternal cycle begins anew. This is the way of things. This is the nature of existence. This is the eternal struggle that sustains all life and preserves all creation. In the ancient world, long before Rome rose and Greece flourished, the people of the Nile Valley looked out at their desert and saw something watching them from the edges. It moved at dusk, slipping between the pale limestone formations where the living world ended and the burial ground began. A lean, dark shape with pointed ears and amber eyes that caught whatever light remained in the sky. The ancient Egyptians looked at this animal and did not flinch from what they saw. They looked at it carefully, as they looked at everything carefully, and they understood it to be something more than an ordinary creature moving through the dark. They understood it to be the first sign of a god. That god was Anubis, and he is one of the oldest presences in the entire Egyptian tradition, a deity whose worship reaches back to the earliest dynasties, to a time before the great stone monuments, before the names of kings were widely known, before much of what we now associate with ancient Egypt had yet taken shape. He was there, already at the beginning, already watching, already waiting at the threshold between the world of the living and the world of the dead. His image, once you have seen it, is not easily forgotten. The body is that of a man, upright, composed, draped in the manner of a god, that the head is the head of a black jackal, with long tapered ears rising sharply from the skull, and a narrow muzzle that gives his expression a quality of absolute, unhurried attention. He is often shown reclining, forelegs stretched before him, watching from a high place with the patience of something that has never been in a hurry, because time itself belongs to the dead. In his hands, when he is shown standing, he sometimes holds the was scepter of divine authority, or the ankh, the symbol of life. And that combination is telling, a god of death carrying the symbol of life. It says everything about how the Egyptians understood his role. His name, as the Greeks eventually recorded it, was Anubis. In the Egyptian language he was called Inpu, or sometimes Anpu, a name that carries within it an old association with decay and transformation, with the process by which one thing becomes another. Around these names, the Egyptians gathered a set of epithets that described, from different angles, exactly who and what he was. He was called Lord of the Sacred Land, which meant that the necropolis, the desert terrain to the west of the Nile where the dead were buried, belonged to him, was his territory, was under his particular care. He was called Master of Secrets, because he alone knew what waited on the other side of death, and he guarded that knowledge the way only the most trusted of guardians could. He was called He Who Is Upon the Mountain, because people believed that he kept watch from the high desert ridges above the burial grounds, looking down over the tombs below, alert to anything that might threaten the peace of the dead. And then there was another name, softer and perhaps the most revealing of all, the first of the Westerners. To the ancient Egyptians, the West was the direction of the setting sun, the direction of endings, the direction in which the dead were thought to travel. The Westerners were the departed souls, those who had already made the crossing, and Anubis was their first companion, their earliest guardian, the one who stood at the front of all of them. What the ancient Egyptians believed about death was not what most of us were taught to assume. They did not believe that death was the end of a person. They believed, with great care and considerable sophistication, that death was a beginning, the beginning of the most significant journey anyone would ever make, a journey through the underworld toward a paradise that looked very much like the world they had already loved. That journey was not without its dangers and its demands. It required preparation, knowledge, the right words spoken at the right moments, and it required a guide. It required someone who already knew the way, and at the center of all of it, steady and patient, and dark as the rich earth itself, stood Anubis. The question of where Anubis came from is one that the ancient Egyptians answered in more than one way, as was their custom with stories that mattered deeply to them. The oldest traditions, stretching back to the very earliest records that survive from the Nile Valley, sometimes named Ra as the father of Anubis, Ra, the great sun god, whose light organized the world and whose passage through the sky marked the rhythm of every day. In this telling, Anubis was something like a divine inheritance, a god born from the source of light and warmth and given dominion over the territory that lay at the furthest edge of Ra's reach, where the sun no longer followed. There is a certain logic to that, a certain poetic balance. The god of the burning sky fathered a son who would preside over the cool darkness. Together they covered everything. However, as the centuries moved forward and the great mythological system of Egypt deepened and grew more elaborate, a different story settled into place. It is this version that most people came to know and tell and carry with them into their own tombs when their time came. In the version that became most widely told, Anubis was born of Nephthys and Osiris, and the circumstances of that birth were neither simple nor comfortable. That perhaps tells us something about the nature of the god who resulted from it. To understand the story properly, it helps to know who Nephthys was. This was because she is one of those figures who tends to stand just at the edge of the better-known myths, present at every important moment and yet rarely given the full attention she deserves. Nephthys was a goddess of considerable depth. She was the sister of Isis and Osiris. She was the wife of Set, that volatile, restless god who seemed to exist in permanent tension with order itself. Her name, in the ancient Egyptian, carried the meaning of Lady of the House or Mistress of the Temple. She presided over the realms of the night, of the dead, of the liminal hours between one state of being and another. She was sometimes called the friend to the dead, a title that suited her well, for she was consistently present at moments of mourning, at funerals, at the border between life and what came after. She and Isis were often depicted together, their arms outstretched in a gesture of protection and grief. Flanking the coffins of those who had passed, Nephthys loved her husband Set in the complicated way that one can love a difficult thing. But there was another love woven into her, quieter and more persistent, a regard for Osiris, her brother, the gentle and generous king of Egypt, whose goodness was a kind of warmth that spread outward to everyone near him. According to the myth, Nephthys disguised herself as Isis, her sister, Osiris's devoted wife, in whose face and form there was a power and a radiance that even the gods could not easily distinguish. And in that disguise she came to Osiris. Osiris, not knowing the difference, was with her. From that union, Anubis came into being. It was a crossing of boundaries in almost every possible sense. A wife who was not his wife. A union that should not have been. A god conceived in mistaken identity and secret longing. If there was any being who was fated, from the moment of their origin, to inhabit the spaces between things, the edges and thresholds and crossings, it was this one. Nephthys, when Anubis was born, was afraid. Set was not a god known for mercy. The child was evidence of something she could not explain away, a secret made visible, a crossing that could not be uncrossed. In her fear, she did what people sometimes do when they are frightened and without a clear path forward. She left the infant. She placed Anubis among the reeds along the river and walked away. The child lay there in that green and rustling borderland between the water and the dry land, in the kind of place where one world gives way to another, but Isis found him. Some versions of the story say she was guided by instinct, that divine sense that belonged to her above all other gods. She was the greatest magician in the Egyptian pantheon, a goddess whose intelligence and perception were without equal. Others suggest she simply followed something she felt, a pull she could not name, but could not ignore either. She found the infant in the reeds, and she recognized immediately that this child was something singular. Whatever she knew or suspected about his origins, she took him up and carried him home. She raised him as her own. There is something in that detail that stays with you if you let it settle. Isis was the goddess of life, of magic, of healing and resurrection, the goddess who would later restore her husband Osiris after his terrible death. Who would hold things together when everything threatened to come apart? She was, in many ways, the opposite of death. And yet she took into her arms the god who would one day stand at the threshold of the underworld, who would guide the dead through the dark, who would operate the scale of judgment with steady and impartial hands. She raised him. She gave him warmth and care in those earliest years of his existence. Perhaps that is precisely why the ancient Egyptians never understood Anubis as a cruel or indifferent god. He was the god of death, yes, but he had been mothered by the goddess of life. That tenderness had gotten into him early and stayed. It is worth pausing on Nephthys for a moment longer. This was because her role in this story does not end with the abandonment of her child. She remained, throughout Egyptian mythology, one of the most consistently present figures at the side of the dead. She wept for the dead. She comforted the grieving. She and Isis worked together at the funeral bier, at the embalming table, at the entrance to the underworld. In a way, both the mother who left and the mother who raised the child of that crossing contributed to what Anubis became. Nephthys gave him his origins in shadow and secret, in the complicated territory of things that do not fit neatly into the world. Isis gave him compassion and steadiness, the ability to move through sorrow without being destroyed by it. Together they shaped him without quite knowing they were doing so. As for the earlier tradition that named Ra as his father, it did not disappear entirely. The Egyptians were generally comfortable holding more than one version of a sacred story at the same time. Understanding that different traditions in different places had each reached toward the same truth and caught it at a slightly different angle. What mattered was not which version was literally correct in every detail, but what the story was reaching toward, what it illuminated about the nature of this particular god. Whether Anubis came from Ra or from Osiris and Nephthys, whether he was born from light or from a crossing of boundaries, the result was the same: a god who stood at the place where one thing became another, where the familiar world gave way to something else, where knowledge was required and care was essential, and no one could pass through without being seen. He had been born at a crossing of worlds. That would remain the truest thing about him for all of eternity. The ancient Egyptians were extraordinarily precise observers of the natural world. When they decided that their god of death should wear the face of a jackal, they had very good reasons. The desert that stretched westward from the Nile was not empty to them. It was full of life, moving at the edges of things. Most of it nocturnal, most of it quiet. The jackal was among its most common and most watchful presences. These animals were seen regularly at the margins where the cultivated, irrigated land of the Nile Valley gave way to the dry open ground of the desert. It was along that same margin that the ancient Egyptians buried their dead. The necropolis sat at the boundary between the fertile and the barren, between the world where the living went about their days and the dry silence where the dead were left behind. The jackals were already there. They came in the evenings and the very early mornings, moving along that thin line where the soil became sand, drawn to the burial grounds by instinct and by habit. To the Egyptians, watching them from the other side of that boundary, the jackals were simply a fact of that particular place, creatures who had always inhabited the threshold between the living world and whatever lay beyond it. Something that lived at such a crossing, in the Egyptian understanding, was not there by accident. Presence at a boundary carried meaning. Rather than interpreting the jackal's habits as unsettling, as evidence of an animal drawn to death for troubling reasons, the Egyptians reached a different conclusion entirely. The jackal was already watching over the burial grounds when everyone else had gone home. It was already awake in the long hours when the living slept and the dead lay alone in the dark. What might have seemed alarming in another tradition became, in the Egyptian imagination, something closer to comfort. The animal that kept vigil at the edge of the necropolis was not a scavenger to be driven away. It was a guardian who had arrived ahead of anyone else, who had been there all along, patient in the way that only desert creatures and the very old truly are. And when the Egyptians needed a form for the god who would protect the dead and guide the soul through what came next, they looked out at the desert and found the answer already waiting, moving quietly along the ridge in the early dark, ears raised, eyes steady, watching everything. Anubis appears in Egyptian art in two closely related forms. He is depicted most often as a lean, reclining jackal, perfectly still, head lifted, crouched with that particular attentiveness of an animal that has heard something and is deciding whether it warrants concern, or as a man with a human body and the narrow, elegant head of a jackal. Both carry the same essential quality, an absolute stillness that never tips into inertia, the posture of a being who misses nothing and moves only when movement becomes necessary. His ears are always shown tall and sharply pointed. In a great many paintings and tomb reliefs, they are rendered with golden tips, catching the light the way the ears of a real jackal catch the last warmth of an evening sky above the desert. His eyes, shown in profile as Egyptian convention required, are calm and dark and entirely without menace. There is no hunger in his expression, no threat, nothing that suggests he views the dead in his care as anything less than precious. He looks, more than anything, like a being who has been waiting for a very long time and finds the waiting natural. It is worth noting that the Egyptians sometimes depicted Anubis not as a jackal specifically, but simply as a black dog. The distinction between the two animals was not always made with precision. Some scholars believe the figure in certain early depictions may represent an extinct canid that once roamed the desert margins of northeastern Africa. Whatever the exact species intended, the form remained consistent. A lean, alert canine figure rendered in that deliberate and unmistakable black. Small statues of Anubis were placed inside tombs throughout the long centuries of Egyptian history, carved from wood or stone, sometimes gilded, sometimes painted with careful attention to the upright ears and the watchful posture. These figures were not decorative. They stood at the inner threshold of the tomb, between the body and the outer chamber, set there to keep watch in the dark, the way the living God was said to keep watch from the heights above the necropolis. People who have entered sealed tombs where those statues remained in their original positions have described something difficult to account for, a quality of stillness in the figure that feels less like an object left behind and more like a presence that simply stayed. That quality was not accidental. The stillness was the entire point of the form. And then there was the color. The jackal that moved through the real desert was tawny, adapted to the landscape around it. Its coat the same pale golden brown as the sand and dry rock. The Anubis of Egyptian art was black, wholly, deliberately, symbolically black. And that blackness had nothing to do with the actual animal, and everything to do with what the color meant to people who had built their entire civilization along the banks of a flooding river. Each year, the Nile inundated the surrounding land and then slowly withdrew. What it left behind was a layer of dark, rich silt across the fields. The Kemet, the black land, the substance that made Egypt possible. That dark deposit was the source of every harvest, the foundation of every life lived along the river. Black, in this world, was the color of the fertile earth returning after inundation, of fields going green again, of another cycle of abundance beginning. It was not the color of death in the way that other traditions have understood darkness. It was the color of regeneration, of life held in potential, of something that appeared finished, revealing itself to be only resting. When Anubis was rendered in that color, the meaning was immediately available to anyone raised along the Nile. This was not a dark god in the sense of a dangerous or threatening one. His darkness carried the same promise as the black silt of the floodplain, that what had receded would return, that what looked like stillness was actually preparation, that beneath the silence of death something was being kept and tended and held in readiness. The bleached pale desert of the west, where the bones lay and the sun struck without mercy, was the color of final things. Anubis was rendered in the opposite of that, in the color of the living earth, the color of the seed before the green shoot, the color of everything the Egyptians loved most about the land they lived on. Black was the color of the riverbed after the flood receded, the color of the soil that fed the living. It meant the same thing here. Something that looked like an ending was actually a beginning. Every evening in ancient Egypt, as the sun sank toward the horizon and the long purple shadows of the desert stretched eastward across the sand, the necropolis fell quiet. The living world, with all of its noise and color and motion, belonged to the eastern bank of the Nile, to the markets and the fields and the houses with their cooking fires and their children. But the western bank was something else entirely. It was the place where the sun went when it disappeared, and so it was the place where the dead were laid to rest. The ancient Egyptians read the world very carefully, the way people do when they believe that everything around them carries meaning, and the daily disappearance of the sun in the west told them something essential, that the west was where things went when they left the living world. It was not a sinister reading, it was simply an honest one. The sun always came back, and so, the Egyptians hoped, with the souls of their dead. The necropolis, which means, simply, city of the dead, was laid out in the desert beyond the reach of the Nile's yearly flood. In some of the great burial grounds, the tombs stretched for miles, cut into limestone cliffs or built up from the desert floor, surrounded by sand the colour of pale gold and rock the colour of old bone. These were not empty places. They were inhabited, in the Egyptian understanding, by the spirits of those who rested within them, and they required the same care and protection that any occupied place would need. Someone had to watch over them. Someone had to stand between the buried dead and everything that might disturb their rest. That someone was Anubis, and his post was the high ground. He was called He Who Is, upon the mountain, and the title painted an image that the Egyptians found deeply reassuring. Imagine the desert heights above a necropolis, the ridgeline where the rock met the sky, where a figure standing there could see everything below, every tomb entrance, every path leading into the burial ground, every shadow moving across the pale sand. That was where Anubis kept his vigil, not hidden, not distant, but elevated and watchful, with clear sight in every direction. The jackals that Egyptian people saw moving along the desert ridges at dusk had always suggested something like this, an animal already positioned at the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead, already watching, already present in a way that felt deliberate rather than accidental. Anubis simply made that presence sacred. His image appeared at the entrances of tombs, not as decoration, but as a warning and a promise at the same time. A carving of the jackal-headed god beside a tomb's door said something to those who approached with honest grief: your loved one is protected. And it said something else to those who approached with other intentions: someone is watching. Tomb robbery was a serious problem throughout Egyptian history, driven by the custom of burying the wealthy with the objects they would need in the next life: jewelry, food, tools, furniture, figures of gold and precious stone. The temptation was real, and the threat was real, and the presence of Anubis carved in stone at a tomb's entrance was one answer to it, an assertion that the dead were not defenseless. Inside the tombs themselves, small figures of Anubis were placed. Statuettes of a black jackal lying with his front paws stretched out before him, his ears alert, his eyes open. These were not merely ritual objects. They were guards. The Egyptians placed them with the same seriousness that a person today might place a lock on a door, understanding that the protection being offered was real even if it worked differently than anything that could be seen or touched. The jackal figure, lying at rest in the darkness of a sealed tomb, was understood to be awake, watching, ready. It did not sleep just because the chamber was closed. If anything, the darkness was its natural element, the place where it was most fully itself. The priests who oversaw funerary rites understood this intimately. During the most sacred stages of the burial ceremony, the officiating priest wore the mask of Anubis, the elongated black jackal's head fitted over a human face, transforming the man beneath it into something more than a man for the duration of the ritual. This was not theatre. It was a sincere enactment of divine presence, an invitation for the god to inhabit the ceremony, to be genuinely there in the space where the dead were being prepared for what came next. The family standing nearby, grief-struck and frightened, would have found something steadying in that masked figure moving through the ritual with quiet precision. The god was here. The god had not forgotten this particular person, this particular body, this particular soul setting out on an unfamiliar road. Families did leave their loved ones in the ground. That is the plainest way to say what burial always is, in any culture, in any time, a leaving. And the grief of that leaving was not any smaller for the ancient Egyptians than it is for people now. What they had, which perhaps made the parting a fraction more bearable, was the image of Anubis taking over the watch. The family's vigil ended when the tomb was sealed, and his began. He was already there on the mountain, already looking down. The dead person was not alone in the dark. Anubis extended this protection further than the necropolis itself. He was known also as a patron of the helpless, of those who had no one to stand beside them, no family to speak on their behalf, no wealth or influence to call upon. Orphans appealed to him, wanderers who found themselves far from home and belonging to no particular place turned to him. The lost, in every sense of the word, fell under his care, and this made a kind of quiet sense, because the dead, whatever they had been in life, arrived at the necropolis, having left behind every possession and every relationship and every claim to worldly importance. A pharaoh and a labourer both came to the necropolis stripped of everything that had distinguished them. Both needed a guide, both needed someone to stand watch over what remained of them. In that way, Anubis was the great equalizer, not in a harsh or indifferent sense, but in the way that genuine care is always equal, always present regardless of what a person has or hasn't managed to accumulate. He watched over the tomb of the great and the tomb of the modest with the same unhurried attention, the same dark patience, the same willingness to remain when everyone else had gone home. He was the one God who did not look away from death, and perhaps that is why so many people turned to him when they had nowhere else to go. Before any human being was ever embalmed, before the first linen bandage was ever wrapped around the first preserved body, the gods themselves went through it first. The story of how that came to be is one of the oldest and most sorrowful in all of Egyptian mythology, and it begins not with death itself, but with something that always preceded it in the ancient world, with envy, and with a brother who could not bear to see another brother loved more than he was. Set had watched Osiris rule over Egypt and over the gods for a long time, and what he saw did not sit well with him. Osiris was gentle and generous in the way that Set was not. The people of the earth followed Osiris willingly, brought him their harvests and their gratitude, looked up at him the way people look at something that makes the world feel safe and ordered. Set looked at all of this, and he felt something harden inside of him, something that grew heavier with each passing season until it became impossible to ignore. In some accounts, Set was not simply jealous of Osiris's power, he was jealous of his brother's wholeness, of the ease with which Osiris moved through the world and was loved by it. Whatever the precise shape of his grievance, Set decided that the only remedy was to remove Osiris from the world entirely, and he devised a plan to do it that was as elegant as it was cruel. He had a chest built, a beautiful one, according to the story, crafted with great care and fitted precisely to the measurements of Osiris's body, without Osiris ever knowing it had been made for him. At a banquet, Set produced the chest and announced that whoever fit inside it perfectly could have it as a gift. The guests took their turns, one after another, and none of them fit just right. When Osiris lay down inside it, the fit was exact, because of course it was. Before Osiris could rise again, Set's companions slammed the lid shut and sealed it, and the chest was carried to the Nile and cast into the current. The river took it, and it moved out toward the sea, and Osiris was gone. Isis received the news of her husband's disappearance the way a person receives something they have been dreading, without quite admitting to themselves that they were dreading it. Her grief, in the old stories, is described as vast and consuming. She tore her garments and cut her hair and went out into the world to search for him. She searched for a very long time. Eventually, the stories tell us, the chest had drifted far north and come to rest in a great tamarisk tree that grew up around it in the land of Byblos, and the tree was so magnificent that the king of that country had it cut down and used as a pillar in his palace, with the chest hidden within the wood. Isis found it there, through the particular kind of knowing that belonged to her alone. She recovered the chest, and she brought Osiris home, and for a time she believed that the worst was over. But Set was not finished. He discovered what Isis had done. He found the chest again, and what he did next was something that the storytellers of Egypt returned to again and again across many centuries, because it presented a problem so terrible that only the most extraordinary love could answer it. Set took the body of Osiris and dismembered it, cutting it apart and scattering the pieces across the length of Egypt, some accounts saying 14 pieces, others saying more, each fragment hidden in a different place so that no one could ever put him back together. Set believed that this was the end, that a god divided against himself across the whole of creation was a god who could not be reassembled, could not be restored, could not return. He had turned Osiris into something beyond grief. He had turned him into a problem without a solution. And then Isis and Nephthys went out together into the world, moving from place to place, from the banks of the Nile to the edges of the desert, gathering what had been lost. Nephthys, who was Set's own wife and Isis's own sister, made her choice quietly and completely, turning away from her husband and walking alongside the woman who had more reason to be broken than anyone alive. Together they searched, and together they found the fragments, and one by one they brought them home. It is a detail that the ancient Egyptians found important enough to record carefully, that this was not done alone, that grief at its most impossible moves better when it moves in company. When they had gathered what they could, they brought the body of Osiris to Anubis. This is the moment that the ancient Egyptians recognized as the origin of everything that would follow. Every preparation tent, every linen wrapping, every prayer spoken over a body in the 70 days before burial. Anubis looked at what had been brought to him, and he did not hesitate, and he did not look away. He washed the body with water from the Nile, tending to it with the same steadiness that had always characterized him, the same quality that made him the god he was, the one who could stand at the edge of the most frightening thing imaginable and remain calm within it. He treated the body with oils, with resins, with the spices and unguents that would slow the processes of decay, that would hold the form of Osiris intact against the hunger of time. He wrapped it in linen, layer upon careful layer, his hands moving without trembling, without rushing, doing what needed to be done, as though there were nothing in the world more important than this work, because in that moment there was not. Nephthys wept nearby, the stories say, and the sound of her weeping is described in some of the old funerary texts as one of the voices that accompanied all embalming from that day forward, a ritual lamentation that acknowledged what had been lost, even while the hands continued their work. Anubis was not performing a clinical procedure. He was performing an act of profound care for a being he could not save by himself, knowing that what he could offer was the preservation of form long enough for something greater to follow. When Isis used her magical abilities to draw breath back into Osiris, that singular, extraordinary act that would leave the world changed, it was the embalming that had made it possible. The body had been held together. The form had been kept. Anubis had done that. And from the union of Isis and the briefly restored Osiris came Horus, the child who would grow up to claim his father's throne and stand against Set, and who would carry within him the long consequence of everything that had happened in that grief-soaked space between death and resurrection. The myth does not present embalming as a technique discovered through observation or experiment. It presents it as something that arose in a moment of desperate love, performed by a god who understood better than any other what it meant to stand at the threshold between a person's existence and their disappearance from the world. Anubis had been born at that threshold, raised beside it, and now he worked within it for the first time in the way that would define his purpose forever. And from that grief-soaked act beside the body of a god, every Egyptian funeral that followed would draw its meaning. The 70 days it took to prepare a body for burial were not merely practical. They were a conversation between the living and the dead, conducted through ritual and ceremony and an extraordinary amount of care. When a person died in ancient Egypt, the body was not simply cleaned and set aside. It was received. The priests who came to collect it understood that what they were handling was not simply a body, but a person, someone whose soul still had its full journey ahead of it, and whose chances on that journey depended, in part, on what the living did now. The body needed to endure. The soul would need somewhere to return to. And so the work of preparation began not with haste, but with intention, from the very first moment the body was carried to the embalming tent. That tent was called the Ibu, which translates roughly as the place of purification. It was a temporary structure, raised near the tomb site, open to the clean desert air. There was something deliberately liminal about it. It was not the house where the person had lived, and it was not yet the tomb where they would rest. It was a threshold space, an in-between place, which suited the work being done there perfectly. The Ibu was where the dead person began the long process of transformation from what they had been in life to what they would need to be for the journey ahead. Within the Ibu, the space itself was organized with the same intentionality that governed every other aspect of the work. The structure was divided into sections, one for the initial washing and cleansing, another for the application of natron, still another for the wrapping and the placement of amulets. The floors were kept meticulously clean. Water basins, oil vessels, linen supplies, and the long rectangular tables on which the body would rest were arranged in the order in which they would be used. This was not mere housekeeping. It was a physical manifestation of order, what the Egyptians called ma'at, imposed upon the chaos of death. Everything in the Ibu existed in service of a single purpose, and everyone who entered it understood that they were stepping into sacred space, a place where the boundary between the physical and the divine was deliberately thin. The priests who performed the most sacred stages of the preparation did not work as themselves. The chief embalming priest wore the mask of Anubis, the dark jackal head, the upright ears, the steady unseeing gaze. In wearing that mask, he was not merely dressing in costume. He was, for the duration of the ritual, understood to be the god. The hands that touched the body were the hands of Anubis. The words spoken were his words. This was not a theatrical choice, it was a theological one. If Anubis had been the first to embalm, if he had bent over the body of Osiris himself and done this work with his own hands, then every embalming that followed was a reenactment of that original act. The priest in the mask was maintaining continuity with the moment when the gods themselves had established what death required. The first practical step was purification, washing the body with water from the Nile, which carried its own sacred associations, and treating it with oils and resins that had both practical and ritual purposes. Then came the work of preservation. Natron salt, a naturally occurring mineral found in the Egyptian desert, was packed around and within the body to draw out moisture. Natron had a long association with purification in Egyptian religious life, and its use here was understood as both a physical and a spiritual cleansing. The body rested in it for a period of roughly 40 days. The salt worked slowly, with patience, much like the god who oversaw the process. The natron did its work through desiccation, drawing moisture from the body with a steady, inexorable pull that transformed the flesh gradually, without violence. The salt did not burn or corrupt what it touched. It preserved. Day after day, the natron drew the body's water away, and day after day, the salt itself was monitored and sometimes replaced, ensuring that the process continued evenly and completely. This was skilled work, requiring knowledge of how the salt worked, how long the process would take in different seasons, how to recognize when the work was complete. The priests who tended to the body during these 40 days came regularly, checking its progress, making small adjustments, speaking the necessary words. They did not leave the body in the natron and depart. They kept vigil over it, much as family members might keep vigil over a living person who was ill. During this time, the internal organs were carefully removed. Each one was washed, treated, and then entrusted to its own guardian. The 4 sons of Horus took responsibility for these vessels of the body, and each was protected by one of the canopic jars that would accompany the deceased to the tomb. Duamatef, who bore the head of a jackal, guarded the stomach. Kebesanuef, with the head of a falcon, protected the intestines. Hapi, who wore the face of a baboon, was responsible for the lungs. And Imseti, shown with a human face, watched over the liver. Over all of this, over every canopic jar and every stage of the process, Anubis kept his wider watch, the god of the whole undertaking, present in the work even when it was other hands performing it. The heart was not removed. This was deliberate and deeply considered. Every other organ could be stored outside the body, tended to separately, reunited later, but the heart held something that could not be entrusted to a jar. The ancient Egyptians understood the heart not as the organ of emotion alone, but as the seat of the whole self. Intelligence, memory, moral character, the accumulated weight of everything a person had done and chosen and become over the course of a lifetime. The heart remembered. It carried the record of a life, the way a stone carries the memory of water moving over it. To remove it would have been to sever the person from their own truth, and there was a truth the heart would need to speak when the time came. So it stayed where it was, held within the wrapped and preserved body, waiting for the moment, much further along in the soul's journey, when it would be brought to the scale. After the natron had done its work and the organs had been prepared, the wrapping began. This was perhaps the most visually recognizable part of the process, the element that has endured most clearly in how people imagine Egyptian funerary practice, and it was also the part that carried the greatest density of sacred intention. The linen used was not ordinary cloth. It was white, associated with purity, and in some cases the linen had been woven specifically for this purpose, sometimes by priestesses, sometimes by the female members of the family. The wrapping was done in layers, and between those layers, priests placed amulets, small carved objects, in the shapes of protective symbols, sacred animals, and divine figures. The scarab beetle was placed over the heart, serving as an additional protection for the most essential organ. The jed pillar, symbol of stability, was wrapped into the chest. The wedjat eye, the eye of Horus, was placed to grant sight and protection. Each amulet was chosen deliberately, placed in a specific location, and activated by specific words spoken aloud during the wrapping. Those words mattered as much as anything else. Throughout the entire 70 days, at every stage of the preparation, priests recited prayers and spells drawn from the funerary texts, words that had been spoken, in one form or another, since the earliest periods of Egyptian religious life. Some of these words were addressed to the gods, requesting their continued guardianship of the deceased. Others were addressed to the various beings the soul would encounter along its path through the underworld, and some, and this is the part that carries the most quiet tenderness, were addressed directly to the person who had died. The priests spoke to the deceased by name. They told them what was being done and why. They explained that the body was being preserved so that the soul would have a place to return to. They reassured the dead person that the journey ahead had been taken before, that it was known, that the words and the maps existed and could be trusted. In the Ibu, the place of purification, it was understood that the person being prepared was still, in some sense, present, that the soul had not yet travelled so far that it could not hear. The words were a comfort, offered across the boundary between the living and the dead, with the straightforward warmth of people who genuinely believed they would be received. By the time the wrapping was complete, the body had been transformed. It was no longer simply a human form. It had become something sealed and protected, dressed in layers of white that held within them both physical preservation and sacred intention. The face was covered. The hands were folded. The amulets rested in their chosen places. The canopic jars stood nearby, each one secure in the knowledge of what it carried. The whole long 70 days had been, from first to last, an act of care. practical and sacred at once, technical in its method and deeply human in its purpose. When it was done, the body lay wrapped and sealed, holding within it the one thing that could not be removed, the heart, and everything the heart had been. One of the things that makes ancient Egyptian belief so endlessly interesting is that they did not think of the soul as one single, simple thing. Where many traditions imagine the soul as a unified, indivisible spark that either survives death or does not, the ancient Egyptians understood the self as something far more layered, a collection of distinct elements, each with its own nature, its own needs, its own journey after the body was laid to rest. This is part of why the rituals surrounding death were so elaborate, so careful, so deliberate in every detail. They were not tending to one thing, they were tending to several, each of which required different kinds of attention, different kinds of protection. The ka was perhaps the most fundamental of these, the life force, the vital energy that accompanied a person from the moment of birth and remained tethered to the physical body even after death. The ancient Egyptians imagined the ka almost as a spiritual twin, born alongside the person and inseparable from them throughout life. When a person died, the ka did not simply dissolve. It lingered near the body, needing it, depending on it. This is the deep reason why preservation of the body mattered so profoundly, not merely out of sentiment or respect for the physical form, but because without a preserved body, the ka had nowhere to return to. It would become lost, unmoored, unable to find its anchor in the world. The offerings left in tombs, food, drink, fragrant oils, small comforts, were placed there for the ka, so that it could continue to be sustained in the way that it had always been. Families who visited the tombs of their loved ones were, in a very real sense, visiting the ka, feeding it, keeping it present and intact. Priests recited specific words to call the ka back to the body, to reassure it that the physical form it needed was still there, still whole, still waiting. Without the work of Anubis and the embalmers, without the 70 days of careful preparation, the ka faced a kind of slow dissolution, a fading that no one wished on anyone they had loved. The ka alone, however, was not sufficient for true continuity. It was tied always to the physical location of the tomb, bound to the body that lay within it. The ka could not journey into the realm beyond death. It could not face what awaited in the duat, the underground kingdom of the dead, with its gates and guardians and trials. This was why the other aspects of the self were equally necessary. Each served a purpose that the ka could not fulfill. Together, they created a complete being capable of enduring beyond death, of navigating both the hidden world and the world of the living. The ancient Egyptians understood that death was not a simple transition, but a complex passage that demanded different strengths and different forms of protection. The body had to be preserved for the ka, but the whole person had to be prepared in ways that went far beyond embalming alone. The ba was something different, and in some ways more extraordinary. It was closer to what we might think of as personality, the individual quality of a person, the particular way they moved through the world, the specific warmth or humor or seriousness that made them recognizably themselves and no one else. The ba could travel. After death, it was free to move between the world of the living and the world of the dead, passing through the sealed stone of the tomb and out into the sunlit air of the world it had left behind, then returning again when it chose. The ancient Egyptians depicted the ba as a bird with a human head, often the face of the person themselves, and there is something quietly beautiful about that image. The idea that a person's essential self might become capable of flight, of movement, of passing through barriers that the living body never could. The ba, however, needed to find its way back. It needed the body below, the ka within the tomb. Eventually, it needed to rejoin them both in order for the soul to continue its journey intact. This is part of why tomb paintings sometimes showed the ba hovering just at the entrance of the tomb, or perched at the threshold between the inner chamber and the open sky. It was always moving between, always finding its way back to what it belonged to. The journey that the bar undertook was not a simple passage. It was a descent into a realm that was not hostile exactly, but neither was it welcoming. The duat demanded knowledge, demanded the speaking of true names, demanded the utterance of spells and passwords that would allow the bar to pass through its many chambers and sealed doors. This is why the Book of the Dead was so essential. It was a kind of map and a kind of language, teaching the dead what they needed to know to navigate the darkness. The bar had to pass through 12 gates, each guarded by entities of tremendous power. It had to face the Hall of Two Truths, where judgment itself awaited. The duat was not a punishment, not inherently, but it was a testing place. It was designed to distinguish between the worthy dead and those who had lived without virtue, those who could not make the journey, or who were not permitted to pass, risked being left in the darkness forever. The bar therefore carried the hopes and the fears of the person it represented. It was the part that had to be brave, that had to remember, that had to speak the correct words when the moment demanded it. The ark was the state the soul hoped eventually to achieve, the glorified, transformed condition that came after successful passage through judgment, after the heart had been weighed and found worthy, after all the long difficult distances of the duat had been crossed. The ark was not merely a surviving soul. It was something more fully realized, a being that had moved through death and come out on the other side, changed. Luminous in a way the living person never quite was. To become an ark was the great aspiration of every Egyptian who understood what the afterlife held. The word itself was connected to the Egyptian concept of light. The ark was sometimes described as shining, as radiant, as having taken on something of the quality of the stars. The worthy dead who had achieved this state were sometimes called the Aku, the shining ones. They were believed to watch over the living from their place in the sky, steady and bright and enduring long after everything they had known on earth had changed. Then there was the Ren, the name. The ancient Egyptians believed that a person's name was not merely a label, but an essential part of their existence, as real and necessary as any other element of the self. To speak a name was to bring something of its owner into the present moment. To destroy a name was to harm the person it belonged to, even across the boundary of death. This is why so much effort went into carving names into stone, into painting them across tomb walls in colors that would not fade, into inscribing them on every surface where the person hoped to be remembered. A name that endured meant a person who endured in some small but genuine way. For as long as someone, somewhere, could still read or speak the sounds that belonged to them. Pharaohs whose successors wished to erase their legacy had their names chiseled away from monuments. This was understood not as symbolic humiliation, but as an act of genuine destruction, an attempt to kill someone a second time. Ordinary families worked hard to ensure that their loved ones' names would outlast them. This was because to be named was to persist, and to be forgotten was to disappear entirely. Alongside the Ren stood the Ib, the heart, and the Ib was perhaps the most quietly powerful of all these elements, not because it travelled anywhere or transformed into anything radiant, but because it carried everything. The heart, in Egyptian understanding, was the seat of intelligence and memory and moral character all at once, the place where every choice a person had ever made was stored. Every moment of kindness or cruelty or cowardice or courage held with a fidelity that could not be argued away or softened by time. There was no preparing a false heart. A person could not, in the days before death, arrange their heart to appear lighter than it was. It held what it held. It knew what it knew. You could only tend to it across the course of a life, through the accumulated weight of small decisions made in ordinary moments, through the way you treated the people around you when no one of consequence was watching. The heart, though, was the one that mattered most when the time for judgment finally came. This was because the heart could not pretend to be something it was not. Every ancient Egyptian who could afford it was buried with a kind of guidebook. not because the afterlife was simple, but because it was not simple at all. The journey that waited on the other side of death was understood to be long, demanding, filled with thresholds that could only be crossed by someone who knew the right words. Knowledge, in the Egyptian understanding of the afterlife, was not merely useful, it was survival itself. A soul moving through the duat without that knowledge was like a traveler crossing a vast and unfamiliar desert with no landmarks, no water, no way of knowing which paths led forward and which led somewhere much worse. And so the Egyptians, being a people who believed deeply in preparation, began very early to write things down. The oldest of these texts are known as the pyramid texts. They are among the most ancient religious writings that have survived anywhere in the world. Carved into the interior walls and chambers of royal pyramids around 2400 BCE, they were meant exclusively for the pharaoh, for the king alone, whose passage through the afterlife was considered a matter of cosmic importance. The words were cut into stone with enormous care, painted over in vivid color, placed precisely so that they surrounded the sarcophagus on every side. The idea was that a king who could not remember the spells in death would find them waiting there, inscribed in the walls of his own tomb, as close and as permanent as the stone itself. For several centuries, that knowledge stayed within the royal burial chambers, held tightly by the institution of kingship, unavailable to anyone else. However, as Egyptian civilization moved through time and the belief surrounding death gradually widened and deepened, that began to change. Around 2000 BCE, the spells that had once belonged only to pharaohs began appearing inside the coffins of nobles, priests, officials, painted directly onto the wooden surfaces of the coffin's interior so that the deceased lay surrounded by protective words on every side. These are called the coffin texts. They represent a significant shift. The knowledge of the afterlife was no longer the exclusive property of kings. It was moving, slowly, toward everyone. The Book of the Dead. That is the name that has become most familiar to us now, grew out of that tradition and emerged in something close to its best-known form around 1550 BCE. It was not a book in any sense that we would recognize today. There was no spine, no page numbers, no single authoritative version that everyone shared. It was, instead, a collection of individual spells, prayers, ritual formulas, gathered together and written out on papyrus scrolls that were then placed inside the tomb with the deceased. Some versions contained dozens of spells. Others contained nearly 200. Some were illustrated with small painted scenes that showed the soul moving through various trials, encountering various gods, standing before various thresholds. The images are remarkable things to look at even now, vivid and precise, full of color that has somehow endured across thousands of years of darkness inside sealed burial chambers. A person being led by Anubis, a heart resting on the pan of a golden scale, a figure kneeling before a row of seated judges. These were not decorative images. They were maps of a country that no living person had returned from, drawn as carefully and as specifically as the Egyptians knew how to draw. The spells themselves covered an astonishing range of situations. Some were general, words of protection to be spoken at the beginning of the journey, invocations of Osiris and Anubis and Ra. Others were extraordinarily specific. There were spells for what to say when confronted by a serpent in the underworld. This was because the underworld had serpents. The wrong response to one could end the journey entirely. There were spells for preserving the integrity of the body, for keeping the head properly attached, for maintaining the ability to breathe and move and speak. There were spells for remembering your own name, that mattered more than it might sound, since the name was understood to be a living part of the self. The texts also contain the names of the gatekeepers the soul would encounter along the way, the specific and often very elaborate names that had to be spoken correctly for a gate to open. A gatekeeper addressed by the wrong name, or not addressed at all, would not stand aside. One of the most significant sections that appeared in many versions of the Book of the Dead was what is often called the negative confession, a long declaration that the deceased would make before the 42 judges gathered in the Hall of Two Truths. Each judge presided over a specific sin or transgression. The deceased had to address each one by name and declare, clearly and formally, that the sin in question had not been committed in life. I have not stolen from anyone. I have not lied. I have not caused suffering to another person. I have not turned away from someone who was hungry. The confession was long and required the deceased to know not only what to say, but who to say it to. That is one of the reasons the Book of the Dead was so valued. It contained those names, laid out in order, so that the soul would not stand before the judges empty-handed. What is deeply touching about this aspect of the texts is that they were personalized. When a family commissioned a scroll, a scribe would write the deceased person's name into the appropriate spaces, the blank lines left throughout the text where the individual's identity would appear. This was not a generic document handed out to everyone. It was made for you, specifically, by name, with your name woven into the spells that would protect you, and the declarations that would speak on your behalf. The wealthiest families had long, elaborate scrolls produced by skilled scribes and painters, illustrated in brilliant detail, wrapped carefully and placed close to the body. Families of more modest means might have only a shorter scroll or a few sheets, or sometimes just the most essential spells, the ones considered most critical to survival in the duat. What they had was never quite enough to cover every situation the texts described, but they had something. Having something was understood to be far better than arriving in the dark with nothing at all. Whatever form it took, whatever length or quality of illustration, the scroll carried the same essential promise, that the darkness ahead had been mapped, that the maps would hold. The ancient Egyptians gave a great deal of thought to what the first moments after death actually felt like. Their answer was both more complicated and more tender than most people expect. They did not imagine death as a sudden darkness, a simple switching off of everything that had been. Instead, they understood it as a kind of threshold crossing, the moment when the various parts of the soul that had been gathered together in life began to find their separate ways. The bar, that aspect of the self that held a person's personality, their individual character, everything that made them recognizably themselves, was the part that made this first crossing. It left the body that Anubis and the priests had so carefully prepared. It found itself somewhere entirely unfamiliar, at the edge of the duat, the great underworld that the Egyptians had tried their best to map, to describe, to name in every one of its chambers and corridors and depths. And for a moment, according to everything the ancient Egyptians believed and recorded, the soul simply stood there, taking in the strangeness of where it had arrived, the world it had known, the warm light on the Nile at morning, the smell of bread baking, the voices of people it had loved. All of that had receded to somewhere it could not quite reach anymore. The body it had inhabited, now wrapped and sealed and resting in the darkness of the tomb, was behind it. What lay ahead was vast and completely unlike anything a living person ever encountered, even in the deepest of dreams. The duat was not, it should be said, a single underground chamber, the way some traditions imagine the land of the dead. It was something far more elaborate than that, a layered realm of extraordinary complexity, imagined sometimes as running just beneath the surface of the living world, sometimes as a parallel country existing alongside it, sometimes as the deep passageway through which the sun god Ra made his nightly voyage in his great solar bark, traveling through 12 territories that corresponded to the 12 hours of the night, moving always toward his rising at dawn. The souls of the dead, in a sense, made a journey that mirrored Ra's own, moving through those same dark territories, passing through the same hours, sharing the underworld with the god whose light had warmed the earth above. It was not static, this place. It shifted and changed with each passing hour, so that the landscape a soul encountered in the first passages of the duat was not the same landscape it would find deeper in. Nothing about it permitted a traveler to simply stand still and wait for things to become familiar. There was, however, one familiar thing, one presence that had not changed, that had not become strange or unreachable. Anubis was there. He had been at the embalming table, his hands steady and sure, overseeing every step of the long preparation with the quiet authority of someone who had done this since the very beginning of death itself. He had been present at the funeral, in the form of the masked priest who spoke the sacred words over the wrapped body, performing the opening of the mouth ceremony that allowed the senses to continue functioning beyond the grave. And now, here at the entrance to the Duat, in the first bewildering moments of the soul's new existence, he was here too. The ancient Egyptians did not depict Anubis as a figure of fear in this context. He was not the cold face of death arriving to claim what was owed. He was, in the understanding of the people who worshipped him, something far closer to a guide, warm in the way that steadiness is warm, reassuring in the way that expertise is reassuring, the way it feels to be lost in an unfamiliar city and suddenly encounter someone who knows exactly where you need to go and is willing to walk there with you. The soul had been stripped of so much, its body, its daily life, its comfortable certainty about what the world was and how it worked, but it had not been stripped of its guide. Anubis knew the Duat the way the Hesperides knew their gardens, the way a river knows the shape of its own bed. He had walked these passages more times than any soul could count. Not one step of the way was unknown to him. He took the soul under his care and began to move it forward through the first passages of the underworld, away from the wrong turnings and the dangerous presences that inhabited those early territories, keeping it on the path that led, in time, toward the great hall where judgment waited. The Duat's early passages were not empty. They were full of beings, some of them helpful, some of them deeply perilous to any soul that wandered without knowledge or protection. There were serpents in these corridors, gatekeepers whose names had to be known and spoken correctly before any door would open. There were lakes of fire that burned differently depending on what you were, consuming the unworthy but offering warmth. In some accounts, to those who moved through the underworld with the right words and the right protections, the scrolls and spells that had been buried with the deceased were meant for exactly these encounters. The soul, the passwords, and the knowledge it would need for the journey ahead. But even those scrolls, those beautifully written and carefully illustrated pages, could not do what Anubis did. That was simply to be present, to move alongside the soul through a landscape that had no dawn in it and no horizon that looked like anything the living world had offered. There is something extraordinarily human in this belief, something that says a great deal about the people who held it. They understood that knowledge alone is not enough, that even if you have the maps and the instructions and the sacred words memorized, there is still a fear that comes from moving through the unknown. That fear is best met not by more information, but by company. They gave themselves Anubis. They gave themselves a god who would not send the soul off into the underworld with a scroll and a wish, but would actually walk alongside it into the dark. Patient and unhurried, familiar as a face you have known your whole life. Through the early passages of the Duat, where the light of the living world no longer reached, Anubis walked at the side of the soul and did not leave. The Duat was not a single chamber waiting at the bottom of a staircase. It was an entire landscape, vast and strange, stretching across 12 territories that each had their own rules and their own dangers. The ancient Egyptians understood this with a precision that might surprise us. This was because they had spent thousands of years thinking carefully about what lay on the other side of death. They had written it all down. The most important of these accounts were texts like the Amduat, whose name translates, roughly, as that which is in the underworld, and the Book of Gates. That described the journey in terms of 12 distinct hours, each one corresponding to a region through which the soul had to pass. These were not vague spiritual impressions, they were maps, drawn with the same seriousness with which a sailor might chart a coastline. The 12 regions of the duat were understood to correspond to the 12 hours of the night. This was not coincidence, because the sun god Ra made the same journey every night in his great solar bark, traveling through the darkness beneath the world before emerging again at dawn. The soul of the deceased traveled that same path. In a very real sense, the soul was following the sun, moving through the same hours of darkness that Ra himself moved through. The hope was the same in both cases, to emerge on the other side into light. What the soul encountered along the way, however, required more than hope. It required knowledge, specific, precise, carefully memorized knowledge, because the duat was populated not with empty shadows but with beings who demanded to be addressed correctly, who would not step aside for anyone who could not speak their name. Each of the 12 gates that marked the passage between regions was guarded by figures of considerable power, serpentine in many depictions, with names that were long and difficult and absolutely essential to know. The Book of Gates described these guardians in careful detail. The spells provided in funerary texts were not suggestions, they were the only way through. A soul who approached a gate and could not name its keeper correctly was turned away, or worse, was at the mercy of whatever waited in that passage. But a soul who arrived with knowledge, who could look at the coiled, torchlit figure blocking the threshold and speak its true name aloud, found the way opening before them. This was because that was how the duat worked. Names were not merely labels in ancient Egyptian belief. A name was a living part of a being's existence. Knowing it gave the one who spoke it a form of authority. The spells of the Book of the Dead and the Book of Gates were therefore something like keys, one for each lock. The soul carried them the way a traveller carries provisions, folded into the scroll that had been placed beside the body, or inscribed on the walls of the tomb itself, so that the knowledge might somehow follow the soul into the passages ahead. The wealthy had long, beautifully detailed scrolls with every gate accounted for. Others had what they could afford, but the desire to be prepared, to arrive at each threshold with the right words ready, was one of the great animating concerns of Egyptian life from the very beginning. The landscape itself was unlike anything the living world contained, yet the Egyptian texts described it with a kind of matter-of-fact thoroughness that makes it feel almost visitable. There were rivers running dark through underground chambers where torches burned along the walls, casting their light on the surfaces of water that had no current and no visible source. There were lakes of fire, and these were not simply obstacles. This was because the ancient Egyptians understood fire as something that could both destroy and purify. The souls of the righteous were said to draw warmth and nourishment from those same fires that consumed the unjust. There were caverns where time moved in ways that did not correspond to any clock the living could read. There were open fields where souls who had already been judged and found worthy rested in a kind of quiet waiting, peaceful, unhurried, present in a way that suggested they had set down something they had been carrying for a very long time. And moving through all of this, always, was the threat of Apophis, the great serpent, vast and ancient, who coiled somewhere in the depths of the duat and who attacked the bark of Ra each night as it passed through. Apophis was not a guardian. He was not testing anyone. He was simply destruction given a name and a shape. Against him, the gods on Ra's bark mounted their defense each time. The soul traveling through the duat moved within that same drama, caught inside the same great struggle between the order of the world and the chaos that pressed endlessly against it from the outside. To be in the duat was to be inside that nightly battle, to feel on some level the fragility of the dawn and the effort it took to reach it. The demons that wandered the unguarded passages between gates were smaller versions of that same chaos, beings that preyed on souls who had lost their way, who had arrived without their names or their spells, who had no Anubis beside them and no knowledge of what to say. For a soul who was prepared, they were manageable dangers. For a soul who was not, the passages could simply swallow them. They would join the unnamed things drifting in the dark between hours. That was its own kind of ending. The soul moved through each territory with increasing gravity, the world of the living growing more remote with every gate that closed behind it, the sound of everything familiar fading until there was only the soft movement of water in the dark and the low burn of the torches and the long, strange quiet of the duat pressing in from all sides. And still the path continued forward, one threshold at a time, one name spoken aloud in the reddish half-light, one gate opening, and then another. The 12th hour always somewhere ahead, the great hall already taking shape beyond it in the imagination like a light seen at an enormous distance. And after passing through all of that, through the guarded gates and the dark rivers and the fires and the long unmeasured distances of the night, the soul would come at last to the place it had been travelling toward all along. The Hall of Two Truths was a place the ancient Egyptians spent a great deal of their lives preparing for, even if they rarely named it that way out loud. Every act of generosity, every moment of restraint, every choice to speak honestly when a lie would have been easier, all of it was, in a sense, preparation for this one room. The soul that arrived here after its long passage through the duat carried everything it had ever done, folded into the soft weight of the heart, still resting within the mummy, far behind in the world of the living. The hall itself, as described across funerary texts and painted in luminous detail on tomb walls, was vast and still. Osiris presided from a high throne at the far end, wrapped in the white linen of the dead, his skin the green of growing things, a new life emerging from the dark earth. Upon his head sat the Atef crown, tall and white, flanked by the curling plumes of 2 ostrich feathers, with the small golden discs of the sun resting at its sides. He held his crook and flail crossed over his chest, and he did not move. He did not need to. Everything that needed to happen in that hall would happen in front of him, measured and recorded, and he would deliver the final word when the time came. Around the great chamber stood the 42 judges, sometimes called the 42 assessors, each one associated with a particular nome or administrative region of Egypt. They lined the hall like sentinels, and they were waiting, as they always waited, with a patience that came from existing outside of ordinary time. Each of the 42 was responsible for a specific moral category, a particular kind of harm or dishonesty or cruelty that a soul might have committed during its time among the living. They were not there to interrogate. They were there to hear a declaration and to weigh, in their own way, whether it rang true. Before the scales could be brought forward, before Anubis could approach with the feather of Maat, the soul had to speak. This was the negative confession, and it was one of the most remarkable things the ancient Egyptians ever committed to papyrus. The deceased addressed each of the 42 judges in turn, by name, and declared the specific wrong they had not done. The names of the judges were long and strange and specific. Names like he who comes forth from Heliopolis, he who breathes fire, he whose face is turned backward, and the soul was expected to know them. This is one of the reasons the Book of the Dead existed, so that no soul would arrive at the hall unprepared, unable to call the judges by their proper names, fumbling in the face of something that required precision and calm. The declarations themselves were direct and unadorned. I have not stolen. I have not caused suffering to others. I have not spoken falsehoods. I have not killed. I have not acted with cruelty. I have not turned away from a person who was hungry. I have not robbed the offerings of the gods. I have not added to the weight of the scales to deceive them. I have not taken the milk from the mouths of children. There were 42 of these statements, each one clean and honest, each one addressed to the specific judge who held that particular sin in his or her keeping. What is striking, sitting quietly with these declarations across so many centuries, is what the ancient Egyptians chose to include among them. They were not primarily concerned with whether a person had observed every ritual, made every sacrifice, or correctly performed every ceremony required by the gods. Those things mattered, certainly, but they were not what filled the hall with meaning. What filled the hall were questions of how one person had treated another, whether kindness had been extended, whether the vulnerable had been protected, whether honesty had been the rule or the exception. The 42 sins addressed by the confession speak, again and again, to the ordinary texture of a human life, the choices made between people, in homes and markets, and fields and moments of private decision when no one was watching, and the easier path was always available. Thoth stood to one side of the hall, ibis-headed and patient, with his palette and his reed brush ready. He was the god of writing and wisdom and the keeping of divine records, and nothing that happened in the Hall of Two Truths escaped him. His role here was not to judge, but to document, and there was something quietly reassuring in that, the sense that the outcome, whatever it was, would be recorded faithfully, without embellishment in either direction. If the confession rang true, Thoth would note it. If the heart, when the time came, balanced against the feather, Thoth would write it down. His presence meant that nothing would be lost or distorted, that the soul's story would be preserved exactly as it was. The hall itself, in all the depictions that have come down to us from tombs and papyri, has a particular quality of suspended stillness. The colours in these paintings, the deep lapis blue, the warm ochre, the white of Osiris's wrappings, the golden light that seems to come from no single source, give the scene the feeling of a moment held carefully in place, a breath drawn in and not yet released. The 42 judges do not speak until the soul has finished speaking. The soul stands in the center of all of that attention and recites, from memory or from the scroll it carried, the full declaration of what it had and had not done with its time among the living. Every word landed in the stillness of that hall with a weight that could not be faked. The ancient Egyptians understood, with a clarity that is still striking, that the heart knew what the mouth said. If the confession was honest, the heart would already be prepared for what came next. If it was not, the heart itself would tell the truth regardless, because the heart had been present for everything and had forgotten nothing. Thoth stood ready with his palette, and the hall was very quiet, and the 42 judges waited, and then it was time for the heart to speak for itself. Anubis stepped forward to the scale, and in that moment, every choice a person had ever made became real in a way that it had never quite been before. The scale itself was golden, perfectly balanced, suspended in the stillness of the Hall of Two Truths with a precision that no human craftsman could have achieved. It hung between two possibilities, passage and oblivion, and everything the deceased had ever said or done or failed to do was about to be measured against a single white feather. The feather belonged to Ma'at, the goddess of truth, justice, and the deep cosmic order that the ancient Egyptians believed held the universe together. She was not always physically present in the hall, though some accounts placed her there as a witness. What was always present was her feather, a single ostrich plume, pale and weightless, the kind of thing that drifts on the smallest movement of air. Against that feather, the heart of the deceased would be placed, and the scale would tell the truth that no one in the hall could argue with. The scale had been fashioned when the gods created a way to measure human hearts. It was not merely gold to those who understood what it truly was. It expressed the principle that truth could be measured and would find its own level. It is worth pausing to consider what the ancient Egyptians meant by the heart in this context, because they did not mean it in the way that we speak of the heart today, as a vague symbol of emotion. For the Egyptians, the heart, the ib, was the seat of everything. It was where intelligence lived, where memory was stored, where moral character had its home. They believed the heart witnessed every moment of a person's life and retained it all. It accumulated the weight of every decision, every kindness offered, and every kindness refused, every truth told, and every truth bent or broken. It was, in a sense, the most complete record of a human life that existed, more honest than any account a person might give of themselves, because the heart could not be coached and could not be persuaded to misremember. Anubis understood this. He approached the scale not as an executioner or a judge, but as the one who made certain that the process was exact and impartial. He had guided this soul through the embalming, through the dark passages of the duat, through the guarded gates and the strange terrains of the underworld. He had been present at every threshold, and now he was present at this one too, the last and most consequential of all. His role here was not to decide the outcome. His role was to make sure the scale had every opportunity to be honest, in both directions. No soul would be condemned by a feather's weight more than it deserved, and no soul that had genuinely earned passage would be turned away because of some error or carelessness in the ceremony. He had been chosen for this role, not because he was severe, but because he understood accountability. He believed that knowledge and ritual could not substitute for the actual weight of a life lived with care for others. He placed the feather on one side of the scale. Then, with the same steadiness and deliberateness that he brought to everything, he placed the heart on the other. There was no hesitation in these movements. Anubis had performed this ceremony before, many times, yet he approached each with the same exact care, as though the soul standing in the hall were the first and last he had ever weighed. The hall was very quiet in that moment. Osiris watched from his throne at the far end of the chamber, wrapped in the white linen of the dead, wearing the tall Atef crown. Around the hall, the 42 judges who had heard the negative confession stood in their places. Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom and writing, waited nearby with his palette and his reed, prepared to record whatever the scale revealed. Amit crouched beside it, patient, waiting. Everyone in the hall had witnessed this ceremony many times before, and still the room held its breath. The heart and the feather found their positions on the scale, and the scale moved, and then it settled. If the heart was light, if the life behind it had been lived with honesty, with care for others, with an absence of serious cruelty and deliberate harm, the two sides came into balance. The feather and the heart rested at the same level, perfectly even, and the scale was still. That stillness meant everything. It meant the soul standing before Osiris had managed, across the full span of a human life, with all its pressures and temptations and difficult moments, to leave the world in reasonable order. Not a perfect life. The ancient Egyptians did not appear to have expected perfection. The negative confession was a long list, and it named sins of many different magnitudes, but the overall shape of what it was measuring was this. Had the person, in the ways that mattered most, been good? Had they fed the hungry when they could? Had they withheld false testimony? Had they caused suffering for others out of selfishness or cruelty? Had they honored the lives of the people around them? If the heart balanced against the feather, Thoth recorded the outcome in his archives. Osiris would then speak his judgment, and the soul would be admitted to the field of reeds, to whatever existence the ancient Egyptians envisioned for the good. If the heart was heavy, if it carried within it the accumulated weight of wrongs not made right, of harm done and never accounted for, of a life that had moved through the world and left it worse in ways that mattered, the scale tipped. The heart side sank, and the feather side rose, and there was nothing to be done about it. No argument could be made at that point. The heart had already spoken. The person standing in the hall might have given an eloquent negative confession, might have addressed each of the 42 judges by name with perfect pronunciation, might have known every spell in every funerary text their family had been able to afford. None of that changed what the scale showed. The spell knowledge was a guide through the duat, a means of reaching this hall and surviving the journey. It was not a way to alter what the heart contained. This is one of the most striking things about the Egyptian understanding of the afterlife. It was not enough to know the right words, or perform the correct rituals, or have the proper texts buried with you, though all of those things mattered and were taken seriously. The final measure, the one that actually determined a person's fate, was the quality of their life as stored in the one place that could not be edited. The wealthy Egyptian who had purchased a beautiful, long, fully illustrated Book of the Dead and had been buried with every amulet available, still had to present a heart that balanced against the feather. The poorest person in Egypt, buried with only a few lines of protective text on a scrap of linen, could still offer a heart that was light. The scale did not know or care about wealth or status or what kind of tomb a person had been given. It knew only what the heart knew. Anubis watched over the weighing the way he watched over everything, with full attention and without impatience. He was not an emotional figure in the way that some gods are emotional. He did not exult when a heart balanced or visibly grieve when one did not. He was composed in the manner of someone who has understood something very deeply for a very long time. What he brought to the ceremony was care and precision, which were, in the end, the most important qualities the ceremony required. The soul being judged was standing in the most consequential moment of its entire existence, on both sides of death. Anubis made sure that moment was handled correctly. Thoth wrote down what the scale had shown. His record was permanent, kept among the accounts of the gods, a complete archive of every judgment that had ever taken place in that hall. Some ancient depictions showed Thoth as a baboon perched atop the scale itself, observing the weighing from the closest possible position. In others, he stood at a writing table slightly to one side, his ibis head bent over his palette. In every version, his presence carried the same meaning. This was being witnessed, this was being recorded. This outcome was now part of the permanent order of things. Osiris received the report. The god of the afterlife, who had himself once died and been restored, who understood death not as an abstraction, but as something that had happened to him, presided over the judgment with the authority of someone who had been on the other side of it. His verdict followed from what the scale had shown. He did not override it. He gave it final voice. What the ancient Egyptians built in this mythology was a vision of moral accountability that is, even now, quietly remarkable. They were a civilization of extraordinary sophistication in many ways, in engineering, in art, in administration, and their understanding of what made a life worth having reflected that same sophistication. They did not believe that a god would be satisfied with worship if the worshipper had been cruel to the people around them. They did not believe that the proper performance of religious ritual could outweigh a life of harm. The 42 statements of the negative confession were almost entirely concerned with how a person had treated other people, the hungry, the grieving, the falsely accused, the vulnerable. What the scale was measuring, underneath all of its ceremony and divine machinery, was the simple and difficult question of whether a person had tried to be decent. Anubis lowered his hands from the scale when the weighing was complete. His work at that moment was finished, though there was always more work ahead. He had done this countless times before, and would do it countless times again, and still he worked with the same care every time, because every heart that came to him had mattered to someone. Beside the scale, always, crouched a creature that had no temple, no priesthood, no offerings left at any altar, because no one wanted to honor the thing that sat there. She was called Amit, and she was unlike anything else in the Egyptian understanding of the divine. She was not a goddess, not in any meaningful sense. No one prayed to her. No one carved her likeness into the walls of a home or pressed small figures of her into the hands of the dead for comfort. She existed at the edge of the judgment hall, the way a shadow exists at the edge of a flame, present, necessary in her way, and wholly indifferent to whether she was wanted there. Her form was a composition of 3 animals that the ancient Egyptians knew and feared above almost all others. The head of a crocodile, long and armored and patient, the forequarters of a lion, all muscle and stillness, and the hindquarters of a hippopotamus, enormous and immovable. Individually, each of these animals represented a kind of danger that the Nile Valley understood intimately. The crocodile lurking below the surface of calm water, the lion moving through tall grass in the hours before dawn, the hippopotamus rising from the shallows with a violence that came without warning. Together, they formed something that was more than dangerous. They formed a consequence. She waited beside the scale with a patience that was not quite watchfulness and not quite indifference. It was simply the patience of something that would always, eventually, be needed. When the scale did not balance, when the heart proved heavier than the feather of Mart, Anubis did not reach for the heart himself. It was Amit who received it. And when she consumed a heart, the soul it had belonged to simply ceased to be. There was no fire waiting for that soul, no dungeon carved from darkness at the bottom of the world, no endless torment measured out in proportion to the life that had been poorly lived. The ancient Egyptians, for all the complexity of their understanding of death, did not construct a hell in that sense. What they imagined instead was far quieter and, in its own way, far more final. The soul was gone, not punished, gone. The self that had walked through the world, that had spoken and laughed and caused harm and failed to do good, simply stopped existing. It was the second death, and it left nothing behind. This is what made Amit genuinely frightening to the Egyptian imagination, and it is worth sitting with that for a moment, because it tells us something important about what the ancient Egyptians valued and feared. They did not fear suffering after death. What they feared, with a quiet and persistent dread that shaped how they moved through their lives, was non-existence, the erasure of the self, the silencing of the name, the ending of everything that a person had been and might continue to be. The Egyptians believed that a person's name carried something real of them within it, that to speak a name was in some sense to keep that person alive, and that to have the name forgotten was its own kind of death. Amit represented something beyond even that. When she consumed a heart, there was no name left to speak, no memory that could preserve what had been lost, no fragment of the soul that endured anywhere in the universe. It was total. It was the kind of ending that cannot be softened or transformed into something else. This understanding of absolute erasure shaped how Egyptians approached their entire relationship with death and the afterlife. The wealthy commissioned elaborate tombs and funerary texts, the books of the dead, not merely as spiritual maps, but as insurance against being forgotten or condemned. Tomb walls were inscribed with the names of the deceased and records of good deeds, with prayers and spells meant to ensure success at the judgment hall. To have one's name preserved in stone was to guarantee continued existence, even if the physical body returned to dust. This was not vanity, but survival. The act of building a tomb and commissioning priests to speak the name aloud during rituals was an act of defiance against the absolute silence Amit represented. Every name carved into stone was a claim against erasure, a refusal of finality. And so the awareness of Amit did not simply frighten the Egyptians. It informed them. The moral weight of a life, they understood, was not something that could be settled later, argued over, or compensated for after the fact. The heart remembered everything. It had been present for every choice, every moment of cruelty or kindness, every truth told, and everyone avoided. By the time it rested on Anubis's scale, it had already decided its own fate, and no word spoken in the hall could change what it already carried. A person who had moved through their life with honesty and genuine care for others, who had fed the hungry and treated the vulnerable with decency, who had not stolen or deceived or caused suffering carelessly, that person's heart arrived at the scale already light, already shaped by everything it had held. A person who had done otherwise arrived differently, and Amit was simply there, waiting as she always was, without eagerness or reluctance, as patient as the river that recedes without apologizing for what it leaves behind. She crouched in the same posture in every depiction that survives. Low, still, her crocodile jaw resting forward, her great body gathered beneath her. And she never seemed to hurry and never seemed to struggle, because she didn't need to. She was not cruel, in the end, any more than a river is cruel. She was simply the final consequence of a life that had not managed, in any meaningful way, to be good. The field of reeds was not a place of clouds and ethereal light, and beings quite unlike anything on earth. It was, in almost every way, Egypt. The ancient Egyptians called it Sekhet Aru, and when they imagined it, they did not imagine somewhere strange or unknowable. They imagined the green margin of the Nile. They imagined the particular quality of morning light falling across a field of grain just before harvest, and the way the canals caught that light and held it in long silver lines across the earth, and the sound of water moving steadily through channels that had been dug by careful hands. They imagined the smell of black, wet soil after the flood had come and gone, that fertile darkness that smelled of life itself. What they imagined, in other words, was home, a version of home so whole and so undamaged that it did not contain a single one of the things that had made home difficult. No illness arrived in the field of reeds, no flood came at the wrong season and ruined what had been carefully planted. No one was hungry, no one grew too old to enjoy the warmth on their face. The light was described as steady and warm, the kind of light that seemed to come from everywhere at once and left no harsh shadows. And the grain that grew there grew taller than any grain a farmer had ever coaxed from actual soil, the stalks heavy and golden and impossibly generous. Fruit trees bent gently with the weight of what they offered. The water in the canals was perfectly clear and moved with the quiet, purposeful sound that running water makes when everything is exactly as it should be. The landscape itself was arranged in a way that reflected an ideal organization of space, the fields laid out in orderly rows, the irrigation channels running in straight lines through the cultivation plots, small dwellings situated near modest groves of acacia and date palms. Mountains rose in the distance, protective and familiar, the same mountains that had always bounded the Nile Valley and given it shape. There were no wastes of sand or hostile wilderness pressing in at the margins, no deserts to fear or defend against. Even the seasons held their perfect rhythm there. The inundation came at precisely the right time, nourishing the soil without destroying it, and then retreated with the same measured reliability, leaving behind the black earth ready for planting. Birds flew overhead in the proper formations, fish filled the canals in proper abundance, and the air itself seemed to participate in the order and gentleness of creation. There was work to do in the field of reeds, and this is one of the things that says the most about who the ancient Egyptians were. They did not imagine paradise as a place of absolute stillness, as a realm where the soul simply floated in some formless contentment. They imagined work, tending the fields, bringing in the harvest, caring for the animals, doing the things that a person's hands had always known how to do. But the work was not burdensome. It was the version of work that most people only glimpse occasionally in the mortal world, the kind that leaves you tired in a way that feels deeply satisfying rather than hollowing. There was no aching back that would not heal. There was no dread of tomorrow's labor before today's was done. The Egyptians understood, in a practical and clear-eyed way, that a life without any purpose or effort was not actually what people wanted, even in death. What they wanted was to do the things they had loved doing, in a place that would not wear them down for doing them. And so the fields of Sekhet Aru needed tending, and the tending was joyful. And after the work was finished, there was rest that felt truly restful, because it had been earned. To ease even that small burden, wealthy Egyptians were buried with shabtis, small figurines, sometimes made of faience or wood or stone, often inscribed with a spell from the Book of the Dead that would animate them, should any compulsory labor be required in the afterlife. The shabti would answer when called upon to work, standing in for the deceased, so that the person themselves could remain undisturbed in their peace. Some tombs contained dozens of shabtis, one for each day of the year, and additional figures to oversee the workers, a small ceramic workforce buried alongside the person they served. It was a remarkably practical arrangement, born from a culture that had always understood that the details of daily life were sacred enough to be worth planning for, even beyond death. The people who had died before you were there, your parents, if they had led lives that left their hearts light enough, and your grandparents, and the friends who had gone ahead of you in the years before your own end came. The house was there, or something very like it, a place that felt like the house you had lived in and loved, familiar in every proportion and in the way the light moved through it at different hours of the day. Even the animals were there, cats that had curled at the foot of a bed for years and been mourned when they were gone, were said to be waiting in Sekhet Aru, which tells you something about how the ancient Egyptians understood the bond between a person and the creatures they had loved. Nothing that had been genuinely part of a life was simply discarded when that life ended. The afterlife was not a clean slate. It was a continuation, a gathering back of everything that had mattered. After everything the soul had passed through, the long preparation of the embalming tent, the spells spoken over a rapt and still body, the first disorienting passages of the duat with its guarded gates and its dark rivers and its fires, the solemn hall with its 42 judges, the terrible silence while the scale was read. After all of that, what waited at the end of the journey was not some glorious and unrecognizable transformation. It was the smell of the river in the morning. It was the sound of your own name spoken by someone who had always known you. It was the particular green of a field in good season, and the warmth of a sun that would never become too fierce, and the knowledge that you had arrived somewhere you had always, in some quiet part of yourself, been heading toward. The Egyptians did not need paradise to look like something beyond imagination, because the world they already knew, the rich valley, the generous river, the slow and steady turning of the seasons, had always seemed to them like something close to miraculous. It looked like the place they had always loved, because the ancient Egyptians, who had built their entire civilization in the mud and gold of the Nile Valley, could not imagine anything better. What is remarkable about Anubis is not simply how old he was, but how enduring. A god who had been worshipped since the very beginnings of Egyptian civilization, and who was still being depicted, still being honored, thousands of years later. In the Old Kingdom, when the pyramid builders were laying the first great stones into the desert plateau, and the pharaohs were still learning what it meant to rule a unified land, Anubis was already there, already fully formed in the imagination of his people, the supreme lord over the dead, the one god who held complete authority over everything that happened after a person drew their last breath, the guardian who stood between the body lying in the sand and whatever came next, patient and unwavering and dark as the rich silt of the Nile after the flood had gone. He was not a young god finding his footing, not a late addition to a tradition that had already sorted itself out. He was there at the beginning, and the beginning was very long ago indeed. When the Middle Kingdom arrived, and Osiris rose to a new kind of prominence, becoming the great presiding god of the dead, the judge, seated on his throne in the Hall of Two Truths, Anubis did not vanish, as some gods do when the theological currents of a civilization shift and something new takes their place. Where he had once ruled over the dead entirely, he now became the one who prepared them, guided them, and operated the scale at the moment of judgment, which meant that in a practical sense, he remained the most present, the most intimate, the god whose hands were actually involved at every stage of the journey. Osiris presided, but Anubis worked, and there is something quietly telling about that arrangement. The older god, the one who had always been there, remaining essential in a way that could not be delegated away. The new kingdom brought his image to an even wider audience, painting him across the walls of tombs in rich detail, the black jackal head always alert, the scale always present, the feather always waiting. Thousands of tomb paintings across thousands of years of Egyptian history showed the same moment again and again. Anubis at the scale, utterly steady, the soul watching from one side, and Osiris watching from the other, and the whole of a human life condensed into the movement of a balance. The Romans arrived in Egypt in 30 BCE and found a civilization that had already been telling these stories for 2,500 years, and they did not quite know what to make of Anubis, with his jackal head and his black skin, and his patient, watchful quality. He appeared in Roman art, sometimes shown alongside Mercury or Hermes, as if the Romans were trying to find a familiar frame for something that did not fit any frame they already had. He was both compelling and deeply foreign, a god who belonged unmistakably to the Nile Valley, to the desert necropolis, to a very specific understanding of what the dead deserved from the living, and that specificity did not entirely dissolve, even as his image travelled further from home. The cult of Isis, which spread through the Roman world with remarkable reach and persistence, carried Anubis along with it, and so his image appeared in places far removed from the hot sands where jackals had once moved between the graves, in temples in Rome itself, and eventually as far away as the cool, wet island of Britain, where soldiers and merchants who had encountered the Egyptian tradition brought his likeness with them across that long distance from the Nile to the North Atlantic coast. A jackal-headed god standing vigil in the fog and rain of Britain is not what anyone in the Old Kingdom could have predicted, and yet there he was. In the very last years before Egyptian paganism gave way to Christianity, before the old temples fell quiet and the ancient rites were no longer performed, Anubis was still present beside the scale, still guiding the soul through the darkness, still doing exactly what he had always done since before most of the ancient world had found its shape. Dynasties had risen and collapsed. The Nile had flooded and receded thousands of times. Conquerors had come from every direction and left their mark on the land and moved on. And through all of it, the jackal-headed god had remained, not because he was inflexible, not because he refused to change, but because what he represented, the careful, compassionate attention paid to the dead, the insistence that every soul deserved a guide and a fair reckoning, was something his people were never willing to give up, no matter what else changed around them. Up on the high desert ground, where the jackals still moved at the edge of things in the early dark, something watched over the sleeping dead, and the stars were very bright, and the Nile moved slowly through the night far below.